Chapter 7, Political Nightmares, Real Nightmares. February 18 CE 73, 1230 hours Lima, UTC 6. Wiley's Pub and Burger, Chicago, Illinois, Old United States Territory, Atlantic Federation North America Holdings. Man, check this shit out, one of the patrons waved his beer bottle at the widescreen behind the bar. That's some serious shit, an Old Earth Alliance veteran groused. They have that much firepower just sitting around, and there ain't anything stopping them from using it on us, a regular at the pub noted. They nuked Junius 7 yesterday, what's to say they don't nuke us next? You're right, there isn't anything stopping them from doing it, the first guy groused. They did do it to stop Junius 7 from dropping on the planet, the bartender noted in hopes he could console the crowd before anything got out of hand. It did not help. Yet? And who put the damn things in orbit again? The old EA vet asked. After 10 seconds of silence, he chuckled. What I thought. The coordinators started this mess, Mendel's adding gasoline to the fire, and it's up to us to unfuck the situation. Right on, man, the first complainant acknowledged. The bartender sighed. In reality, the sponsor nations put the plants in orbit, and the coordinators were doing their damnedest to keep them in orbit and not dropping into the atmosphere. More to the point, Mendel was trying to clean some of the debris out of the orbits around the planet, but such a look at reality would not jive with this crowd. He decided to keep his silence on the matter. Fucking pussies, the lot of 'em, a brash lady commented from down the bar. Can't take it like the rest of us, have to genetically modify themselves to make things easier. Right on, sister, the first patron said. God didn't intend us to be playing with his handiwork. I say shut down all those programs and get rid of 'em all. Whole damn thing is way too dangerous. And the same for Mendel's eugenics program, the old EA vet continued the thought. That's where the real danger lies. Artificially born and bred, and I don't care what they say about it, most of 'em are born to be soldiers. Soldiers aimed right at us. Another beer, barkeep, the first guy requested. Still pussies though, regardless of how hard they can be at the genetic level. Sure, they'll win in space, I expect that much readily, the old EA vet conceded. They won't win on the ground. They can't win on the ground. We outnumber 'em 500 to 1. Only way they can win is if they nuke us. They do that, the whole world goes against 'em, the third guy said. We should nuke 'em first, the lady opined. Put one inside their colonies and detonate it, blow the colonies out like a firecracker in a beer can. And suddenly, no more eugenics programs, no more coordinator programs, I like that thought, the first guy said. Good gods, what kind of crowd have I attracted here? The barkeep asked himself inside the confines of his own mind. It wasn't that he did anything overt to attract the blue cosmos yakkers to his bar, but there were a sodding lot of their sympathizers in his pub, or so it seemed. Wouldn't that create a lot more problems like Junius 7? Someone at a table asked. Once we deal with Mendel, we can deal with the colonies easily, the old EA vet groused. But we ain't going to get anywhere until we bring them to heel or kill them all. They're roadblocking our rightful progress, our rightful head position in the Earth sphere. We are destined to rule the Earth sphere, and we'll do it even if we have to step over their dead bodies to take the crown, they, clearly drunk, lady answered sharply. At least the fucks paid for this victory, the first guy said, waving his bottle at the widescreen monitor again. Lost 9 mobile armor units in the battle. I'm not losing sleep over that one. Hey. The EA vet asked. Where you hear that? Internet, man. Someone in Mendel leaked that 9 of their mobile armors were destroyed clearing opposition from the ruins before they nuked it. It was 7 lost of 9 sent, not only is this guy a BC supporter, he has problems reading, the barkeep thought but did not say. Opposition? The EA vet asked in continuation. Yeah, someone was on Junius 7, pushing it toward us, the first guy continued. They sent in mobile armors to clear them, then the warships with nukes to finish the battle. Whoa, did not know that. Who was the pushers? Dunno, nobody has said yet, the lady interjected. Well, in the absence of hard proof, I say it was a false flag made to make Mendel look good to the rest of the world, the first guy concluded. And I don't care what video they release of it, fuck that, these guys are self-admitted masters of fucking with people's minds. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if they did all this shit just to make themselves look like heroes. You ain't the only one that believes that, brother, the lady said. False flag, the first guy saluted the television. Too bad it was a painfully easy one to see through. I'll drink to that, the EA vet answered. I wouldn't be surprised if this whole thing wasn't just a prelude to make us start a war with them so they could invade us, the third guy at the bar opined. The whole thing is a false flag to justify taking our lands. The first guy asked. It could be. Think about it. How much of what they say is the truth? Less than our politicians, the EA vet answered that one. So, if that's the case, they can call for reinforcements and they will as soon as we start anything in self-defense. They make the whole thing sound like it is to our benefit that they invade us. ZAFT and the USSA will get in on the action, of course they want to make sure we can't guide them to the wisdom of the blue and pure world, so they'll join Mendel. Whole thing is going to become a bloody clusterfuck. Okay, now they're throwing conspiracy theories that are worse than the whole we didn't land on the moon conspiracy theory, the barkeep mentally groused. Of course, the latter conspiracy theory was thoroughly debunked after Copernicus City had been founded on the moon. An enterprising tour company began offering spacecraft tours to see the various landing sites on the moon, including the American Apollo projects. I say we bloody the hell out of them first, make their colonies permanent additions to the debris belt, the EA vet suggested. Nobody objected to his opinion, which was only more so frightened the barkeep. Still, it was business, in a nation that was rapidly economically declining at this point in the game, and the barkeep would not object to business customers that wanted beer and burgers, specifically. He would not turn away a customer, but he hoped the economy of the Earth Alliance did not collapse before something happened to correct it. America had self-destructed in a not-so-dissimilar fashion in centuries past, and someone had once said something about history repeating itself. XXX. February 20 CE 73, 0805 hours UTC. ZAFT National Training Center, Plant Colony Armory 1, L4 Colony Group. This is insane, Luna Maria Hawk noted. A month later and we're still working on picking up the damage. It's the price we paid for that breach, Razier Burrell groused. Clear on the left. He announced a few seconds before his ZAKU Phantom picked up and tossed aside several structural beams from the warehouse rubble. At least the Earth Alliance paid for it, Shin said with something approaching a tone of humor. He did not like the fact that Mendel had captured the ship, the suits, the pilots, damn near everything intact from the assault, but at least the Earth Alliance was stuck holding their balls at the end of the day. Whether or not anyone in the Earth Alliance knew they had been corncobbed by Mendel, he did not know. As did we. The only side that walked away clean on this one was Mendel, Ray said. Clear on the right. Shin lifted and tossed a hanger truss with his new ZGMF X56S machine, the Impulse, which was officially ready for deploy 4 days after the raid on Armory 1. More than a few persons had made noise about horses leaving the barn or days late, dollars short about that timing incident, but in all reality it was no measure of fault on the part of the contractor building the machine. They were actually a week ahead of schedule in delivering the machine, even considering half their facility had been destroyed by the attack. So, when are we supposed to get the new machines? Luna asked nobody in particular, still fuming over the general damage and the attack on the Minerva in particular. Mendel has them in production right now, should be ready in a month or so, Captain Gladys noted. Safety left. I'm moving this panel section. Luna ordered over the external speakers. After 5 seconds, she pulled the roofing panel section up and out of the warehouse rubble pile. With 2 folds and a stomp, it was ready to go onto a salvage trailer. I'd say we have another week or so of debris cleanup, and probably 3 months of reconstruction after that, Ray estimated. They did a lot of damage, there was nobody in the colony capable of stopping them. I salute Commander Jowl for trying, but 3 against 1 in an older machine like that? He was gambling with death on that one, Shin judged. That older machine can still solo a trio of the ZAKUs in his hands, Luna noted. And his instructor from hell in her CGUE deep arms, ay, Luna bemoaned. Those 3 were aces, Ray dropped. You in the green vest, clear out of the debris zone. I'm going to shift this whole pile 10 meters right. More of the Earth Alliance extended program, Shin spat his contempt. Since the capture of the first series extendeds, Mendel and ZAFT had known clearly what they were dealing with. Reports were already coming in that the captured pilots from the Gertie-Lu were second-generation extended, conditioned to operate with less control or logistical overhead and get the same results. It had worked. The extended second group had done just as well as the first group in all particulars. They were able to hammer flat a numerically superior foe but got their asses beat against Gerald Lightbringer. You have to give credit to Lightbringer, though, that was a slick ambush he pulled off, Luna commented, though even in praise she wasn't all that enthusiastic about having to say it. Anyone can ambush like that, Shin showed his contempt for the involvement of the Dominion. This panel, all personnel clear. When the ship is finished and we are launched, the whole unit will be practicing ambush and direct engagement tactics, Captain Gladys noted to the pilots. We will also be engaging the Dominion several times in mock battles, and that includes the new machines and their pilots. What? That is a travesty. Shin half shouted. Those machines are no longer ours, Shin, Talia corrected the pilot's common line of thinking on the matter. Regardless of what we feel on the matter, those are now Mendel machines and Mendel pilots. We treat them as such regardless of how they left our possession. It's still wrong. Those 3 pilots killed over 200 of our men here. Shin. Talia sharply rebuked the pilot. That was not a request for comment, that was an order, and more directly it is an order from the chairman himself. None of us like it, but it shall be done. Or do I have to pull you off flight status for those training battles to prevent an international incident? I'll do it, Captain, Shin said grudgingly. He had allowed himself to become mentally distracted by the debate over the new Gundams, and forgot to call a safety stance before he pulled part of a support beam out of the rubble. His haste caused a debris slide that pinned one worker and broke a leg on another. Oh, shit, medics to hangar 131, I have a man down, he admitted after he realized what had happened. Calm down, Shin, it's not the end of the world, Luna tried consoling him. Besides, we're getting 2 sets back for the one we lost. We'll come out ahead, regardless of what Mendel picked up from the battlefield. Return to the hangar and take a break, all of you, Talia ordered. Collect your nerves and get ready to do it again. If you're out of place in your mind, we'll have more accidents we don't need. Shin, I'm going to have your system records pulled to review this accident. I'll have the cartridge waiting for the mechanics when I get back, he responded. With a safety violation like that, he was probably headed for a couple days of classroom time on the processes of moving materials safely. Not the first time he had taken the class, though. At least they cleaned up the beam saber graffiti that bitch put in the side of the ship, Luna half complained for the humiliation of it. They had a name of the wench that had done it, and she was now a pilot officer under Gerald Lightbringer. When you see her, slap her for all of us for it, Shin requested. XXX. February 24 CE 73, 1330 hours Lima. Downtown Onogora City, Onogora Island, Emirate of Orb. Like much the rest of the world, Kagalai pulled a bi-weekly paycheck and had to keep herself in her personal budget. It was the way of the modern world, and nobody in the Earth sphere escaped those tenets. Unlike the rest of the world, Kagalai also had a 250,000 Earth dollar salary per year, and a goodly portion of her living expenses were paid for by the Atha family holdings, the government, as a job perk of her being the Prime Minister, or handled by way of alternate arrangements. Effectively, of her 250k, no income tax in Orb, roughly 75k of that went into her personal retirement accounts, leaving 175k for living expenses and blow money, such as it was. Of course, Kagalai being Kagalai, this still didn't entice her to shop in the normal girl fashion. Athrun had to admit that it was refreshing that he could treat her as one of the guys when it came to shopping and such, but she did also use the wrong bathroom for him to completely feel that way. Still, she did do her own clothing shopping and she did do a lot of her own lifting, making Athrun something of an advisor more than the typical guy along to carry the shopping spoils. Today was a day on foot for the two to do the shopping, meaning that Athrun had planned ahead for this and was carrying a sling bag for her small items and such. Both were wearing hydration pouches. February in the southern hemisphere meant summer, and summer on Onogorum meant temperatures approaching 40 degrees Celsius, 124 degrees Fahrenheit, by 2 p.m. It also helped them blend into the trendy crowds when out shopping. Hydration packs were becoming very popular with the outdoors crowd, and there were even some enterprising people who would wear squad hydration packs and sell on-the-go fill UPS of water and electrolyte powder mix. Results were mixed, depending on how much the shoppers realized there were fountains everywhere for a free, if not always cold, refill. Their journey from Kagalai's town apartment passed by one particular structure that Athrun hoped was being guarded by a smart officer today. When Athrun approached to roughly 100 meters, he could recognize the shield art on the commander of the Marine Point at the gate today and breathed a quick sigh of relief. This was Point Commander Harvey, an exceptionally savvy Marine Point commander who knew when to low-key things and when to make a lot of noise. Morning, Milady Atha, one of the point officers at the forward gate said. They had kept it quiet, much as Athrun figured the point commander would tell them to, in an attempt to avoid blowing their cover for the day. Said officer simply nodded to Athrun as he passed, and made no overt gesture to Kagalai, furthering the cover. That was good, no scene today, Kagalai grumped. 5 armored marines coming to attention tended to rattle windows in the vicinity, much less get the attention of every person in earshot. Athrun had warned them off about that conduct after the first such incident, which helped but not completely. One of the less rigid Marine Point commanders, Athrun replied. At least they mean well. So do the press, I think, Kagalai grumped. Athrun dodged that argument by changing to the more pressing subject of the day. So where do we begin? Tellers, Kagalai decided. I have a thought. Athrun raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Kagalai having a thought in shopping was usually an experience, Kagalai having said thought in pertaining to a military surplus warehouse was somewhere between exhilarating and frightening, with Athrun leaning in the general direction of frightening at this point in time. The trek to the store in question was not far. As a matter of convenience, Teller's military surplus was only a block down the road from the Mendel embassy, and the embassy staff visited to either shop for military surplus or deliver it. Colonel Kisaka had thoroughly vetted the store, of course, to make sure it was safe for Representative Atha and her boyfriend. With Kagalai being a frequent personal customer for personal reasons, the staff also knew her by name. Lady Kagalai, welcome. The cashier said after Athrun followed Kagalai inside. How's business, Ralph? Kagalai asked out of courtesy. Business is doing well, very well, actually. I've had a lot of people in over the past couple of weeks, farmers mostly, purchasing a load of surplus MDBS shotguns for use on wild boars on the mainland. Them paired 10-gauge slugs will drop a charging boar in its tracks, first time every time. Yeah, and you've got 4 more shots to make sure it is done right if needed, Athrun commented dryly. He didn't begrudge the problem to the farmers. Mainland Orb had always had a problem with feral boars, but the choice of instrument was not designed to give them a chance in this case. Well, when the walking bacon is trying to eat you, extra lead to throw is not a bad thing, the cashier said sardonically. Can I interest you in anything today, Kagalai, Athrun? I have a concept. Kagalai started the dance. Looking for something in 40 caliber, or 9 if you don't have any 40s. New production or antique? The cashier asked in counter. New production, Kagalai decided. I have just the thing, he waved the 2 down the display case toward the pistols. New production, in from ZAFT by way of Mendel. This is the ZAFT C72 line of pistols, what they're planning on moving the armed forces to. They even demo-modeled one in .45 for Mendel as a replacement to their aging HNK Mark 23, though reviews were mixed in Mendel on that. Not surprising, Kagalai noted. They carry a gladius for tradition and lethality, and good, heavy pistols are a tradition for Magi. Kagalai had spent a goodly portion of time with the Marines, and she learned some interesting tidbits from them even if she had not gained favor of a .45 caliber pistol. Seeing anything you would want to check out? Ralph asked. Yeah, the C72 with the .40 and the 9mm conversion kit, Kagalai said. Be my guest. The cashier was quick to hand it over to her after verifying the weapon was clear, no ammunition in the weapon. Kagalai did all her usual checks, slide stop, safeties, grip and balance, sight alignment, trigger pull weight and smoothness, magazine release, the works. After a few minutes and a couple present tests, raised to firing position, she was satisfied she liked it. Unlike normal, however, she turned it over to Athrun for next. See how you like it, she said. Sure, Athrun said as he received it. ZAFT's new pistol. He let the sentence trail off as he did much the exact same checks as Kagalai did. After a minute of his own testing, he came to much the same conclusion as his fiancée. Not a bad piece of hardware, especially for something that is supposed to be standard issue. Lot less stiff or heavy than the Mark 23 I carry concealed, the cashier noted. So, milady, what are you thinking? 2 in .40 with the conversion kits, if you would. Kagalai asked. 2? You're not. Duels. Kagalai asked to complete his thought, to which he nodded a firm. Oh, definitely not. The Marines can get away with duels because of their armor, and that's one thing I definitely don't want. Then why 2? Athrun asked. Your pistol kits, milady, the proprietor presented the 2 kits readily to Kagalai. Well, you gave me a ring last week because you wanted me to be there forever, Kagalai said. Today, I give you this, because I want you to be here forever. Kagalai presented Athrun with the pistol case. Athrun said nothing, just received it and stared at her for a moment. Thank you. Thank you very much, my love, he said finally. XXX. February 28 CE 73, 0900 hours UTC. 7th floor courts room, Mendel Administration Building, Mendel Colony. Star Admiral on deck. All rise. The barrister marine for the courts half shouted. Star Admiral Centura entered from the Judicial Watch office, analogous to the judge's chambers in most courts, and moved to the bench smartly. As you were, he declared before he took a seat simultaneous to the rest of the persons in the room. This Court of Civilian Criminal Affairs has been convened for 2 issues which will be handled separately but in sequential proceedings. To wit, I showcase PXA 0001035, pertaining to request of asylum granted to one Diana Trims, and the legal challenge issued by Atlantic Federation civilians Jonathan Trims and Cecilia Trims. Second issue is case PXC 0004744, actions on or about February 15 of this year in the GARM research facility conducted by Jonathan and Cecilia Trims. Your Honor, the plaintiffs of case PXA 0001035 wish to file a motion to seek binding mediation, the Earth Alliance lawyer provided to the Trims requested. Motion denied, Wayne answered immediately. As the plaintiffs of said case have refused to conduct a trial of refusal on the initial summary judgment of the matter, they have no direct challenge authority to that judgment. This matter will go to legal review. Before I continue, do the plaintiffs have any further motions to make? Not at this time, Your Honor, the lawyer resumed his seat after saying so. Very well, do the defendants in case PXC 0004744 have any motions to make at this time? No, Your Honor, the lawyer answered. Very well, at this time we begin legal review of PXA 0001035. By default, the summary judgment of asylum and all supporting documents are entered into evidence at this time. On this, the lawyer was ready to strike. Your Honor, the plaintiff's motion to strike from the record all supporting documents and statements from the summary judgment, on the grounds that the defendant is not of legal standing and the medical analysis is complete hearsay. Across the courtroom, Star Colonel Wilhelm stood up next to Diana Trims. Your Honor, the defense on this matter would like to remind the court of legal standing age regulations in the multimage empire being a minimum age of 12 and passage of basic instruction or an equivalent accredited to all empiric standards. Additionally, as this is a case pertaining to legal status and asylum as issued by a ranked Magi officer, the minimum education standard may be waived in cases of assumed or known duress to the defendant and otherwise quantifiable competency of the defendant. In support of this, I submit into evidence the basic placement testing records of Diana Trims, which show her at or above a competency level to Magi standards before any instruction or placement at the GARM R&D facility. Challenge to this opinion from the plaintiffs. Wayne asked. The lawyer knew his first gambit had just died a borning. With the battery of placement tests showing Diana above basic placement, there would be no grounds for questioning her competency and thus knocking out her legal standing. The only way for him to challenge those documents would be to directly challenge the test administrator, assumption of cheating, or Wilhelm, assumption of false statements, but both would result in a circle of equals, a losing proposition for an Earth Alliance natural Poindexter type against a Magi true-born officer. NEG, Your Honor, the lawyer finally admitted. Very well, this supporting document is added to the evidence pool at this time. Do the plaintiffs or defendants have any other evidence or supporting documents to add at this time? No response was the answer from both camps. Very well, evidentiary submission is closed at this time. Legal arguments will begin with the plaintiff at this time. The lawyer stood up after a quick drink of water, then composed himself for what he assumed would be a swan song of epic delivery, and little to no effect at this point. Your Honor, the core issue at hand is the standing of the defendant and her ability to make a sound judgment as to where she wishes to be versus her parents' judgment as to where she should be. Granted, Mendel has judged a 12-year-old competent to make such a call, however the rest of the world does not consider that of sufficient standing to make such a call. Wayne smiled, expecting him to step on that landmine during this process. You present an interesting position, Mr. Konas. With that statement, you have just declared the judgment of a mere 3 billion persons to exceed the judgment of well over 3 billion planets full of billions of people. I would like to hear your justification of such wanton arrogance. Societal variance is a recognized concept of Magi philosophy, and in this I invoke the principle of variance to show that Earth Alliance citizens are not considered of a majority until they are 18 for a reason. The old emperor spoke of this in his own remembrance, decrying the waste of talent and time by inefficient education methods and social conditioning of worlds he had visited over the eons. Mr. Konas knew when the Star Admiral said legal arguments, he was not joking about the argument part in the slightest. Of course, Konas was in Mendel to learn the legal schema thoroughly, to find exploits in their system and use them to the fullest extent. The old emperor spoke at length on the matter, especially decrying societies with a majority of 25 or 30, which was not far departed from the average lifespan of those societies. Thus the necessity of the placement system for inductees, that their true measure could be taken relative to core principle of the empire, not reliant on the misplaced judgment of elitists that run power games inside government shells. So, if Diana has placed at a level equivalent to someone above the average placement of college-bound 18-year-olds in the Atlantic Federation, why should I be concerned with a societal variance based on an arbitrary number that holds no quantifiable grounding? And that was where the legal argument fell flat, Konas knew. Since Diana showed well above the average, even for a natural, the arbitrary age limit was no dice on the face of it. Personal placement and results showed higher than arbitrary numbers in these cases, and precedent would favor it. More to the point, this matter was not particularly about her standing inside the Earth Alliance, it was about her standing inside the Magi Empire, and their rulebook was both far shorter and far less forgiving than would be in North America. I have no response to that question, Your Honor, Konas answered directly. So, given that, we consider the position not in terms of numbers or legal standing, but soundness of judgments. You are aware, Mr. Konas, that your clients had initiated the necessary placement process of the defendant into Blue Cosmos training, scheduled to begin during May of this year. I am well aware of this, the lawyer said. Now, given present political standings between Blue Cosmos and Mendel, and the defendant's prior repeated stated desire to avoid this conflict in its entirety, why should I consider the judgment of the parents to be in excess of the daughter? Keep in mind this question is framed against the expected reality of a war between Blue Cosmos and Mendel in the next 2 years minimum, as anyone who does not believe in existence being sunshine and rainbows is expecting a scrap between Mendel and Blue Cosmos at the minimum, likely to involve more parties than just those. I must be missing something here, the lawyer mused, considering a different tack on the matter. Are you suggesting some manner of outcome in such actions, Your Honor? I am. As Blue Cosmos has singularly failed to achieve any notable result against Mendel, and the direct stated intention of the plaintiffs is to put Diana in a position whereby she would be doing battle against ZAFT or Mendel or both, I have reason to question both motives and judgment of the plaintiffs when the ready expectation is at the minimum capture in such an action. Your Honor, Earth Alliance citizens do not have that expectation, Konas answered directly. I would expect that, Wayne considered. In common parlance, the average citizen of Napoleonic-era France also expected they would beat Tsarist Russia's arse pretty hard. Last I checked the history books, that did not work out so well for Napoleon or France. Wayne held up a hand to forestall a counter. Any way you cut it, though, the action of registering Diana for compulsory Blue Cosmos service in the face of an oncoming war is lacking in judgment, lacking in morality, and a clear violation of free will on the matter which is guaranteed to her by the Atlantic Federation Charter. As she had not been conscripted at the time of her request for asylum, and the documents showed she was signed up by her parents, I can only assume that their intentions were to turn her into what the Magi call a tyke bomb, a forced child soldier or forced child terrorist. Correct me if I am wrong, Konas, Jonathan, Cecilia, Wayne said. None of the three answered. Konas stepped forward after a moment, considering a gamble on that front. Would not the Magi position of accepting recruits be the same? Service among the Magi Tumen is strictly voluntary. No person may be compelled to serve in any fashion, even is conscription disallowed among our ranks, Wayne answered. I enlisted at 12, granted, but I chose to sign on the dotted line of my own accord. Diana received no such luxury, she was forced to choose between her friends and an inescapable reality. At which I guess this one is a dead end as well, Konas admitted after a second. Whatever happened to parents knowing best? Parents, yes, Wayne answered. Elders, maybe. Blue Cosmos recruiters, not quite. In the case of the latter, I would trust the judgment of a meth addict more so. Have you any further legal arguments to make? Konas considered that he could have used a political angle to possibly get some leverage, but Mendel personnel had a bad habit of scoffing at political or terrorist threats. It was that manner of reckless abandon that drew the hardest souls to their nation in this case. It also applied to Diana Trims just as much as it did any common vagabond. Without the use of a political angle, he was out of options. No, Your Honor, I have no further legal considerations. Very well, does the defendant have any legal arguments to make at this time? Neg, Star Admiral, Wilhelm answered curtly. Very well, at this time argument proceedings are closed. Stand to for summary judgment review. Both teams stood and glared at each other briefly, then looked to the Star Admiral. As the plaintiffs have singularly failed to show any proper cause under which the judgment of asylum should be annulled, and under the considerations of retaliation and of imminent jeopardy to the defendant should the prior judgment be vacated, I am required under law to uphold the request for asylum at this time. Additionally, by precedent this case is hereby terminated at this level, as I can show patterns of abuse, depredation and have expectation of personal jeopardy or retaliation, the defendant is considered an at-risk party. You may attempt to appeal to Division Commander Gerard Cecilius when contact is re-established with the remainder of the Empire, though I should warn you in all reality you have no effective hope of this case being heard at any level above me. Understood, Your Honor. At this time I would like to lodge a request for appeal to the Division Commander Tech Strikers. Request acknowledged and recorded, Wayne said formally. This matter is closed and sealed, let its standing be entered into the records of all persons involved and no further. Wayne rapped the gavel plate at the desk with the pommel of his service pistol. Scylla. Several voices half shouted throughout the room. Defendant may step down, though you are advised to remain for testimony purposes in the next proceedings. Yes, sir. Diana immediately replied to the caution from the Star Admiral. Court is in recess for 15 minutes, at which point court shall resume for the hearing on case PXC 0004744, criminal proceedings against Cecilia and Jonathan Trims pertaining to the abortive assault on GARM R&D facility. Wayne struck the gavel plate again. XXX. March 1 CE 73, 2200 hours Lima. Hedemora, Sweden, Scandinavia Territory, 60 degree 1737.07 N/15 degree 59 3.30 E. This the place? Yeah, truck docks on the back, customer parking up front, this is the place, Joel said. Turn in on the far side, the mission commander said. Time to torch this place, she said as the driver made the right-hand turn to get into the parking lot. In the name of our blue and pure world, the driver answered with a mirthless smile to the windshield. Coming up on the target now. The simple and direct command set off the beginning of what would be a chain of actions that resulted in blood and death, to either coordinators or coordinator sympathizers. Such was the mission of Blue Cosmos, not just to kill all the coordinators, but to associate their movement with death in the subconscious of the world. The side door of the truck popped open at the same time the rear doors came open to allow three to exfiltrate the rear. The lead man out the side door pulled the detonator fuse string on a satchel charge and lobbed it through the cheap plate glass window of the restaurant in the strip mall. It would be several seconds for that large charge to blow, but the embedded ceramic ball bearings would likely kill anyone within line of sight to the charge. 2 men would go around the back to the small business office on the eastern face of the building. The other 4 would go into the department store and wreak havoc, ultimately to exit the rear of the building and commandeer a new truck for the escape. It was a simple plan, but even the basics could go horridly wrong, so things were made deliberately simple. Makara was obviously a coordinator, and among them a flamboyant one. Her purple hair and eyes gave that much away readily, but more to the point her teenage placement to graduate school, astrophysics, made her a candidate for Scandinavia's plans for military dropships and civilian jump ships. If anything, she did not want to go military. She had placed high in the MVB testing, but her family was pacifist and she lived in a deliberately neutral country for a reason. Orb would have been better, but that nation was a trouble magnet and living expenses were well outside her family's pay grade. Her parents were naturals, and chose to make her a first-gen coordinator to have the best possible shot at whatever life she wanted. The necessary genetic modification procedures had required a mortgage on the family property, but Makara had helped pay all that back last year by stock trading. Even still, the procedure would have been outside the family means except that the geneticist knocked 60% of the price off, in exchange for using Makara as a test subject for certain non-standard modifications based on persons with high spatial awareness. Makara had grown up with the expectation that she would be tested 4 times a year for certain talents, and those were some bizarre tests. Identifying a playing card on the far side of a barrier. Reading someone's mind? Science fiction was not that bizarre in some cases. With the arrival of the Magi, and their ready announcement that new types existed and had the same or similar traits, Makara began to believe the feelings she sometimes had were not just paranoia or coincidence. She was not the only person in her graduate school that had the same feelings, so 3 coordinator teens took a quick jaunt to Mendel to verify it in person at GARM, the Mendel Genetics Research Group. All 3 verified positive for new type traits, but the matter was not only genetic, it was existential and environmental, or so they had been told. By being pushed hard throughout their lives, graduate school at 17 in each of their cases, stress and challenge had blossomed what was effectively a potential into a nearly usable skill. Of course, the Magi knew just how to take a barely ready potential and force it out to the front. A game of laser tag between the 3 Scandinavians and 5 old-type Marines had resulted in an expected loss for the Scandinavians. They were going against professional soldiers, after all, but that was not the purpose of the exercise. By the end of the match, all 3 had been made aware of the extent of their new type skills. A rematch the next day, after some coaching from no less than the strategic Chinook Kalamira West, had resulted in a win for the Scandinavians. The 3 girls had left Mendel with satisfaction, but trepidation. Mendel embraced the new types, the coordinators, the trueborns, even naturals with no regard for station. Mendel also expected to be at war before the end of CE 73, nobody had said it, but all 3 girls could sense it in the very air of the colony. They had not wanted to join Mendel or join the war effort, but they also could guess they would not escape the blossoming war. When Makara went in for her fall testing at the lab of the geneticist that had performed the experiment, she aced it. As did her 2 friends, who came along for the ride that day. He makes that gesture toward me again, I am so going to rip his crank off and beat him unconscious with it, Kotona groused. You know he's out of line of sight, Kotona, Lena groused. If you did that much damage to him, you would have to explain it, and I don't think a magistrate would take kindly to GBH based on what we sense him doing. Right, Makara? Hey? Yeah, Makara shook her feeling off and continued rifling through shirts. That is gross, though. No way I'd do that anyway, especially with where he puts that thing. Yeah, in the bum of the dirtiest skank in town, Kotona shuddered briefly. I say we need to go look at pants, get away from him. I'm keeping an eye on both of them, the one guy in their group noted. Johan was the odd guy out in their group literally, but he was a nice guy and a very chivalrous pervert in a college full of regular teenagers and 20-somethings, so the NT trio kept him around for more than a few reasons. This clothes rack has a detachable crossbar. If he gets close, I pull it and flog his ass silly. Man, the more I think about it, Johan would fit in nicely if we ever moved to Mendel, Lena commented. Their Marines think that way as well. If we move there? I have every intention of it. I am going to put myself through jump engineer school, Kotona said directly. And I will probably go in as a jump engine pilot after I finish college here, Makara groused. That means I need to pick a field for the jump ship projects then, maybe a what the hell is that? Lena changed gears so abruptly it was almost unnoticeable. Oh shit, Makara half-moaned after she picked up the feeling. Blue Cosmos attack. The next indication to the group was the southwest wall section of the department store caving in due to an explosion inside the restaurant on the far side of the wall. What, no way? Johan half-shouted even as the sound of automatic weapons fire made it obvious this was a direct terrorist attack. Out the back. Quickly. Makara and Kotona did not need a large amount of encouraging to run. Lena had to be fairly dragged in the direction of the east side fire escape doors, but after about 10 meters her legs found the power to move on her own and she quickly outpaced Johan. At the northeast corner of the store, the facility had a warehouse backing, a small one, that faced the truck docks, and with it was personnel doors. Johann could see the card readers at a distance, so he knew the doors were secured. Get clear! Get clear! He half shouted. After the three girls cleared the door, Johann set his shoulder and leaned into a charge. The impact was indistinguishable from a grenade detonating somewhere else in the store, but it also did not open the door. Oh, that went well, Johann groused after he shook off the impact. You bent the door. Try it again. Lena shouted over the sound of gunfire. Okay. Johann braced, dropped his shoulder into it, and charged again. A second hit breached the door and set off the facility security alarms. It was doubtless that the authorities were already on the way, but a professional security company could always reinforce the calls coming in. On the far side of the door, he charged 2 meters and slammed into a stock clerk who was confused by the noise but not yet panicking. Kodona picked Johann up while Makara and Lena picked the clerk up. Given the obviously broken leg from Johann's charging attack, she would need the help. What the hell's happening? Who are you people? There's a terrorist attack at the store. We have to get out of here. Lena half shouted as the three began the process of limping toward the truck docks. Makara could only guess the lady was also coordinator by the green hair. If she hung around, the blue cosmos pukes would certainly kill her. What? That noise? I thought it was a birthday party popper, or the sight of several heavy bullets punching through the light industrial internal walls brought her protest to a halt. No way. No shit. Johann retorted. Here, give her to me. I can carry her faster than you two can. Grudgingly, Makara and Lena surrendered the clerk, to which Johann picked her up in a classic fireman's carry. Much as he said, he could one person carry her faster than the two girls could limp her along. For the group, the distance to the truck dock section was short, though not without hazard still. Blue Cosmos was attacking the clients and the sales staff, but bullets tended to go through light barriers such as plasterboard and fiberglass insulation. Several bursts of fire came close after punching through the walls, with one forklift operator dropped not far from them by a stray round. The surreality of it was far more shocking than the actual death. Standing one moment, a barely noticeable hit to the head, one dropped forklift operator. No flopping around, no dying dramatics, not even a gasp, just thud down dead, one. It caused a moment's hesitation and staring at the deceased until a burst of fire came close to them and reminded the escapees of their troubles. Outside the truck dock, Makara took only a second to find a vehicle still running. There. That cargo van. She pointed Lena toward the vehicle, though Kodona was first to head in that direction, followed by Johann with the injured clerk. 20 yards dash and the five were at the vehicle. Makara made no bones about throwing the side door open so they could get in. The driver was sufficiently frightened by it that he whipped around on them, but hesitated before he struck Makara with a wrench. What the hell's going on? Who are you people? The plumber asked quickly. Terrorist attack in the store. We have to get out of here. Kodona gave him the short version. Jesus. Get in. Get in. The plumber jumped forward and took seat at the wheel. Makara jumped in first to assist Johann in laying out the clerk, not a simple task without making the broken leg worse. After the clerk was inside, she moved to help Lena get in, though past Johann's shoulder she saw the last thing she wanted to see. Gun! She shouted. The sounds of bullet impacts in his van caused the plumber to panic and slam on the gas. Kodona and Johann were able to drag Lena into the van even after it was moving, though just barely. Close that door! The driver shouted. We made it! Lena shouted. After she looked around the van, she realized her shout was in error. Makara! Are you all right? No, I've been shot. Makara half shouted in frustration, holding pressure on her hip to try and stem the blood flow. Plumber man, do you have a medkit in here? Johann asked. Yeah, under the passenger seat. Jesus fucking Christ. He slammed the steering wheel several times in frustration. Where's the hospital in this town? Forget the hospital, Blue Cosmos has been attacking hospitals parallel to other operations. Head for the Mendel consulate at the starport. Lena said. What? The plumber asked before he took a hard right turn in the direction of the starport. Serious? We can get medical attention and a lot better security at the consulate, Lena said. That CB radio, does it work? Kodona asked after a moment of considering the options. Yeah, it works, the driver said. Kodona moved forward in the van, sat down in the passenger seat, and turned it on. Kodona picked up the handset, then realized she didn't know the proper channel for a CB in an emergency. What channel is used for emergencies? Channel 9, the driver twisted the selector to the requested channel. Kodona hesitated for a moment, considering what she knew of old American on-the-road movies and what the etiquette was for citizen band radios. After she remembered one particularly off-the-wall comedy movie that involved CB radios, she keyed the microphone. X. The consulate marines had gone to full alert status at the first mention of an attack, and for good purpose. A less than smart blue Cosmos cell had tried driving up to the embassy in a panel truck to ambush the gate guards, but that was easily corrected with a couple magazines of 10-gauge double-barreled buckshot. 10 minutes later, the load bed of the truck was still dripping blood from the 10 terrorists that had made the abortive assault far too easy for Marines to counter. The Marine Camo officer had all of his ESM systems active, in hopes of breaking their intel cycle and compromising the rest of the enemy cells in Hadimra. The Scandinavian law enforcement groups had openly solicited the Marines for an assist if anything like this were to happen, and Magi personnel were readily willing to drop some terrorists on an assist request. So, when he caught a whiff of a CB radio, it had his attention immediately. Especially given the directed nature of the call. Breaker Channel 9 for Mendel Consulate Hadimra, does anyone read me? This is Mendel Marines at Consulate, Breaker, state your emergency, the Camo officer replied. CB radios were commonplace among the Magi, and Marines all had automatic radio receivers to pick up traffic on Channel 9 for emergency purposes. Consulate, we are civilians caught in an attack at a department store not far from the starport. We have injured persons in the vehicle and shit. The girl on the mic did not let off the PTT switch, so the Marines heard the sound of gunfire punching through a civilian vehicle, and shortly thereafter the screech of someone who had been hit. Consulate, update, we have more injured persons in the vehicle. Requesting medical support. Oh shit, the Marine Point commander said. Bring them in and have them stop out here, he made the call. Breaker, Consulate, do you know how to get here? The Camo Marine requested. I've been there for travel arrangements, the speaker said. We'll be there in a minute. Breaker, this is Star Commander of Consulate Marines. Stop your vehicle in front of the facility and await further instructions. We have had an attack here as well. What is your vehicle? The Star Commander of the Marines at the consulate requested, having listened into the evolving conversation. We're in a cargo van for a plumbing company, and we've absorbed quite a lot of gunfire, the girl on the far end of the radio channel said. Command, sniper, I have eyes on, she's coming in hot, the one armor sniper in the unit reported. I confirm vehicle, it is the same plumber we use, and he has a teen in the passenger seat who's holding a rag to her head and a CB microphone. Medical staff, Marine Command, stand to for casualties. Marines, full safety on bogey vehicle. Consulate Camo Room, report to Primary Embassy in Stockholm that we are receiving casualties from the fighting in town, we need trauma supplies, reinforcements and medevac dust-off. The point commander at the gate dropped a flare on the ground where he wanted the vehicle to stop. Breaker, Consulate, stop at the flare. Do not exit the vehicle, we will come to you. Repeat, do not exit the vehicle, we will come to you, the Camo officer ordered. I understand, the lady said. The driver slowed down rapidly but did manage to stop just short of the flare in the road. We're here, the plumber said. God damn it, this hurts, he complained for not the first time. His right arm hung limp at his side, the upper arm bone shattered by a passing rifle round, though he considered himself thankful, if he had not tried dodging left toward the shooter, the lady at the CB would have been killed by the burst that clipped his arm. Why are they pointing guns at us? We're the victims here. Lena asked. Security protocols, the plumber answered curtly, staring down the twin barrels of a combat shotgun. Makara smiled weakly, expecting this to a degree. The second round of gunfire had resulted in another hit on her, this time in the leg, which Johan had tied off a tourniquet on it already to stop the blood flow. She was not hugely surprised when the side door of the van was ripped open, and the first sight anyone saw was a pistol with tactical light turned on. It did not take the Marine more than 3 seconds to understand what was at hand. Mother of God! Medics to the front immediately. Everyone in this vehicle is notably wounded except the front passenger. 3 casualties in the rear plus the driver. The point commander declared. The Marine with the pistol holstered his weapon and reached in to pull Johan out. This time it was the girl's escort that was lifted out of a situation in a fireman's carry, though this one was by a Mendel Marine in full armor. He went a short distance before the Marine was intercepted by a gurney for the casualty. Makara considered that she never noticed how the Marines carried their impressive collection of long arms, but the grip points on the back of their shoulder plates were ingenious in keeping the weapons handy but out of the way. Still, it was a fleeting thought before pain overcame her sense of self and her curiosity as the point commander pulled her out of the vehicle and hiked her the short distance to the waiting medical staff. You're going to be all right, kid, the medtech said as she strapped Makara down to the gurney for transport. You'll all be all right. Makara thought she heard sirens, but the blood loss was beginning to cause problems with lucidity. She blacked out shortly after she passed through the gate into the consulate. XXX. March 4 CE 73, 0105 hours UTC. Commercial Block 2, Land Strip 3, Mendel 2 Colony. Months had gone by, stores had come and go, but Harold White had held onto his business in the rough and tumble markets of Mendel 2 with a vengeance. His old world merchandise, and the electronics store next door to him, had survived where scores of other businesses had failed miserably. Such was his business that he even had 2 part-time clerks to help stock, build merchandise, and run cashier detail. Even with the changing situation, Harold still kept to his down-home ways. The spittoon outside the store was presently a quarter full, the shop was simply closed up, he did not have security bars or grates, Mendel and Mendel too were very low-risk colonies, and he slept in a rocking chair outside his store every night, looking up at the stars through the Siliplex window sheet on the far side of the colony. In this area of the Commercial 2 district, there was not a huge amount of activity late at night, so he could sleep outside in relative peace. The Marines were even respectful enough to pass by him on the far side of the road, so they did not disturb him on their patrols. Of course, when something did happen in his vicinity, Harold had a sixth sense about these things that immediately woke him up. "Get the gas ready," someone said nearby the old shop proprietor. I've got it. How many bottles do we have?" 6 whiskey bottles, 2 wine bottles and a 40 bottle of vodka, the first person said. "Hey, there's still vodka in here," the second person said. Harold cracked one of his eyes enough to look at what was going on, and saw a teenager take a swig of what he guessed was vodka. "Ready? Okay, fill them with gas, plug the neck with a rag, light the rag, and chuck 'em. Simple enough, even for your drunk ass," the first speaker said. "I've got it, serious. I'm not that drunk." Harold could smell the fumes of gasoline in the air, which immediately stimulated him awake in a hurry. Just after he came fully conscious, he could see a lighter flick open and throw a flame. Molotov cocktails, Harold thought immediately. Some of his friends had played around with them in his youth, but they had never used them as a purposeful weapon. In this case, though, they were used as a weapon just as soon as Harold rocked forward to stand. The first bottle went toward the window on the building next door, the electronics shop. Harold White could not remember if the owner and his family was in, but he wasn't going to take a chance. As the taller of the two loosed the second bottle, which did break in a window and caused a shout from the room, the old country boy stepped into action. Next to his chair he kept an old break-action double-barrel Greener shotgun, which he had rebarreled into 10-gauge to match the common Magi shells. The old man brought the gun to bear a second before the third bottle was loosed, and fired a shot into the nearer of the 2 punks while the bottle was still in hand. The first punk shouted in surprise, but Harold's target went down hard, with the bottle of gasoline under the now dying threat. The taller punk was holding a bottle, so Harold centered and fired his other barrel. The cheap bottle broke when it landed, a pool of flaming gas reaching out for the rest of the small gas canister. "Oh, crap," he groused after seeing flames in the window of the shop next door. The shotgun went down to the ground and he next reached for a phone on the wall of his shop. Next day. Equatorial Union. A teary-eyed lady stepped up to the press podium. "My son was no manner of the monster that the reports from Mendel have portrayed him to be. He was a caring soccer player, an honor student at his high school, and a volunteer at the church around the corner. He would never have been capable of the list of crimes Mendel slanders his name with." "Miss, do you have any words for the Mendel administration?" a reporter asked. "I ask the Mendel administration to cease slandering our family with these lies, and to charge the owner of the shop with murder as he rightfully needs. Only then will my son rest in peace." 6 hours later. Orb National News Network. "This is a travesty of justice. Street justice gone horridly wrong. An innocent kid blown away by an old man with an itchy trigger finger." One of the commentators half shouted at her rival on the comment segment. "Yes, and damn good for the old man." The rival shot back. "The kid was incinerated by his own Molotov cocktail after the old man dropped him. The store next door was burned out by those cocktails. 2 kids dead in the family of that store owner, and you think the street justice is the travesty? You cannot possibly believe that load of bull. Of course Mendel will do anything it can to cover up the crimes of its citizens against the rest of the world," the elder lady on the program decried. "They have a history of lying at every level, and I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't learn this was a Marine with an itchy trigger finger, not just an old guy with a double barrel," the First Lady said, creating a whole new conspiracy theory out of whole cloth. Within 2 hours, a clamor would go up for the Marine in question to be publicly outed and punished, as well as the old guy for being part of the conspiracy. 4 hours later. ZAFT Supreme Council Building. "The press has been looking for an incident like this," the ambassador to ZAFT from Mendel groused. "Give them anything that smacks of atrocity, they will skew, distort, and magnify it from a non-incident into a roaring inferno of suck. Video evidence would have cleared this incident up in less than a day," Durandal replied. "Ambassador Greer, we have our news agencies not repeating the party line from Earth, and we have some experts on the networks to cover Mendel's side of the story, but in no fashion does this look good. Chairman, it does not look good, but in reality proper justice never looks or feels good. It is always messy, always brutal, it is not engineered to feel good," Star Captain Greer answered curtly. Sorry for the lady's loss, but her son was a hooligan with a long bloody list of minor infractions. He spent more time in term of bond than he did in high school, and he sure as hell was no honor student or church volunteer. His first at-bat in the major league crime levels and he gets blown away by an old coot with a greener. My apologies for sounding cynical about it, but he paid his money and he took his chances, and the dice said no way, Jose on this one. I doubt I will lose sleep over this incident. You may not, Ambassador, Durandal commented. A lot of phone lines are burning up over this incident, and a world grows an ever larger negative opinion of Mendel. You may think it is no big deal, but you can expect repercussions from it. 10 hours later. Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is a bitch, the Marine Point commander at the gates to the embassy said. We're not the only embassy with a riot at our front door, the star commander in charge of security answered directly. Thankfully, none of them have really tried pushing their luck, though Equatorial got a bit hairy. A piece of tire tread landed next to the point commander, followed by a beer bottle smashing on the side of his helmet. Some consolation that is, sir, he groused. At least we are getting police support, the unit sniper answered with slight cheer to voice. At the Equatorial Embassy, the local police had stood down their guard of the facility, leaving only the Marines to guard against 1,000 pissed-off rioters. The press had been on scene to catch it, of course, when a Marine heavy weapons officer had sprayed a line into the road with a 10mm Gatling, roughly 15 meters in front of the onrushing mob. The mob had wisely stopped dead before the line, but the necessity of force to defend themselves only added fuel to the increasing fire. 2 hours later. Mendel Administration Building. Not the first time I have seen this, Wayne Centura said after Gerald turned off the television. They are building a casus belli, a reason for war, Gerald confirmed his commander's thoughts. Damnable press. We have put out multiple reports, the full investigation records, and sworn statements, yet still they run with conspiracy theories and unsubstantiated blow. And too damn bad we cannot hold them responsible for the inevitable war to come, Wayne groused. Freedom of the press, Gerald answered with clear disgust for their misuse of it. And you know we cannot use any conspiracy statutes on them, even though it amounts to one. Same problem as with Hitler, he was guilty as hell, as was his subordinates, but you will never find an actual internal document of orders to commit the Holocaust that has Hitler's signature on it. I know, Wayne Centura acknowledged the validity of the historical example. Sycophants, doing their paymasters' unspoken bidding, and everyone else shall pay the price for their lust of news. Gods help us all, we will need it when this shit finishes hitting the fan. History is such a bitch when it repeats itself like this, Century Commander Lightbringer decried the coming storm. I wonder, when we gain the inevitable triumph in this matter, will we try them and find no documentation in the same fashion as did Nuremberg in the 1940s? XXX. March 9 CE 73, 1000 hours Lima. Downtown Stockholm, Sweden. In much the same fashion as the meet with the President of the USSA, the meet with the Crown Prince of Scandinavia was on the down low. Unlike the other meets, this one was not early in their time in country. Lakes had done 3 concerts in Stockholm already, and was scheduled for a concert tomorrow and the next 4 days in Hedemora before a flight to Copernicus, then ZAFT, then to Mendel and afterwards home. Incidentally, Kira and Lakes had been in a hotel across the street from the Mendel embassy in Jakarta. Kira had been instantly terrified of what he thought would be a bloodbath when the Marine famously drew a line on the road with his minigun, and instantly relieved when nobody had been harmed by that warning. On the other hand, the use of tear gas, rubber buckshot, beanbags, sting ball grenades, and a water cannon had resulted in injuries to the rioters but no deaths. That incident had only added fuel to the growing fire around the incident with the arsonists, which the Orb intelligence service had confirmed as Mendel reported, not as the press reported it. Kira figured these meets, informal and unobtrusive, were better than official visits of state, such as they would be. Lakes was no member of government in Orb, so it would still not have been official, because everyone could speak closer to directly. It also meant that, if necessary, the politicians on the far side of the table could deny having said anything, if required to maintain their solvency. Not that Kira expected such conduct from anyone he had thus far spoken to, but it was always possible. This diner was not far removed from the diner they had spoken to Prince Adjutant Armin in Equatorial in weeks past, which was not far removed from the diner they had spoken to Chairman Harvey Jones of Oceania a week before that, which was almost the same as the diner they had spoke with Ed Harrelson and the President of the USSA. Such a pattern was bad form, technically, but on a mission like this, the likelihood of enemy action was remote. Lakes was technically burnt out in terms of political horsepower or political value, being a private civilian in a nation that didn't give a huge amount of credence to its civilians, and was only really on a short tour of the major and minor nations. Nothing huge or headline-grabbing. Kira had 2 SPO officers pegged already, one plain clothes and one that apparently used the diner as a frequent stop, but both were relatively obvious for Kira, who was also an SPO by trade. A third person in the outside seating of the diner might be an SPO, but he might have also been a low-level office worker given the stuff he was reading out of a fairly thick file folder. The other major interesting point visible from the diner was the small traveling Viking actors and actresses fair in the park across the street. They were doing the typically exaggerated Viking things, though they were more interactive with the crowd of kids and adults than most such demonstrations would have been. Particularly of note was the longboat set up on a truck trailer, and persons of all ages were welcomed up onto it to take a turn at the oars, which had been specially retrofitted to simulate the resistance of water. Kira figured he wanted to take a shot at running those oars, but he did not want to spend all day at it like the Vikings did in centuries past. Of course, Kira figured whenever he came up with a good plan, someone else came up with a different idea for him. I wonder if it would be possible to see what those ladies are doing with the fabric, she asked after a couple minutes of staring. Dyeing the fabric, a man said from behind Lakis. Yamato and Klein, I take it. He said. We are. You? Kira asked suspiciously. Carl Grimson, retainer, the man said. And the your ward? Lakis caught herself before she gave his title, to prevent blowing his cover. He's been here the whole time, the retainer answered. After a moment, he waved to the guy that Kira passed over as a SPO, the one with the massive folder and documents. After the gesture, the slightly older than 20 man closed the folder and stood up to come over. Sir, the retainer held a chair for the approaching prince under cover. As the prince walked past the two, he set the folder down in front of Kira, then ungracefully flopped down into the chair. Gustav. I welcome you to Scandinavia, Lakis, Kira. And this folder? Kira asked, tapping on it twice. A present for you, and mostly for Kisaka back in your home country. That's the record of every Bravo Charlie attack in our borders or on our shipping in the past 3 months. They've started a real heavy campaign of terror and slaughter in this country in the past 50 days, and they kicked it off Invasion USA style. Ever seen that movie? Never heard of it, Kira admitted. United States, 1980s B-movie starring a legend in the acting community, Chuck Norris. Watch it, it's pretty hard, and very shocking to realize exactly how easy it is to do something like that even in the here and now. I'll warn you, it gets bloody, so don't watch it with any little kids around. I'll look into it, Kira semi-lied. He didn't really want to watch an old American action flick, mainly because having watched Platoon as a kid had somewhat scarred him and driven him away from the genre, and violence in general until he was forced into battle in Heliopolis. Anyway, that aside, what brings you two into a meet with us? We want to talk peace, Lakis noted. That's a hard commodity to come by in the here and now, the retainer said. Are you offering a path to some, or just suggesting it? At present suggesting it, Lakis admitted. I am looking for that path. You're looking in all the wrong places, Prince Gustav said directly. Every government on this planet knows we're headed for war at breakneck speeds. There is a reason for that, and that reason is terrestrial and existential. What is that reason? Kira asked just as directly as the prince was speaking. After a moment, he realized that his conduct could be considered impertinent or disrespectful to a crown prince. The reason is under your right hand. Kira looked down to his right hand, and saw it resting on the folder of BC incidents. Before you say anything, Kira, you should know that on a post-it note inside the back of that folder is the BC bounties on both of your heads. Think about that for a moment. The two presently most harmless heroes in the Earth sphere, and you are still worth 6 figs dead or alive. I'll give you a minute to let that sink in before we continue. Kira did indeed hold his silence for a minute, which stretched into 2 minutes after his mind went onto a separate tangent. When he figured he had the thought, he looked up from the folder. It's not right, even if it is real. Like you said, we're effectively harmless nowadays. Why target us? You are symbols, everything the BC pukes envy and despise. They target Scandinavia because we are considered the weakest of the neutral nations, in the hopes of terrorizing us into becoming a BC affiliate. The retainer snorted derisively at that thought, which caused the prince to smile. All they have succeeded in is to assure that when the party begins, we're going to kick some ass and try to settle this matter once and for all. And you can take that straight to Kagalai, because that is the official position of Scandinavia, so saith the king. Kira choked up after hearing that from the crown prince, but not for the content of the message. After a moment, he put voice to the loud and screaming thought in his head. That sounds a lot like. It sounds much like a certain spaceborne party you are renowned for not liking whatsoever, the crown prince said. In all reality, I don't particularly like Mendel much, either. They have an institutional arrogance about them that is never stated, but always there. I'm pretty sure you know what I am talking about. I do, Kira answered, remembering particularly the exchange between himself and Century Commander Lightbringer, where the old mage officer had threatened to use Kira's arse as a hood ornament on his new easel. Arrogant they certainly are, he reconfirmed his prior judgment on Mendel. Well, they are arrogant to a fault, but they have one thing down pat. They get stuff done when they have a need to do it. And, More to the point, they are willing to completely fly in the face of anyone who wants to complain about it. Arrogant to a fault, as I said, but results are hard to argue with. Kira picked up that gauntlet. That's not the best set of results, becoming an international pariah. Who complains? The Earth Alliance? Blue Cosmos runs that joint, and they will never be happy. Equatorial? Same problem, only without Blue Cosmos in the mix. ZAFT? They are not complaining. Same with the USSA and here in Scandinavia. Copernicus loves Mendel, they get shipping and industry from L4. The press, the talking heads? On any given day, they change their tune faster than a radio station, so they don't really count. That leaves Orb, which is schizophrenic on the subject of Mendel. I believe the threshold of international pariah is somewhere above 50%. Kira acknowledged the point with a grunt, followed shortly by a sigh of resignation. It's kinda depressing, really. A world full of reasonable people, and still this? Lakis asked, waving her hand at the folder under Kira's arm. Gustav sighed, it was time for a rather nasty history lesson on the subject of national populations, even as much as he hated giving such direct lessons. Nazi Germany was a country full of reasonable people, and less than 0.5% of its population was Nazis, or otherwise unreasonable people to use the same analogy. I'm pretty sure you've read the same history books as I have, so you know how well that turned out. Blue Cosmos is less than 1 million people worldwide, which comes out to 0.03%, or 0.03% of the population of this planet. And we're still headed face first into a brick wall, with bells on and wearing a smile about it. Okay, what do we do? Kira asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. If you're asking what you should do, well, that's your prerogative. You can continue trying to gin up support for peace, but you'll never convince Blue Cosmos peace is the way to go. If you're asking what Orb should do, well, I recommend just standing by and watching while the rest of us hash it out. It is Orb's predilection to stand on the sideline and make noise, after all. It's worked out pretty well so far, and if you play it right you might be able to stay out of this round. Lakis fought back the urge to stand up and stomp off, as did Kira. After a few moments, Kira returned the favor, as opposed to walking face first into the wall, smile and bells and all. What will that get you? Peace, or knocked out from the concussion, the retainer said. Evil triumphs when good men do nothing, the prince said, which caused both Kira and Lakis to dwell on him. The good men of the world have done nothing about this evil for decades, then suddenly a ship full of good men shows up on our doorstep and they aren't as lazy as the rest of this planet. Showdown at high noon, film at 11. And this time, Scandinavia intends to be on the proper side of this battlefield, not standing on the sidelines making noise about it. Prince Gustav stood up after his reiteration of the kingdom's position. I know your record, Kira, but I also know you were tortured by what you had to do. I am an artillery captain in the Royal Guard, so I know what the cannons sound like, and I was involved in Operation Elvis in Australia so I had some time on the battlefield. You need to decide for yourself whether you actually want some peace in your lifetime, or if you just want to keep talking about it. Both prince and retainer left the table without further word. Kira and Lakis remained, half infuriated and half depressed by the results of their conversation. X. March 15, 1000 hours. Hedemora Starport, Hedemora, Sweden, Scandinavia territory. Boarding for Flight 633, dropship to Copernicus then Mendel, now boarding for transport to dropship at Ramp 7. Repeat, Flight 633, boarding at Ramp 7. That is our flight, Kira confirmed, juggling his carry-on bag to get to his ticket for the flight. Oh, where is Ramp 7? Lakis asked, since the signs were not as clear as they could have been. I think it is this way, Kira noted, waving his ticket toward the dropship loading areas. Shuttles and aircraft loaded on the west side of the starport terminal, dropships on the east, though you could not land a spheroid dropship close enough to connect a tunnel to it. These were the most common type of dropships, as Magi had an aversion to aerodyne dropships due to cost and size limitations. Passengers would load on shuttle buses and drive out to the waiting dropship, often enough driving into the dropship to unload the passengers right where they needed to be. Lot of Mendel personnel here, Lakis noted, personally counting some 24 of the Magi urban digital camo uniforms, and 2 full armored marines talking with some unarmored personnel. This is a major flight to Mendel, so they are probably rotating personnel, Kira judged, though not incorrectly on the matter. The superstar and the retired ace pilot continued their march toward Ramp 7, following the signs that were written in English, Swedish, and Japanese for convenience of the major groups of passengers that transited the starport. It was no different from any other airport or starport throughout the Earth's sphere, and Lakis had seen her fair share of them. Another thing she had seen at such places was the tearful goodbyes of those who were departing, possibly forever. Though, one in particular caught her attention in this wing of the starport. I know this isn't what you want to do, and it's not something we want to see you do, but I respect it, the father of a young lady said to her. Did they ever say why they would not take you? Her mother asked. Lakis could guess they were probably naturals, but the daughter was definitely a coordinator. I don't know, they didn't say. They refused us all. The daughter shrugged. Their loss, Mendel's gain. Kodona, Lena, stay safe out there and watch each other's backs. Johan, I expect you will keep the three of them safe. The large, burly 20-something with the three ladies chuckled. They go to pilot, I will likely be in the infantry. I guess it will be they keeping me safe, sir, he said with clear humor to voice. Whatever you do, don't let your hatred take over, the father said to them all. I've seen guys go off the deep end with hate. It never ends well. We've had a week to think this over, father, the lady with the purple hair noted. We're not in it because we hate the bastards, we're in it for stopping this crap once and for all. Then go with a clear heart, Makara, and make sure you come back alive, the mother said. The intercom chimed 2 bells. Second call, boarding for Flight 633, dropship to Copernicus then Mendel, now boarding for transport to dropship at Ramp 7. Repeat, Flight 633, boarding at Ramp 7. We must be off, mother, father. I will message and if we get some leave I will try to come home. We all will, the tallest of the three ladies said. That's different, Kira noted, watching the 4 head toward the buses that were starting to fill up. Yeah, they're headed Mendel way, and they're wearing fatigues, but they're forest colors. Lakis asked, knowing that Mendel personnel tended to wear urban camo of one stripe or another. I want to hear this story. Let's head for the bus they're on. Down the number 7 ramp and into the bus was no big deal, they even trailed in behind the big guy of the quad and took seat next to him. Eerily, the rest of the bus filled in with either Scandinavian military personnel rotating into the colonies or Mendel military persons rotating out of the Scandinavian service. After the bus started up and began the run to the dropship, a single question was asked. These the group you were talking about, Galaxy Commander? A pilot officer asked while waving a finger at the 4 in the forest color camo. It is, Kira looked to the speaker, and only then did he realize he was sitting across the aisle from Galaxy Commander Rico, the GC of Aero Fighters for the Mjir. Pilot candidates Makara, Lena, Kodona, and Infantry Operations Specialist Johan. Welcome to the 1st Scandinavian Irregular Regiment. You'll be with me for your induction, then I have to hot jump over to ZAFT territory for a meeting. A pleasure, sir, Kodona answered immediately. And these two? They in as well. A quartermaster waved his finger at Lakis and Kira. They don't look like they have the right mindset for what they're about to drop into. These two, no, they are not involved, Rico waved his finger at the pair. An international pop star and a retired Gundam pilot from Orb would have no place in a Scandinavian irregular formation. Not that the one on the left could not hold his own, mind you, but I gather he retired for a reason. Best to let the sleeping wolf fly, such as it is. I did, Kira answered the implicit challenge. Well, enjoy your retirement, kid, the much older Galaxy Commander said. I am looking forward to the concert in Mendel in a couple weeks. I believe at least 2 others on the command staff have tickets as well. That is, surprising, Lakis noted. Nah, not really, Rico countered, then looked down the length of the bus. Anyone in here think she's a good singer? Just about everyone in the bus shouted either hi or Scylla at the Galaxy Commander's question. It was mildly embarrassing to Lakis, especially given she was sitting in a bus full of military personnel, not her usual fanbus. Nobody questions your skill in the arena of the song, Lakis. Certainly not we Magi, who are more audiophile than warmonger. Again, a bunch of the other persons around the inside of the bus affirmed it in the usual Magi way, loud and noisy. Our only issue is with your challenging the judgments of a people who have lived 16,000 years in constant preparation to survive the end of existence. Still, not here to do any preaching, today is not a good day for such conduct. I am just here to ferry 4 to their duty post in Mendel. XXX. March 16 CE 73, 19:15 hours UTC. Office of the Chairman of ZAFT, Colony Aprilis 1, ZAFT Territory. And this is, the weird part. Star Colonel Wilhelm noted. It certainly ain't the easy part, Galaxy Commander Rico considered. Star Captain / Ambassador Greer agreed. Here, he advanced upon a single space, entering the no-man's land of the center of the board first on his team. I can think of one way to improve this already, Commander Isaac Jowl opined. Make the board backlit, and show indicator lines for the pieces for legal moves. He picked up a bishop and moved it diagonally across the hex grid board into Talia's area to reinforce her position. Chess on a hex grid board, this is definitely different, Talia said with a hint of reverence. You'd have to be well above the level of the old chess geniuses to master this. It is certainly a different form of challenge, Chairman Durandal noted. He was an old hand with the normal chess set, but the pace of action in Mech Warriors chess was a definite departure from his norm. I have always sucked at this game, but I keep coming back to it, Galaxy Commander Rico groused. After a moment, he moved his starboard rook forward to a position where he could use it to threaten Durandal's echelon left battle line or move in the side directions towards Talia or Isaac. I am not far behind you, Star Captain Greer groused. Pikers. You actually have a clue, I don't, Talia complained. Is this legal? She moved a knight forward to a position 3 hexes left and 1 forward. It is, almost, Wilhelm answered. 1 hex to the right is proper position. Got it, Talia said before she had a sip of cognac. One of the major problems with this is the size. Everyone is used to an 8x8 playing field for normal chess, but not a 12 hex per sideboard that spans 23 hexes across. Almost 3 times the length of battle board to cover, and 5-6 times the battlefield space. Wilhelm considered. Here, and he moved a bishop to an area where he could range into Isaac's territory almost at will. At least the rules are compensated to allow a little faster gameplay, Durandal said with a hint of cheer. He moved a pawn 2 spaces forward, which was a default move for it in normal processes. Pawns could still only attack to the left or right forward hexes, but they could jump forward 4 hexes from their start position in this variation of chess. Always with the mobility, Ambassador Greer commented wryly. He moved a bishop to a position left and behind the pawn he moved into no man's land earlier, making something of a defensive position from which to operate later. Of course, Isaac could guess what the ambassador was doing, and he didn't want any part of that happening right now. The move of a rook to a blocking position forced a threat on the ambassador's bishop, move it or lose it. So, while we're at it, what is today's discussion? Durandal asked while Rico considered his options. How stand you at the ready for the inevitable? Rico asked after he moved a pawn forward a single hex, trying to bait Talia into moving in his general direction. It is coming, Durandal replied evenly. We are quietly preparing machines and men for it even as we game here. The Minerva will be ready to launch as soon as the battle begins. You? Talia asked before she moved her other knight toward Rico's bait, but indirectly she saw the trap, but not the safeties Wilhelm was providing for it. We have been slowly recalling personnel as their civilian positions can be backfilled with incoming refugees, Rico admitted. Additionally, we are getting an influx of people who are willing to fight and fight to the death, such as it shall be. We have enough personnel to reactivate all of our ships except the Gertie Lu, and we are not far from that hallmark at present. I was not expecting Mendel to be caught flat-footed, good to see you're seeing the writing on the wall, Isaac commented. Talia moved a pawn of hers to counter, given she saw the trap at hand. Given the hamburger job done on Mendel by the family of those arsonists, it is roughly obvious what is happening. The Earth Alliance wants an illusion of human rights violations, before they violate our human rights, Star Colonel Wilhelm fronted. He moved a knight to provide cover to the ambassador from the right flank. The illusion is in place already, Durandal judged. Now, all they need is a traditional casus belli, and the game is up. Symbolically, Durandal made the first truly offensive move of the game, striking down Wilhelm's out-of-place knight with a rook he was using for left flank security on his battle line. They will begin with their nuclear weapons, Isaac dropped his opinion. They have to, at this point in the game. They know their navy is no better than rowboats and rubber duckies before Mendel's warships, so they have to take Mendel out hard and fast. That can only be achieved by some form of nuclear engagement. Planet side, or from the moon? Rico asked. Ambassador Greer moved his bishop to strike down the rook that Durandal had used against Wilhelm, though only after the counterattack did he realize he was vulnerable to a strike from Isaac in so doing. Both, Isaac opined at the same time one of his rooks reached across the board to drop the ambassador's bishop. Their ICBMs have the capability of targeting the Lagrange points, and of course they have a stockpile on the moon which they will chew through in a hurry. Be ready for it. Oh, we will be, Rico said with a savage tone of voice. We will be. XXX. March 20 CE 73, 1800 hours Lima. Neutral City Copernicus, Luna. This is independent field reporter Jess Rabel, bringing to the Earth sphere a scoop of no small proportions or ramifications. Jess began his monologue to the cameras of the major interplanetary news networks. The report was also going out on non-standard media, so it would reach nearly everyone throughout the planet. Within the past several months, it has become apparent that the major military players of the Earth Alliance, ZAFT, Mendel, and the United States of South America have all been preparing heavily for a coming war. Conscription riots have been seen throughout the Earth Alliance Eurasian territories, and direct rebellion of several provinces in the Republic of East Asia has marked the major news networks' lead stories over the past month. Now, to this point it has been assumed that this was all preparation for a theoretical war, though I have obtained information and video evidence that this war has already gone hot, and nobody has made mention of it until today. Jess took a breath. This was either going to be the hot scoop of the year, or it would be his swan song into journalistic oblivion. Allow me to set the stage. On or about January 20th, an unknown heavy warship attacked the ZAFT Colony Armory 1, in the L4 area and in clear view to Mendel's territory, warships, and patrols. At that time, Mendel did nothing to stop the warship in question, and allowed it to depart the area without any form of interdiction. Playing now is part of the video recovered from the captured warship during its attack on Armory 1. Over 2 billion television sets across the world showed the footage of the Gertie-Lu gun cameras as the ship engaged and destroyed a ZAFT Nazca-class ship. The unknown warship doing the shooting is no longer unknown to any party involved in the incident, ZAFT, Mendel, or the Earth Alliance. This warship is designated Gertie-Lu, and it is an Earth Alliance ship operated as part of their Phantom Pain Special Forces/Black Operations Division. Now, bear in mind that as of the attack on Armory 1, all we have so far is the Earth Alliance assaulting and raiding Armory 1, Mendel so far is uninvolved. Part of the video isolated on the 3 captured machines from Armory 1. These 3 machines were ZAFT Gundams, part of their New Millennium series. They were captured by infiltrators of the Earth Alliance, and escaped with the ship. A segment of the battle footage included Commodore Roanoke and his Axis mobile armor, shredding enemy ZAKU units with superior maneuver and repeated hammerings of gunfire. Another design feature of the Gertie-Lu is the ability to use Mirage Colloid, a restricted technology under the Junius Treaty. The warship used the cloak system to ingress undetected, ambush the ZAFT defenses around Armory 1, and depart the area undetected by either ZAFT or Mendel. This is the critical thing: they were not tracked on departure from the theater, making the second incident in the Gertie-Lu's history something of a massive accident. The last part of the file footage of the Armory 1 incident was the ship going to cloak, as seen by a damaged ZAKU Phantom. 4 days later, January 24th of this year, the Gertie-Lu dropped its cloak just outside the debris belt, where it thought it was safe. Unbeknownst to the Phantom Pain warship, they were headed nose first toward the Mendel warship Dominion, which was on maneuvers in the debris belt shoal zone for training and combat simulation. The Dominion was quick to take an ambush position and lie in wait for the unknown and unregistered warship approaching. Captain Soritz Jamestown of the Dominion has reported officially that they considered it a pirate ship at the time, or at best a privateer commissioned by the Earth Alliance, and intended to capture it as a pirate asset. Video footage of the initial clash between the ships showed just how lethally competent Mendel's warship Dominion really could be, given the extensive and immediate damage caused by the ship-on-ship clash. The ambush laid out by the Magi forces was a stunning success. Between the Dominion, its mobile complement, and the mobile armor of the Century Commander, the Gertie-Lu was scrapped down to a floating hulk before Captain Ian Lee could even begin coordinating a fire plan to return the favor. Not one capital weapon was used by the Gertie-Lu during the battle against the Dominion, as most of their arsenal was destroyed in the initial salvo, such as the precision and lethality of Mendel's pilots and ship crew. The captured video footage from the Dominion held that truth is writ: the ambush happened so fast and so destructively that no return fire struck the Dominion whatsoever. More chilling is the defeat of the 3 new machines at the hands of pilot Shunny Andrus and Century Commander Lightbringer, who were able to defeat them and capture them largely intact, as well as the ship. The video changed over to a picture that was wildly different, one of the Gertie-Lu sitting at moorings next to the Mjir, which dwarfed it in sheer size. This picture you now see is only 3 days old, of the repaired Gertie-Lu sitting in Battleship Row outside the Mendel colony. Notice now the prominent markings of the Protectorate of Mendel and the ship's hull designation MSCM0000 meaning, Multimage Stealth Carrier Monitor, Hull 0000. With this tidbit of information, it is certain that the Mendel forces have both put this captured ship into line service and have every intention of reverse engineering it for manufacture themselves. Combined with the joint Mendel/ZAFT warship class GARM, this shall prove to be a swift and lethal platform for surprise attacks in Mendel's hands. The camera focused back in on Jess Rabel. In conclusion, though no side has made an official declaration yet, this war has already gone hot. When full-bore hostilities commence is anyone's guess at this time. This is Jess Rabel, signing off. X. Lord Gibril flicked a switch on his control console that turned off the television monitors in his operations center. He did not need much time to digest the news report he had just seen, given that Jess Rabel had done most of the idiot work and analysis for him. The war will commence in full in a week, I swear to it, he swore to a room full of blank televisions, and beyond those screens to the denizens of space. XXX. March 25 CE 73, 0800 hours Lima. USSA Military Research Facility, Bogota, Colombia. Move it up, people. Move IT up. The Master Sergeant of the facilities group ordered. He was a hulking guy, in the classic Master Sergeant form, and looked every bit the part of someone who could rip apart a man barehanded. The Earth Alliance ain't going to wait for you to take a Union 5, they'll be here whenever they are good and goddamned ready. Even with the berating, his men were working at their fastest pace for the expected operation. At an as yet undetermined point into the future, the entire development group November Tango 7 would deploy northward, in support of other as yet unspecified operations. Officially, nothing official was happening except some equipment was being loaded onto trailers, and the machines Quinn Mantha were being prepared for combat, but that was it. Unofficially, Everyone in the DGNT-7 unit knew the war was now days from the official kickoff party. With the revelation of the Gertie Lu across the world, and how Mendel had savaged it in an ambush operation that made the Viet Cong look like pikers, matters were now at a fevered pitch in all political terms. The Earth Alliance was now running through resolutions demanding surrender and capitulation or forcing war, and Orb had already put out its expected statement of neutrality, therefore the battle lines were just as every worthwhile political analyst expected. Mendel was strangely mostly silent, confirming most of the details from Rabel's report, and issuing corrections on some minor details as needed. The major correction was the revelation of the necessity of Zelbrigen without a request from ZAFT, and without a declaration of total war, Mendel could do nothing to support Armory 1 by law. Chairman Durndal acknowledged this policy as proper for their ethos, and silently issued orders to all ZAFT commands to ask for the help if they found themselves in over their heads with Mendel forces nearby. Now, with the scrap imminent, the USSA military was gearing up for war, a war they intended to be on the right side, such as it was, this time around. The morale cry had come up from the ranks loud and clear, never again the repeat of Mandelbrot. Such was the fervor of the echoes that morale patches were being issued to the troops with a silhouette of the Mandelbrot warship on it, captioned "Never Again" for effect. DGNT-7 took it a step further, using a patch with the Mandelbrot, but the caption "Leave no asses unkicked" as their intention. Now, with days before the scrap, every segment of the USSA war machine was moving into high gear in anticipation of the coming storm. This shit's about to get real, people. Move it like you got a purpose. What is this mysterious thing purpose, and where do I get one? A clearly younger voice questioned the Master Sergeant from behind him. Ah, the Master Sergeant snapped to attention and saluted the 4 incoming persons, 2 pilots, 2 mobile weapons operators. Begging your pardon, sir, did not know you were here. All 4 returned the salute. As you were, Master Sergeant, Captain Rico replied evenly. What is our status? We're 40% loaded with the equipment, but 60% loaded with supplies. We should be good to go in 24 hours, once our support teams and organic assets entrain to join us. Speed is good, and speed is critical when the brown material hits the fan, but we are effectively on hold until the Earth Alliance starts the party, Captain Rico noted. Sir, permission to speak freely, sir. Master Sergeant Condoza asked fairly. Allow me to guess, waiting for them is a bad idea. Rico asked. The Master Sergeant simply nodded affirm. Militarily, I would love to surprise attack the assholes right across the Colombia/Panama border, just kick them in the nuts and listen to them scream. Politically, no way. We have to wait for them to do something grand mal stupid, then we hose them with the help of Mendel and probably ZAFT. If we jump the gun, we might get help from Mendel, but possibly not. That thing in Armory 1, sir. Master Sergeant Condoza was not referring to the Earth Alliance attack, but the Mendel explanation of why they did not intercede in the battle between the EA warship and the ZAFT facility guards. That is part of it, but not all, Rico answered. They will certainly aid us in some fashion or another, but if the EA kicks the can first, then the onus is on Mendel to beat the necessary amount of ass first, we will be supporting them. For all their small size and limited numbers, never underestimate the ability of Magi personnel to hit at least an order of magnitude above their weight class. Remember that a few thousand Greek troops stiffed an army 100 times their size, using force multipliers that the Magi consider standard training for their personnel. Can they really do that much, sir? The Sergeant Major asked plaintively. I know they are supposed to be tough bastards, but that's pushing it at least on an institutional level. They did it, the other mobile armor pilot noted. Unlike Rico, she was not a veteran, she was another new type, much like the weapons operators, with exquisite training in the necessities of piloting the Queen Mantha. My father was in 2nd of Jachindu. When he came home a month later, I could see it in his thoughts, what Mendel did during that battle was well beyond anyone's expectations. My father lost his entire company, 4 platoons of 3 MS, in one attack run by 2 mobile armors. 2 on 12, and not a single scratch on the enemy. It's not a question of can they because they've already done it. Okay, fair enough. Assuming they do hit the Earth Alliance, what do we expect? The Sergeant Major asked. Not that I am prying, sir, but I need to know what to direct the troops on. Expected, no problem, Rico answered smoothly. Mendel will start with the Moon and Artemis. They have to neutralize the enemy's outside atmosphere reach, or the EA will simply grind Mendel into dust with a war of attrition. We play silent and complacent in that phase, since we know the Earth Alliance will be distracted by the ass-beating they are receiving at the hands of the Magi. Once that's done, once Mendel takes up orbit above the atmosphere and starts really causing damage, that is when we move. Sounds fun, sir. Assuming 2-3 weeks lead time on the matter, we're golden here, ahead of schedule and such. Oh, no, you won't have 2 weeks, the weapons officer for QM1 commented. The Earth Alliance lunar fleet departed the moon bases Ptolemais and Artsachel 4 days ago. 2-week transit time means you have 10 days. Oh, shit, the sergeant major groused. Unit 2. The NCO looked to the second of the Queen Mantha. Oh yes, she will be in service, shortly, Rico said grimly. Lieutenant Irina, have you come up with a name for it yet? Joan d'Arc, the pilot for Unit 2 replied immediately. Queen Latifah and Joan d'Arc. The sergeant major asked in exasperation. Gods help us. Also, someone have some artwork of her? The boys in the paint shop will need it for the paint job. XXX. March 28 CE 73, 1605 hours UTC. Mendel Administration Building, Floor 10 Office of the Star Admiral, Mendel Colony. 2 knocks at the door presaged the door guard opening it a crack. Star Admiral, I have Ambassador Lewis from the Earth Alliance and 1. See them in, Star Admiral Senrada replied immediately. He was expecting this visit, given the resolutions passed in the Earth Alliance Senate over the past couple of days, and the not-so-subtle deployment of all lunar fleets toward the border of the Mendel SDIZ. All Mendel forces were already on the highest of alerts, and any notion of adhering to treaty-level forces was out the window. Someone wanted a war, and they were bound and determined to throw it one way or the hard way. Stand ready, Gerald. Always ready, Century Commander Lightbringer answered. Unlike the Star Admiral, Gerald maintained no pretense of this being a civil discussion, as evidenced by his being outfitted in a standard body armor and tactical vest kit with assault rifle. Wayne was wearing concealed body armor, but had a submachine gun resting on an open drawer below the eyesight level of the entrance. At least 2 of the Earth Alliance entourage were known Blue Cosmos personnel, and nobody considered them to be stable in the least. Star Admiral Centura, I wish I could be here on better terms, but this is urgent, Ambassador Lewis said plaintively. I have a document that requires your attention immediately. Please be seated, Wayne replied. Gerald. Gerald received the document from the ambassador without issue. After a cursory glance, he handed it over to the Star Admiral. Wayne Centura figured the bar would be set very high for avoiding conflict. It had to be set high, given the Earth Alliance wanted their demands insulting enough that conflict was inevitable. To point, the comical degree with which the requirements were set made the affair obvious. Blue Cosmos was running the show and they wanted it their way or they wanted death to all. This is pretty good, Wayne said with a grim chuckle to effect. I especially like the whole dismantle and sell for salvage the warship Jaimer, under international inspection. A close second is dismantling of GARM facility and destruction of all past or present persons gestated in that facility. Ah, but the crowning achievement of hopeless diplomacy has to be Demand 7, that the Multimage Empire shall pay in restitution a sum equal to 300,000 Earth dollars to all citizens of the Earth Alliance who lost members of their family at the hands of Magi personnel or any equipment derived from Magi sources or methods. CC Lightbringer chuckled grimly. Oh yeah, I can see Division Commander Cecilius hooping out his checkbook to write that one, Gerald said with the utmost of sarcasm to voice. I hope you don't actually consider this a serious attempt at statecraft, Ambassador, Wayne requested of the man across the desk. You do not? The ambassador asked, slightly puzzled. No, the intent of this document is fairly obvious, Carl. This was deliberately made so insulting that the only answer a multimage officer can give is hell no. Your paymasters are spoiling for a battle, and this document is pro forma ass covering so that they can turn to the cameras and say they tried to do this peacefully, and now they are required to kill the upstarts in space. No doubt the same demands or similar are being issued to ZAFT as we speak, as it would be well within the intent of Blue Cosmos to try and tackle both L5 and L4 at the same time. Blue Cosmos does not factor into this, Star Admiral, the press attaché/intelligence chief of station answered. Wayne also knew he was one of the BC operators in the four-man group. Spare me the illusions, comrade, Wayne answered. You can run that line past the unwashed masses, but everyone in this room knows that Blue Cosmos is calling the shots in Washington, D.C. and in Heaven's Base. Do not bother lying to me anymore from here out, even if you do intend to kill us, at least speak with honor. And now you accuse my men of lying. Ambassador Jones asked sharply. I do, Wayne answered. If you men cannot speak with honor, this conversation is already over. When engineering a war, perfect clarity and conduct is a requirement. This document is perfectly clear that you had no intention of trying to settle differences, all you want is an excuse to kill people. You have your excuse, now. The Multimage Protectorate of Mendel officially and in perpetuity rejects all such demands against our sovereignty and condemns the Earth Alliance for the insulting conduct of this dog and pony show on paper. Wayne set the document down on his desk, face down. I suggest you men evacuate your embassy and return to Earth at the first possible. Your paymasters intend not simply genocide, but omnicide, the killing of all in their path. You do not want to be in the path of that war machine when it is set loose. Ambassador Lewis stood and gestured to his men. What will you do, Star Admiral? I will post this document for all Mendel citizens to see, and as is proper when I return home my commanding officer, Division Commander Gerard Cecilius will review it and review my responses. It is extremely likely he will have a rebuke for this deplorable conduct. Keep in mind, the actions you take will reflect upon you when we are inevitably found by our compatriots. I will pass your warning to my superiors," the ambassador lied. "Good day and good luck, Star Admiral." Gerald waited until they were out and the doors were closed. "AI, any bugs?" "NEG, none were planted, sir," the artificial intelligence entity answered. Wayne sat, staring into the wall next to the door for several minutes, until Gerald prompted him. "You are thinking something, sir." "I was considering history," Wayne noted. "Scenarios like this, they play out all too frequently. It is all a game of power, nothing more and nothing less. Who gets to fuck with who at the end of the day? Whatever happened to leaving thy neighbor the hell alone? Not in this reality, sir. Power corrupts, absolute power hypnotizes, for it yearns to be loosed on the people. I would say we live in interesting times, but in all reality this is a case of déjà vu since we've all heard this bullshit before." We have," Wayne judged. "So, now in the matter of the Earth Alliance versus Mendel, we could draw a parallel to Finland and the Winter War. Know it? Finland? NEG, I know not their major victories," Gerald answered. "It was an undercard match at the beginning of World War II, not seen in a lot of history books because it showed a bad side of communism. The Soviets did Finland pretty hard, but the Finns fought them for every inch of it. Eventually, the Soviet juggernaut lost the battle, after taking months and months of grinding losses against these crazy Finns, who had no armor, no modern rifles, no decent munitions factories, nothing. The term Molotov cocktail was born in that war, an insult against the Soviet foreign minister attached to a makeshift anti-tank weapon, and that war gave birth to one of the best old world snipers, Simo Häyhä. That name I do know, back from my sniper school days," Gerald considered. "Okay, if we play the role of the Finnish, how do we fight them? We absorb their naval fury as the Finns absorbed the Soviet armor assault. When the time is right, we shove back against the Earth Alliance. After that, we prepare allies and resources for the counterstrike. We won't be able to make this decisive, not initially, but we can bleed them hard." March 29 CE 73, 0900 hours Lima, UTC 5. Earth Alliance Political Headquarters, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. Atlantic Federation Territory. Chairman Reisman stood to the podium and cleared his throat. His press secretary had already told that this would be a short statement with no questions, due to the urgency of the matter. "Members and civilians of the Earth Alliance, it is with great trepidation that I must now acknowledge that all negotiations with the Protectorate of Mendel and the Zodiac Alliance have broken down. At this time, we have reason to believe that Mendel and ZAFT are preparing for an attack on Earth Alliance territory. As such, and in concurrence with Senate Resolution 11505, the Earth Alliance now declares that Mendel and ZAFT are rogue states. As the Mendel nation has shown a clear track record of human rights violations, personal rights violations, sovereignty violations, and willingness to directly attack Earth Alliance ships, it can no longer be considered a legitimate nation in the eyes of the world. As just a showing of examples, the Trims family incident, the shotgun incident, the piracy of the Gertie-Lou, the seizing of Earth Alliance assets moving through Mendel territory, and greatest being the false flag incident with Junius 7, a clear and demonstrable history of provocations leaves us no choice but to take drastic measures." Reisman paused a moment to collect his nerves. "Our final ultimatum stands as follows. All Mendel and ZAFT forces are to stand down and disarm pursuant to Earth Alliance forces taking possession of the colonies in L4 and L5. Failure to do so will result in a de facto state of war. Mendel has 24 hours to comply, ZAFT has 96 hours. That is all." Questions were shouted at Reisman as he left the podium, but no answers would be had. Reisman, however, had one question for Jibril, after he returned to the Oval Office. "And what if this does not work?" Jibril scoffed at the question. "Once Mendel is dead, ZAFT will capitulate. XXX. Somewhat, indeterminate time, dimension, and jump location. Task Force Golden Roulette, Phalanx Class Warship Golden Phoenix. 3 jumps into journey, planned 40 jumps." For some of the castaways on the Golden Phoenix, the call to action was the great call of the unknown, a chance to step away from everything established and build it anew in another location. For others, it was duty. The Empress had called for the most hardened of souls to do a mission that would forever put them outside the bounds of the Empire. Some did it for anti-racist animosity. The rumors had not taken long for the old Emperor's caution to be mentioned as motivation to go. A few did it for the promise of battle, but those few were just that. The commandos had weeded out most of the bloodlusting from this expedition, because the operation orders apparently did not contain the phrase "kill them all," and what a killjoy that would have been to some in the Magi ranks. Most came along for the heart of the matter. This was an operation to bolster them, though to do so in place and not to come home. Were anyone to ask, Kirill von Havase would have had to admit that he was in it for all of the above, and a few more reasons. For him, just the same as the others on the ship, the operation was volunteer. Unlike the typical soldier, sailor, or pilot, Kirill served a dual distinction as both a commando assault ghost and as a member of the quasi-sanctioned Brotherhood of Assassins. It was no accident that the entire complement of ghosts in the task force were part of the Brotherhood. Testing your bracers again, Kirill? His immediate commander asked. Nervous fidget, really, Star Commander von Havase groused. Again the hidden blade popped out of the bracer. And testing it. I doubt I'll have to go in with just these old friends, at least not immediately, but it's always good to verify your equipment works right. Can't hardly fault you for that. Star Captain Emilia sat down on the bed across from him. Why the nerves, though? You know our assignment just the same as anyone else in the unit, and so far there is no evidence of Templar activity on planet. I don't know, von Havase answered. If we're not going into a saturation of Templar, what is the purpose of sending over 100 assassins into what amounts to a dead-end operations? We don't have to worry about the Templar, but... May I interject? A third voice asked. Waosjit, Master Executor Tomo. Both ghost officers stood and bowed as was proper showing of respect to an executor. Milady, if I may ask, who ordered such a collection of assassins into this project? Von Havase asked with clear deference in voice. There are 4 already in the collection of ghosts with them Jr., and 1 in the command structure Galaxy Commander Rico. None of them are rated for training assassins, just for operations. Master Executor Tomo sat down on the bed next to the Star Captain. I requested that Stanith make it a priority to move in more than a few assassins, to make sure this is done properly. For the 2 ghosts in the room, it was no surprise whatsoever that Master Executor Tomo would drop the name of the division commander of the commandos in relation to the project. Primarily, Hataru Tomo carried one of the 4 known swords of Ragnarok, which gave her instant understanding to pretty much all of history and most of the future. If someone was assassin or Templar, she would know immediately just by examining their history. Secondarily, that division commander Agrippa was an assassin was a no-brainer. He had the soul of an assassin from the word go, and the old emperor made sure that little trait was used to good measure in centuries past. Besides, one of the greatest priorities of the assassins was to safeguard the heads of state of the 6-star empires. Having commanders in those places that valued life and freedom beat the alternative, and Stanith Agrippa, division commander, an assassin, was well placed at the old emperor's side to fend off the advances of the Templar. Apparently, Master Executor Tomo knew what Kirill was thinking. Correct, Star Commander. DC Agrippa is an assassin, hired on by the old man as we executors call him, left in place due to apathy for the position by Empress Serena, and kept on as the best man for the job by Empress Rini. The old emperor was an assassin himself, which revelation caused gasps from both ghosts, and settled a long-standing argument betwixt the assassins inside the Magi lands, and the current empress is aware of the assassins' ranks but not one herself. She trusts us, but she isn't really a close combatant in the same fashion as we need to be. And, from context, so are you, Star Captain Emilia noted. Relax on that note, Hataru replied evenly. Over 2/3 of the executors are assassins, the other third are either ringers for the assassins, mercenary assassins, if you will, or sympathizers. What better place to incorporate personnel dedicated to life and liberty, but within ranks of personnel already dedicated to guarding life and honor? The question was entirely rhetorical, and neither ghost doubted its validity. My husband and I are in the ringer crowd of the executors, though more and more we find our objectives being the same as the assassins. Those Templar bastards can be invidious and disruptive if left unchecked, and the assassin guilds do pay top-C bill for our sniper rifle work when they need a long-range touch applied to something. Kirill did not doubt that in the slightest. The ability to reach out over 50 kilometers with man-size accuracy using a sniper rifle designed to turn Gundam cockpits into scrap metal made certain executors rather famous and highly feared. One of those 3 executors was sitting in front of him. And us, ma'am? He asked in the silent pause thereafter. Where you go, you will have eons to build on the prior successes of the Magi. The Brotherhood of Assassins are a large part of that success. Spread the influence, but make sure you spread it across all the governments, both friend and neutral. What you are about to build must be protected from the domineering of the Templar, in whatever form or name they want to call themselves, and must be protected from other enemy organizations such as Blue Cosmos. Build strong guilds in each nation, move actively among the special forces and the Praetorian units of each government, but silent and unobtrusive throughout other layers of society. In due time, the assassins will take positions just the same as they have in our history in positions of power or close to them. Always remember your duties, protect life, protect free will, and be ready for the war. Ragnarok, Kirill said with an unconscious shudder. Will this work? Building a second history to combat it. I can only hope, Hataru admitted. Already, her simple conversation with the ghosts was beginning to have an effect on the future, but she would not directly say so. Author's chapter afterward. Well, Things have been threatening to go in the toilet for several chapters now. Herein, Mendel has had enough of a bad day that a declaration of war is only in line with expectations. The next sound you shall hear will be the flushing of that toilet. In this chapter, there is no real major scene. It is more or less an interconnected mural to cover a large swath of unrelated but low-level interconnected happenings. Likely, for each reader a different scene will serve as the major game changer, but my intention was really a myriad of points. I don't claim any one scene as more or less important than the rest, each serves its own purpose. Probably the hardest for me was the interconnected scenes of the Molotov cocktail incident, in that I had to show one thing but tell a whole different story and apropos to real-life media in the here and now, who do not so much report news as they build opinion on the foundation of a skewed truth. The other point I think is worth mentioning is the speech between Kira, Lakis, the retainer, and the prince. I did not intend to write that in such a dark tone of cynicism, but on reflection it appears to be the most apt way to write it. At that point in the story, it is reasonably obvious there is no way out for anyone involved. The war is effectively inevitable, the only thing left is who starts it and when does it start. All due credit to Lakis for the try, but the pot of gold at the end of this rainbow is surrounded by a minefield and concertina wire. No amount of talk will assuage the Blue Cosmos terrorists, and BC truly does call the shots in the Earth Alliance at this point in the story. Not that the other governments want the war, but Scandinavia is being pragmatic here. This is crunch time, they are up to their arses in terrorists already, and it is time to choose sides. On the writing, well, I will say that the past couple of weeks have been a bear for me. I am normally a one-shift guy for my day job, but these past weeks I have spent more time on second shift due to staffing issues at work. It has been hectic. I have also dropped back from a one chapter per week routine to one chapter every other week, which allows me to do more thorough writing and correcting as the narrative develops. As much as I wanted to hold a pace of one chapter a week, the dev cycle on 20k words in 7 days did not leave me much time to do anything else in my day-to-day affairs, which was causing some serious problems for me. 20k words in 14 days is a lot more manageable. Expect a new chapter of my stories every other week, now, and I shall try to hold to that pace until I am done. I have a huge amount of material to mow through, still, so. That is it for today. Next up, the declaration of war was only a formality. Now, the real contest begins, and in the midst of it all, a single shuttle disappears between Copernicus and Mendel. Review replies, 5 reviews in this chapter area. Always a pleasure for the feedback and ideas. Clever Kilva, you just hit a nail on the head, very close to a plot point coming up in set 3. That's all I am going to say on that note, spoilers shall not be issued on it, smiley face. Thanks for the review. One Village Idiot, on the designs, they will be manufactured in varying degrees by Mendel, though I will skip out on details for the time being. I have special plans for freedom and justice, though. On the data breach, Mendel really missed that one. It was a classic man-in-the-middle siphon, using several cutouts, expendable/not briefed agents, that had no clue what they were doing to begin with. The Psions missed it because the personnel involved had no knowledge of what was going on. The AI unit missed it because the MITM attack did not actually interrupt any other functions. Nobody knows of it, and likely will not until the combat debut of the unit built from those designs. Akelin, I am trying to rotate them as fast as possible. Thanks for the correction. Drakensis, you did provide him, and since I fully intend to revamp Inferno you can expect to see plenty more of him. Zeben Nightwing, a clean chapter is a good chapter. As to the disinformation issues, well, the Earth Alliance will have their work cut out for them in the department of maintaining the illusion they have so carefully crafted for the world. The gripe sheet. All complaints have been seen to. Much thanks to Akelin for pointing out a typo in the last chapter. Much thanks to Drakensis and Obfuscated for pointing out a sleep deprivation mistake of mine. Initially, I had pointed out that the Winter War was between Sweden and the Soviet Union before WW2, when in reality it was during the opening phase of WW2 and between Finland versus the Soviet Union. And thanks to Necroblade, Takeshi Yamato, and Zeben Nightwing for putting up with my completely farked schedule while writing this chapter. Footnotes. 1. This result is not unexpected when massive brain damage is inflicted on a person. If the brainstem is damaged or upper spinal cord is severed, no sympathetic nervous system commands reach the rest of the body, and it simply collapses. Death is effectively instantaneous at that point, even though some critical biologic functions may continue to operate for several minutes. Chapter 8, Blood in the Water. April 2 CE 73, 0900 hours UTC. Warship Dominion, in orbit around Mendel. Century Commander on deck. Alicia Yamato said after CC Lightbringer stepped into the room. Gerald took the few short strides to the lectern and stopped there. As you were. The pilots and the sensor operators in the room resumed their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as of March 30th of this year, 1700 hours UTC, we are considered at an undeclared state of war with the Earth Alliance and their puppet masters in Logos and Blue Cosmos. Until we have reason to assume otherwise, you are hereby to treat any Earth Alliance citizen with suspicion and all Earth Alliance forces as hostile unless they directly declare otherwise. Any questions on that directive? The room was silent for a few moments, until Shunny replied. "Neg, sir, clear enough for government work," he answered with an old magi in-joke pertaining to inefficient governments. "Excellent, because we are about to get worked over by your former government employers," Gerald waved to the monitor behind him, which lit up. "AI, show deployment of all Earth Alliance forces, please." After a bare moment, the screen came alive with a map of space around Mendel. Credit due where needed, the Earth Alliance forces are not trying any dumbass Napoleonic stunts like splitting forces or trying to surround us or flank us in our backyard. They know we know exactly what they are intending, where they are, and what they had for lunch. So, no dumb shit from the enemy force, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing, they're all in one area and they're easy to find, Gundam pilot Argus DeVille groused. "My Gundam isn't designed to chase assholes all around the Earth sphere. And a bad thing, in that we can't isolate and kill them in small chunks. When we go for this elephant, we're going to have to eat it in one biggest gulp," Gerald commented. "Hope you kiddies are hungry. Elephant steaks, now that is the good stuff," Argus noted with a smile. "They're extinct on this instance of Terra, sadly," Gerald noted. Elsewhere in existence, common elephants were not extinct, they were considered a nuisance species that caused a lot of damage to crops and occasionally to people. As such, elephant steak was a delicacy, but certainly not impossible to find amongst the Magi. "I could go for an elephant steak right now, myself. Beats the hell out of the battle we've got coming down the bar for us." Anyway, back on topic, the asshats have slowed down their advance, probably to allow catch-up for their fleet oilers and resupply their ships, maybe give their crews an extra day of rest or two. Slight problem with that thought: if they had blitzed us, the Mjir would not be ready for the battle. As it stands, if they take more than 16 hours from noon today to engage us, the Mjir will be ready for battle. And I said, "God, grant us a ridiculous enemy," and God said, "Play nice with the Earth Alliance." And so it was. Or something like that, Gundam pilot Oruga Sabnik said as a one joke. "Be nice to the morons, Oruga," Gerald cautioned in continuation of the joke. "Aye, sir." So, assuming they take a 2-day piss break, then resume advance at nominal speed with their oilers in close, we can expect Earth Alliance asses to kick in roughly 72 hours. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Laundry Day is 3 days hence, and we're bringing the Maytag to the party. Any questions? Do we have a priority of force engagement established yet? Sensor operator Flay Ulster asked in the silence thereafter. Not at present, though we have noticed a direct lack of heavy warships in their fleet composition. No Archangel or Gertie-Lou ships, no worries there. If the best ships in their possession are the refit Agamemnon class, our likely priority of engagement will be determined based on individual ship effectiveness, given it is hard to differentiate between levels of suck in their ship designs. Ophanim is not in play. Shunny asked for clarification. Neg, no sign of the Ophanim. So far as we can tell, she is still berthed in Ptolemais, awaiting deploy orders, Century Commander Lightbringer confirmed. That also likely takes their present naval ace out of play, so we do not have to bust teeth on Natarl Bajaruel. Again, good thing, bad thing. Good, in that she won't be managing this clusterfuck. Bad, in that she'll get to see what the Earth Alliance did wrong here, and correct her own deployments and strategies. Other questions? Will they have nuclear arms? Commander Carly Gray asked. This is Blue Cosmos we're talking about here, Commander. They're the nuke happiest fuckers in existence this side of Clan Wolverine. Expect the enemy to be slinging in the kiloton ranges and plan your missile intercepts accordingly. Any and all missiles aimed at the colonies are to be intercepted at range for just exactly that reason. Follow. Af, Century Commander, the CIC Commander answered immediately. Other questions? Nobody spoke up, so Gerald continued after 20 seconds. One last thing. Remember clearly, regardless of how bad the odds, you are never alone. Make sure you come home alive, or none of us ever truly come home. Scylla. The pilots shouted in response. XXX. April 3 CE 73, 1200 hours UTC. Open space between Luna and Mendel, 40 hours to Mendel SDIZ border. Admiral on deck. One of the midshipmen in the bay declared. Those who were not immediately involved in the weapons processes came to attention, but that was few of the crew in the room. These are it, et. The Admiral asked his shadow, a Blue Cosmos operations officer. These are it, sir. Mark 7 space missile launchers. Usable by any machine that can use striker packs, and can be fitted with brackets for use on the old strike daggers, the BC operator acknowledged. Now, I'm pretty sure you're not loading them with conventional missiles, right? Hell no, only the best for our friends in Mendel. The Admiral slapped the BC operator on the shoulder. To use a pair of old American political correct terms, these are special munitions for special people. Their lives will get very energetic for a few moments, trust me. Excellent, the BC operator commented. How do you intend to deploy them? Strike daggers, actually, the Admiral answered. I know your friend Jibril wanted the Wyndhams to use them first, but I have to be practical about this operation. Mendel almost assuredly knows we are coming, and they will be waiting. I want my best units to run interference on their intercepts, while the lesser units deploy the missiles. Best of both worlds, because you and I both know the Wyndham units can't maneuver any better than the old Mobius mobile armors with these launchers attached. At least with the strike daggers, we expect them to suck, so the Wyndhams can cover them. Fair enough, the BC operator answered. It was a technical violation of orders, but a small one and for a perfectly logical reason. At least this way, there was some expectation of being able to fight the Mendel mobile forces on a level field. All nuclear, or a combination. All nuclear. We are intending the chemical weapons for ZAFT and the USSA upstarts. The plants are the best colonies up here, so Sutherland wants them intact. Speaking of the good Admiral Sutherland, why is he not on this operation? I do not know, the EA Admiral in charge of the strike force answered. Jibril pulled him at the last minute, he is still back at Ptolemais. Why he was pulled, nobody has said. Not that I care one way or the other, a class of 6th graders armed with popsicle sticks could complete this operation. I hate to say it, Admiral, but be careful on that line of thinking. A lot of people have underestimated the task force Joker's wild, and a lot of people haven't come back alive for it, the BC operator noted. I know, just being my usual sarcastic self. They're every bit as dangerous as they were during Jachindu, but I don't expect they'll be very dangerous in a few days, unless you count glowing in the dark as dangerous. Just so long as they're glowing in the dark well away from me, I'm not worried about it, the BC operator said with a smile. Well, their corpses will get to watch the blue and pure world rotate below them for many years to come, the Admiral concluded. Commander Charles, what is the status of the launcher assembly? Admiral, we have 104 of the launcher units assembled, 60 loaded. Should have the remainder of the launchers assembled by 0600 tomorrow, and fully loaded by 1800 tomorrow, the commander in charge of the arsenal answered immediately. We have 300 missiles, though, are the rest going to our ship's torpedo launchers? Aye, and make sure they are appropriately spread around the fleet. We didn't bring them as housewarming gifts, after all, may as well make sure they are used properly and promptly. Repeatedly, if needed. Aye, sir. I'll have the rest distributed before midnight, and the launchers will be out to the fleet before midnight tomorrow. Unlike the Admiral and his guest, the commander was not so chevalier about the use of nuclear arms against Mendel. Before he left Ptolemais, he wired enough funds for his wife to take their 2 daughters to Orb and instructed them to stay there in Orb until hostilities were concluded, just in case Mendel retaliated in kind. With phrases like antimatter and 1 gigaton and undetectable railgun shell describing Mendel's nuclear arsenal, the commander expected no place in North America would be safe from their wrath. Damn good, Commander. As you were. The commander saluted and resumed directing the loading of the missile launchers, 120 in total, and their attachment to strike daggers. This is shaping up nicely, Admiral, the BC operator noted. I see why Jibril chose you as replacement for Sutherland. That old man has become something of a paranoid since his defeat at the hands of Mendel, and his whipping girl Badgeruel is not far behind. And with the loss of Neo Roanoke to Mendel, there are none of Sutherland's mavericks involved in this operation, the Admiral said, quoting Jibril's assessment of Sutherland's subordinates. This worries me, a bit. His personnel are good, and well briefed. You cautioned me, earlier, about underestimating our foes, now I caution you against deriding our allies, because they have seen the elephant, they got stomped and trampled by the elephant, and they live to tell the tale about the elephant. For all Mendel's faults, remember one thing, they are not exactly famous for leaving survivors in front of their gun barrels. Hard to argue with that one, the BC operator said. His personal dagger L would be reminded of the lesson in a few days. XXX. April 4 CE 73, 0100 hours UTC. ZAFT Fortress Jachindu, lower hangar area. Move it up, people. Isaac ordered of the mechanical crews. We've got guests coming, and they ain't gonna be happy. All these machines need to be ready to go in 10 hours or I want to know why. Commander Jowl, you're needed on the Rousseau, the ship is moving out ahead of schedule, his radio barked after a moment. This is Jowl, I'll board the Rousseau on my ZAKU Phantom. Isaac tossed the radio to a hangar coordination officer and jumped off for the second level of mobile suit hangars, where his personal machine was racked and ready. After a minute of drifting diagonally across the bay, he arrived at the scaffolding around the mobile suits. Commander Jowl. Your machine is topped off and loaded full. You're ready to go, sir. His crew chief reported after Isaac landed next to the cockpit access. ZAFT had adopted a variation on a technique that Mendel used. Every machine was assigned a crew chief mechanic, and those persons not assigned were used as pool mechanics to float from machine to machine. It was the responsibility of the crew chief to make sure the machine was ready to go, and when that machine was done he or she could operate on a different machine as a pool mechanic but was always responsible for his primary. Excellent, Henrietta. I'm heading out to the Rousseau, and support staff will not be coming along immediately. Once the ship is out of the dock, get to your fortress defense station, Isaac reminded her of the procedure for an attack on Jachindu. On it, sir. Good luck and Godspeed. She pushed away from the cockpit hatch after she tripped the hatch close button. Isaac began the power-up sequence for the machine from memory, though for safety's sake he also had the pre-flight checklist up on a monitor. Charging directly from Jachindu, it only took his machine 20 seconds to go full active. Hangar control, this is Isaac Jowl on ZAKU Phantom 0-3-1, requesting clearance to taxi to Rousseau Hangar, over, he requested on the hangar control band after he was assured his machine was ready to move by the mechanics. Jowl, hangar control, negative taxi at this time, we have ordnance haulers in your area. Stand by 45 seconds, then repeat request, over. After a few moments of looking around, Isaac could see the group of rocket sleds moving missiles out to other ZAKU warrior units. Wisely, he obeyed the negative taxi command. An accident with live missiles in the hangar of Jachindu was a career-ending mishap, provided the fool who caused the mishap actually survived it. After 45 seconds, and the missile haulers were out of the way, he made the request again. Hangar command, Jowl on ZAKU Phantom 0-3-1, requesting clearance to taxi to Rousseau, over. Jowl on Phantom 0-3-1, cleared taxi on port side of Rousseau, hangar speeds only, pilot. No hot dogging, over. Roger that, taxi maneuver beginning now, out. Isaac applied only a small hint of thrust forward to clear his moorings, then applied a slightly longer burst to run down the port side of the Rousseau and under the bow of the ship to the hangar deck. All told, the taxi took him 3 minutes to get to the catapult on the Rousseau, and another minute to secure his machine. Once freed from his machine, Isaac had no trouble moving through the ship to the bridge of the warship. The Rousseau was to be his flagship for the defensive operations, though in what fashion he would be defending the colony group remained to be heard. Commander Jowl, reporting to post, Captain. The captain looked to the younger commander. Willard Burns, Rousseau. Damn good to have a veteran on for force command, because we will need it. All right, what's the situation? Isaac asked as he approached the map table. Here, and the captain slugged a map of the Earth sphere to the table. We'll start on our side of the pond. The Earth Alliance has sent a smaller force than expected toward us, they only have 44 ships total in this fleet. No secondary fleets are known to be operating in our area, so we can assume this is their main attack. Capital ships? Isaac asked, meaning Gertie-Lou-class stealth ships or Archangel-class battlecruisers. None, not one capital ship in use in either of their operations. It's like they left all of them at home for some reason, the captain frowned mightily. Are they underestimating us? Burning off undesirable assets, Isaac guessed. This, of course, is on the assumption that Mendel's next target is not Ptolemaeus. You know them best, sir. What will their reaction be? The captain asked. Well, hard to say, but the baseline is this is an undeclared state of war, given the Earth Alliance did not request any form of batchall when they declared war. That means, effectively, everything is on the table except nuclear arms and the trial of annihilation as far as Mendel is concerned. What is likely to happen is Mendel will smash their fleet, move to and take the moon, take Artemis, and just sit back while the Earth Alliance fumes and can't do anything about it. If Star Admiral Centura is really feeling like an asshole about it, he can suborbital the mass drivers and prevent the EA from escaping the atmosphere until they play by Mendel's rules. And if the EA brings their own nukes to the party? The captain asked. They are controlled by Blue Cosmos, after all. If that happens, you'll get to see some real fireworks, Captain. The Magi are not shy about using their nuclear arsenal when justified, and it's hard to deny the power of an antimatter weapon when we just saw Junius 7 reduced to space dust by 1. Commander Jowl snorted after thinking about it. The question becomes, how will Mendel use them? Counter-force, or strategic? I can guess Centura would use them in a force wipeout role, but Gerald Lightbringer may play by a different rule book. And, more to the point, he has a guy in the Nest team that has done cities before with 100 megaton devices, so they definitely have the stones to drop the hammer. Ouch, Captain Burns commented. Okay, that aside, here's what we have to look at. The Earth Alliance ships and suits are hitting us dead on against the Jachindu defensive line. We'll have 30 ships in place before they get to the engagement box, including one GARM with arsenal. It won't be a full-up warship, but anything is better than nothing. Our first actual warship of that class is only half built right now, Isaac half-whined. Still, anything is better than nothing, it can hang back and throw the lasers in their general direction from the rear areas. Now, what about Mendel? Oh, this one is going to be good. The only ship they do not have crewed is the Gertie Lu. Everything else is warmed up and ready to play, including the big MO. Whoa, they're bringing them Jair out of mothballs for this. Isaac whistled after the captain nodded confirmation. Someone's playing dirty today. I rather like that. We'll need it to survive this, the captain noted. Mendel, more so. Blue Cosmos has a real hard-on for them. And to think, we were the most despised abominations a couple years ago. How times change. Isaac said in mocking mimicry of Blue Cosmos. XXX. April 5 CE 73, 0400 hours UTC. Mendel SDIZ, Lunar Sector. If you know yourself and know your enemy, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not your enemy, for every victory gained you shall also suffer a defeat. If you know neither yourself nor your enemy, you will succumb in every battle, Star Commodore Jin Kojima said over the radio to the forces in his area. So quote Sun Tzu, in his Art of War. We know ourselves, and we know our foes. Let us show them this distinction. Con, sensors, enemy is making their first move in our general direction. I show 4 Nelson, 6 Drake and their mobile suit complement heading in our general direction. Nice of them, Jin commented savagely. Makes things quite a bit easier for us. Helm, give me a 2-minute burn, comms, inform Diamond Element we are engaging priority. Roger that, the helmsman answered. Diamond Element, this is Redland, we have activity to our front and are moving to intercept. Stand to for engagement priority, the Camo officer noted to Star Captain Kefka, the new commander of the reconstituted Diamond Element. Redland, Diamond 0, I roger your last. Diamond will hold the line, good hunting to the old hands. Con, sensors, enemy force confirmed crossed the SDIZ. It's official, they want their asses kicked, the sensors officer declared. Well, the operative phrase for this Earth Alliance display is to leave no ass unkicked. If they're offering, so much the better. Weapons, Con, bring everything online. The days of playing nice with these belligerents are done. Weapons grid coming up to full readiness in 10 seconds. We should be in range for the naval lasers, naval particle cannons, and naval gauze rifles in 2 minutes. We who are about to kick your ass, salute thee. The main gunner declared to his targeting screen as it began lighting up with things to shoot down. Keep it steady, Mr. Bates, the Star Commodore said evenly to the main gunner. Flight control, launch 1 trinary of forces to provide cover. The main warship action will be handled by the ships, but their mobile forces will be spoiling for a fight shortly. 1 trinary, roger that, the flight boss answered. Control stations, deploy hangars 1 to 30 in full launch order. Issuing launch orders now, the sensors officers answered. The ship had room for 75 total units, though only 60 of those hangars were populated due to losses before them Jair even arrived in the cosmic era. First 6 are loosed, the flight boss reported 10 seconds later. Sir, 1 minute to firing range, the sensors officer reported. Oh, shit, sir, enemy launch missiles. We have incoming. 1 more drink, at the sunken Norwegian/1 more drink, before we have to die, the helmsman echoed a lyric from a band favored at his preferred drinking hole back in Mendel 2. Sensors, which way are the missiles leaning? To the port, pilot, the sensor operator answered immediately. Weapons, set CIWS to full auto, Jin ordered. Drink up, my friends, as much as you can, for tomorrow we sail to a faraway land/we'll party all night, and get drunk off our heads, cause we can rest when we're all dead. Star Commodore Kojima surprised the bridge staff by quoting from the same song as had the helmsman. The flight boss summed it up, holy shit, I had no idea you know a storm, sir. My day job is Sun Tzu, Schwarzkopf, Nimitz, my nightlife is Sabaton, a storm, fire wind. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. Seconds after his significant declaration, the CIWS systems lit up and begun tearing into the missiles coming toward the ship. Lasers and 12.7mm machine gun rounds lit up the empty space around the Redland, tearing into the missiles that were not designed to dodge incoming fire. Sir, all missiles have been intercepted. Nothing is getting through, the fire control officer reported to the captain. Damn it. The captain of the Earth Alliance warship John Pitzar slammed his console. Reload all missile tubes and prepare main guns. We will not be denied this victory again. Reloading now, 90 seconds. Main guns online, time to firing range is 3 minutes, 30 seconds, sir. The chief of the watch answered the call to action. 4 green naval cannon beams streaked forward from the Earth Alliance battle line, headed toward the Redland. Who the hell is firing at them at this range? Sir, it was the Vincent, the Camo officer answered. Her captain thinks we're already in range to the Redland's guns. Con, sensors, enemy has cut engines, he's drifting, the lady at the sensor panel declared. Why would they want to drift like that? It's obvious, they're easy targets. We take advantage of it, the captain decided. Weps, firing solutions at this range. Make them pay for playing the part of the idiot. On it, sir, the fire control officer answered. It will be shaky at this range, sir, even counting their lack of maneuver. Sir. Thermal spike on the ship. She's preparing to fire. The sensor officer cried out before she covered her head with her hands and bent down to the console. Oh, crap, the captain groused. He had a screen dedicated to the thermal picture of the enemy ship, and he had paid attention to the records of Jachindu. Magi ships tended to go super cold before they fired, as their cooling system kicked in 3 or 4 seconds before they unleashed 7 planes of hell on their unassuming target. If you were close enough to clearly distinguish the thermal freeze bloom using an IR system, you were close enough to eat that firepower. The firepower was not long in the coming. No part of the Sendai-class ship's arsenal was classified. The class of escort destroyer Monitor was roughly 11,000 years old according to the Magi, no sense trying to hide something a history book could provide. That made the anticipation even worse, in all reality, knowing what guns you were coming to face, but being unable to do anything about it. 6 medium naval lasers, 12 heavy naval PPCs, and 2 light capital gauze rifles answered the myriad beam cannon shots of the 4 advanced team warships. The range was significant for the Magi, still, and only half the PPCs found targets, but the rest did not miss a mark. The naval lasers were grouped on his ship, and both hit. One laser set slammed the John Pitzar dead on, the other hit at a shallow angle along the port side. Both enemy portside PPC banks and a naval light gauze rifle hammered the Solomon Islands, a Drake class that did not survive its wounds more than 10 seconds. On the left flank, another Nelson ate the remaining naval gauze but trucked on. Sir. They the Solomon Islands. It's gone, sir. Damage report. The captain ordered of the duty engineer. Weapons. Where is that firing solution? Sir, they've scorched most of the armor off the port side and front, sir. Couple shots with a beam rifle will scratch that armor. Firing solutions ready, sir. The captain signaled for the shot to be loosed. Within seconds, his beam cannons had snapped to the proper heading and were on the way. One hit, negligible surface damage. Sir, mobile forces are clashing now in the intervening space. Battle is going, about like you would expect, sir. I think this is going to be a long battle, the captain groused. XXX. 0415 UTC. Mendel 2 Colony, Terra 3, Residential Block 60. Mendel 2 had monthly evacuation drills. It was no surprise that the Magi would consider safety a top priority, they did it in everything they worked on. After the 4th, though, most of the Mendel 2 residents began passing it off as paranoia on the part of the Magi, and some even refused to participate, claiming it a waste of time. So, when the sirens began in the distance, elsewhere in the colony, Shania simply rolled over and tried forcing herself back to sleep. 5 seconds later, the sirens kicked in on the 3-strip, the same warning klaxon used for their monthly drills, which only made sleeping more difficult for the waitress. It was another 10 seconds before she realized something was wrong. Her VIDCOM system had popped on, also blaring an audible warning as well as a flashing light pattern showing red zigzag stripes and danger symbols. With the visual distraction, she knew she would not be able to go back to sleep easily and simply sat up to watch the warning. She figured in a few moments an anchor would come on and explain the nature of the drill. 30 seconds passed, and even her daughters had come into the room to see the announcement. When the screen changed, it was not to a television anchor, but to something different. Something very different. Shania was not military, had no military relatives, and had no desire to see herself or her family in military pursuits, but she could recognize a military setting as soon as any other. She could also recognize the rather rough mug of the captain of the Mjir. Attention Mendel Protectorate citizens, this is Captain Glenn Astward on the warship Mjir. As of 4 AM colony time, the Earth Alliance has invaded the space defense zone of Mendel against all treaties and without due cause. We have every reason to believe the Earth Alliance intends to attack the colonies, Mendel and Mendel 2, directly and in direct counter to all standing international law. As such, we are issuing mandatory evacuation orders to all Mendel and Mendel 2 colony citizens to be operative immediately. All persons are to gather their proscribed emergency supplies, bundle them in bedsheets or backpacks, and report to your evacuation areas immediately. Mendel 2 colony citizens are cautioned to avoid rushing the shelters. If you cannot evacuate to a shelter, please evacuate by way of the military and civilian harbors. Dropships have been assigned to the colony to evacuate civilians. I repeat, a mandatory full evacuation of both Mendel and Mendel 2 is now in effect. Do not ignore your evacuation warnings, the Earth Alliance intends to kill everyone in their path. This message will be repeated every 5 minutes. Evacuation supplies lists are available on Sub-Channel 1, evacuation routes and shelters are available on Sub-Channel 2. God speed to you all. Glenn Astward, out. Oh, my God, Shania gaped after the message concluded and went back to the warning pattern. Mommy, what do we do? I'm scared, her eldest daughter noted. I'm scared too, honey, but we need to get our supplies and leave, Shania told her children. She had heeded the warnings about having supplies ready to go, so she simply had to go to the basement of her house to collect the backpacks for herself and her 2 daughters. The 2 daughters had followed, making her situation that much easier. She handed the small survival backpack to her younger daughter, the medium survival pack to her elder daughter, and she hefted the large pack for herself. As much as she was not military and had no intention of it, she also purchased a surplus Gunter submachine gun and a pouch of magazines for it, on the off chance that she had to defend her house from. Insert threat here. BC, thugs and looters were 3 good theoretical picks. It may not help in evacuating, but it certainly would not hinder her. The whole ammo and weapon rig barely weighed 10 pounds, and she routinely carried more at the restaurant. Everybody in the car, we have to go. Shania ordered of her kids. The waitress turned evacuee knew she had 3 kilometers of drive to go to get to the docks, and she did not want to try hunting for a shelter that may not exist where she thought it was, or was more likely full already. On the road, she expected chaos. She was not disappointed as people moved by car, truck, bus, even by foot toward first the shelters, then once those were full, toward the dockyards. Mendel had done an excellent job patching the hull of the colony, but they had not finished retrofitting it with all necessary evacuation shelters. The nanomachine systems were working on it, but the scheduled completion date was 9 months into the future. What Shania did not expect was to encounter a nasty traffic jam that had no movement whatsoever, 1.5 kilometers away from the dockyards. She never realized that it was not so much a traffic jam as it was the end of the parking for the dockyards, given the amount of vehicles that had decided now would be a good time to evacuate. She pulled her electric car into a driveway and parked, then marshaled her kids for the march to the docks. She could see the end of the cylinder in the distance. It was not so far away as to be an unreachable goal, if she could see it, she told herself. XXX. 15 minutes later. Defensive front line. Wildly different feeling, same shit, different day, Commander A. Rosujud complained. Status of the mobile forces. We're down 2 mobile suits, ma'am, a Leo and a Rick DOM have ate it. We're suppressing most of the enemy machines with missiles, the sensor operator reported. The mobile armors are doing most of the work right now, crushing most of the enemy MS resistance. Weapons, continue missile fire against nearby mobile suits, prioritize enemies with launcher strike packs. Fire tele-operated missiles Kraken and Killer Whale, target the port-side Agamemnon class. Direct fire weapons. Direct fire, out of range on all weapon systems at this time, Captain. We should be in range in 150 seconds for the big gun, and the laser guns in another 100 seconds past. Bloody, leave it to the Earth Alliance to start things off early, and ruin our chances of shooting them properly. Captain, we've got major movement in the enemy lines. I show the entire enemy formation moving forward now, with the detachment headed roughly in our direction, the lieutenant in charge of the CIC explained the rapidly shifting lines. Looks like playtime is over, they're coming in for real now. Damn good, Rose answered. Deploy remainder of fighters and mobile suits, continue missile fire into enemy mobile forces, weapons officers should be ready to intercept incoming torpedoes by any means necessary. Weps, find me the biggest suntobitch in range of the main gun, and give them a hickey worth talking about. Still out of range, Commander, the ensign in charge of the gunners answered. Man, you are no fun, A. Rosujud accused of him. Don't blame me, blame physics, the ensign answered curtly. Tele-operated missiles, put out a barrage for that detachment. Let's give them some reason to get back in line for their ass-hooping. X. What the hell is this? Commander Mike Greenwald asked his front screen. They think we can't see this. Those missiles are freaking fast, his 2IC noted. Are these the guided weapons? The tele-operated missiles? Maybe. They're hunting the ships, so intercept them. Split up and engage at will, but save some for the ship. On it, sir. His team of 12 Wyndhams, a company, technically, in armor terms, broke down into 4 elements of 3 to begin intercepting the missiles. His platoon of 3 went up the center of the enemy missile alley, and before he approached the missiles the beam rifle came up in anticipation of some easy shots. Taking the shot. His platoon second shouted. 2 beam rifle rounds went out, 1 hit, but the missile did not detonate. Holy shit! I hit it, but... Shut up and shoot. Mike put 4 beams into the side of 1 missile, but it kept going past him nearly as if undamaged. Jesus, they even armor their freaking missiles. What the hell are these guys on? Wait, a smaller missile was able to dodge several beams, probably creatively piloted by someone on the ship, but a third hit to the missile destroyed it. The smaller ones have less armor. Use Agni on the larger missiles. They're probably the ship busters. Commander Greenwald ordered. He racked the beam rifle, traded arms for the shield carried by his Wyndham, and brought forward the hyper-impulse cannon. A couple shots missed one of the larger missiles, but a third struck it dead center and punched through it to cook something inside off. They're piloted missiles. Look at this shit. The C platoon commander pointed to one of the missiles in question, where it had gone around in a zigzag pattern to avoid being hit. Oh she! The D platoon commander's shout was cut off by the sparking disassembly of his mobile suit. In shooting at one of the large missiles, he failed to see another large one coming on and blundered into its flight path. 50-ton mobile suit versus 100-ton armored anti-ship missile, the missile won, hands down. The pilot of the missile in question was no tyro, either. After claiming the D platoon commander, he maneuvered below the formation to make intercepts unattractive for the Wyndhams, whose objective was the ship. We've done what we can, Greenwood commented after the last of the missiles was out of range. Continue to the ship. X. All told, Rear Admiral Kyle Jones was expecting worse things from the missile volley lofted at them. Tales still circulated at the volume and ferocity of the Mendel long-range missile systems, though only one Drake was downed and one Nelson were damaged beyond fighting capability, and a couple other ships in the detachment were damaged but still capable. Continue forward, enemy mobile suits and fighters are approaching. Make sure they are greeted properly. We must be in optimal firing position in 15 minutes, the Rear Admiral ordered. Aye sir. Helm continue on course, weapons, spin up all machine cannons for intercept operations. The improved CIWS on the ships was a gift of sorts from Mendel. Their own CIWS technology recovered from a downed RX-78-5 Gundam G-05 had enlightened the Earth Alliance as to what was wrong with their extant 75mm CIWS. The caliber was the same, the shell was the same, but a much improved electrical three-phase motor and a separate delinker allowed the guns to crank up the fire rates from impressive to terrifying overnight. The 48 CIWS guns on the ship had terrible range, but could spit out 12,000 rounds a minute of 75mm CIWS ammo, roughly 200 rounds a second, more than ample to chew the armor off most Mendel small craft and mobile forces in seconds. The downside is the upgrade did not come with improved ammo bunkers, so bursts were limited. The Apollo reports it has a shot to the enemy ship, Rear Admiral, his Camo officer relayed. By all means, fire at will. We can't finesse the enemy, we have to hammer on it. He specifically looked at the fire control officer on his ship, who bent to the task of turning the main guns on the enemy ship. Admiral, another missile volley from the Montgomery. She knows we're gunning for her, the sensor operator commented dryly. We can expect this kind of. He was interrupted by a nasty hit to the front of his ship. What the hell was that? Heavy naval gauze rifle, Rear Admiral, the CIC commander answered curtly. It is the ship's big gun, and her only real long-range defense beyond missiles. Several lasers reached out to the front of the Drake-class Orpheus, savaging its frontal armor and ripping a long shallow gouge down its port side. You were saying? Those lasers are only fractionally as powerful as the heavy naval gauze, the CIC commander answered. We are now in gun range to the enemy ship. Fire at will, the Admiral ordered. 3 seconds later, he watched the two beam cannon assemblies reach out to the Montgomery, and both hit but in different locations. It was not more than 10 seconds before the other Agamemnon-class and Nelson-class ships opened up of their own volition. At such an extensive range, gunnery was uneven at best. Of every 10 shots, maybe 3 would hit in a volley. Sir, Dagger L units report they are engaging the enemy fighter screen. Significant casualties have already been taken. By us or them? The Rear Admiral asked. By us, sir, the Mobile Forces operator reported. We're down half our Dagger LS, and a third of the Wyndham units also ran afoul of the Montgomery's missile systems. Continue fire, we must push a gap in their line at this point. We have orders, and our losses won't matter if we complete our objective. X. Move it up. We can't let those micromissiles stop us, or we lose. Commander Greenwald ordered. Take passes at its bridge area. Sir, we can't get that close. The lasers will chop us up. Another one of his Wyndhams went offline. Hell, we aren't close and the lasers are already chopping us up. Shut up and drive that damned mobile suit like you stole it. Mike ordered. Cowardice in the face of the enemy will get you shot, if not by them, then by me. Mike put actions to words in the seconds thereafter, when he rammed his throttle to the mechanical stop to charge down the Montgomery. He was not alone, the 3 remaining Wyndhams joined him and one of the remnant took the lead. The first machine ate it hard, 2 turret assemblies of 4 lasers tore into the teenager's machine and shredded it. Mike managed to stop the volley of medium-range anti-air missiles, one, with first his CIWS, then with his shield, 2 missiles completely ripped it apart, but at least he did not take any further damage, and he had a clear shot at the prize of the day. His wingman surged forward in the wake of the missiles that knocked out Mike's shield, and 3 shots of Agni against the front glassy plate on the Montgomery caused armor damage but nothing crippling. Surprisingly, his wingman did not live to fire a 4th shot. A pair of naval lasers removed the torso of his machine from existence, leaving only a charred stub attached to the hips of his Wyndham. Mike made what he hoped was the winning move. Rather than spray and pray, he took the time to line up one good shot at the bridge of the Montgomery. One shot, at the surprisingly hot commander in the captain's chair, and it was done. The beam entered the bridge window and the particle wash fried everything in the bridge, giving off the appearance of a small explosion. The commander breathed a quick sigh of relief. Command, Montgomery is decapitated. Do I continue fire or return to fleet? If she has stopped firing, leave it. We can reclaim it as salvage after the battle is won, the Rear Admiral ordered. XXX. 5 minutes after the combat disable of the Montgomery. Mendel Colony, Rescue Shelter 10,043. Ah, bullshit. My brother's ship just ate it. Damn, Earth Alliance MS got in and got lucky. A teenager shouted, watching one of the monitors in the evacuation shelter. The Montgomery? An older lady asked. What is your brother's duty section? He is a structures technician and firefighter, the teen said. He may not have been nearby the bridge, so he may be safe, the old lady's husband considered. Much unexpected to everyone in the bunker, the destruction of the bridge brought the function of the ship to a halt, but it did not completely eradicate the ship. So why all this shit now? What have we done to offend the Earth Alliance? We exist, Nick Cale, the lead guitar for the Kilo Band, answered from next to Mir. These assholes hate us. Hate us at a subconscious level, they hate everyone that is not them. We're also the only major obstacle to their plans for planetary domination, so we just need to die. That's horrible, the same girl said. That's also lies, damned lies, a guy in the bunker said. Mendel went out of their way to provoke the Earth Alliance. Nick saw through that comment immediately. Oh, so, having a certain ship blow the shit out of Armory 1 is no big deal, but when Mendel ambushes the same unmarked and unclaimed warship in the debris belt and captures the Gundams they stole from ZAFT, it is suddenly an international incident. You know it doesn't work like that, the same guy said. Yeah, you are right, the Earth Alliance is allowed to piss on anyone they want, but God's help you if you kick the Earth Alliance in the zack. Look, I don't know what you believe, he started, but Nick would not have any of it. Look, why don't you stop apologizing for someone who is trying to kill you right now? This strange version of Stockholm Syndrome has got to end. Love thy homicidal maniacs, just keep your love affair to yourself, okay? Nick said sarcastically. We'll see who is right in the end, the guy said contemptuously. In matters like this, there is no right or wrong, there are only casualties, Mir Campbell said in a clearly disheartened tone. She was not looking at the guy, but at one of the monitors showing the unit map of the space around Mendel. Living in the colonies is hard, but knowing that someone wants you dead, just because you exist. She let her sentence trail off, unsure how to say what she wanted to say. And that is what this is all about, Asalaryman continued her thought in a different direction. It's all about who determines who has the right to exist. Do we get to make the choice, or does the Earth Alliance? The international community has repeatedly said coordinator programs are illegal, and the Mendel eugenic system is worse. The same detractor down at the end of the shelter declared. Man, screw that, Nick said. Look, first off, the international community has spent the last 50 years making this problem progressively worse. Since they aren't part of the solution, they're making a shitload of money prolonging the problem, so screw their groupthink bullshit in the skull. The lead guitarist sighed. Second, the international community as you call it does not give orders to a star empire, and does not give orders to the colonies of a star empire after those derelict and weak colony forces hoop the group thinkers' asses up one side and down the other. On this, I'll disagree with the Salaryman down the way, it's not about who determines what, right now this is about institutional butthurt because the Earth Alliance is tired of being told to go fuck themselves by Mendel. The whole world is tired of being told off by Mendel, the BC supporter answered haughtily. There may be a reason for that, Nick answered sharply. When a whole world has their heads up their arses, someone needs to point the perspective problem out to them. Nobody will like it, but the truth can smell like shit from time to time. Wait, what does that mean? An old lady pointed to the monitor with the tactical map on it. Are those? What does the missiles ringed in yellow mean? Mir asked the question others were asking themselves without saying it. Nuclear missiles, Nick guessed. I can see the radiation symbol on the icons. Well, they want to kill us all, might as well make it fast and nasty. At least it won't be dragged out, unlike the average in BC kills. Nick looked at the BC supporter in the shelter, and preempted him, and no, before you say it, I'm not a coordinator. And she is, he indicated Mir. So bloody what? This came from the Salaryman, not Nick. She also does paperwork and sings. Anything wrong with those things? He simply shook his head. Whatever happens here, humanity will go on. Even if Mendel survives, they can't kill Blue Cosmos. You'd better hope the Earth Alliance wins, buddy boy, because if they don't the hard asses in this colony are going to make Blue Cosmos lives a living hell, for as long as it takes. XXX. 5 minutes later. Mendel second defensive line. This is what we get paid for, kids. Get to it. Gerald Lightbringer ordered of the mobile forces complement of the Dominion. Game on. Clotho shouted before he hammered his engines to charge down the missiles. I'm going right, Shunny decided after he took stock of where the missiles were headed. Looks like most of them are moving toward Mendel too. Wait, what is them you're blocking Mendel? Stella asked while she was moving to follow Shunny and Argus toward the right flank. Looks like they are, Century Commander Lightbringer noted. And Vladivostok, Byzantin, and Hyperion are taking up picket between the enemy ships and Mendel too. Well, it's what we do, Captain Jamestown said on the radio channel. Dominion will move to engage the breakout force on the left flank. Montgomery stung them, we'll finish up. Damn sad loss, Argus DeVille groused. Rose was a proper hardass. Commanders like her, hard to replace. Argus, cover the center with Alicia Yamato and Wendy Barus. Remainder of Gundams move right. I am going deep forward to provide first round intercept and mobile forces interdiction. Hi. 4 of the pilots shouted at the same time. Gerald could not tell which ones did so, given the static caused by their shout. Lightbringer hammered his engines, the venerable Nuiziel, upgrade, dumped raw plasma into a fuel stream and out the thrust nozzles on the back of the machine. Within seconds, he had outpaced all the Gundams in his charge forward into the teeth of an amassing enemy force. Tactical, I need a read. Where are the nuclear launch platforms? He ordered of the bridge bunnies on the Dominion. Lightbringer, Flay, it's easier to tell you where they are not it, sir. Pick a direction where there are enemies, and you'll see either ships or the older strike daggers. They're using the strike daggers as nuclear launch platforms? That's slightly smarter than I expected, the Century Commander groused. All forces, this is Lightbringer. Prioritize intercept of any strike dagger mobile suits unless you have missiles nearby. They are using the older machines as nuclear launch platforms. Air Force acknowledges, Captain Ward answered immediately. Come to Papa, scumbags, Gerald groused to his front monitor, lit up as it was with contacts aplenty. His first meeting with the Central Force was their escorts, roughly a dozen Wyndham units with L-strike packs to increase maneuverability. After 4 beams struck the I-field surrounding his machine, Gerald could only laugh. These whelps have spirit. Time to sharpen my blades, and he launched the 2 remote arms from the Nuiziel before he tapped a button to initiate radio jamming on their forces. After the radio jamming began, Gerald fired into the unit of escorts with beam cannons and micromissiles. Much as he suspected, the enemy could not coordinate effectively without their radio. The remaining 8 escorts scattered in as many directions and did not reform into a cohesive unit after Gerald passed. Warning, Dominion is laying down positron cannon fire, all personnel avoid line of fire, Captain Jamestown declared. Nice to know, Gerald commented as he approached the 30 strike daggers in this mission wave. Bonsai, bitches. This time around, Gerald gave no pretense of restraint, he simply dumped firepower into their ranks before he plowed through with his massive mobile armor. And people accuse me of getting a little corny on the comms some days, Clotho complained to nobody in particular. Flash traffic, raid warning, this is Thrones, we have a large nuclear assault force making an end run on Mendel, we could use some backup out here. Captain Freeman reported from his side of the second-line defenses. This is Roulette Element, we are mobile and headed your way. Be there in 90 seconds, the star captain of the Mobile Armor Forces Roulette answered immediately. Gerald had structured their unit deliberately for this purpose, giving them only the high-speed mobile armors Bigros and Valvero to make rapid interdiction sorties. Still, Gerald judged it was not enough. Clotho, Owl, Sting, move right to support the Thrones. Shunny, Oruga, Stella, continue to hold the right flank, Wendy and Argus, shift towards the right to cover into the right and center engagement zones for our force. Good to go. Damn good to go, sir. Wendy Barus answered immediately. On it, sir. Clotho transformed his machine into mobile armor mode and goosed his engines to move toward his new hunting ground. Now to kill me some space crunchies, the old Century Commander said savagely. This is Lightbringer, taking a pass at enemy fleet center. He deliberately put out on unencrypted wideband radio as a dare to the enemy ships and mobile forces to try to stop him. Some took the dare, others continued to focus on their mission. Gerald focused on the latter, he did not want his day ruined by nuclear arms. Ignore him, the fleet admiral ordered. One fly among many. Throw up some missiles and machine cannon in his general direction, try to force him away from the fleet units. Make sure we continue launching missiles, both conventional and nuclear. Sir, it is going out by laser line now. Given that Gerald Lightbringer was jamming the radios solid with his insidious song The Hunter, Iced Earth, trying to scare professional soldiers with his reputation and a cheesy metal song, the fleet had dropped back to laser comms to relay orders. Status of Missile Force 1. The Admiral asked after a few moments of watching explosions in the distance. Missiles have been fired from all units, second stage boosters should be kicking in roughly 30 seconds. All remaining strike daggers have ejected missile launchers and are moving to engage in close combat. We have reports of 6 dead enemy mobile armors and numerous enemy mobile suits or fighters, make that 7 mobile armors, sir. Excellent. Continue all fire plans, resume nuclear barrage at first available. Sir, Lightbringer is coming around for another pass, sir, a more timid radar operator reported. Fleet units are to focus rear guns on the White Nui Zeal. Make him hurt. X. Archangel, Lightbringer, return to Mjir for repair, Gerald ordered after he left the cockpit in the vicinity of the Dominion. It was a calculated risk, especially with interceptors in the area, but hitting a man-sized target in the nothingness of space during the middle of a battle was no simple task. On, Ian, awaken, he ordered next on the C3I network, a command to his other machine. I am awake, Lightbringer, the AI in his physical Alice HW answered immediately. Launch and recover after eject from Archangel unit. Roger. Dominion Control, this is Physialis Heavy Weapons Lightbringer Custom, requesting launch clearance. Physical Alice, cleared for launch on right catapult, manual launch authorized for recovery of escaped pilot, Flay Ulster ordered curtly. What had been a successful first run against the enemy fleet did not translate into a successful second run. The gunners wised up enough to track him as he came around, and when Gerald closed back in he was subject to a sodding lot of naval beam cannon fire, enough to bring down his eye field and strike his machine several times. The advanced composite armor of the upgraded Nui Zeal stopped the beams cold, but enough hits and something was bound to give. On the way back through the strike daggers, a couple brought the fight straight to him with beam sabers, and even caused an ammo explosion in his missile launchers. With that much damage, Gerald was not willing to take any more chances on his trashed mobile armor. Thankfully, the Gundams had moved forward to cover his retreat and eventual departure from the mobile armor. Argus, Wendy, Alicia, Shunny, and Stella had taken a direct guard position to prevent ingress his rendezvous area while the Physialis moved out to collect him and resume the battle. Once the physical Alice was out in the air, it did not take long to find Gerald. Please deploy static discharge cable, the physical Alice requested once it reached the area where Gerald was hanging. Deploying now, Gerald answered immediately. He pulled a small wire cable with magnet weight on the end, which was attached to the electrical ground harness in his pilot's armor, and loosed the cable toward his Gundam. It took 20 seconds to close the distance, but as soon as it contacted he could sense the movement of voltage away from his armor and into the frame of his Gundam. Contact, I am grounded. Move in for pickup. The hand reached out to the pilot and both thrusted toward each other slightly. Contact took 10 seconds, then his machine brought its pilot in toward the cockpit, where a simple hop put him inside. This is Lightbringer on Physical Alice, I am active. Requesting Satrep at this time. Lightbringer, Jamestown, the captain of the Dominion answered. Enemy forces on the right flank broke through and fired on Mendel direct. Nothing hit the colony, but the Mjir took a hit amidships. How bad? Lightbringer asked. Roughly 750 kilotons, so it left a mark. Better the old lightning hammer than the colony, Gerald answered. Where do you want me? XXX. 5 minutes after Gerald's redeployment in Physical Alice. ZAFT Armory 1 defensive line. Captain Gladys, relay from Chairman Durndal. Where do you want it? The Minerva radio officer asked. My chair, Talia ordered. After 4 seconds, her chair monitor flickered on. Chairman, have the Earth Alliance forces begun their attack on the plants yet? No, they are sitting outside the SDIZ and waiting, probably looking for the results of their battle in L4, Gilbert answered immediately. Have the Earth Alliance used nuclear weapons yet? Yes, we have confirmed nukes. The Mjir took another hit, surface damage only, Talia responded quietly. I know at this point we have not been directly attacked, but we are technically at a state of declared war courtesy of the Earth Alliance Senate. As such, we now have a vested interest in both assisting our allies in Mendel and defeating the enemy nuclear forces. Understood, sir. What are my orders? Captain Gladys asked. Move to the area of Mendel and offer your assistance to the Magi forces. If you have to, offer your forces as contract bid or use trial to get in. Isaac says that, given the undeclared state of war, it should be no Zelbrigen, free for all battle conditions, you may not need to do anything except show up and declare your purpose to the Magi. Understood, Chairman. Good hunting on your side. Minerva is out, Talia abruptly cut the link before she said anything that would have embarrassed herself. All right, people, looks like we're in it. Helm, all ahead flank, signal our escorts to make similar speed. Comms, link to the Mjir, call through to Star Admiral Centura. All ahead flank, aye Captain, the helmsman answered immediately. Link to Mjir active, call is out for Star Admiral. Stand by, the Camo officer commented. After a few more moments, the main screen lit up with a picture of the command dais on the Mjir bridge, not the full-length view of the bridge. Captain Ward was passing orders to the fire control team, but Star Admiral Centura was not present. Captain Gladys, Strategic Officer West. Has the Earth Alliance tried attacking Armory 1, yet? No, so far they're only interested in you, but we think it will not last long. We intend to offer ourselves in contract bid against the EA assault force. What say you? Talia said, trying to sound closer to Magi Custom in hopes it helped get her unstated message across. We can help now, or we help after you have bled. Much as Talia expected, the unstated was heard readily by the strategic officer. I say, welcome to the party. If your forces have not made intentions yet, we could use help on the right flank, preferably in the SDIZ area between the enemy and Mendel 2. And the Mjir? All is well on your front? Talia inquired. As well as it can be after having taken a nuclear strike to the center of our ship, I would say, Kalamira admitted. Godspeed to you, Captain. You'll need it in this slugfest. 10 minutes after Minerva began approach march. This is not going to be easy, Luna Maria commented mostly to herself, though it was on the radio as well. It's hell out in the battle zone, the radar picture from the Mjir is nothing but a mashup of red dots and blue dots. Mendel has lost something on the order of 100 machines already, but the Earth Alliance may be down as many as 350 so far, Marin Hawk answered. Watch yourself, sister. Even adding us to the front line, this will be a grind battle, Razier Burrell commented. Speed will not help us much, the colonies cannot move, so we have to stand there and take it. We take it like men, Shin said. I owe that bastard Lightbringer some payback for the humiliation in our last fleet X2. Can't let him or his nation die out before I deliver a cold dish of pass. Boys will be boys, Luna Maria complained. Control, Luna is ready. Razier Burrell, reporting ready OP. Shinasuka, elevator is positioned, awaiting catapult shot. Shin finished up the reporting for the initial launches. Remember, we're still several minutes away from the engagement zone. You're on hold until we get closer, no need to waste fuel on an approach march, Talia brought their deployment to a halt. Remember, there is a lot of them to go around. If you run short on supply, return to the ship for refuel and rearm. Understood, Captain, Ray said immediately. Any word from the home front? Luna asked. Yes, the Earth Alliance is sitting around outside our SDIZ, waiting for results from this battle, Marin said. Swell. We win here, they run home to mommy, we lose here, we're not available to help defend home from the double punch it will get, Shin judged. How so? Luna asked. If we lose, the fleet at home will hit the colonies, Ray elaborated on Shin's prediction. Regardless of result, the Earth Alliance forces here will comprise a second fleet that hits L5 from the flank at a later time. Win or lose in ZAFT's first engagement, we will probably be too badly injured to stop the second wave. And if Mendel wins this one? Shin asked, not seeing that outcome of his own right. He deliberately did not want to think like Mendel, and it showed. If Mendel wins here, their next strike will be the Moon Ptolemaeus, Daedalus, Art Satchel. Talia covered that part of the estimate for Ray, given she interfaced a lot with Mendel personnel. Then they do Artemis, probably with interplanetary fire from the Mjir, and mop up with any remaining warships. Once that is done, no more Earth Alliance in space. When Wayne Centura holds space, Earth is at his mercy and there won't be a living soul capable of saying otherwise, including us. That's kinda scary, Marin admitted. I mean, for someone that's otherwise non-interventionist and laissez-faire, that's a huge amount of destruction. They're bipolar, Shin put words to several of their thoughts. Leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. Piss them off enough, they'll cut your throat and record it on their codex. And God help anyone in front of that blade, Talia confirmed. 5 minutes to deploy at Mendel's rear defensive line. Final gear and weapons checks, people. XXX. 10 minutes after the Minerva joined the fleet defense action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Strategic Officer West. Looks like the Earth Alliance just threw down round 2, the Strategic Chinook put out in the C3 radio band. We have some 20 enemy ships and nearly 200 MS common in hot, and this includes another 60 strike daggers with missile launchers. You know what to do, people. Lick it before you stick it, Clotho said in complete smart-ass fashion. Lick it before you stick it. Sounds like a night with my girlfriend, Alicia Yamato commented. Gotta make sure I survive to get another such night, and the colonists gets theirs as well. Hell yes, Shunny declared. 5 points for Alicia, turning a straight saying into something completely plausible for lesbians, Gerald Lightbringer admitted. Enemy vanguard will be in range in roughly 90 seconds. Dominion, missile count. ERM, do the words jack shit count as a count, sir? Captain Jamestown answered after a moment. I was afraid of that, Gerald noted. No missiles, no thinning of the enemy ranks. This one is going to be a raw dog bitch. Gets worse, sir, they have enough ships to form a completely naval third wave, Owl said. And they will, too, lousy bastards. Gerald switched radio frequencies to the Naval Command channel. Warship captains, this is Lightbringer. Request standoff fire support with energy weapons and missiles on enemy primary vector. We need the support or they're going to punch through what remains of our mobile forces in a hurry. Concur, Star Admiral Centura acknowledged. Vladivostok, move forward from Mendel 2 guard and engage directly with missiles and anti-air weapons. Vladivostok, Captain Voss, I roger your orders Star Admiral. Moving forward now. That gives us something more than dick and donuts to work with, Gerald said wryly. Big Mo, can we get some love out this way? Negative, Lightbringer, your engagement zone is outside our targeting profile, and we're 60 seconds away from being ass-deep in tangos. Hate to have to reject you for this dance, sir, the flight controller on them Jair answered. Ain't that a bitch, Gerald groused. A cold, hard one that's about to slap us in the face in 30 seconds, Clotho said. We're on stage 2-1, time to combo break these assholes. Save your finishing moves for the final round, Clotho, we've got some big fish to fry still, Gerald ordered. Guys, looks like they're getting cute. Enemy forces are breaking down into binary-size formations and splitting way the hell up, Argus DeVille commented. Well, Darwin strikes again. Kill the dumbass, the average IQ of the formation is bound to go up. Much to our detriment. This one's for our blue and pure world. Give 'em hell. The formation commander ordered in his usual flamboyant fashion. Tina wisely said nothing. The asshole commander had a love of picking on her whenever possible, and her assignment to the near-suicide mission of piloting a strike dagger with 40 tons of nuclear cruise missile strapped to it was by direct order of the commander. Still in all, if she landed the lucky shot that killed a warship, she would either die a hero, or live on a hero. Her strike dagger reached out to push aside a dagger L that had been sabered in half by a dendrobium. The Magi were turning out to be just as merciless on the defense as they had been on the offense at Jachindu. How she had survived that fracas, she had no clue. On the other hand, nuking Mendel's colonies would take them out of the action permanently and then the war returned to the whole cleanse the earth shtick she had signed up for many years ago. Okay, looks like our lead formations drew off the enemy front line, so we can slip between warships and make a run direct on Mendel 2, the team intel analyst noted. Commander, do we fire our nukes at a ship if it gets in our way? Yes, if we can nuke one of their ships, it gives the final wave a better chance at hitting the colonies. I say we cap that one off, sir, and Tina highlighted the warship that was guarding the right side of the Mendel 2 colony. If we can get the end ship, the ones on the left side can't range to further missile attacks. Look at that, it's ZAFT's new ship class, the Minerva. The commander highlighted the ship on everyone's displays, where it was moving right to support the defensive efforts on that side. Too bad we don't have missiles to spare on it. Fuck 'em, we'll scrap ZAFT later, Tina commented. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. But he subcontracts, and we picked up that request. I'll say amen to that, Reverend, the commander said facetiously. Another 30 seconds and we'll be in position to launch. Target Mendel 2 and center on the ship, Tina called out. Holy shit, a mobile armor just took a pass at Unit 15. In so doing, over half the unit had fallen to beam rifle, beam cannon, and beam saber strikes in a single pass. Ignore it, escorts, we're spaced out for a reason. Make sure you see to any mobile armors in our flight path. The commander ejected the covers off his missile tubes. Launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Tina waited 2 seconds to launch hers, but once they were clear of the tubes she ejected the launchers and drew her beam rifle. Captain Kirill, of the Bloodhouse McKenna, though not blooded so he could not use his last name legally, considered this was a bitch of a first tour in command of the Byzantine. The prior captain, James Freeman, was now on the bridge of the thrones, and he as XO had jumped up to the command slot. On the other side of the coin, he was really racking up the kills at range. Flame Eater escort destroyers were somewhat kin to the Sendai-class destroyers, only more focused on anti-naval operations than the Sendai-class ships were. The distinction was a small one, but critical, given the Flame Eater had better ranged weapons for anti-ship work. He was counting coup on the Nelson and Drake-class ships. Already, the Byzantines' guns had sundered 4 Drakes, 3 Nelsons, and drove off an Agamemnon, no small feat for a single warship. No big fish to fry, such a pity, the captain half-whined. He wanted to hammer one of the Archangel class into submission, even given the sheer risk of it. Captain, missiles launch, looks like they're coming in our direction, the sensor officer reported. Talk to me, Kirill requested. 95 seconds flight time, detecting 6 missiles, and 6 more missiles a further 10 seconds behind it. Point defenses, turn broadside, and launch Barracuda missiles as intercept. Use anti-air guns for the coup de main on any survivors. Roger that, Captain, Turning broadside to threat profile, the helmsman said. It was the wisest move, given the ship only had 4-point defense bays for close-in work, and going broadside to target put 2 of those bays in the firing line. Weapons, put up a good solid barrage toward those missiles, Kirill ordered next. On it, sir, the weapons officer responded immediately. Firing naval ACS, naval PPCs, naval lasers, Barracuda missiles. Forward medium naval gauze on the drifting Drake class. Kirill grimaced when the use of the lasers and PPCs only resulted in 3 of the 12 missiles destroyed. 10 seconds later, the Barracudas reaped another 2, leaving only 7 missiles for the close-in weapons systems. A pass from a dendrobium dropped 2, leaving only 5 missiles remaining before they got into the range of the AA weapons. Looking good, sir. Unload on the rest, Kirill ordered. Weps, plot shots on the ships in range. Firing air defense systems now, the weps officer said. Got 1, got 2, partial on 3, he said. Rest is up to the AMS systems. We've got this shit dealt with, Kirill said. Target the pair of Nelson's dead to port, naval lasers and particle cannons only, he ordered. The sky to port of the Byzantin lit up with bright green flashes from the modified pulse lasers that comprised the AMS batteries. Oh shit. One of the missiles is hit but not destroyed. Is it on us or the colony? Kirill asked. On us, sir. 10 seconds. We have no options. A quick glance at the weapons board showed everything was still cooling off, reloading or recharging, with the next systems available in roughly 15 seconds. We take the hit, Kirill said. Better us than the colony. Sorry, guys. Shit happens, sir, the ship's XO declared. Next stop, Valhalla. XXX. Same time as the destruction of the Byzantin. Spinward from L4, well outside engagement zones of Earth Alliance or Mendel forces. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are still attempting to get through to Mendel space traffic control at this time, however we have noticed several nuclear explosions in the area and we do not expect to receive alternate entry directions for some hours. Oh dear, I hope the colonies are safe, Lakis said. They should be, Kira judged. Much as he didn't like Mendel, he had to admit they were probably the best suited to defend against whatever the Earth Alliance was throwing today. Behind him, the business passengers were chatting amiably about a pair of buildings they intended to purchase in Mendel. The sound of a briefcase opening did not bother him, he guessed it was a couple purchasing agents reviewing paperwork and trading notes. Do you have the tablet PC, dear? If we are going to be here a few, I want to watch a movie, Lakis requested. Here, Kira reached down to his feet and came up with a small tablet portfolio. I think I'll take a nap. I think you won't, one of the businessmen said. When Kira looked over his shoulder to the guy in question, the first thing he saw was not the suit and tie, but the barrel of a pistol with a silencer. Beyond him, Kira could see 4 more with small submachine guns, a couple more with pistols, and one wearing. Oh my god, is that a bomb? Lakis asked. It is, and he has a dead man's switch in his hand and very precise instructions. If anyone tries retaking this craft by force, he drops the stick and we all become space debris. That includes you 2 lovebirds, as well. You follow, Kira Yamato. I hear you, Kira groused. Why all this? Simple, kid. When hunting the most dangerous game in the Earth sphere, you send ample men to do the job. I figured 10 professionals was pushing it, but hey, many hands makes light work. The suppressed pistol moved not a whit, but he looked up to his accomplices. 7, 8, 9, compromise the cockpit and give the pilot his new flight plan. So, what happens to us? Lakis asked after one of the operators began using a laser pen to cut his way into the cockpit. Not my department, the lead hijacker noted. My orders are to capture this craft and have it land in North America. What happens after that isn't my concern. Compartmentalized terrorism. Not surprising, Kira groaned. If they were professional enough to keep separate tasks in their own little boxes as he said, they were definitely smart enough to plan for every contingency possible. Hey, you're not the only professionals in the Earth sphere, kiddo. And the self-deluded good guys don't always win. I hope you don't think you are, Lakis answered curtly. Not hardly, the lead admitted after a few moments. I know I'm on the bad side of history, but screw it. The victor gets to write the history books, and I don't really like losing all that much. 10 minutes later. Shuttle cargo hold. Ghost instructor Benjamin Jones figured the stop of the shuttle was due to some manner of technical issue, initially. Once he attached to the Mendel C3 network, though, he knew otherwise. He also could not blame the pilot for not wanting to drive through a naval free-for-all in the Mendel SDIZ, so he contented himself to just wait. Not like there was much he could do with just his ghost armor and a civilian passenger shuttle, all things considered. Just after he was settling himself into sleep, the shuttle began moving again, but on the C3 display it showed something wildly different. When he tapped the information icons for the ship, it was showing a distress signal, then an international hijack warning, then an unknown telemetry code of some kind. With that kind of alarms coming from the ship, it could only mean the VIPs on board Kira Yamato and Lakis Klein were being kidnapped for some reason. C3, Communications Command, connect to Mjir AI unit with high encryption. This is Jade, Ghost Officer Benjamin. I see you are on the hijacked shuttle. What can you tell me about the condition? I have not begun recon yet, but my options are limited. I am in the cargo hold, separate from the passengers. Mark this shuttle and track if possible. If they are hijacking it, the likelihood is for the purposes of taking hostages. Kira Yamato and Lakis Klein, Jade answered, given she would have easy access to the shuttle's manifest. I do not have authority over the ghosts, but do what you can. I will have Forrestal keep an eye on the shuttle as it lands on Terra. Wait, Terra? Benjamin asked, wanting to confirm that the planet he just left 3 days prior was now his next destination. That is where you are headed, Ghost. Good luck. If we survive, I will try to get you what support I can muster. Roger that. Good luck on your side, and beat their asses raw for it. Ghost is out. Benjamin deactivated all of his C3 functions to prevent easy triangulation should anyone have ESM gear. He was technically separate from the crew compartment, but an access door had enough of a gap at the bottom that he could put a sensor probe under it, giving him camera and sound access to the cabin. Much as the whole hijack alarm thing indicated, the cabin crew had been replaced with guys in business suits and carrying guns, generally a good indicator that some staff had been replaced by less than savory temporary crew members. It was good for a sigh from the old Ghost instructor. With this unforeseen operation now on his plate, he could really say he had done it all in terms of being a Ghost assault, recon, sniper, now rescue. All 4 of the major Ghost functions, and this one would definitely count as a high-profile rescue operation, so he considered that if he survived, and so did the captives, it might be a good time to look into retirement. XXX. 5 minutes after the shuttle began movement for Terra. Earth Alliance offensive lines. Our last push, now, the Admiral pointed to the area of the map. All remaining forces, all ships. We blitz in, fire missiles against all remaining ships and colonies, and run like hell. If we can cause enough damage, they won't pursue and we get to go home scot-free. We should only have 40 missiles left throughout the fleet. Will that be enough to get past their remaining air defenses? The ship's captain asked. It will be close. We won't get them all, but we will get some and hopefully we can at least get one of the colonies, Admiral Mihalis said savagely. If we intend to win this war, we have to cripple them in such a way as they cannot recover. Aye, Admiral, the captain answered. You heard Admiral Mihalis. One last run and we're out of here. Straight up the middle, one good screw, hit the road. Helm, lay a course between Mendel and Mendel 2, hammer the engines. Weapons, prepare all remaining nuclear missiles and close-in weapons systems. Step on it. Aye, sir. The helmsman answered. Con, sensors, enemy forces have closed up into a smaller, tighter formation, centered to our right. Good, let them. Time to focus on the big fish, fry them up properly, Bjorn Mihalis said. He figured his career hinged on this, in more than one way, so he wanted to do it right even if it would probably make him one of the most despised men in the Earth sphere. Understood, sir. Shall we make our primary target Mendel 2? The weapons officer asked. Do it. Missile launch in 20 seconds at this rate of close, the missile operator said. Begin anti-air fire, let's shake up the remaining enemy forces before we launch our big fish. X. Looks like this one is for the money, ladies and gentlemen, Star Admiral Centauran noted. I'm down an arm, no beam trident, and only have half a magazine left in my beam rifle. I think it's time for one more good throw of the dice. So do they, sir, Gerald said. Win or lose, let's make 'em feel it. Easy for you to say, all I have are my shoulder-mounted beam cannons, Oruga groused. His Gundam had lost both arms, a leg, and suffered 2 good slashes to the chest armor with a beam saber. Thankfully neither penetrated anything critical, but his Schlag beam cannons were all that remained. Incoming. Gerald warned moments before the first beam cannons rounds were loosed from the vanguard ships of the enemy attack wave. None of the mobile suits in their general defensive area took hits, but the Mjir, the Vladivostok, and the Thrones all took hits in their sides. Small unit missiles followed close, along with some torpedoes headed toward the ships and toward the rear-line colony guard ships. They are preparing for a final nuclear blitz, Star Admiral. Watch out for nuclear missiles interspersed with torpedoes. Kalamira warned. Her warning was predicated on the fact that a nuclear missile was effectively unrecognizable from a torpedo at range, a common tactic of omniscial forces and one almost always effective, despite foreknowledge. Take no chances, put those missiles down. Wayne ordered. Kill 'em by the numbers, we have 3 lines. He made good on his orders himself, dropping 2 missiles with 3 beam rifle shots of his own. Nothing like a good turkey shoot to kick off the last round, Shunny said in his creepy monotone. Of the Dominion Gundam pilots, he was in the best shape due to his beam-resistant defensive systems. More to the point, his scythe was perfect for chopping a missile up by way of using its own thrust against itself. We've got the missiles we could from this batch, Owl noted. Of the second generation extended, he was the only one still on the battlefield. Stella had been knocked unconscious by a bad torpedo hit and recovered, Sting had been disarmed by damage and returned to the ship somewhat intact. Next round will be coming by in 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, Captain Ward cautioned. Warships, do your best to intercept, or as a last resort, absorb any remaining missiles, Wayne ordered. X. Hyperion Rogers your last, Star Commodore Tiljace answered the call to action from the Star Admiral. Weapons, full systems up, prepare for third-line intercept. Helm, put us in line with any missiles we can't intercept. I don't want to go out like the Byzantine, but far better us than the colony behind us, Quiaf. Af, Star Commodore, the helmsman responded. Sensors, slug me the flight paths of the missiles coming our way. Time to absorb some firepower the hard way. Coming your way now, oh shit. Mjir just took a second hit. Tiljace leaned forward enough that he could look left and see the massive super dreadnought. Sweet Jesus, that one left a mark. Probably a 3 meg device, forward of midships. Look at that electrical sparking, the railgun on the starboard side is trashed. And that's something you don't repair on a phalanx, like the jump engine. Once it's gone, it's generally gone for good, the engineer on the bridge said with reverence for the damage. Old ship, though, and it is standing between the nuclear light and the civilians, Tiljace noted. Weps, time until our intercept. First shots going now, sir, the weapons officer answered. No hits, 3 missiles in our area. Firing next salvo shit. Again. Sensors, check the tracking system calibration. X-band radars are down. System malfunction. The sensors operator shouted. Manual on the guns. Use bore sights if you have to. Gods damn the gremlins in this ship. Tiljace ordered rapidly. We'll get one by default, sir. I'm blocking 1 missile. The helmsman said. Impact, 3, 2, 1, now. The explosion was significant, but not nuclear. A gunner got lucky. He hit one with an autocannon on the right. The sensor operator shouted in triumph. A beam lanced out at the last missile from one of the ZAFT machines, a red ZAKU with 1 shield, followed quickly by a second beam, but neither hit. A third beam grazed the engine nacelles on the back of the missile, which only served to shear them off but did not destroy it. The missile continued onward unstopped. The colony is going to take the hit 5 seconds. The sensor operator bemoaned. X. Shania had managed to make it up toward the head of the line, on dint of having kids and playing that card heavily, but the next dropship was not due in for another 30 minutes, so she was playing the waiting game just like everyone else. I'm scared, Mommy, her eldest daughter commented. We all are, dear, but we'll be safe. The troops are out there stopping the bad guys, Shania forced herself to say. She fell into the category of technical pacifist in proper definition, and she did not like giving the military credit for anything, but she was not afraid to use violence on her own direct behalf. In this case, however, she had to give the credit due, the Earth Alliance was clearly in the wrong here and needed the ass beating. When do we get to go home? The younger daughter asked. When the bad people are dealt with and the troops give the all clear, Shania answered, though not for the first time. Here, a dock worker handed each of the kids a juice pouch and Shania a large water bottle. Sorry for the delay, the only ship in response range that wasn't already here had to turn around from transit to orb. It happens, Shania agreed. Thanks for the water. No problem. He was interrupted by something erupting from the ground roughly 50 meters behind him or, technically, something punching through the hull of the colony and into the innards. Shania was able to track it visually easily, it had decelerated to such a degree and did not have working engines to continue moving. 2 seconds after it penetrated to open air, the internal penetration timer inside the missile set off the chain reaction necessary to detonate the nuclear package at the core of the missile. The weapons were set to detonate inside the target colony, where the air pressure could be turned into a massive blast wave that sundered most, if not all, the island 3-cylinder. Once the reaction started, in less than 100 milliseconds, the nuclear package was on its way to tearing apart the very air inside the colony. X. Colony hit good gods. Wayne closed his eyes against the initial flash relayed through his screens, even though the nuclear blast filters were on his optics to absorb most of the light. Mendel 2 is hit. Holy shit, it's tearing itself apart. Captain Ward announced. No. No. One of the extended pilots shouted. Wayne guessed it was Stella by her voice. Did we get the civilians out? Wayne asked. Hell no, sir, we were still a million plus short. Gerald Lightbringer raged. Fucking Desgra Aswads. I want their hearts for hamburger for this. Star Admiral. Captain Ward shouted. Calamira has collapsed, she has. Blank stare. Gerald asked. Call a medtech and have her sedated, then return her to her quarters. She just heard over 1 million people die in close proximity, it probably overloaded her upper conscious. Wayne continued to stare at the rapidly shredding hulk of the Mendel 2 colony, even as some of the debris began impacting the not yet repaired number 3 colony next to it. It was some seconds before he regained any sense of proper mental execution, mostly as his magnified viewer began seeing individual bodies floating in space, some moving and struggling against no atmosphere, some not. Kill them, Wayne said softly, even amidst much panicked and enraged radio traffic. Sir. Gerald's Gundam nudged his. What did you say? I said kill them. Kill them all and count the bodies, right now. Wayne shouted. Gerald. Can you tell if they have any more nukes? Gerald's Gundam looked toward the enemy ships, likely in mimicry of the pilot doing the same. NEG, they have expended all their special weapons. All warships on the offensive immediately, Wayne ordered in the short silence thereafter. Mjir has the lead. I want a body count in no more than 3 hours, or I want to know why. Sir, Gerald answered. You heard the man. I want their dicks for sausage and a body count for the boss to sign off on. Get to it. X. Yes. We got the colony. Look at those bodies tumbling. Now they know our pain. Admiral Michaelides whooped. That'll teach them to defy the will of the blue and pure world. Oh shit. The sensor operator shot up, out of her chair, though her feet were anchored to the floor so she could not float away. Con, sensors. Mjir is turning toward. Every ship and unit is coming for us. We're locked up by them, Mjir. Visually, it was possible to see the one surviving naval railgun on the enemy super dreadnought open up. The captain of the ship looked to the admiral, fury in his face. You arrogant ass. You killed the colony, but nobody will live to tell about it. His protest was cut off by the impact of a 5-ton explosive shell at the base of the conning tower. Since the shell buried itself most of the way through the base of the tower before it detonated, the blast literally sundered the entire tower structure above it as well as chopped through most of the ship's center structure. X. This is Unicorn, I have sweet lock, Alicia Yamato said savagely as her XX cannon finished charging. What? Flares? Surrender flares? I'll give you assholes the same courtesy you gave the citizens of these colonies. She pulled down on the trigger and began moving the aiming crosshairs. The paired X-cannon beams tracked across a Drake, a Nelson, another Drake, an Agamemnon, a second Nelson, and onto the scrap of the enemy flagship. Secure cannons, going in close for some wet work, Alicia tripped the cannon selector to rack, and reached her machine for the Schwartz they had unabashedly pirated designs from the Archangel's mobile forces. I'm with you. ZAFT pilot Shinosuke shouted in rage. Follow me in. His impulse Gundam streaked past the XX, AYC, and toward a pair of outlying Nelson-class ships. Alicia and Shin dodged through the lines of machine cannon fire, though the fire did not last long before the guns ran dry. Shin brought his machine to a semi-graceful stop behind the conning tower of the Nelson-class Apollo, though Alicia simply rammed her sword into the side of the ship in front of the conning tower and ripped downward until the beam blade chopped through the keel. Shin turned his beam sabers on the tower, chopping down from the command deck toward the hull of the ship, then along the back of the hull toward the engines. Alicia did the inverse, as she ground her blade through the keel forward to literally gut the ship. Goddamned monsters! Die for your crimes! Razier Burrell shouted as he landed on top of the now disabled Nelson and began firing into the side of the other Nelson. You'll pay. Space colonies are not yours. You do not control our lives. Luna Maria shouted in equal rage as she hammered the Nelson with beam after beam from her gunner's Zaku. She would not show it on the radios, but she was still crying from her fatal miss of the last missile. Mad minute that ship! Alicia ordered, letting go of her sword to take up her paired beam rifles. For the next 60 seconds, 4 mobile suits dumped raw firepower into the hull of the Nelson, until there was nothing meaningful left on the ship to shoot except a few stray chunks of armor attached to the keel. 3. Thrones to MS forces in vicinity of Nelson-class Apollo, clear the area. I have a Lohengrin to finish the job. Thrones. Finishing blow is yours. Alicia removed her sword from the frame of the ship and exited the area at best possible speed. 5 minutes later. Con, sensors, 2 remaining ships, no remaining mobile forces. Where do we begin? The sensor controller requested of Captain Ward. We do that Drake next, Wayne Centura ordered from just inside the bridge doors, having just landed his Gundam to resume fleet command. That bastard ship put one in the side of them, Mjir. Make sure they experience our displeasure firsthand. Star Admiral, Glenn asked. Ward replied. Helm, bring us around port broadside to the enemy ship. Port broadside to the tangos, roger that, Willie answered from the helm station. He had to temporarily relieve himself to visit a medkit and wrap up some cuts on his face, but even with bandages and disqualifying injuries, the loss of his left eye, he would not give up this fight. Rotating yaw 2 degrees a second, 10 seconds to proper target profile. I love this song, bring out the mood of pure naval swooping so much, the helmsman commented on the song Wolfpack by Sabaton. Their cohorts on the moon will go to hell hearing far worse from us in days and weeks to come, of that I swear a read to, Star Admiral Centura said coldly. Weapons, solutions for full broadside on the Drake. It is overkill, but today is a good day for overkill. On it, sir. The commander in charge of guns answered. Solutions zeroing in, now. We have tone. Fire for effect, Captain Ward ordered. 12 naval particle cannons, 12 Class C naval autocannons, 300 mm bore, 4 naval laser 35s, and a myriad of teleoperated missiles were loosed into the retreating Drake-class ship. The PPCs landed first, stupidly easy shots at such a close range in naval terms. 2 of the clusters landed on the rear of the ship and immediately sundered the engines, though the cluster that struck the back of the conning tower did the most disabling effect of all. Seconds later, the hail of naval cannon slugs began tearing into the remaining structure and armor of the ship. Such was the damage to the ship, the last 4 slugs passed completely through the hull of the ship without touching any material on their way through and out into dead space. The missiles were effectively an insult on top of lethal injury, but served to shred down the last of the superstructure into debris and echoes. Railgun up! Willie announced. Excellent. Willie, you have the last. Put that solid slug just behind amidships, in the rear fuel bunker. Got it, sir. Willie brought the ship around. AI, give me targeting lines on the last of the last. He ratcheted his control systems down to the most finite control possible, which would be needed for such an accurate aiming task as he had been given. Targeting arcs are active on your primary control monitor, helmsman, the ship's artificial intelligence entity responded. Tracking port, tracking pitch, on target, Willie noted. Okay, AI, highlight the fuel bunker, please. On screen. Finesse, firing. He loosed the slug once the targeting arc crossed the right point on the ship, and all eyes were on the slug as it tracked out to the target. Willie's aim was true, the slug struck the hull just above the fuel bunker. The 5-ton long rod penetrator slugs were designed to hammer through the heavy armor of old Star League-era battle wagons and damage the innards of the ships without having to completely brute force the armor. Such a slug was woefully overkill for a Nelson, which had half the structure of an old Star League ship and less than a quarter of the armor. The sudden impact in the mostly empty fuel bunker caused a pressurization spalling electrical arc explosion in the vapors inside the tank, which blast tore the ship in half just behind the conning tower. The rear was ejected away from the front, and the blast above the center of gravity for the front of the ship caused it to begin a lazy reverse cartwheel as it drifted off into the black nothingness of space. Sensors, reporting all enemy forces are slain. This one is done, the flight boss announced after a last check of the sensor picture. Put M on safe and reload M. Our war is just beginning, Wayne ordered after a moment of silence. XXX. April 5 CE 73, 1500 hours Lima, Eastern, Time. Earth Alliance Political Headquarters, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, North American Territories, Atlantic Federation. Damn it, Gibral. You said this would work. Reisman raged at the leader of Logos. Now what? We just lost the entire fleet, and their next stop is definitely going to be Ptolemais. I hope you have a plan for salvaging this clusterfuck, or a very deep hole to bury yourself in. Relax, Reisman, relax, Gibral responded soothingly. Being perfectly honest here, I did not expect any of the fleet to survive. I will admit, I did expect a lot more damage than we inflicted, and that can complicate matters, but only temporarily. We still have control of this situation. Mendel does not have the necessary mobile forces to take the moon. They will try, but they cannot do it. Man, you are so full of shit, Reisman said as he sat down behind the desk in the Oval Office. I never realized it until now, but you are hopelessly full of shit. Unfortunately, we're now married to this clusterfuck, and we need to figure out a way to come out on top. I want suggestions, not blow. How do we win right now? Gibral mastered his temper. Even if Reisman was the chairman of the Atlantic Federation, he was not above Lord Gibral. Okay, if you want to play it completely safe, we sacrifice the moon. Move as many of our troops out to here as possible, and we do all the fighting on the planet's surface. We leave enough forces in place on the moon bases to resist effectively, nothing more. They will take the moon, since we're not fighting hard for it, then they come for us here. They may not have the forces to take our moon bases, but they certainly shall not have enough to hit us here. Reisman nodded, given Jibral's comment was actually in line with common military thinking on the matter. Mendel had, at most, a galaxy of marines and a short cluster of battle armor troops, certainly not enough infantry to occupy a large amount of territory. Their mobile forces would be nigh terrifying, especially when the full weight of the battle mech galaxy was unleashed, but contrary to popular fiction, armor forces and mobile suits counted as armor-standing tanks, could not hold a territory against anything more than other armor. Jibral tended to put far too much faith in mobile suits and even had an errant belief in the supremacy of specialist high-performance machines, two things which had singularly failed to win the day against Mendel's hardened naval defense and mixed forces. Okay, we give up the moon. We give them space, wholesale. Now, how do we force their hand on the ground? They themselves have admitted, all they have to do is park it above us and throw a lead until we sing their national anthem in a falsetto. Jibral winced, but said nothing immediately. He had expected some manner of hardball from Reisman, but this was pushing it. It will take years for us to finish building up the necessary resources, but the large production of Archangel-class ships gives us the necessary tools to cripple their naval forces. Once their ships are downed, we can begin counterattacks to retake the moon, and once we have the all-important moon bases, we begin in on L4 again. Okay, decent operations concept, Reisman conceded. Now, what about the USSA? They're spoiling for a fight. Mendel cannot support them if we hit first and fast. I say give them the fourth degree, and put them in their place for the second and final time. If you want, my men can go in on the ground and soften them up before your regulars come in to claim territory. Do it, Jibral, and I want that traitor Harrelson to stand trial for his theft and assaults. I think I can see to that, Jibral admitted. 2 knocks at the door brought their attention to it. The entrant was the Situation Room watch officer. Sir, Mendel has announced a press conference. 15 minutes. X. April 5 CE 73, 1030 hours UTC. Office of the Star Admiral, Mendel Colony Administration Building, Mendel. The all-clear had been signaled hours ago, after repeated sweeps of the area confirmed no further hostiles were in the vicinity of Mendel. Given the strategic Chinook was out of commission, Gerald Lightbringer had quartered the space around the colonies and confirmed by his own, limited, Chinook skills that no cloaked enemies were trying for a sneak attack. When the people returned to the streets, they had already seen the horrific images of the Mendel II colony. They already knew what was intended for them, and knew that the Mjir had taken 2 missiles intended for their colony. Today, there was no pretense of peace or coexistence. Less than 3 hours after the battle, the clamoring for vengeance had begun. That his people wanted it made it only that much easier for Wayne Centura to make this final, drastic move. This was the endgame the Earth Alliance begged for. This was the endgame Mendel cried for. It was an endgame the Magi had delivered, more than once in the past. The cameraman gave a clear 3 count, then the light on the camera flicked on to signal ready. Wayne knew it was time to play the game for real this time. This is Star Admiral Wayne Centura, Multimage Protectorate of Mendel. I will begin this by skipping any pretense of consolation today, for there is none to be had. You cannot console families eradicated by nuclear fire. There is no relief for lovers torn apart because one was on one colony, the other was in a different colony at his day job. You cannot apologize to a million souls vaporized or spaced on the whim of a madman. Wayne sighed, though kept it short. As I speak, Marines are combing the wreckage of Mendel II, looking for any survivors who were caught in sealed areas. At this point, such rescue is a long shot, but every effort will be given until we have cleared all areas of the surviving wreckage. Tales of such survivors exist from the days of Junius 7, though no rescue effort was able to free those trapped souls. Of those who did not survive, every effort will be made to rescue their deceased forms and return them for burial as is appropriate. Upon that, those who are unclaimed, I have planned honors for their remains, but that will necessarily need to wait. Wayne shifted a little in chair. Doing public announcements was not his favorite thing to do, but in this case he had to make it official. Junius 7, that is a name famous in the Earth sphere. It was the first notable victory the Earth Alliance had over ZAFT, but it heralded a shift in ZAFT away from simply fighting for freedom. After that fateful battle, the war changed into something else, a battle for survival. The Battle of Mendel was also a battle of survival, and much like our comrades in ZAFT we survived the nastiest the Earth Alliance has thrown at us. However, Junius 7, Mendel II, these incidents prove something else besides the survival of the targeted. Wayne made no deliberate change, but in the eyes of those who watched, he seemed to harden between sentences into a frightening nightmare of a soldier. The 2 listed casualties are proof to the denizens of existence that the Earth Alliance, Blue Cosmos, and Logos are beyond the pale, unfit to exist and unfit to determine who around them shall exist. Their singular determination to commit genocide, omnicide, their preference for the use of weapons of mass destruction, these are not the actions of an honorable people. Their purpose is death, their methods are writ, and they will not give up until they have suborned the world to their will or depopulated it in their mad quest for racial purity. Wayne knew now was the time to show the knife, such as it was. Now, Blue Cosmos has turned their quest for racial purity against a star empire, whose creed is inclusion of all, human, partial human, or non-human, genetically engineered or not, without concern to belief or exclusion of those who are disdained by others. The empire has made a long and storied history of providing haven and vocation to all who will reside in its lands and govern themselves with honor. Today, the Earth Alliance has arrogantly declared itself the sole judge, jury, and executioner of the right to live, not just in this Earth sphere, but throughout the billions of parallel dimensions that are called the multimage star empire. With the blade shown, now Wayne drove it into the heart of the matter. The Earth Alliance is not the first geopolitical state to make such an asinine declaration. We have faced nuclear annihilation before, and we still live to tell the tale. A world cries out for justice in these incidents. The Cod-ICL of the Empire demands that such mass murder and infamous crime shall not go unpunished. My orders for these matters are crystal clear. The Earth Alliance, by using nuclear arms against a neutral state and specifically against civilians, has forfeited all legitimacy, all respect, and all considerations as a sovereign state. The Earth Alliance is declared Desgra, the dishonored who forfeit their lives by their infamy. The final twist of the blade, and the pro forma declaration everyone expected, as of 0600 UTC, the Earth Alliance is hereby subject to trial of annihilation for the repeated use of weapons of mass destruction on civilians. In pertaining, this means the following: all Earth Alliance forces that have not disbanded prior to contact with the multimage armed forces are subject to immediate elimination by any means available. All Earth Alliance political persons, all Earth Alliance military or industrial functionaries involved in the production, transport, or deployment of weapons of mass destruction are to be executed for their involvement in an obvious infamous crime. All members of Blue Cosmos and Logos, for their continued perpetuation of a race war with the intention of extermination based on race, are also subject to execution. All territories of the Earth Alliance not claimed by other wronged parties shall be taken and held as Magi possessions. All parties that side with the Earth Alliance, provide martial or manpower aid, or in other ways try to shield the Earth Alliance or Desgra parties shall be treated as hostile and dealt with in the most direct fashion possible. The final insult, with the blade on the way out of his tango: when we are done, Logos and Blue Cosmos will primarily reside in hell, and the Earth Alliance shall stand only in the history books, a grim reminder of the worst humanity has produced throughout existence. The lands of the Earth Alliance, stripped from its dying clutches, shall know proper honor and justice once removed from the shackles of the omnicidal tyrants that have suborned them. This is the way of the Magi when dealing with mass murderers. There shall be no negotiation, no relent, no hesitation in our blades. This is the fate the Earth Alliance has chosen, and they have called upon the Magi to deal it unto them. To Chairman Reisman, I say, well bargained and done. Wayne tapped a control on the surface of his desk, which killed the camera feed. Somewhat, indeterminate time, dimension, and jump location. Task Force Golden Roulette, Phalanx Class Warship Golden Phoenix. 21 jumps into journey, planned 40 jumps. Rini was actually nominally late to her post on the bridge after the klaxon sounded, but nobody said anything about it. She had been asleep at the time the alarm went off, and in all reality she had only operational command authority on the ship, not tactical command. Just the same, nobody was going to question the actions of their Empress, so long as nothing was actually threatened in the running of the ship. Con, sensors, Tango vessel identified Texas-class warship, clan refit. Visual observation suggests this is the Jade Falcon flagship, ship moniker Falcon's Nest if I remember my old clan history correctly. Jumped in? Rini asked the Star Admiral. F. Mina Sahalan replied. Flight control, Con, what is the status of the jump ship flotilla? Buttoned up and ready, for what it is worth, ma'am. None of them are well enough armed to challenge a Texas, so if the lead flies you can count that as a foregone conclusion. Roger that, Mina replied evenly. Con, comms, enemy is hailing us, Star League frequency pattern. Despite the sudden arrival of company, likely hostile company, the entire bridge crew was acting as if this was business as usual. Rini found it mildly unsettling, until she remembered that the Phalanx class she was riding in was engineered specifically to sink multiple ships larger than the Texas in a stand-up naval engagement. The main screen flickered on with a view of the enemy bridge. This is Galaxy Commander Vander von Kistu of Clan Jade Falcon. I hereby claim your ships as Isor Law and your personnel as bondsmen to Clan Jade Falcon. Resist, and you will be fired upon. Minako smiled. Galaxy Commander Kistu, this is Star Admiral Minako Sahalan, Multimage Star Empire Warship Golden Phoenix. Your claim to my flotilla is summarily rejected. I am not authorized to conduct trial of possession for these ships or forces, but I am authorized to sink any vessels that attempt to harass or interdict my flotilla. Mind you, it is not particularly in my mission profile, but I rest assured my crew would not object to scoring an extraneous kill on a Texas-class ship. Con, sensors, Tango vessel is now within range of all port-aft naval weapons. Sensors, Con, Mina replied immediately. Firing solutions, full safeties until I say otherwise. Con, Weps, Van der Vaan, listen well, Mina told the screen and by extension the enemy force commander. We are a force that is simply passing through this sector of space. We have nothing for the clans or against the clans. We are not part of the inner sphere and have no contact with them. When next our ships jump, there will be no possibility of contact with either the clans or the inner sphere forevermore. If you seek to do battle, Galaxy Commander, you will not survive the engagement, but more to the point you will be damning the Jade Falcon participation in Operation Revival to failure. More than a few of the crew on the ship in question bolted out of their seats at Mina's words, though this resulted in somewhat confused floating on their parts. Without continual thrust, the Texas class lacked artificial gravity of any kind on the bridge. Explain this insult at once. One of the subordinate officers on the bridge angrily shouted. Operation Revival is the clan invasion of the inner sphere. We know this because we Magi have been subject to said operation and subjected the dishonored few to it just the same. Each of the 4 clans involved, Jade Falcon, Wolf, Ghost Bear and Smoke Jaguar, operates with a handful of carefully balanced forces. The loss of a galaxy of those forces would necessarily cripple said clan's invasion plan. It would not behoove you to lose your forces under such a scenario, yes. You threaten my entire force? What? Damn straight I threaten your entire force, Galaxy Commander, Mina cut him off very abruptly. You threaten to fire upon civilian ships, I will threaten to annihilate a single warship. When you get down to it, neither of us should have a challenge executing those threats. Con, jump control, solar sail is ejecting now. Con, sensors, 6 connections cleared on port, 6 connections cleared to starboard. Confirm we are clear of the sail. Sensors, I, jump control, I, Star Admiral Sahalan noted. What shall it be, Galaxy Commander? We will settle this on the battlefield, Kister replied. The screen cut out after a moment. Fire control, put screen canisters between the enemy Texas and our Civ jump ships. Helm, turn broadside to the enemy ship, Weps prepare to fire all capital arms. Enemy confirmed inside range bracket for NAC/30 weapons fire, the weapons fire controller declared. Con, sensors, enemy ship solid lock, he's ready to fire on us. Wait energy spike, enemy is firing. Sound collision, Mina ordered as the enemy ship fired upon the Golden Phoenix properly. 2 seconds later, the sound of slugs impacting on the hull of the ship echoed through the bridge. Damage. Phalanx paint scratches, the maintenance controller replied, meaning the shells caused no more damage than replacing the outer plate layer. Fire control, reach out and touch him. Particle cannons, lasers, and capital missiles only, we will need our ballistic reserves for suborbital fire. Gunner control, release particle cannons, lasers, capital missiles. Reach out and touch him, the fire control officer ordered. As the enemy continued to rotate and approach to the Golden Phoenix, his second NAC/40 cannon came into target profile and loosed its volley. This one did not strike the ship or any of the support vessels, to which Star Admiral Sahalan was grateful for their inaccuracy. Her gunners did not suffer the same failure, however, as the particle cannons and missiles discharged with haunting echoes throughout the ship. Particularly egregious were the Kraken tele-operated capital missiles, which when discharged from the port rear silos still managed to cause the ship to rumble. This is a bit one-sided, Empress Atrebas commented dryly. Did they not realize our ship is 4 times larger than a Texas? Clan arrogance. You expected else, ma'am? The flight boss asked nonchalantly. As a general rule, when a Phalanx-class ship was in combat, most of the rank apropos went out the airlock. Even the Empress was treated as part of the crew in such a circumstance, and she expected it. Guess not really, Rini replied just as nonchalantly. This should be a no-brainer, Minako said. Any of the 8 sectors of our ship, when measured against their whole ship overall, has more armor. We could fight a dozen of these ships in pairs or trios and expect a victory, to which Magi doctrine specifically catered to that necessity. The Negaverse in particular loved smaller warships, and a lot of small ships could bring down one larger ship if used right, but if engaged in a run-and-gun battle the larger ship ran the greater chance of winning. Come on, Kisto, cry uncle before I have to kill your ship completely, Minako said wholeheartedly. The Falcon's Nest answered the bark of naval particle cannons with its own, the blaze of naval lasers with its own, though the flight of capital missiles was answered by naval autocannon. Still, much as Minako had surmised the battle was one-sided. A dropship was sheared from the docking collar on the clan warship, sundered loose by errant particle cannons from the Golden Phoenix and sent adrift. A detonation in the 4 starboard weapons bays of the enemy ship preceded the inevitable. Comms, enemy ship is requesting ceasefire, the radio officer said with his hands to the headphones to help focus on the words instead of the flying ordnance. Main screen, Minako ordered. Put out these fires. Van der Vaan Kista was looking off-screen at something, but was quick to turn to the monitor when it came on. Star Admiral, you have made your point. I request Sufkin to depart the area, we Falcons will never again challenge the multimages. Your request is denied, Star Admiral Sahalan replied immediately. You chose to settle this on the battlefield, and combat has become thy judge. I hereby claim your ships, personnel, and carried assets as Isor law in the name of the Magi. This fate you have chosen, this fate you will serve. X. For Galaxy Commander Kisto, the walk down the length of the Golden Phoenix from where he had been brought on board to the bridge was tenuous. The defeat was made all the more damning as it was obvious this was not an Earth ship. Or any inner sphere ship, for that matter. The architecture was still human through and through, and easily recognizable for someone who spent a significant portion of his career on similar ships, but the sheer enormity of the ship itself was beyond anything Kisto could have ever imagined. The Galaxy Commander and his immediate subordinate, Star Colonel Nikolai Malthus, were the two officers volunteered to discuss their new fate with the Star Admiral. The sheer shock of the presence and overt threat of the armored marines had faded in a kilometer's march down the central corridor, though other datum points about the inside of the monolithic warship were still just as frightening as when they first learned them. The 4-kilometer march to the bridge of the Golden Phoenix had held many wonders, just the same. It was inevitable that the ship's crew would not all be strictly human, given the Empire was only slightly more than half human, and Kisto was no dumbass in any measure of the word. This led to the inevitable question for their escort officer, Star Colonel Adrian McKenna. I keep seeing beings that look close to human, but... He trailed the question, not sure how to go about phrasing it in such a fashion as to not get shot. They acted somewhat like the clans, but just enough off that he wasn't yet sure how to conduct himself in their presence. You eyes play no illusions, Galaxy Commander, the Magi Star Colonel replied. The Star Admiral will likely explain it further, and you will have plenty of time to read the relevant histories, but suffice it to say for now that the Multimage Star Empire is only about 65% human. And the other groups? Star Colonel Malthus asked adroitly. They are a bit underrepresented here, Adrian admitted. Humans have something of a psychological predilection for doing what the other races consider wildly insane things, such as conducting warfare in the inhospitable vacuum of space. The ones that you've no doubt twigged to, the ones with the longer than average pointed ears, those are the really wild and crazy minority of elves and half-elves. Adrian indicated one such being, wearing the uniform of a technician and the rank insignia of a chief warrant officer. Said technician simply waved a wrench in acknowledgement, his other hand working on pulling a new bundle of electrical conduit through a wiring access. Elves are more commonly seen in the infantry forces, where they are more at ease on solid ground and with infantry weapons to do their duties. This is just one example among many, Galaxy Commander, Star Colonel. That would be the bridge. Kisto asked as 4 more Marines became discernible at what appeared to be the end of the corridor. He didn't want to dwell on something that all of human history had declared was patently impossible. It is, the Star Colonel replied. We're about a kilometer off, still. Any outstanding questions? Nikolai looked back over his shoulder, then forward again, then back. Beyond the Marines escorting him, he could see what seemed rather frightening. This corridor is not straight, is it? Creepy feeling? No. The Star Colonel asked in counter. The only time the ship is expected to be 100% parallel is right out of the shipyard. Over the decades, they will flex slightly but they do spring back to reasonably close to straight. Each ship has a series of 8 pulse engines specifically designed to keep the ship from shearing itself apart during heavy maneuvering, and also help in programmed maneuvers. At maximum safe deflection, you cannot see more than 2 kilometers down this corridor. Also helps prevent armor snipers from having a clear shot down the length of the hall, in case the ship is stormed by someone who has such a weapon. A Cushman miniature cargo mover exited one bay with a skid full of parts, turned down the corridor, and moved 100 meters toward the bridge before it entered a bay on the other side of the ship. Nikolai grimaced at how even the Marines moved out of the way, but said nothing. Whoever these Magi were, they knew and practiced some of the clan tenets, but not all. X. The blast doors to the bridge opened speedily, with the semi-mechanical flex of Myanmar actuators doing the dirty work to move the heavy slabs. Nikolai and Kisto were both greeted by a scene of semi-chaos, all the more so that the bridge crew for this ship exceeded the crew of some smaller vessels in its entirety. Despite the near bedlam in the bridge, one thing stood out to Kisto as soon as he entered: this was an old-hand crew, one that knew their job and knew it well. Main control from Sierra 41, what do we do with the naval AC-40 ammunition? Rig it for demo, Sierra 41. We have no NAC-40 assets in the fleet. Come to think of it, I don't think the Magi have any ships with NAC-40s, the maintenance controller commented after a moment. Close, MX Control, the Claymore-class gun station has a pair of NAC-40 in separate sponsons, X, in each gun arc, Captain Hallis corrected her. Though, if you get that close to a Claymore battle station and you're still alive, you're doing damn good and should retire while your luck holds. Not a ship, Captain, the maintenance controller replied to defend her statement. The captain made a show of considering it. Okay, you win, controller. No ships use the 40s, Natch, he answered. Galaxy Commander Kisto, Star Colonel Malthus, over here." He waved the 2 jade falcons over to the conning platform. "My apologies for the long march, but right now salvaging your ships takes priority. We have a tight operations schedule to maintain, and your interference in that is causing a scramble for salvage." On the other hand, the captain looked both of them over thoroughly. "I think we can determine a good use for some stray falcons that wandered into the wrong roost." "Interesting," Nikolai said blandly. "And why should we show deference to someone who refuses bachal?" "Grab a seat, gentlemen, it would appear that you need a little bit of a briefing," the captain said. Within moments, both the Galaxy Commander and the Star Colonel were seated in the con platform. "What the Star Admiral told you, that we are not allowed to offer nor entertain bachal for this flotilla, that was no joke," the captain said deadpan. "Our force structure is specifically engineered for our mission, to a finer level of detail than your Operation Revival Force. Were this a chance encounter, I know Star Admiral Sohalan would have readily accepted your challenge, and likely would have faced off against you in one-on-one combat, Galaxy Commander. What is so important that you must refuse bachal?" That point was confusing Galaxy Commander Kistu to no end. "We go to invade Terra, Galaxy Commander," the captain replied. "It is not the same Terra that you intended on capturing, since our travels are interdimensional as well as interstellar, but we will be invading Terra. You go to forge yourselves as the IL clan of your clan structure?" The Galaxy Commander asked, thinking they were not yet the IL clan of a different bunch of clans. He had no real problem understanding they were cross-dimensional travelers. Star Colonel McKenna had already explained that at length. "No, Galaxy Commander. We are the IL clan Nova Cats, absorbed by the multimages many millennia ago," Star Admiral Sohalan said as she mounted the platform and took her customary seat. "We hold thousands of planets Terra in a sea of far more parallel dimensions. Today, we go to absorb another entity that needs to be rectified unto the light of true honor and duty. Your force, your galaxy, is now part of that effort," she completed the thought. "And what happens to our clan?" Nikolai asked. "Master Executor." The Star Admiral deferred the question to Hataru, who was busy looking out the front window of the bridge into the black nothingness of space. Hataru never looked to the Galaxy Commander or the Star Colonel. "In 30,000 years, your descendants will return to this land to absorb the clans here, and induct them into the blossoming efforts of your soon-to-be homeland. Your efforts thus far shall not go to waste, for your descendants will repurpose the clans to the task at hand." "And that task is?" Kistu asked plainly. "Prevention of the annihilation of all beings in existence, human or non-human." Hataru paused to allow that thought to sink in. "Is that, what?" Vandervaan asked after a few moments of silence, thoroughly confused by her answer. "Oh yes, Galaxy Commander Kistu. The Warden clans were right. The inner sphere needs to be protected from things far worse than itself. The entirety of existence must be protected from things far worse than the bickering successor states. Shortly, you shall understand the reasons for this." Author's chapter afterward. If ever a case of someone pissing in their own gene pool, this is it. The major point here is the fact that Reisman has realized he was played hard by Jibril. For that matter, one could make the leap of consideration that the entire Earth Alliance was played by Logos and Blue Cosmos, but when one does the calculus of the matter it becomes apparent this is an affair of unholy matrimony between the three parties. More to the point, Reisman knows he is now married to this nightmare, and things are only going to get worse before they get better, if at all. On the military front, the major thing to keep in mind here is that Mendel took a major beating by the numbers, but only 2 of Mendel's warships are out of commission and the necessity of mobile armors in further engagements is low. Mobile suits are only part of the combined force to be used in further engagements. Mendel has a galaxy of battle mechs, which is more than ample firepower to make up for MS losses. And, the Marines or the battle armor infantry will skew the odds for Mendel on the moon. The major question becomes, how soon will the Golden Phoenix, Task Force Golden Roulette, arrive to even the odds against the Earth Alliance? And, where does ZAFT fit into this? Will they directly challenge the Earth Alliance, or will they simply support Mendel as you saw here? This is the turning point, where things start really becoming history-changing for everyone involved. Fates will be written, and fates will end abruptly. Next up, the moon becomes Mendel's next target, while the smart Earth Alliance forces try to make a run for Earth. Who will survive? Review replies, 9 reviews for a Joker's Wild chapter. I am honored to receive that much feedback. Thank you all. Shapula, sorry for the cliffhanger, but sometimes you have to call the chapter end in a hard location, smiley face. Drakensis, thank you for the correction. Obfuscated, thank you for the correction. I have no real idea why I thought that was Swedish. Though, your comment extension brings to light a required discussion. The Magi are historical archivists in a sense, they have their own history, but they also see and record other histories that they are not involved in or only tangentially involved. The mention of Simoheha is one such case. He did not gain major notoriety in the old Magi history, but he has a Hiluva rep amongst other histories that the Magi have recorded. Phrase Remage, the park and shoot idea is not a bad idea. Thanks. Zeben Nightwing, down, amigo. Down. No spoilers. Hope you enjoyed this one as much as it was a wench to write, smiley face. Nagato 21, they aren't here yet, but they will be. They will be. Thank you for the first review and welcome to the party. One village idiot, the Scandinavians will get their plug in chapters to come. They were not shown here because they were in a bomb shelter in Mendel, but that will change. The Quinmantha is roughly 8 months production cycle per machine, dependent on the availability of engines for them. Mirage Colloid will make a serious showing in Set 3. The Magi have it right now, but they aren't really in a position to use it. The latest the Magi have UC era machines is Char's counterattack. Neogenesis was scrapped by Durandal as soon as he realized he had a way out of the clutches of BC without having to beat them senseless. Requiem is still in production, but the Earth Alliance has changed their construction policies and made it far harder to be sensed by Calamira or the trio. Fire Miner, that is a sick thought, but keep in mind that the dice may not determine they split. Hellhound Dao, I think I like your ideas. They may have to show up at a later point. The gripe sheet. One major logic fault has been corrected. Much thanks to Drakensis and Obfuscated for the error correction, and as always thanks to my beta readers Necroblade, Takeshi Yamato and Zeben Nightwing for the debugging before my posts. Footnotes. 1. The missiles referred to in this section are actually Battletech Thunderbolt 20 missiles, single large hunks of ordnance with a rocket engine on it for good measure. In quantity, they can be deadly to even the largest aero fighter. 2. Fleet exercise. 3. Mad Minute is an old British term referring to a British infantryman's ability to take a Lee Enfield bolt-action rifle and fire more than 20 aimed shots in 60 seconds, including reloads. The Lee Enfield had a semi-removable 10-round magazine. X-sponsons is shorthand for sponson turrets, which are a type of gun assembly used on early naval battleships, WW-1 and WW-2 ships, back when guns were the primary forms of offense. These turrets also made a brief showing on tanks, as the British Mark IV used 5 LB guns mounted in sponsons on the sides. Yes, those short barrel guns in the weird cylindrical mounts on the sides are cut-down naval cannons in a native turret assembly built into a tank. And the inspiration for Battletech tanks that use sponson turrets, of which I have designed multiple. Table of Organization and Equipment, Task Force Jokers Wild, as of the end of this chapter. 0 Task Force Jokers Wild, Star Admiral Wayne Centura. Strategic Officer Calamira West. Strategic Officer, Candidate, Ash. Strategic Officer, Candidate, Sap Height. Strategic Officer, Candidate, Leon. 1 Warship Junior Captain Glenn Ast Ward 2. Sendai Class Escort Monitor Hyperion, Star Commodore Jim Tiljace. Sendai Class Escort Monitor Redland, Star Commodore Jin Kojima. Flame Eater Class Escort Monitor Absinthe, Captain Anastas Spaz Holmes. Flame Eater Class Escort Monitor Byzantin, Monitor Destroyed, Unserviceable, Captain Kirill, Bloodhouse McKenna, Kia. Riga Class Escort Monitor Montgomery, Monitor Destroyed, Salvageable, Captain Anita Rose Uchut, Kia. Riga Class Escort Monitor Vladivostok, Captain Hale Voss. Archangel Class Assault Monitor Dominion, Captain Soritz Jamestown. Archangel Class Assault Monitor Thrones, Captain James Freeman. Gertie Lou Class Stealth Assault Monitor Gertie Lou, not commissioned. 2 Dropships Merchant Tradesman Jacob. Guild Class General Purpose Dropship, Civilian Cargo Variant, 15, 4 destroyed in combat and at Mendel 2. Guild Class General Purpose Dropship, Armed Cargo Variant, 10. Guild Class General Purpose Dropship, Battle Mech Variant, 1. Guild Class General Purpose Dropship, Aero Fighter Variant, 2 surviving, 1 destroyed at Mendel 2. 3 Mobile Armors Century Commander Gerald Lightbringer. Dendrobium Mobile Armor, 43, 38 damaged, below function. Nuiziel Mobile Armor, Upgrade Block I-17, 14 damaged, below function. Elmeth Mobile Armor, 8, 7 damaged, below function. Bra Bro Mobile Armor, 0 surviving units. Big Zam Mobile Armor, 2, 1 damaged, below function. Big Rose Mobile Armor, 4, all damaged below function. Zong Mobile Weapon, 2, 1 damaged, below function. Valvero Mobile Armor, 2, all damaged below function. 4 Aero Fighters Galaxy Commander Rico. Fireball Omni Fighter, 185, 65 damaged, below function. Thunderball Omni Fighter, 1, damaged below function. Skygrasper IIM Aero Fighter, 1, damaged, still functional. Assorted Omnig Fighters, heavy, 70 to 100 tons 20, 14 damaged, below function. Assorted Omnig Fighters, medium, 40 to 65 tons 25, 21 damaged, below function. Assorted Omnig Fighters, light, 20 to 35 tons 25, 14 damaged, below function, 2 damaged, functional. 5 Mobile Forces, Gerald Lightbringer. Mobile suits, 98, 66 damaged, below function, 12, still functional. Gundams, 85, 45 damaged, below function, 22, still functional. 6 Ground Forces Galaxy Commander Wade Malthus. Battle Mech/Omni Mechs, 1 cluster, 70, undamaged. Battle Mech/Omni Mechs, 1 cluster, 75, undamaged. Battle Mech/Omni Mechs, 1 cluster, 65, undamaged. Battle Mech/Omni Mechs, 1 cluster, 70, undamaged. Battle Mech/Omni Mechs, 1 cluster, 75, undamaged. 7 Marines, Reinforced Galaxy, Galaxy Commander Carlos Michaels. Armored Marines, 1 cluster, 375. Armored Marines, 1 cluster, 360. Armored Marines, 1 cluster, 300. Armored Marines, 1 cluster, 350. Armored Marines, 1 cluster, 375. Armored Marines, 1 cluster, 350. Armored Marines, 1 cluster, 260. Battle Armor, 1 cluster, 330. Chapter 9, Silent Hunters. April 6 CE 73, 1200 hours UTC. Mendel Colony, Commercial Block 3, Sniper Bar and Grill. Holy shit, the dumb sontabitch is still alive. The titular sniper and proprietor of the bar and grill half shouted when he realized who had entered the door. Oh yes, I am alive, my foes are dead, and the specters of my past are haunting the hell out of me, Century Commander Gerald Lightbringer noted with a soured tone like no other. Let us talk, barkeep, for I have 6 hours on shore and I intend to get shit-faced to drown those noisy ghosts from my past. I hear you, the bartender answered coldly. Where do you want to start? Tequila, vodka, or rum? Start me with a Davian PPC, the whiskey variant, Gerald ordered. You got it, the barkeep/former armor sniper answered immediately. 4 shots of grain alcohol, 2 shots of whiskey, mixed well, and the glass was set down in front of the Century Commander. All right, you old bastard. Talk to me. Gerald took a half slam of the glass, leaving roughly 2 shots of Everclear and 1 of whiskey for when he hit the drink next. Not much to say, really. The Dominion and forces were caught out of position to make any bit of difference in the final volley. They slipped the missiles past us, we did the first wave of launches which were mostly torpedoes and not the nukes. Same way the fuckwads always do it, the sniper agreed. What was their decoy ratio? 5 to 1? 6 to 1? By which he was asking how many torpedoes were mixed in with the nuclear missiles. 4 to 1 at the last volley. They went straight board nukes on the first and second waves, or at least they used their torpedoes as actual torpedoes in the first run, not as pretend cruise missiles. Damn, absent comrades, the bartender hoisted a beer to salute Gerald's PPC. Absent comrades, always the absent comrades, and we had a lot not come home yesterday, Gerald said morosely before he finished his first PPC off. Double me up, barkeep, the veteran Gundam pilot requested. On it, the sniper answered. I've spent some time behind the trigger, but my preference is the machine, Gerald commented unbidden. A sniper can influence the battlefield, but a Gundam can influence several battlefields simultaneously if used right. That is why I turned to the machine, and brought around me the best of the best pilots with the machines. The Angel team, commanded by the Archangel of Solace, the sniper noted before he set down the filled rocks glass. Will you rebuild the team? I don't know, Gerald replied. I don't know. The bartender looked up from his beer to a trio of new entrants. ZAFT pilots? Common, he waved them over to the central bar, specifically to seats next to Gerald. Drink or meal, name it, he said after the 3 pilots took seats. Hey! The center of the 3 ZAFT pilots asked. Gerald had no problem recognizing the voice, Shinosuke. Wartime rules, pilots. We are all soldiers, and the battlefield does not recognize age, so neither shall the Magi. Non-alcoholic, please, and a pub burger, Razier Burrell noted. He was seated the farthest from Gerald, though he was not making it look deliberate that he was avoiding the Century Commander. Light beer draft, chicken tenders basket, Shinosuke requested. A waiter dutifully recorded the request on a memo pad, given the bartender was out of service while speaking with Gerald. Chicken fiesta salad, Luna Maria requested. And, what is he drinking? She indicated the rocks glass in front of the Century Commander seated next to her. Him? Davian PPC, right now, the bartender answered candidly. I expect he'll go through the entire PPC line before his shore leave is up, and come dangerously close to alcohol poisoning. That is my intention, Gerald confirmed before he slammed the rest of his Davian PPC. By my math, I still have Steiner, Kurita, Merrick, Liao, Capellan, Comstar, Blake, Periphery, Magi, Negaverse, Dark Moon, and New Moon PPCs to do, and I am not even doing a tour of the clan PPCs. I will be here a while, Gerald rattled off. Barkeep, start her with a light PPC, say, Negaverse light PPC, if you're going to do that. Mellow flavor, not as much of a rough first shot. Okay, what's the difference? Luna Maria asked. 2 shots of Everclear, rather than 4, for the light PPC, the bartender answered for Gerald. A PPC is a base drink of 4 shots Everclear, then cut with a house special. Davian cuts it with 2 shots whiskey. Steiner cuts it with 2 shots peppermint schnapps, as an example. A Negaverse PPC is base drink, 1 shot of grenadine, 1 shot grape wine, and 2 shots grape pucker. If you feel like doing the Negaverse First Army PPC, we use a dark aged merlot and add a drop of red coloring to make it a blood PPC. Is that really the easiest? Luna Maria asked after a moment. You have a significant ghost to quell, Gerald gauged after thinking about why she asked. Barkeep, do the light Negaverse PPC for her. I'll pay for all 3 of their drinks and meals. Now, what the sniper said is accurate, we are all soldiers, and a soldier knows how to listen to another soldier. Speak to us of what ails you, an expatriate that ghost. Luna looked down to the bar surface, and said nothing for a few seconds. Before she could fortify herself to speak, the requested drink landed in front of her. No shame in the ghosts, young one, the sniper said. We all have our fair share of haunting memories. Take your time, speak if you are able, and we shall listen. Luna nodded twice, picked up her glass, and downed half of it in 1 shot. It was surprisingly sweet for what she was expecting, probably due to the grenadine and grape pucker, but she could definitely tell by the throat burn that it was high power. The Magi she had trained with commented that the particle projection cannon was one of the most feared battle mech and aerospace energy weapons available, thus Luna figured a drink that shared such a name would hit just as hard as its armaments counterpart. Again she took a moment, though it was not a long one. I missed a missile during the battle, she admitted. I mean, I did hit it, I sheared the engine off the missile body, but the missile still made it to the target. Put a crater in one of the ships. Gerald snorted. Do not concern over it, Luna Maria. Just another panel or 2 of armor to replace. Our Systex are busy seeing to that right now, likely. No, it wasn't just a regular missile, Luna admitted quietly. It was the missile that hit Mendel too. I came so close to stopping it, but I missed. Gerald was silent for a moment, then looked to the sniper. Barkeep, make her next one a full-strength Negaverse PPC. That is a rather loud ghost to be listening to. I just can't forget it, Luna admitted. Every time I close my eyes, I see the bodies drifting in space, debris, cars, even a box of breakfast cereal that came close enough for me to read the nutrition information off the side panel. A million dead, because I missed a crucial shot. Do you blame yourself? Gerald asked quietly after he finished the last of his drink. Steiner, this time, he requested as he handed the glass back to the barkeep. Yes, I missed the shot. Luna half-wailed. What about the weapons officer that fired the missile, knowing full well he was targeting civilians? Gerald asked after a moment of silence at their end of the bar. They were just following orders, Luna noted. No, he was not, Gerald answered coldly. The Nuremberg trials of 1940s Terra permanently eliminated just following orders from the equation. Every soldier in existence is expected to do the moral thing, Luna, and that includes the Earth Alliance. You blame yourself for being unable to counter his action. I blame the weapons officer for forcing you into a position where you had to counter an immoral and dishonorable action. Am I not right, Star Admiral? Gerald asked a newcomer that he had not even bothered to look at, but who sat down to Gerald's left. You are correct, Wayne Centura, Star Admiral, answered the standing question. I wanted to give you this, Luna Maria Hawk, before your ship departed. He passed an envelope across the bar to her. What is this? Cherry pucker jello shooters, please, and a plate of brass cases, Wayne requested of the active waiter at the bar. Therein stands 4 letters, Luna. One is addressed to Chairman Durndal, who shall be here tomorrow to speak with the crew of the Minerva. One is addressed to the crew of the Minerva as a whole. One is addressed to Captain Gladys. The last one is for you. Me? Sir? She asked after she received her new drink. You, Wayne echoed. A world has stood by silently, watching as madmen drive it again into war and try to exterminate those who want to live in peace. In the final moment of darkness, a red light stood and shone brightly, though the red light could not squelch the darkness, that it dared to try made it the brightest light of that hour. Wayne chuckled dryly. That is how it shall be written in the remembrance of this incident. But, I missed, why? Luna asked finally. You did not fail, Wayne answered after a moment. The first and loudest failure is of a world unwilling to stand against the monsters in their midst. The second failure is the Earth Alliance officers who believed themselves justified in firing on civilians with nuclear arms. You, comparatively, were trying to correct those massive mistakes of others. No reasonable soldier can expect you alone to flawlessly sort these problems out. You did what you could, and that was more than enough. If you want to continue the course of correcting this problem, I am willing to entertain requests. Luna hit half of her full-strength Negaverse PPC while she considered the request. When I deliver this letter to the chairman, I will ask, she decided. XXX. April 6 CE 73, 1330 hours UTC. North Atlantic, Scandinavia Hunter-Killer Submarine Staging Area 2. Helm, come left 30 degrees, maintain speed and depth, Captain Ludes ordered. Left 30 degrees, aye sir, the helmswoman answered immediately. Con, sonar, Boomer Typhoon 1 is holding course clean, tooling along at 15 knots. She's loud and noisy at this range, you could probably hear her with a shot glass to the torpedo tubes up front. Sonar, Con, aye, Maxwell Ludes acknowledged. Con, radio room, SSIX transmission has been decoded. Printout is on the way. Scandinavia and Mendel had worked out a significant relationship over the years since the arrival of the Mages, and one of their dropships had been kind enough to put out a laser communication satellite for the Scandinavians while they were collecting debris. Submarine Satellite Data Exchange, a near-carbon copy of an old United States laser communication technology, corrected a lot of the problems with ELF data communication and neutron jammers. All that was needed was a routine traffic timetable for each sub and the whole ELF radio communications system was gone. Here it is, sir, the junior radio operator noted. The captain unfolded the dispatch and began reading. XXX begin message XXX. Submarine Satellite Information Exchange Traffic. Laser transmission bidirectional / confirmed good copy. Flash traffic priority. For, SS 1231 / submarine longboat. From, Chief Naval Officer, Scandinavian Royal Navy. LOC, Northland Patrol. Predator release / mission Silent Hunter. Submarine longbow is now released to begin counter-naval operations against Earth Alliance ships and facilities at the discretion of the sub-commanders. At approximately 0700Z, the Earth Alliance struck and destroyed Colony Mendel II with a nuclear weapon. Final casualty figures have not been released, but expectation from Mendel is upwards of 1.6 million civilians. In response, the Multimage Protectorate of Mendel has declared a trial of annihilation against the Earth Alliance and its member states or any parties that aid or abet them. It is the opinion of Scandinavian operations personnel that Mendel will begin their campaign against the lunar forces of the Earth Alliance within the next 96 hours. It is determined by National Command Authority that the Earth Alliance states of Eurasia and Atlantic Federation have gone omnicidal and cannot be trusted to not use their extant nuclear arsenals on any other parties. If they are willing to fire on civilian colonies in space against a force that is a major military threat, it is not outside of the realm of possibility they will use land-based or sea-based systems on an otherwise non-threatening but non-compliant party. As such, all available Scandinavian assets are hereby ordered to take all measures necessary to cripple or neutralize Earth Alliance nuclear assets. Additionally, at such a time as Mendel forces begin a ground campaign, the Scandinavian forces are released at discretion to aid and abet any and all invasion forces in any way possible. In the event that Scandinavia is invaded by Earth Alliance forces, all Scandinavian naval assets are to go into exile by way of any neutral or friendly nation and attempt to support any efforts to retake Scandinavia or destroy the Earth Alliance in its entirety. This is an effective stance of undeclared war against the Earth Alliance. Godspeed to our silent hunters. XXX end message 1330Z XXX. Captain Maxwell Ludes read the message once, twice, then whistled. Apparently, the king decided that this shit was now beyond the point of no redemption. That bad, sir? The XO asked after watching the captain read the message. Bad enough, the captain responded. Chief of the watch, bring us to battle stations for submarine action. Battle stations. The chief shouted loud enough to be heard throughout most of the hull. The klaxon was merely reinforcement for those in earshot to the chief. Read this, you'll like it. Maxwell handed the SSIX message to his XO while his other arm reached for the growler microphone. He set the intercom system to 1MC to make sure his crew knew what the king had just asked of them. Oh, I like this, all right, the XO responded. Captain Ludes smiled in response. Attention all hands, this is the captain speaking. As of 0700 Zulu time yesterday, the Earth Alliance has struck the first blow in the second Earth space fracas. The colony Mendel II was destroyed by nuclear weapon, with expected casualties of 1.6 million persons on that station. In response, Mendel has declared a trial of annihilation against the EA forces and any allied parties. Though most of the Terran states have not yet caught up to this reality, this planet is now effectively at a state of global war, and the battle lines are the Earth Alliance versus the rest. There was a murmur among the crew, but the helmswoman brought the fears of the crew to the forward with a single question, Sir, if they're firing nukes at Mendel, who can literally depopulate this planet from space, what does that mean for us? Or Orb? Or the USSA? She asked, sincerely frightened of the possibility, which also was picked up by the microphone and heard around the ship. National Command Authority had the same question, and the answer is not to his liking. The Earth Alliance hit Mendel with a nuke, and Mendel definitely has the capability to depopulate the Atlantic Federation. If they are willing to use nukes against complete hard asses like the Multimages, they won't shy away from using them against us as a bargaining chip or a persuader to ensure we are out of the war or are stringers for the EA. Thus, the King has ordered us to sink as a priority every Earth Alliance nuclear-capable asset on or under the waves. I have every intention of following these orders to their full extent. We are now at a state of undeclared war with the Earth Alliance, as they have gone beyond rogue, they are now considered omnicidal, in that they have the capability to kill everyone on planet and we cannot confirm their leadership is rational enough not to push the button. Captain Ludes looked around the control room, and saw the same thing he expected was being seen in other control rooms in the Scandinavian fleets. His men were scared, but not for themselves. Each man and woman in his control room had family at home, and those family were now in the line of fire of madmen, nuclear-armed madmen, in all reality. It was the same for him. 2 decades of training and operations could not completely quash the fear he had for his own wife and 3 daughters. He returned to the microphone after a moment of trying to see through the fear. I will post the orders as is proper, and I will post this SSIX communication which releases us to those orders. The order package has some flowery language about priority of targets and fallback procedures and such, but in reality the longboat will operate under one principle: kill them all and let God sort the wreckage out. And our first target is dead ahead of us at 7,000 meters, an old Typhoon missile sub the Earth Alliance recommissioned from the old Soviet Union. The XO looked to his fire control officers. Attack center crew, begin plotting a fire solution, your target is Typhoon 1. XXX. April 6 CE 73, 1330 hours UTC. Ptolemais Military Base, Luna. Permission to board, Rear Admiral. Admiral Sutherland requested of the ship's commanding officer by way of a growler phone next to the gangway entrance. Permission granted, Rear Admiral Natarl Bajaruel answered immediately. Bondsman Janii, a captured Mendel mobile suit pilot that Admiral Sutherland had very carefully guarded from the Blue Cosmos factions among the Earth Alliance, was first into the gangway with the Admiral's gear set and his own paltry equipment. The Admiral was also not bounding into the ship with empty hands, and his 2 immediate subordinates, smart ones, were also going with the ships to Terra, or more specifically, out of the line of attack of the Mjir. Where to, sir? The bondsman asked after he hit the first intersection inside the ship. Up 2 levels and toward the stern. They have guest quarters in the grav block for us. You will bunk in with Commodore Higgins. Sir. Finding the necessary ladder was not big deal for the mage, nor was it a challenge for the eugenic MS pilot to heft the heavy containers up the ladder to the next floor. Once the 3 officers and a bondsman made it up to the next floor, he tossed the containers up to the number 3 deck where they would be staying. The gravity deck was where all the quarters were at, a rotating section inside the center of the ship that simulated gravity conditions. Supposedly, the older Magi ships even had the rotating sections, though newer models took advantage of a gravitic lattice that provided whole ship variable gravity. I am looking forward to escaping this death trap, Commodore Higgins noted. So much the better that we were requested specifically to depart. The game is not over for us, at least until we depart the dry dock, the Admiral noted. Maybe not even then, the bondsman noted. Doubtless the Mjir will know we have departed the moon not long after we depart this rock. I can see several possible scenarios where they hit us and Luna in concurrent strikes. Our safety is not guaranteed. A realistic ray of sunshine, Commodore Beats noted with a soured tone. At this point, do you expect it? Admiral Sutherland asked before he jumped off to the grav section. NEG, sir, if we are retreating fast enough the Mjir will focus on live targets at Ptolemais. That does not mean we will be off the list. Once they are done on Luna, catching us in the arse may not be a hugely difficult challenge for the ship. The Commodores were next through the grav interface, followed quickly by the bondsman. Our quarters are here, the Admiral pointed to a pair of double bunk rooms. Janii deposited the hard case for the Admiral's gear on his bunk, then exited the room for his quarters with the other hard case and his own duffel. Never asked you before, so I figure now is as good a time as any, Commodore Higgins began, but hesitated. Why did you assent to becoming a bondsman, instead of taking the prisoner transfer like your teammates? The bondsman chuckled. I knew that only a fraction of the Omni-Force structure was beyond redemption. Thankfully, I fell in as bondsman to part of the reasonable side of Omni, and the Admiral's removal from command for political unreliability is simply reinforcement of that point. And now that segment that is beyond redemption is calling the shots, the Commodore noted with extreme cynicism in his voice. God help us, we'll need it when the mages come looking for blood. You did warn them, Commodore Beats warned them, the Admiral warned them repeatedly, even I made it known this would be the outcome. Still, there is only so much one can do to prevent the foolhardy from impaling themselves on the pikes of their foes, Qiaf. Janie noted. Sadly true, Janie, sadly true, the Commodore answered ruefully. Unlike a goodly portion of the Omni officers, Commodore Higgins was not afraid to learn the linguistic nuances of the Magi. Given the EA's failure to erase them from the stars, it was now patently obvious the Mjir was here to stay. Janie, the Admiral prompted from the doorway. We've been summoned to the stateroom. Commodore Higgins, stow the gear and get ready for departure. We're leaving in 90 minutes. Aye, Admiral, the Commodore received Janie's duffel, while the bondsman was out the door and shortly behind the Admiral. You are quite accurate about the outcome of this issue, bondsman. Throwing nuclear arms in the general direction of the Magi is not considered a good strategy to make it to retirement age. Still, these matters are being decided at levels far above us, and those levels are manned by people most easily described as sociopaths. Power corrupts, but absolute power attracts those who begin with corruption, the Admiral pointed out as the two transited to the zero-gravity forward section of the ship. Corruption knows no boundaries, nor does sociopathy. The challenge becomes keeping those persons out of positions where they can cause destruction either through victory, or failure. In this case we have to remove the sociopath at the helm, and hopefully offer something up to the Magi before they erase us off the face of the planet. Sutherland was silent for about 40 meters of hallway travel, then asked a question the bondsman was not expecting. Will the Star Admiral turn his guns on the planet in a saturation strike? At this point, I have no reason to believe he will not do at least some suborbital bombardment, Janie answered coldly. Wayne Centura was a maverick among mavericks in the Admiralty of the Mages. The Admiralty Review and Assignment Board put him in command of the Mjir and its derelict patrol fleet as a way to prevent him from outstripping and dishonoring the Admiralty Review, in the hopes that he could not make any success out of the Mjir worth talking about. Wayne was planning on using suborbital bombardment on the Admiralty Review Board after such a time as the Mjir had proved itself above the board's jurisdiction. The jump accident that landed us here had effectively nuked those plans, but now Wayne has his chance to prove himself far beyond the board's assessment, and the vehicle to those apropos will be Blue Cosmos and Omni. The Admiral had stopped at the door to the stateroom, but had not signaled he was there to the Rear Admiral. Oh yes, Admiral Sutherland, Wayne may be a commensurate leader and administrator, but just as with every other mage officer he does have his codex to consider. And it shall be a significant codex record, whence he is standing on the wreckage of the Earth Alliance with the battle flag of the Mjir jabbed into the faceplate of a downed Wyndham mobile suit. The Admiral nodded curtly. Were I in his position, I could scarcely stop myself from doing the same, Sutherland acknowledged, then thumbed the call button for the stateroom. Be prepared to repeat that to Natarl. Enter, Natarl acknowledged after a moment. The Admiral led the bondsman in, where both saluted the ranking officer of the ship. Admiral Sutherland, bondsman Janie, welcome aboard the Ophanim. I heard what you had to say about the Star Admiral, Janie, so you can skip repeating it. Thank you, ma'am, the bondsman answered. We will be departing in 85 minutes, but when we get there, then what, sir? As much as I hate to admit it, there is no place in the Earth sphere that is immune to the fury of the Magi at this point. When we are en route, we will be discussing options, Sutherland said. I will need your sharp mind and instincts for this, because the Magi are furious and they won't stop at anything to flatten the Earth Alliance unless we give them a reason to call their trial done. Natarl was silent for several moments, deciphering Sutherland's phrasing. After she understood it, I hear you loud and clear, sir. And I agree. No way out unless they think the job is done, and right now that's not a hard order to give. The easiest criminal charge we could hit the command level with is unspecified war crimes, and the list gets longer the more you think about it. This will either terminate our careers and our lives, or it may prevent a second massacre on Terra, William Sutherland declared coldly. The three, Admiral, Rear Admiral, and Bondsman, had no way of knowing they would not get a chance to stop the action to come, but not for a reason anyone in the room could predict. XXX. April 7 CE 73, 0800 hours UTC. ZAFT Military Station Armory 1. Chairman on deck. The chief of the watch shouted after he realized who had entered the bridge. Chairman Durndal came to a stop at the jump seats and map table above and behind the captain's chair. He took several seconds to look around the faces of the bridge staff, which did not include the pilots for the ship's mobile complement but did include some of the same watch staff that had been on duty that day. The looks of depression and angst were in many eyes, knowing they came so close to saving Mendel too, but in the end they failed. Except, the Magi perversely did not believe they failed. Durndal was wary of the Star Admiral's logic until he read the unit citation for the Minerva earlier in the day. Prior to reading that document, Gilbert Durndal was not entirely convinced of the institutional sanity of the multimage Star Empire, especially given their long-stated desire to win the war. Ragnarok, Armageddon was the final war's common modern name, by way of outnumbering the enemies and power-crushing them using superior technology, tactics, and numbers. After reading the citation thoroughly, and comparing it to the preamble of the Magi Remembrance, Durandal was convinced that the Magi institutionally were the one sane party in the game, and everyone else was busy jacking off at the jump-off point, to use one of their favored aphorisms for wasting time and effort. The more hilarious parallel the two documents created for Durandal was the indirect method Wayne had convinced ZAFT to go along with the overarching Magi plan for winning the final war. By way of providing ZAFT a way to defeat Blue Cosmos by sheer and unstoppable expansion, Wayne Centura had ensured that ZAFT would be along for the ride into Ragnarok at the end, thus further skewing the numbers game in the favor of the Magi. The sheer subtlety of the method was completely unmage-like, but Durandal considered it an excellent chess move that accomplished results on many levels. Durandal had penned a response to be couriered to Wayne to congratulate him on the play, and to reaffirm ZAFT would be following of that plan. Now, the crew of the Minerva needed to know that the rest of existence did not believe this ship the screw-ups that they thought of themselves. Talia, I would like to address the entire ship, if you will permit it. Chairman Durandal requested. Certainly, Chairman. She picked up her growler phone and dialed in the 1MC communication option, which broadcast her to the entire internal and external speaker system on the Minerva. Attention all hands, this is Captain Gladys. Please pause all operational tasks or repairs in a safe manner and listen up. Chairman Durandal has an announcement to make at this time. She waved the growler phone to the chairman. Gilbert received the phone and held it up to where he could speak into it. Luna Maria had perked up when she heard that the chairman would be speaking, but not much. First, her overarching failure still haunted her, and she figured it would continue to haunt her for the rest of her life. The sight of bodies floating in space, struggling against the lack of atmosphere, suffocating and freezing in ways that she could do nothing to remedy, those would be images of her nightmares for years to come. Second, Luna Maria figured she could assuage at least some of the horrid memories by way of venting her failure on the Earth Alliance. She had requested the right to transfer to them Jira as a ZAFT liaison, though that plan was sunk pretty much immediately by the chairman. He did not give an explanation then, and she wasn't expecting one now. Attention crew and pilots of the Minerva, I am Chairman Gilbert Durandal, Plant Supreme Council. I will start this by skipping over the accolades from the Council, as your actions undoubtedly contributed to the defense of Armory 1, but that was not the primary reason you went into battle. Those citations are posted in the crew lounge for anyone who wishes to see them. Good of him not to rehash something we've all read, one of the junior mechanics noted during a pause. I am speaking to you today not for ZAFT, but for the Multimage Protectorate of Mendel, of whom you took to their defense without request from the Magi. While you may think this the properly human thing to do, the Magi consider it rare and meritorious that others would come to their defense. Their long history is rife with conflict where they stood alone and unsupported, oftentimes against overwhelming odds, for a multitude of reasons. That the Minerva moved in their defense in the face of nuclear omnicide is significant beyond mere mention. We did what we could, but it wasn't enough. Shin inadvertently echoed the thoughts inside Luna Maria's head. Before I continue with Mendel's citation, I want to make my personal position clear. I ordered the Minerva into battle as a bellwether and to assist in the defense of Mendel, under the knowledge that if Mendel collapsed they would come for us next. After seeing the reality of what the Minerva faced, you survived a battle that should not have been survivable, and by all rights fought hard in a battle that was technically unwinnable. That one of Mendel's 2 colonies survived is beating the odds. With the total throw weight of nuclear arms used in that battle, the Earth Alliance had more than enough firepower to annihilate the plants 3 times over with spare missiles to return to inventory. There is no question that your bravery and actions have far exceeded expectations. Blow job, one of the more crass and rude structures technicians said. Blow job. He was making a very offensive gesture in the region of his wang. Hand job, a crew lady said before she punched out the offending technician. Have a nice day, she said before his unconscious body departed the sofa and began floating away from it. The Star Admiral of the Magi forces recognizes the sheer impossibility of the results we witnessed. Among the Multimage Empire, it is a requirement that they appropriately acknowledge the actions of others, especially those from other nations who act in defense of Magi civilians. As such, Star Admiral Centura has done the following 4 actions for the Minerva, all of which take effect immediately. First, the Minerva and all crew have been submitted into record on a citation for the Order of the Grey Banner, the second highest medal for bravery and action among the Empire. As the ambassador to ZAFT once explained to me, the Grey Banner is a medal that is very seldom awarded, and very rarely to someone who survived to collect it personally. A lot of us didn't survive to collect it, a mechanic groused. Compared to some of the Magi ships, the Minerva did not take a huge amount of damage. Still, yesterday the crew had to muster in the hangar bay for the departure of 43 caskets from the ship, which was still a significant portion of the crew slain in battle. Durandal resumed after a moment. Second, the Minerva has received an education grant for all crew members for continuing or collegiate education, to be honored in Multimage or ZAFT territory at an education facility of personal choice. Now that's different, Razier Burrell noted with surprise. Maybe I can get into GARM R&D for some of their graduate genetic classes. Third, a single pilot from this ship has been entered into citation for an Order of the Triad. Most of you already know, but for those who do not recognize the name, the Order of the Triad is the highest Magi medal for valor, analogous to the Order of the Nebula, but issued far less on average. The major prerequisite of a citation for an Order of the Triad is the actions taken had to conspicuously and directly save lives. Now, given the incident cited, one would think there was not much in the way that could be considered saving lives, but the citation explains how. By way of destroying the missile engine before it struck the colony, the missile did not have enough inertia to reach the optimum detonation position inside the colony. As such, a significant portion of the blast energy was expended on the ground and hull of the colony, rather than added to the pressure wave inside the colony atmosphere. This crucial difference in damage profile contributed to the retention of integrity in the industrial and military harbor area, where some 66,230 persons were rescued alive by follow-on forces. It is estimated that these persons would have been killed had the missile reached optimum detonation location, and this variance can be attributed solely to the act of ZAFT pilot Luna Maria Hawk in its entirety, as no other unit was able to target or cripple this missile during its flight. So goes the citation for the medal, which has to be approved by the Empress of the Magi. Per the letter penned to me by the Star Admiral, none of the command staff persons believe the citations will be denied by either the division commander Tech Strikers or the Empress. That's what he meant. Luna perked up when Shin mentioned it. Luna, did you hear that? I did, but hell with it. I seem to be the only person in existence that thinks I screwed that up, Luna said. Maybe I didn't? For sure, that partial hit saved lives, if the Star Admiral is willing to front it to the Empress for recognition. The speaker popped briefly, which indicated that Durandal had let off the growler phone switch briefly. Lastly, and this one is also for our Red Machine pilot Luna Maria Hawk, is something of a more permanent recognition by the Star Admiral. Every large Magi military formation, every warship, every planet, and the Empire as a whole, has their own individual remembrance, a long poem that details the history of the unit in question. Century Commander Lightbringer once explained the matter: of the roughly 10% of persons who live to collect an Order of the Triad, only a third of their rank would make it into their unit's remembrance, for it is living history in the old poems. The new passage reads as follows: in the final moment of darkness, a red light stood and shone brightly, though the red light could not squelch the darkness, that it dared to try made it the brightest light of that hour, is what the Star Admiral has added to the remembrance of them. As these ships are lifetime hulls, ergo once they are built they stay in service until destroyed, many crews to come along for them will read of it in decades to come, and the remembrance of a Phalanx-class ship is required study for school children on the ship's home planet. That realization caused Luna to sit bolt upright, beat red in the face. With one sentence, Durandal had just declared that she would be famous for centuries, maybe even millennia to come. And her ZAFT personnel file picture was not the most flattering picture of her by any stretch of the imagination. Living history, Razier Burrell noted. Takes a different mindset to think that way, but I can see their point. So now what? Shin asked. You all right, Luna? I'll live, she grumped, going over ways that she could rectify her personnel file with better graphics, though it was all for naught. Her couple times touring them during training exercises had exposed her to enhanced sensor systems repeatedly, and the warship's AI had decided its own senior model of Luna was far more accurate, and flattering, than her file picture from ZAFT. The speaker system popped again. The achievements of the Minerva have not gone unnoticed, nor her pilots, but keep in mind this is a blossoming war, the true battles have not even begun as of yet. Unlike the last time, this war cannot be settled in space, the first, loudest, and only willing belligerent in this war is primarily terrestrial. It will have to be resolved on the ground, and for that the Magi shall need help from ZAFT and from others yet to be named. It is the conclusion of the ZAFT Supreme Council that if we fail to act and neutralize the threat now, then the next nuclear exchange will be between our forces and the Earth Alliance, with the plants in the crosshairs. This outcome is entirely unacceptable to ZAFT. No shit, Sensei, one of the engine technicians replied to the speaker and by extension to Durandal himself. As of right now, ZAFT is considered at a state of undeclared war with the Earth Alliance, and our first direct action is to assign the warship Minerva to the Magi Task Force Joker's Wild to support the coming campaign on Luna. This may seem to be an unusual decision for an established military to simply attach an independent force to the major task force of another nation, however, ZAFT is presently not geared up for a major campaign. Mendel will be leaving for the moon in the next 40 hours. Given the Minerva is the best readied formation in the fleet, and has personal experience against the most recent Earth Alliance forces, this ship is the proper ship for the task. Okay then, Shin said to nobody in particular. I guess the price of doing it right is you get to do it again. Might as well, Luna answered his rhetorical comment. They started this war, we can finish it. Shin could not help but recognize the steel in her voice, but decided now was not a good time to comment on it. XXX. April 8 CE 73, 2345 hours UTC. Warship Jr, exiting the Mendel SDIZ. All forces, Be advised that the Mjir is now on the move. We have an EDA of 4 hours to combat operations. All units are now at Condition 2 alert and rules of engagement, the Star Admiral announced over the loudspeakers of all of the ships in the fleet. Time to get to it, Mech Warrior Woody said to his comrades. Yeah, we'll be in it, the new Star Commander of the Crimson Guard noted with a smile. After the fuckers nuked us, I'm looking forward to it. Rick set down a clipboard of paperwork he was writing up, then looked over to Woody. You ready for this? We're not fighting defensive here. This will be us running face first into a wall of enemy assholes, with the intention of butt-plugging each asshole with a plug and mallet. We get paid to make it painful, Woody noted, which was a play on Rick's declaration but kept himself mildly distant from the overarching theme. Woody had figured the gay-oriented military humor from Rick was an act, but after about 6 months of operating as a full merc he had learned that Rick was flat-out gay. Not that it mattered to Woody, one way or the other, but he liked a little bit of mental insulation from the subject. Oh, we shall, Rick promised the junior mech warrior. I hope you know you'll be in the lead, just as James was. Expected. I've already had the Weps techs change my loadout around for appropriate action. Woody had swapped around the arsenal that James loved to use, primarily focusing on a good, big gun in the standard Gauss rifle with 3 tons of slugs, 24 shots. He kept the torso-mounted LRM-15 racks, damnably useful launchers in his opinion, especially when firing indirectly at a target, and revamped the lasers. Gone were the 4 ER medium lasers, replaced with 3 equivalent lasers and a medium pulse laser for precision work, and Woody added a pair of standard SRM-4 launchers for close-in butchering. Woody knew, with the EA desperate to hold onto Ptolemaeus, he would have to deal with mobile suits in close quarters, and mobile suits did not play well with SRMs. Good. This one is going to get hellish fast, though thankfully we are part of a solid battle line, Rick commented. Our Galaxy Commander, Malthus, how good is he? Woody asked. Wade Malthus? He's descended of Jade Falcon blood. The guy knows what he's doing, and is plenty aggressive enough to do it right. There aren't all that many incompetent Galaxy Commanders in the Empire, the process is geared to naturally select the best of the best. A few bullshitters make it to Century Commander here and there, but those are very rare. Nice. I know I am not cut out for those ranks, but the future is today, and yesterday I wasn't expecting to be a line mech warrior. Woody's codex, issued to him by Galaxy Commander Malthus, made that infinitely clear. His trial of position had been fought on the Gigafloat mobile mass driver, in live combat against mercenaries serving under the colors of the Earth Alliance, with multiple kills to his record from a heavily damaged machine that was only marginally combat capable. Now that he was officially a mech warrior, he ran a chance to climb the ladder, rank, power, personal glory, kick-ass machines, kick-ass commands. The roof was a long way up the ladder for Woody. Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to be the mech warrior that ended the battle on the Gigafloat, would you? A lady's voice asked after a moment. Woody looked over his left shoulder at the speaker, and was significantly shocked to see the green uniform of a ZAFT regular trooper, or in this case a ship's crew member. He stood up immediately, which gave him a few more moments to observe, and he found he didn't object to what he was looking at. She fell roughly into his age bracket, a little shorter than he was, and not so scrawny she could be mistaken for a supermodel or an anorexic. I am, Woody answered. Woody's the name, orphan that went mech tech and from tech to accidental mech warrior. You are? Marin Hawk, Mobile Forces operator for the Minerva, she replied quickly. Ah, Minerva, damn good to have you along for the ride, Woody said. He could guess by her last name that she was related to Luna Maria Hawk, so that didn't need to be mentioned. How can I help you? Trying to understand the other forces, Marin said. I want to know what you guys think is so special about the battle mechs, if you are willing to answer. She asked formally, which slightly confused Woody. Still, an answer was easy. Mobile suits operate and live on their mobility. Battle mechs live and operate on their armor and firepower. Woody waved her over toward some of the mech cubicles in the dropship. We'll use this one as an example. Iron Golem, an old design but very heavy and hard to kill, first saw use in the old Magi history, right around the time before the end of the First Star League. Weighs pretty close to the same as 2 strike daggers, and weighs significantly more than the Gin. With me so far. Yeah, it's big, Marin commented. Doesn't move fast. It does well enough on rough terrain, but any mobile suit can outrun it on foot and outjump it, Woody noted. For all its armor and speed issues, it was still just as fast as his own Blood ASP, though his machine was heavier by 15 tons. Top speed is 54 kilometers, common electric cars can get better speed than this thing. Okay, that's pretty sad. How does it survive a battlefield? Marin noted. Simple, the armor, Woody knocked twice on the top of the footplate. Marin was no metallurgical specialist, but it sounded inordinately heavier than the armor on ZAFT units. At 80 tons total mass, over a quarter of this machine's weight is armor. 27 tons of hardened armor around the entire machine, which is more armor than is on 3 strike daggers. And, this armor is designed to reduce the damage from any kind of impact or energy weapon, so a company of 12 strike daggers would take roughly 5 minutes of continual fire to completely down this thing. Woody was basing his estimate on the lackluster gunnery training that most Earth Alliance officers went by, which was a perfectly reasonable apropos in the present conflict. Okay, that's significant, Marin noted. Now, that's just sheer survival factor. The weapons are the real game changer. The mech warrior pointed to the left chest area of the machine, then slid his finger outward toward the left arm. First, no weapons in the arms. That leaves the arms free to carry equipment, captured mobile suit weapons, you name it, or an aggressive pilot could use his arms to punch or club a mobile suit pilot dumb enough to get close. Hardened feet and leg actuators mean the pilot could kick the legs right out from under most mobile suits, as that is one location they traditionally have skimped on armor in a mobile suit. People think the mobile suit is supreme in close quarters battle with the invention of the beam saber, but mechs are not defenseless in close. Hell, some mechs like that Axeman are designed to scrap it in close combat. Woody pointed halfway around the bay to a slightly smaller machine with large missile packs on its shoulders and a very prominent axe in its right hand. Okay, that's different from what I heard. I thought mechs were walking gunboats. Yes, sorta. On this one, you've got a Gauss rifle, a LRM launcher, a SRM launcher, and 3 extended-range medium lasers, and enough ammo for several minutes of continued fire. So, you have 3 weapons that will scrap down a strike dagger in pretty much one shot. One of those weapons outranges a strike dagger and another is matched in range, plus the 3 medium lasers in close can cause serious or crippling damage to first-gen mobile suits. See where it's going? Okay, that makes sense, Marin judged after thinking about it for a few moments. So, the 5 mechs in this row have the firepower of a couple dozen strike daggers. More like the firepower of a battalion of strike daggers. Woody slightly overestimated the striking power of the assault star in question. Hell, the Highlander IIM, the big white thing right there, has even more firepower than the Iron Golem, and has jump jets. These things are literally designed to jump up above an unsuspecting or crippled machine, and drop their 95 tons right down on top of it. It's called a Highlander burial when that happens, and it usually puts the target 6 meters under. Add to that the awesome IIM, the 11Q variant with 3 ER PPCs and enough heat sinks to fire them all day long, the Warhawk with the quad PPCs, and lastly the Dondas heavy armor siege mech. You have a recipe for fortress breaking. These 5 machines can soak up sheer gigajulos of firepower without slowing down, and the pilots are top-notch. I'd expect them to drop a strike dagger every other second or so when they get fully in pace. That's not what I was told, at all, Marin admitted. Can you show me a simulation of something like that? Yeah, I can run a sim through my machine right now. Woody waved her over to the next cubicle row, where his blood-red blood ASP was parked and waiting. Oh. I recognize this. It's the mech you were driving on the Giga float. She hesitated for a moment. Wait, are the weapons different? Yeah, I swapped around the pods. James favored energy weapons more than I do. I prefer magnetic guns like the Gauss rifle or railgun. Both pilot and operator rode the lift up to his cockpit. Wow, that's strangely smaller than the cockpit on a mobile suit. There's a storage space behind the seat. That's where I was when the battle on the Giga float happened. Marin climbed in and hunkered down a bit, followed by Woody taking his common seat. After he put the neuro helmet on, he jacked in and cleared his throat. Alligator stew for breakfast. What? Marin asked of the nonsensical comment from the mech warrior. Voice activation confirmed. Welcome, mech warrior Woody. Your standing battle orders are listed on monitor 4, the Omni-mech responded after a moment of silence. Woody checked the monitor, though they were unchanged from the initial declaration of war. AI, are you active? Woody asked of the systems around him. Yes, mech warrior. I have a simulation ready for you right now. Stand by. After a few moments of the screens flickering, the monitors and HUDs all lit up to show a hilly landscape with trees here and there. This should only take a few minutes, Woody said. He would be correct, but the change it would cause would last a lifetime for both of them. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 0330 hours UTC. Warship Jr. Approaching Luna. Listen well, for we operate on a tight schedule. Century Commander Lightbringer ordered of everyone who was dialed into the battlefront primary frequency. We will have 10 minutes to clear out the enemy picket, those foolish enough to stand in our way of the first objective. After 10 minutes, our ships will be clearing through this area. While the warships are perfectly capable of slagging down an enemy ship, the dropships are not really designed to be effective against warships. Best we clear the major enemy resistance before that happens, Quiaf. F, sir. One of the mobile armor pilots half shouted. I want the mobile armors up front, with the mobile suits and aero fighters close behind to defend against any remaining mobile forces. Warship cover will be provided by Dominion, Thrones, and Minerva. Hit them hard and fast, take no prisoners, kill them all and count the wreckage. Your 10 minutes starts now. 10 minutes to breach this? It's not going to be easy, Shin commented dryly. If they had an easy job, Chairman Durndal would have sent the regular forces. Captain Gladys rebuked the lack of confidence in Shin's voice. Gerald already told us how to do it, Razier Burrell said. Follow the mobile armors in. Let them absorb and deliver the first wave of abuse, they're designed for it. We mop up the small fry and the stragglers. Ray took the time to attach a fresh magazine to the beam rifle on his ZAKU Phantom's beam rifle. He didn't carry loaded unless he was launching into a shitstorm. When connected, the beam rifle would slowly drain the energy capacitor, robbing him of a few shots in his first load. And don't worry about the ships so much as the mobile suits or mobile armors. The aero fighters are loaded for anti-ship attacks, so we need to worry about the escorts. Wait, isn't the phrase kill them all against military code? Commander Arthur Trine asked from the bridge of the Minerva. Those who stand before us now are those who have chosen their fate by not surrendering or disbanding, Century Commander Lightbringer answered before anyone else could speak. If they are lucky enough to survive our fury, so shall their fate be. I am not in a hurry to give them any consideration, though. Their implicit acceptance of nuclear slaughter makes them pawns to mass murderers, and the only way to strike down the king is by way of mowing through the pawns, rooks, knights, bishops, and the queen if a good shot presents itself. Someone has been playing chess recently, Luna Maria commented dryly. Diamond Zero, this is Hawk. I will follow you in. Hawk, Diamond Zero, much obliged, the Dendrobium pilot answered. We intend to sweep most of them before us, but there is always a lucky bastard or two. Just pay attention for what is maneuvering after we plow the road. Luna wondered at the validity of that plan, but said nothing. She had overheard one of the Mjir mechanics commenting on the loss of their mobile armors, down to 83 functional units out of a starting 200, but he also pointed out they had limited utility outside of space intercept operations. Most of those losses had happened before the Mjir even arrived here in CE-era Terran space, but it still counted. Command, Club Element, hard contact on right flank. We are engaging, one of the other element commanders reported. Hawk, close up on me and grab a hold of one of the latch points on the back of my armor, Diamond Zero said. On it, Luna Maria answered. It took her several seconds to close up on the large and fast Dendrobium Orcus, technically, mobile fortress by the original Earth Federation designation, but once above the armor she could easily identify the hold points. Grabbing a hold on one with her machine's free hand was no challenge, which left her right arm open to fire on enemies around her. I'm on, Luna reported after a moment. We're 15 seconds out. If you see M, shoot M, Diamond Zero ordered. In point of fact, an enemy naval beam cannon struck the I-field defending the Dendrobium and splintered around the unit in 4 directions, never approaching within 500 meters of the armor. Command, Diamond Zero reporting hard contact. Fox 2. Star Captain Kefka launched 4 separate canister missiles, the micromissile pods that absolutely shredded everything notable in its flight area. After a flight of 100 kilometers or so, the missiles began ripple-firing the micromissiles into the picket wall of the enemy machines. Man, it's like watching a broom absolutely sweep away the little critters. Shin half shouted as the Dendrobium unit he rode did roughly the same thing. We've got more work to do. Ray shouted as he began firing at long range on the remaining enemy mobile suits. Remember, let the armors handle the ships. Luna Maria took the time to sight up one of the stragglers, then dropped a shot on it even as she flew by. The puff of an explosion, the last defiance of its main fuel tank after being ruptured by her beam cannon, and she realized before she could even begin celebrating that she was already past the enemy picket line. What the where are we going? Hold on to your ass, kid, we're going to pull a 9G stiffy to hit them from behind, Diamond Zero replied quickly. This is standard fare for us Dendrobium hard asses. Ho shit. Luna had barely managed to hook both of her feet into an armor crevasse in the top of the Dendrobium before the pilot turned it to face the rear of the enemy formation and literally stomped on the engines to full power. She did pop off another shot, this one at an enemy Dagger L with a launcher striker pack, but she noticed that her vision was rapidly starting to go to grey, a bad sign of excessive G-load. Command, Spade Element, hard engage on left flank. A different formation reported, which bled over to Luna's radio from the Minerva relaying it. I'm starting to lose it. Shin said. And you pukes do this all the time. This is nothing new to us, a different pilot in Diamond Element answered. Wait, I can reach that Drake from here. Luna half shouted before she thought she fired a shot at it. Kid, you awake? Diamond Zero asked after a moment. Oops, must have grayed her out. Kefka, you can be a real asshole sometimes, Diamond 2 answered coldly. Thank you, Padmavati, thank you, Star Captain Kefka responded with cheer. Did I get it? Luna asked groggily. Neg, you missed that window. We'll be in a position to shoot again here in 40 seconds, Kefka responded. Firing chain mine on port side. Nelson on automatic guide, he announced before the weapons container's armored shutter popped open on the port side and loosed a single rocket-powered chain mine. Luna watched it hazily as the chain wrapped around the hull of the enemy ship, then detonated and laid the Nelson to waste without completely detonating it. Okay, did I just pass out briefly? Luna asked in shock. I believe you did, Diamond Zero answered. Take no anger upon it, Luna. No Dendrobium rookie has ever done a first-time 9G stiffy and stayed conscious completely through it, and that includes the Century Commander. The Drake you wanted to bust is now in range again, he warned her. Okay, I see it, Luna answered. I have lock, firing. She dropped the shot without hesitation, convinced internally she had to make up for passing out in the middle of a regular maneuver. Her aim was true, and the Drake was no small target. The beam punched through the rear bottom of the engine pack, exited the front top of the engine pack, bridged the gap to the conning tower, and blew through the back of the bridge to come out of the roof of the bridge. Score! Nice shot, kid, in the butthole and out the eyeball with a path of destruction in between. A cleaner kill we could not ask for. Diamond 2 apprised the damage to the enemy ship immediately. Diamond Element, Minerva Element, this is Diamond 0. We're almost through here, and way ahead of schedule. Make sure the stragglers are mopped up and the welcome mat is out for the big dogs. Minerva Element, enemy has a company of mobile suits on the enemy right flank, supported by a Drake. That one's on you. Diamond Element, finish up the 2 Nelsons and assorted scrappers on the enemy left. Good to go. Sir. One of the ZAFT regulars assigned to the Minerva answered. Looks like I'll have a napper with me for the next run, Diamond 3 reported. Hey. Luna looked at Diamond 3, or specifically her backplate and the mobile suit still clinging to it. Oh, Shin, Luna said, though not unkindly. Kid will have one hellish migraine when he wakes up, Diamond 0 predicted. I'm heading right, thanks for the ride Diamond 0, Luna Maria said before she disengaged and powered her way toward the enemy position she had been ordered to see to. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 0400 hours UTC. In suborbit over Luna, east of Ptolemaeus. Dropship Golf Delta Sierra 71065555 reporting entering drop pattern now. Ground fire reported very light. We will be conducting low-altitude insertion and intend landing at Site Alpha. 555, this is MJR Strategic Officer Calamira West answered. Copy your report, begin your drop at your discretion. Fighters have been assigned to defend the drop zones. Good luck, MJR is out. The captain stood up and looked around the bridge. Most of the crew were older than her, and most of the bridge staff were Magi leftovers, but she had made it to the position of dropship captain on a bet and sheer skill. Never mind the indigo hair and matching eyes that made her obviously a coordinator. Listen up. We're going in hard and slow. Drop the mechs in the assigned drop zones and make sure our guns mulch anything foolish enough to look at this ship wrong. Any questions? He, the gunnery controller for the port side lower weapons array cackled with semi-psychotic delight. Is that a water bottle in your pocket, or are you happy to get those kinds of orders? The gunnery controller for the port side upper array asked her semi-psychotic neighbor. The lead hasn't even begun to fly yet and we already have a kill boner, the sensor operator complained. This is going to be a hellishly long war, the helmswoman bemoaned. He. The same semi-psycho gunnery controller laughed at the others. Captain, we're in the pattern and will be at drop altitude in 9 to 0 seconds, the helmswoman reported after making a significant course correction. Take your time, helm. Advance slow, make sure our guns are in position to fire on any enemies, and keep the altitude proper for free drop deploy. X. Queen Cluster, disperse over landing patterns 3 and 4, eliminate all resistance and prepare to start aerial sweep toward Ptolemaeus. Time to reduce some average life expectancies, Specialist Vhen Ra said with something akin to a savage humor. This is Queen 7-9, rolling in on pattern 3 drop zone Charlie, I show minimum 4 mobile suits in the area. Queen 7-9, roger that, Queen 0 acknowledged. Bring the rain and thunder, Specialist. Thunderballs is on the way, Vhen completed the joke about the name of his present fighter. In normal practice, he would be piloting a new craft, the experimental Skygrasper IIM, but it had developed some firmware bugs that rendered it unusable at this time. Even as he was piloting the Thunderball into battle, several programmers and engineers from Handel were on the MJR, working hard and fast to get the Skygrasper IIM up and running. Vhen reefed his fighter into a hard roll left, then put some speed on. In this battle, his challenge was not so much surviving the battle, but making sure enough of the ground forces survived the approach march to Ptolemais and Artsachel to be effective. For all that he could shape a battlefield to his liking from the skies, Vhen held no illusions that he could win the battle from his vantage point. Survival was a moot point, even loaded heavy with bombs, rockets, and missiles, his fighter could still outfly the Earth Alliance's new machine, the Wyndham. And bombs were a temporary hindrance to the fighter. Dropship Sailboat Reborn reporting, have begun drops in pattern 3. Queen 7-9, what is your status? Sailboat, this is 7-9, rolling in on target area now. Vihen made one last correction to the area before he released a pair of cluster bombs toward the enemy's small crater hide spot. The thunderball did not overfly the enemy machines, instead Vihen banked and rolled right to clear the engagement area, allowing the cluster munitions to do the necessary job. 2 clusters away, requesting BDA from Sailboat if you have LOS. Stand by, the sensor operator on the dropship said. 10 seconds later, Queen 7-9, BDA is as follows, drop on target, confirm 4 mobile suits downed, hidden gun position exposed and destroyed, possible munitions bunker or similar semi-concealed building is now revealed. Recommend recommit for recon and assessment of enemy structure. Belay recommendation, 7-9, Queen lead hesitate, Queen 0 said. Continue to drop zone delta and clear all hostiles. Vihen clicked his radio switch twice as an acknowledgement, then reefed his fighter hard right to orient on the requested territory. Sailboat, Queen 0, structure recon confirms enemy munitions bunker. Queen 1-6, can you run a bomb pattern against the facility? Lead, Queen 1-6 responded sharply. Target zone 1 to 5 seconds out, CCIP computer active and dialed in for Luna's gravity and no atmosphere. 10 seconds to drop. Command, 7-9, Delta drop zone is semi-fortified, I have 3 enemy strongpoints with guns overlooking the clear territory. They anticipated this landing location. 7-9, acknowledged. Designate locations on TAC map and pick one to hit at your discretion, Queen 0 ordered. Targets designated, I am striking the westernmost of the locations now, Vihen responded. He switched weapon systems over to a literally ancient fighter weapon, but one still wildly effective against enemy light armor and medium armor targets such as mobile suits or fixed weapon batteries. Rocket attack on sight, now. He squeezed the trigger once, twice, thrice, and a 4th time for good measure, dumping literally a ton, 1,020 kilograms, of Hydra 70 rockets into the target point built into the top of a crater rim. A second later, the emptied launch pods ejected from his fighter to reduce mass and incrementally increase thrust efficiency for the aircraft. The Hydra 70 rocket system was so old it literally predated the Multimage Empire, which itself was older than written history on CE Terra. The rockets were still in use by the Magi, however, for their surprising effectiveness and extremely low cost per round comparative to many other weapon systems used on fighters. Upgraded explosives, engine bodies, and fusing systems doubled their lethality at a pittance of cost and manufacturing complexity, making them every bit as lethal as bombs when used en masse, and far less costly overall. Outfitting a fighter with pods and rockets cost the Empire roughly 2,000 C-bills per pod, whereas an equivalent bomb cost over double the rocket pod. Of the 78 rockets launched from 4 pods, half of the rockets landed inside the targeted strongpoint. Both enemy mobile suits guarding the strongpoint took damage, and the large shell-firing gun was rendered inoperable from 2 separate rocket hits on its own. The coup de main, though, was delivered by a stray rocket entering the munitions bunker that serviced the cannon where it landed on a bag of propellant charges. Vihen had to bank hard left and hammer his engines to avoid the debris scattered by that hit in a small mushroom cloud of powder and shrapnel. Got one strongpoint. Rolling over to the next. This is Crimson 3, landing now, Woody declared before his blood ASP hit the ground. Crimson Guard on the ground. Now moving for phase line Kimberly. Looks like the flyboy has definitely cleared those strongpoint defenses, Rick noted. Means we don't have to waste ammo on a hopeless defense section. The less static defenses between here and Ptolemais, the better, Woody commented with cheer to voice. I've got point, he said before his sensors highlighted a hastily activated defensive position. The gun opened fire on the passing dropship, but that lasted only as long as it took the dropship to slam the strongpoint with advanced tactical missiles and 65mm rotary autocannon slugs. 5 seconds of trading shots, no more bunker. That was short and messy. Now you know why it is normally stressed in Mech Warrior Academy not to assault a dropship. It usually ends with a brief funeral pyre for the dumbass pilot who attempts it. I roger that, Woody noted with a chuckle. Follow me in, guys. Don't you want the scout forward? The new light mech pilot for the Crimson Guard asked. Not on a relatively open plane like this, Isidore, Rick answered as the team crested the crater edge that most of the strongpoint defenses had been built into. Look around you, girl, not much to scout out here. And not much to shoot, either, Woody grumped. It was obvious there were a lot of defenders enclosed to the Ptolemais Rim, some 220 kilometers west of the landing zone, but targets between the fortress and the drop areas were sparse and mostly the province of the aero fighters. Not much, but some, the unit rookie commented pensively. His summoner Omni-Mech, 1, torso twisted to the right of the formation's movement axis, did not break stride, and loosed a PPC into a mostly camouflaged gun position that had command of the lunar plateau they were preparing to step down onto. The arc of ion bolt struck the coil gun and backfed into the weapon's charging system, which caused the capacitors to detonate in something akin to a munitions explosion. 2. The pressurized portions of the facility were vented to open space, which assuredly killed any crewmen who were not suited up at the time. That one's down. I have another, dead ahead, Woody said before he fired his left-side LRM-15 launcher into it at close range. The missiles had no trouble tracking into the SAM mount that was trying to lock on the Aero fighters overhead, and like a lot of Earth Alliance weapons systems, the launchers were not designed to take the kind of abuse ground armor could dish. It's down. Unit, assemble in reverse wedge formation. I want Woody on the left and Miguel on the right, which put the two heaviest direct combat mechs forward. The Summoner and Lunar Master mechs formed the second line, and the apex of the reverse wedge was Rick's own Naga artillery Omni mech. The shuffle took the 5 pilots roughly 20 seconds to accomplish, including a shot at a stray strike dagger MS that was foolhardy enough to try hitting a heavy mech star all on his own. Isidore put paid to his gambit with a timely salvo of LRMs to the chest. Nothing like hooping ass and taking names. Might as well earn that minuscule paycheck we get from time to time, et. Hans asked from the position behind and to Woody's left, the summoner's position. They actually pay us for such a fun job? Woody asked with savage cheer. Where do I collect? We collect when we can safely hangar our mechs in Ptolemais, Rick said with his own smile to tone. Time to make it look like we know what we're doing, but we need to be careful for a few. I hear the Star Admiral has a surprise for our noisy neighbors. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 0430 hours UTC. Ptolemais Military Base, Special Projects Hangar Facility 2-2. Lieutenant Trigar. This is insane. The lead engineer on the project claimed. This thing is not even completely assembled. It's not scheduled for a test run until January of next year. If you launch with it, you won't have any of the defensive systems beyond the quad-phase shift armor. That's all I need, Kyle Trigar answered coldly before he locked down the heavy neural interface helmet that was based on the neural interpreter systems the Magi used in battle mechs. I don't expect to survive, even if it was fully assembled. I'm just out to provide a rally point for the troops, maybe force a breach and put them on the defensive. And I want to send as many of these monsters to Valhalla as possible, where the whole fucking lot of them belongs. Now, if you're through wringing your hands, get in or get to safety. Fine, your ass. The engineer cleared out of the way of the cockpit door and tripped the close latch. Trigar activated the fission engine's high-power coolant loop systems to start squeezing more power out of the, technically, antiquated technology. ZAFT's advent of the N-jammer canceller made for a renewal of fission reactor technology, even if the treaty banned it. After all, what is a treaty written for except to be broken? Attention Bay 2-2, this is Trigar, clear the bay. I will be exiting into combat in 2 minutes. The lieutenant ordered over the radio. Lieutenant Trigar, bay doors are opening now, you are cleared for launch. This may be a wildly inappropriate thing to say about your unit, but Godspeed to you, the Mobile Forces operator for the Special Projects Group said. Kyle laughed at her sardonic quip about his unit. Very inappropriate for this hunk of metal, girl, he responded. The massive machine paced forward a few steps before he halted at the door that was wildly taller than its present form, but as the engineer had pointed out it had not been fully constructed yet. Doors should be open enough in roughly 90 seconds. Shit. Incoming. After a moment, the radio was inundated with static, a moment before his machine rattled to something akin to an earthquake or moonquake, in local parlance. What was that? Kyle asked after a moment. Operator. Primary operations room down, the CIC facility was struck by a shot from the Mjir. They used some kind of shell that penetrated right through the upper layer of defensive plate and cement. A secondary operator reported. Naval railgun, long rod penetrator round, Kyle said with no emotion. Not a shell, it's not designed to explode. It's nothing more than a kinetic kill weapon designed to punch through warships. Apparently it is also useful for busting bunkers. Be warned, Kyle, they have 4 monitors in the Mjir overhead, and they're starting to sweep the battlefield with suborbital fire. This is goddamned insane. I can see it through the hangar doors, Kyle announced. In the distance, the battle mech forces were being supported by fire from the enemy warships, which was both exceedingly accurate and lethal to whatever their guns fell upon. When someone said they could literally depopulate a planet using suborbital fire, they were not joking. I will be launching in 30 seconds. X. Elisa could literally never remember a time in her career where she was carrying as much ammo as she had on her for this mission. Not that Marines packed it light when operating at any time, but the armor sniper had went out of her way to fit a triple ration for just about all of her arms and some extras to boot. After all, it wasn't like she was doing something as crazy as assaulting a fortress or anything, right? Mobile suit on the left. A-star captain half shouted. 3 Alpha 6, can you swarm it? Negative, we're suppressing an enemy strongpoint AP in it, can you reassign? The requested point commander answered. I have it, Elisa noted before she brought her rifle up to position. The targeting system in her armor took a couple seconds to fine-tune the shot trajectory, a necessity for multi-kilometer anti-armor shots. When she was sure she had it dialed in properly, the veteran armor sniper dropped a single shot, which the sensor systems of all nearby and near the flight path Marines tracked for aiming enhancement purposes. No correction and second shot was required. The slug struck the cockpit door of the mobile suit and punched into the crew compartment, likely through the pilot behind the door, and then probably into the back of his chair. Proof that his machine was combat ineffective came from the cessation of fire. The mobile suit simply stood there and did nothing even as other forces moved around it. After a moment it bent over, overbalanced, and went face first into the dust of Luna, sticking its arse up into the airless sky of the moon. Nice shot, sniper. Continue the advance with the battle mechs. We must force entry and begin taking Ptolemais. Looks like some of the bays are still open. We should have an easy entry wherever we want one. Infantry officer, heavy weapons, Cho Eglin noted with some cheer to voice. The first and loudest problem of the Ptolemais assault was supposed to be getting inside the base to begin the capture procedure, but with roughly a quarter of the bay doors open and unguarded, getting inside would be no manner of challenge. And then, there were the absurdly large bay doors that had no apparent purpose so far as the Marines could tell, because the Earth Alliance did not have anything 60m tall so far to match the 70m doors. Looks like we have a bay dead ahead of us. It's opening up. We can get a small dropship in there, if we had any. Wait, there's something behind door number 1. The Marine Point's demolition specialist groused. What the fuck is that thing? Elisa groused after the door opened a bit more. Command, 3 Alpha 11 reporting we have some serious shit coming out of a bay at Ptolemais. It's big, gross estimate on head height is roughly 40 meters, and it's got a chest full of biggest beam cannons. We're going to want to put some pain down on this thing before it makes a run on the Psycho Gundam's record. Elisa, this is Carlos Michaels. You are authorized to do what you can to bring it down. I will pass your info to Upper to add more firepower to the equation, her Galaxy commander ordered. Elisa. Eyes. Cho half shouted. It has a classic Gundam's head. Gouge its eyes out so we can skull fuck it. I hear that, armor sniper specialist Elisa said with a smile. Again she braced her shield and her rifle against the shield, though this shot was against a larger target so the aiming was a bit easier. After 3 seconds, she fired her first shot, then a second shot into the other eye. There was a bit of unreality to it, especially given the flight time of the armor penetrator rounds, but 4 seconds after the second shot first the left eye violently shattered, then the right eye spidered and began falling apart from the sniper's tender ministrations. Woo, this is bullshit. Kyle complained. I haven't even cleared the fucking bay and some smartass managed to shoot both my eyes out. After a few more moments, his main view screens went completely to static, with the destruction of the forward-mounted main camera system. And they got the main. Lousy bastards. Switch to your body-mounted optics, the engineer ordered. You still have weapons control without the main cameras. Roger that. Switching over now. Lieutenant Trigar flipped a switch that disabled the main camera feeds, then hit an adjacent switch that also produced static on his monitors. He dropped that switch and hit the third, which gave him a low-resolution view of the forward area. Damn prototypes, but it's all we got. 3 more of the same machines were in hangar cubes behind him, but all were in lesser states of construction than the machine he was riding now. Good luck, pilot, the secondary controller noted. The heaviest concentration of enemy battle mechs is to the EAS again. The radio was inundated with static, but this time, the moonquake came with a collapsed wall in the hangar bay for the machine Lieutenant Trigar was riding in. They got the secondary command post. What the hell do we do now? Someone asked on the command frequency. We do what we've been paid to do, Kyle said. We die for our politicians' ambitions. And we take as many of these son-of-bitches with us to the grave as possible. He heard the distinct ping sound of a round that struck his machine but failed to penetrate. At least the armor works on this thing. Mendel is in for one fuck of a surprise, even if I am the one-armed bandit at work. Coming over the ridge dead ahead of us, big guy. I'm seeing a trinary of mechs. One of the bay personnel noted, standing at the bay doors with a pair of binoculars. I see them, Kyle noted. Time to make my presence known. GFAS X-1 destroy prototype, Lieutenant Kyle Trigar, launching. Despite the launch call, his only option was to drive his unit out of the bay, one slow step at a time. For all that the destroy was a big machine, it was not particularly fast. As soon as his machine cleared the hangar doors, he was struck by 2 anti-armor missiles. A wary eye on the damage panels was answer enough that the quad-phase shift armor was doing the job. He suffered no armor or internal damage that registered. The fighter that hit him was too fast to track, but a nearby battle mech was not too fast. A blast from all 4 Supercilla beam cannons was ample to shred it down to scrap and spare parts, a result that most battle mech pilots did not expect when taking hits from other mobile army units. Good kill. The observer shouted. That's one less Warhawk in existence. Kyle figured a little bit of reverse psychological warfare was in order. A quick setting change to the guard frequency for radios and he was ready. Oi, Mendel, say hello to my little friend. X. That pilot didn't live to talk about it, Cho said dejectedly. We're still alive to talk about it. Time to make some noise. A star captain of battle mechs shouted. We're in on this, charge it. Swarm the damn thing and disassemble it with beam sabers. Elisa racked her rifle over her right shoulder and began running overland toward the enemy machine. Where did they teach you to talk like this? In some Sao Paulo sailor wanna hump bar, or is this getaway day and your last shot at his whiskey? Sell crazy someplace else, we're all stocked up here, the infantry specialist under Elisa commented crassly, quoting an ancient Terran movie as good as it gets. Shut up and run. Cho barked at Victoria. If this thing squashes us, my ghost will haunt the fuck out of your ghost, Elisa, Karen commented even at full run. Paradoxically, destroying an Omni-Mech in one shot did not cause the Magi forces to split up or try to get away from the enemy machine. The destruction of a Star Commander's personal ride did nothing more than bring direct focus to the enemy machine, with every mech in range focusing firepower on it. As the 3 Alpha 11 infantry points sprinted full out for the enemy machine, intent to board and swarm attack it, they could see the results of laser and particle cannon hits against the armor. No weapon penetrated, but the lasers and ion bolts were able to pockmark the impressively damage-resistant armor. Missiles and ballistic weapons had no effect whatsoever, which made the now destroyed Warhawk one of the more valuable units to field against it. They're wounding it. Use your energy weapons only. Point Officer Karen shouted. Swarm it. There's only one way to take this sucker down, and it's gonna be us. Elisa ejected her shield as she ran toward a cliff edge overlooking the enemy machine, ejected her cargo box, an armor sniper rifle, then made a sprinting jump toward the behemoth. Partway there, the sniper fired a magnetic grapnel at the machine's stub of a left arm, and once connected she began to accelerate herself around it with jump jets. Though done in simulation more than once, Elisa never had to swarm a hostile standing armor unit before in her life, and on this she dwelled on her training only. The first rule she had learned was nothing else existed, it was only herself, her weapons, and the mech in question. Second, never put yourself in a place where you could be crushed by the mechanics or shot off by the guns of the unit. She wrapped around and initially looked to land in the barrel of one of the enemy beam cannons, so she diverted high and landed on the prodigious chest of the Gundam. Third lesson from simulations past, the beam saber is king in chopping an enemy unit's armor up, but explosives inside the machine always did more damage faster. Star Commander Elisa drove her left side beam saber into the gun housing for 2 of the unit's 4 CIWS guns, rendering them unusable, then rammed the right side beam saber into the back of the machine's right eye and began cutting out the soft plate and hardware so she could gain access to the head's internals. X. Kyle's fourth blast of Super Scylla netted a Bushwhacker IIM, a ubiquitous medium mech that was favored by the Magi for its low profile and hard-hitting arsenal. The pilot of this one was lucky enough to punch out, though Kyle had the answer for that, 75mm CIWS guns. He tracked the pod until it began a slow descent, but when he yanked the trigger nothing happened. What the hell? Something wrong, destroy? A colonel asked. Sir, something's wrong, I'm starting to lose systems, but all the Omni-Mechs have stopped firing on me and are shooting at other targets. The whole destroy Gundam echoed to the sound of some kind of explosion, though it sounded internal. After a bare moment, his entire head went red, then black on the damage panel, showing it was destroyed. What the hell? Can anyone see what's going on near my head? Yeah, a Marine just blew your head off with a satchel charge, someone answered. A Marine? You mean I have Marines on my machine? Kyle didn't wait for an affirmative, he got his confirmation from a damage indicator on his upper back. Oh shit! Someone help me! I can't clear a swarm attack from the destroy. Another blast occurred inside his machine, this time in his left upper leg area. Jesus! That Marine just took a chunk out of your leg. Gimme a second and I'll remove her by Han FZZZZSSSTTT. The mobile suit that would have responded to the swarm did not make it. A dire wolf gunned it down with 4 medium pulse lasers and a pair of 65mm ultra auto cannons. Holy shit, kid, that bitch on your left leg just set off a couple thermite grenades in there. The observer from his deployment bay shouted. Looks like this is the end of my march. And with the torso twist function still unusable, I can't aim, Kyle said sharply. Damn it. Prototype piece of shit. Only got 4 kills off it. He slammed the console in front of him in rage, a blow that caused 2 control knobs to fall off. The damage to the left leg was significant, and rapidly tracked down the inside of his leg until it burned off the landmine indicator on the bottom of his foot. Another satchel charge, this time against the internal skeleton of the left upper leg, and his destroy Gundam buckled and collapsed to the dusts of Luna. He continued operating, the reactor was still providing power and he could see around him, but the right arm was balefully crippled when a Marine put a beam saber into the rear of the shoulder joint, where there was a gap between the phase shift plates that made it easily vulnerable to close-in demolition work. Not my day today, Kyle groused after the power feeds to his super silla cannons were severed. He tripped the guard radio frequency again and keyed the microphone. This is Destroy Gundam to Marines swarming me right now. You win, I'm out of weapons and maneuver options. You can stop trying to disassemble my machine now. Excellent. We have to go clean your house out now, but we'll be back to pick you up here in a few. Hang tight, and grab a MRE if you have one, a surprisingly cheery lady answered immediately. I hear you. This is Kyle Trigar, signing off. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 0500 hours UTC. Inside Ptolemais Military Base, East Wing, Assembly Area 3 West. Listen up, all of you. The captain of Space Marines shouted. This is the real deal, people. Ptolemais is right now surrounded by the enemy, and they are closing in on all four sides. That makes it real easy for us, they've got nowhere to run. We're going to hunt the bastards down, we're going to suppress with massive firepower, and we're going to bury those fuckers out in the dusts. The captain looked up and down his ranks, and considered that it was probably a harsh thought that caused them all to go catatonic with fright. He figured some relent was in order. I know it is a rough thought, facing off against their armored marines, machines, and men trained to tangle with mobile suits, and even ZAFT claims they killed only 4 or 5 of them in Jachindu. I say, who gives a flying fuck about what ZAFT did? Those space pussies have problems fighting their way out of a cardboard box, so if they can't hack it against the Mendel armored marines, I'm not too worried about it, he said with finality. By now, his whole battalion of troops had gone grey-faced, which he reasonably expected. Despite the pump-up speech the captain was delivering, he expected raw fear to be a problem when facing armored infantry in close quarters. He rightly figured anything that was capable of fighting a mobile suit and was reasonably sized to infantry purposes had to be a significant threat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will break down by the company and hit the armory. Remember, think heavy, these things are wearing armor, and you need anti-armor weapons to do the job. Captain, you wouldn't happen to mean the same armory where I picked this up, would you? A lady's voice asked from behind the officer. Okay, smartass, who authorized you to irk? He halted cold in his rebuke after he turned to look at the speaker. Star Admiral Centura says hello, the dark blue-colored armored infantryman said, before she raised an Earth Alliance light machine gun to present and unloaded 5 rounds of ammo into his chest. I say do svidania. Now, what to do about the remainder? The Ghost Point commander mused to herself, staring out over the assembled battalion of troops. Another ghost stepped forward of the captain's body, then drew the bolt back on his own Earth Alliance light machine gun. I believe the orders are, kill anyone who has not surrendered or disbanded and is under Earth Alliance colors. I can live with those orders, a third ghost answered, though she was carrying an Earth Alliance CQB shotgun. In less than a full second, 560 pairs of hands were in the air. Synchronized surrender? That takes all the fun out of vengeance, the fifth ghost of the point noted with a soured tone to voice. That would be freaking hilarious, if it didn't mean a quarter of our Marines were out of the game now, a captain of MPs groused at the monitor. Fucking ghosts. All over the damned place. Another set of ghosts had been rampaging through the northern section of the base, killing everyone and destroying all the major defensive equipment that was not reasonable to capture. And their visibly irate cousins are just as bad, the same specialist tapped on a different monitor, where armored Marines had blown through a pair of reinforced internal barricades to clear the way for other armored Marines and even battle armor troops to move into the base. Not much we can do about it, at this point. Once the armored Marines get inside, you'd need equivalent troops to clear them out. We ain't got none, and we ain't got something on PAR with them, the captain in charge in the room groused. He picked up a radio microphone and keyed it. Command, this is Night Watch, show force's closest point of entry is now D-Ring. Thanks for the update, Night Watch, but it doesn't matter now. The long rod penetrator that took out the central command room also drove through to the power distributor for Cyclops. The whole array is down, and the engineers don't have the hardware to repair it. We might be able to set off 1 or 2 dishes by hooking them straight to the reactor turbines, but that ain't going to do shit to this base. Roger that. Looks like we lose this one for good. Have Art Satchel and Daedalus warned? The captain asked. They know we are coming for them, just the same as we have come for you, a Chinese descent voice said from behind the captain. I hope you don't expect me to surrender, honey, the captain said, still holding the mic toggle so it was heard. Fuck surrender, the lady said. This is a trial of annihilation. You want death on the scale of the Star Empires, you get death on the scale of a Star Empire. And it starts with you. The armored Marine dropped a cluster grenade disc in the middle of the room, roughly next to the captain, and turned to leave the security center. The captain simply stared at the half-meter wide disc. He was intellectually assured it was a weapon, but it was curious enough that he could not look or move away. The disc unlatched the top section and ejected it with a compressed gas charge, which trained a wire down to the base unit. The disc ejected was not simply a cover, but also a sensor radome that mapped out the target area, which made for the most efficient and lethal bursting of the cluster grenade. The base of the disc ejected some 44 smaller grenadelets, 200 grams grenade charges, in a randomized dispersal pattern around the room, which was entirely too small for full dispersal, but resulted in severe overkill. When the firecrackers began going off, the explosions and fragmentation shredded everything in the room, man, machine, office furniture, even gouged the steel plate walls notably in several locations. In weeks to come, the only notable trace of the captain to be found would be a small part of his MP badge. Though the major wet work of the assault was being handled by the armored marines, they were not alone in storming Ptolemais. Handel Manufacturing was one of several companies in Mendel producing battle armor, an older infantry armor system that the Magi still used. It did not have the survivability of infantry armor systems, but it also did not have the price and customization requirements of infantry armor. In a battle of numbers, battle armor had been deemed survivable enough to do the job, and Gerald had selected trainees hard enough to use it properly. Handel Manufacturing had focused on the utility armor systems, such as the Sapper landmine armor and the Will-O-Wisp recon armor. Phoenix Lau Technologies had focused on armor with direct application Storm Jaeger main battle armor, Revenant siege battle armor, Minuteman rapid deploy battle armor, and others still to be put into deployment. Phoenix Lau was staffed by ZAFT refugees from their held territories on Earth who wanted a piece of Earth Alliance asses on pikes, and Orb expatriates who thought the present political wind coming from their former homeland smelled like douchebaggery and failure. When the Century Commander asked them to do the impossible, build battle armors on a very short timetable and make them lethal to anyone they came across, Phoenix Lau smiled and set to it with a vengeance. Now, that vengeance was in deploy in Ptolemais, operating as mercenaries for the Magi. The first sets of the Storm Jaeger had not come off the line soon enough to be turned over to the Magi regulars, but the test pilots were more than willing to do the job. After all, the Phoenix Lau production facility existed now as space debris, but thankfully the production staff had built their own safety shelter into the building and were found alive 6 hours after the blast. 4, 3, looks like we're approaching the docks for their ships. May not be a sexy goal, but clearing it out wouldn't be a bad idea, the point commander for Jaeger 3 noted. Concur. Second point has lead, PC-4 answered. Second moving up, the PC of second point moved forward at a hard sprint for the armor. At full-on sprint, the armor was capable of 21 km per hour, but had no jump jets unlike many other battle armor units. It could not swarm enemy mechs or vehicles, but it could definitely put holes in them with its main gun of an old Martel medium laser. Looky here, the third trooper for 3 point said. The object of his disdain was a group of Earth Alliance infantrymen that were trying to hold the last airlock to the dock bays. 10 infantrymen, a half-dozen non-combatants that were under arms, and a makeshift barricade. Hose we ain't got time for this shit, the point commander for 1 Jaegers ordered. His troopers slowed to a marching pace and raised their left arms, all of which had 2 personal choice infantry weapons. Danielle Greer, the point commander for 4 Jaeger, preferred the basic automatic rifle and the Mark the 20th laser rifle. Smart enemies wore body armor, which made them resistant to the automatic rifle, but the Earth Alliance had not developed energy-resistant body armor. And, as it happened, her choice of weapons were the right arms for the job. A civilian contractor with an assault rifle lost his face to her rifle, and the EA infantry officer to his left lost his heart to a 2 cm scorch mark of laser energy. Cleared, the PC for 1 Jaeger noted. Move up and trip that airlock. The sooner we secure this area, the sooner our ships can land here. 2 Jaeger is in, 3 Jaeger, we're ready, 4 Jaeger, good to go, the point commanders reported as their troops positioned inside the airlocks. Nobody had yet taken enough damage to compromise the armor integrity, which meant they were still EVA capable. Do it, 1 Jaeger ordered of the guy nearest the airlock controls. After a few moments, the base side doors began closing, and when they sealed the air began pumping out. At least they were nice enough to put in high-rate air pumps. Should be a minute or 2 to clear, sir, 3 Jaeger 3 noted. Though, why the large corridor and airlock? We could fit 40 battle armor units in this thing, not just our 20. No joke, 1 Jaeger answered. Must be a cargo or equipment transfer point. We did pass some pretty gnarly warehouses on the way here. Not looking forward to clearing those, the lady in 4 Jaeger 5 answered. Won't be us, 1 Jaeger commented dryly. We don't have enough manpower to do it. The Marines are coming on, so they will probably clear it and strip anything useful. Doors coming open on the dock side, 2 Jaeger reported. Lock and load, people. Let's make it look like we know what we're doing, 1 Jaeger ordered. Charged and ready. This Martel medium laser wants some. 1 Jaeger 4 answered. Oh. Oi fucking vey. We've got a biggest problem here, sir. 2 Jaeger 3 commented after he had his first glimpse of the docking bay. No kidding, 1 Jaeger answered after he saw the object of consternation. Alright, guys, listen up. That is a fucking warship in dock, but it's not going anywhere without its engines. Caught overhauling the thrusters, looks like. The rest of the ship is tied to land lines, so it is powered and probably active. We have to take it out. The upside, it's a big fucking target and it's in a hurry going nowhere. The downside, it's a big fucking target and it's going to take a lot of killing to kill. You with me? Scratch a warship with battle armor? Sell crazy someplace else, we're all stocked up here, 4 Jaeger 2 commented. You imagine what kind of blowjob we'd get if we pulled this off? We make this work, we'd be doing shaving ads and supermodel photo ops for the rest of our natural lives, 3 Jaeger 3 commented. Doors open, time to do it, 1 Jaeger ordered. First target is the top deck main gun. Hit it with lasers. Save your missiles until we breach the armor. Roger that. The Drake-class ships had 2 machine cannons, one on the dorsal and one on the ventral side, ostensibly for use on mobile suits. In this case, that gun could be powered from shore power and then be turned on the Storm Jaeger battle armor suits, with disastrous consequences. 2 Jaeger and 3 Jaeger focused their aim on the turret, still facing up and away from the troops, and fired a salvo of lasers at it. 2 struck home, but did not appear to do any real damage. 1 and 4 Jaeger, focus your fire on the near side, hammer on it with the lasers. The downside of using the Martel medium laser in a battle armor application is that the laser required a full 10 seconds to recharge and cool between shots. On the other hand, that amounted to 1 shot every 10 seconds for 5 minutes until the batteries for the laser ran out of charge. It came down to simple numbers, 20 battle armor troops against the hull of a thin-skinned stationary warship made for an inevitable result. But, as these things happened, the enemy wasn't caught completely with dick in hand. The deck gun rotated and aimed at maximum depression, then cut loose at full fire rate of 1200 rpm of 75mm machine cannon. The first run of the gun crossed 3 Jaeger, a burst walked across 3 Jaeger 3 and tore her armor apart with 16 rounds. The lady trooper was mercifully dead before her brain properly understood what happened. Take out that goddamned gun. 1 Jaeger ordered as 3 Jaeger 2 was cut to ribbons in the same fashion as his buddy. Another salvo of lasers was loosed into the ship, focused on the breach point and the gun, and this time the ship suffered worse for the bear. The gun took a laser at the base of the barrel assembly, which caused the barrel housing to fly apart spectacularly in a shower of flying twisted metal and exploding shells. Gun is down, turning fire on the breach point, 3 Jaeger reported. Hot damn. We've got this one, 4 Jaeger, Danielle, reported. Sorry about Timmy and Tina, those bastards killed M. Fucking can't believe we're actually trying this, 1 Jaeger 4 noted. Fucking can't believe it's working, 2 Jaeger 5 commented dryly. Missiles. 4 Jaeger 2 pointed to the starboard side missile pack on the Drake, but for naught. In desperation, the captain tried to launch his anti-MS missiles at the battle armor troops, but the missiles would not guide that close to the ship and ended up sailing into one of the dock bay doors. Their armor was never designed to stop energy weapons, unlike Mendel's armor, 1 Jaeger opined. Our lasers are roughly double effective against this target, compared to shooting at a mech with dual-purpose armor. A third volley of lasers from the 18 remaining troopers resulted in 12 hits on the target area. Sir, she's flayed open, should we give her a missile barrage? 3 Jaeger requested. Everyone, fire 1 salvo of LRMs and 1 salvo of SRMs, 1 Jaeger ordered. Danielle Greer, PC for 4 Jaeger, focused her targeting pip on the breached armor area. After a moment, it began rotating, signaling the missiles were locked onto that area. Fire short-range missiles, she ordered of the voice command system in her armor. The 2 SRMs over her right shoulder cut loose and streaked into the breach, though hers were not the first or last into the area by far. Fire long-range missiles, she ordered next, while the SRMs reloaded. The LRMs were a little different than the SRMs, namely in range and speed. Because Danielle fired out of sequence, LRM second, her missiles were last onto target from the battle armor troops, fortuitously as it happened. The wave of SRMs from the other troopers, 30 hits in all, were enough to clear the structural metal out of the way to a very critical component. Danielle's 2 LRMs found the weakened bulkhead of the 75mm machine cannon magazine, where the shape charge punched through the armored plate and sent white-hot copper spall into the primer plate of a 75mm caseless machine cannon round. 1 shell detonated those that surrounded it, which detonated a third group of rounds, and so on. In less than a full second, some 12,000 rounds of machine cannon ammo cooked off inside a confined space in the heart of the Drake-class ship Merlin. Oh holy shit! 2 Jaeger shouted as the 18 surviving troopers turned and sprinted away from the remnant of the ship, or more specifically, the remnant of the conning tower that was now trying to land on the nearside dock deck. A few seconds after the last trooper cleared, the conning tower landed and shook the entire area. Okay, that worked, maybe a bit too well, 1 Jaeger groused. He was looking back at the now detached conning tower on the pier, and glad he didn't stand around to see if it would miss him. Dude, we just fucked a warship using battle armor. 30,000-ton escort monitor, 30 tons of battle armor. God, I love my day job. 3 Jaeger 5 shouted. Good, because if we can do it once, we can do it again to the Drake in the far side dock, one Jaeger said mirthlessly. Take a Union 5 to catch your breath, then get ready to go do it again. All the test pilots had a good laugh at the in-joke. Phoenix had received a visit from a Union ruffian, trying to goad them into joining, but that rep had never left the facility. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 0545 hours UTC. Warship Junior, Bridge. Attention Junior Communications, this is Galaxy Commander Carlos Michaels broadcasting on open frequency. Authenticate 9 Foxtrot 3-7 uniform, over, a voice declared on the guard frequency. That frequency was open on the bridge just the same, so the Star Admiral and Strategic Officer heard it. GC Michaels on open frequency, your authentication is validated. Send your traffic, the command section radio officer ordered. Star Admiral, Michaels, I am transmitting to you from their tertiary information center in Ptolemais. There are a few sections still resisting in the southern quad of the base, but for all intents and purposes those embers shall be pissed on within the next 10 minutes. I have combat engineers in the Undercroft right now, disassembling the Cyclops array and searching for any remaining nuclear arms. We now hold Ptolemais, this base is now Magi territory. Hell yes! Helmsman Willie started an uproarious cheer that spread throughout most of the ship and the combat personnel on the ground. Wayne stood silently and listened to his personnel. It was not technically proper discipline to gloat over the erasure of tens of thousands of personnel, and the capture of more, but Wayne was not one for being a stickler about these things. This was beyond diplomacy, beyond honor, it was an affair of survival to the Mendel forces. If that meant making a bloody statement in the dusts of Luna and the meadows of Terra, such was the price of diplomacy at this level. Those who thought they could dictate the terms of living to a star empire had best have the capability of doing battle as a star empire, or so Wayne had framed the thought long ago. Today, he was giving the Earth Alliance their first real object lesson in warfare star empire style. After roughly a minute, the bridge calmed down, and he picked up a growler phone. Carlos, Wayne, damn good show on Ptolemais, Wayne acknowledged using the same open frequency. Finish clearing the base, set up materials reprocessing, take a couple-hour breather while you do basic repair and resupply. Prepare for the next round, because I want Art Satchel under the Magi banner before 2,200 hours. Understood, Star Admiral. My men should be patched up, rearmed and ready to roll out by 1,100, maybe sooner, Carlos replied. Wade Malthus just walked in, he thinks he can have 2 clusters refitted and ready to roll on Art Satchel by 0930 if we can get some support services from the dropships. Can you have 2 clusters ready to roll with Wade's machines by 0930? Wayne asked. Art Satchel is a third of the size of Ptolemais. It won't take the whole galaxy to do that job. Won't take the whole galaxy, no, and I'd like to take the mercs from Phoenix with me. Those boys are pretty hard, they sunk a Drake-class ship using 4 points of the new Storm Jaeger battle armor. If they can scratch a ship that out-tonnages them by a factor of 1,000, I think they can do the job in Art Satchel. Granted. Make sure they are resupplied and truck them along for the fun parade, Wayne ordered. A quick burst of static on the COMM channel presaged the entry of another person into the open broadcast intimidation chat. That shall not be necessary, Star Admiral Centura, a distinctly Southeast Asian voice said on the radio channel. This is General Chai Hung-ming, Eurasian Military Fortress Art Satchel. I would like to request a term of surrender whereby my men can be spared the executioner's blade, in exchange for your men walking in and simply taking the fortress uncontested. You make an interesting offer, General, Wayne Centura responded. Justify it. We did not participate in nor condone the nuclear assault on Mendel, but unfortunately my state is presently waffling on the matter and I am in a position whereby I have to decide to die on the blade of your sword or turn rogue against my government. Or, another way of looking at it, I have to choose between the hardcore blue cosmos genitifascists and then turn around to explain to the pregnant sensor operator in my control room why she has to die for someone else's major fuck-up, or I can choose to walk away from this one alive, make sure my men and women stay alive, and I get the added bonus of watching you disassemble blue cosmos on interplanetary television. At the end of the day, not a hard choice for a man with a conscience. Wayne made sure he was off the growler phone's talk switch. Calamira. He's on the level, Strategic Officer Calamira West noted. And his sensor operator looks like she's due within the week. How much do you think I can push? The Star Admiral asked after a moment of asking. He's stopping short of asking to join us. Apparently his entire team thinks the Atlantic Federation needs to go in the can, but as he said his government is waffling on the issue. And, as he pointed out, it was the Atlantic asshats that threw the nukes, not the Eurasians. That's how I will run it, then. Time to make up for some losses. Wayne brought the growler phone back up to talking position, but hesitated for a moment to work through the phrasing. Okay, General Ming, I think I have a way out for your men. Because you are offering a term of surrender outside of direct engagement, I am allowed to work with this by the regulations of trial of annihilation. Pass the word around to your men, if we walk in unharassed, your men live to see tomorrow. Thank you for being reasonable about this, Star Admiral. I know it is not your way to commit needless slaughter, even if your foes are not willing to show the same courtesy. It goes against our purpose to slaughter, but sometimes a message must be delivered, Wayne noted. Now, your terms are accepted, but Mendel has its own terms, he prompted. State your terms, Star Admiral, the general answered. Your forces have an option, or more specifically 4 options. When you surrender to Magi, you may be inducted into our extant systems. You may take a term of bond, to learn the ways of the Magi and eventually becomes patriated into the Empire. You may request a term of jail, at which point you will be released at the cessation of hostilities, though I should note my cessation of hostility shall be the dissolution of all member states of the Earth Alliance and the capture of their territory. Third and fourth, and I offer this choice without prejudice, if any of your personnel cannot bear to surrender, I offer them either a chance to commit seppuku or to be executed, should they not want to abide by the terms of surrender. The radio channel was silent for over a minute by Wayne's count. Your terms are heard and Art Satchel shall abide by them. I will pass the word around to my personnel of their options. We will have finalized decisions by 1100 when your men are ready to arrive. Art Satchel, signing off. Con, sensors, unknown energy spike detected near Daedalus Base, one of the sensor operators reported before Wayne could begin announcing the good news to his forces. Type it, Commander Glenn Astward ordered. Columira looked up from the deck, severely shocked and almost frightened. Helm, emergency maneuver. Hard to port, full power on the engines. Radio, order all ships to scatter and begin random evasion maneuvers. Con, sensors. Energy spike magnified an order of magnitude. We've got a major energy weapon here. The sensor controller announced. Helm, rotate ship on X-axis at the center of gravity, bring the nose up and make us go ballistic while continuing the turn, Wayne Centura ordered immediately. It was a prescient command, given their prior maneuver choice. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 0555 hours UTC. Atlantic Federation / Logos Joint Lunar Base Daedalus. High pressure start completed, sir. Ready to fire, the gun commander said. Fire, the admiral in charge of the lunar base Daedalus ordered. We are go for firing sequence. The gun commander shouted down into the control pit. Requiem Stage 1, initiating particle generators, a technician said. Stage 2, generating particles, another technician noted. Stage 3, magnetic containment confirmed working, a section lead announced. Stage 4, forming beam, the control commander announced. Kashmir Dig Panzer targeting array is aligned, have solid track on enemy warship Jr., the controller for the targeting array mirror above the facility noted. Sir, ships maneuvering hard, they know we're here, a sensor operator announced. Too late, the gun commander announced. Even if we get a partial hit, they will feel our pain. Sequence 5, discharge now, now. The enemy ship began some kind of strange turn to go ballistic, and thus swing its arse out of the targeting profile, but as the gun commander noted, it was too little too late. Requiem, first shot is away. The massive particle beam from Requiem streaked straight up to a mirror that bent the beam toward an intended target using a supermagnetic deflection technology common to the Forbidden Gundam, the Kashmir Dig Panzer system. The initial Requiem system was to use 5 deflection points to gradually twist the beam with a very minimal loss of power, but those 4 other target sections were still under construction and likely would never be finished. A single target point would result in a sharp turn beam and a significant loss of energy, and the bleed energy would destroy the mirror, but more of the ad hoc mirrors were available and needed only to be moved into place over the Requiem cannon. 3 seconds of beam passed through the reflection system before the bleed energy moved and then began destroying the mirror. 3 good seconds of beam fire made it to the still maneuvering Jr. Much as predicted, the maneuver was not enough. The 3 seconds of beam fire punched through the Jr. from starboard side to port roughly amidships, cutting a 2-meter swath of damage through the hull and all the material or systems in between. The most notable damage was the loss of a starboard side naval autocannon battery, but the beam did not hit any major systems on its through and through pass. Good hit, but minimal damage, sir, the gun commander said. She's still maneuvering. Well, prepare the next mirror, Schnell, the admiral ordered. They won't be over long in response. Make sure the static defenses and mobile suits are ready for them. X. Nest 1, Kingfisher, deploying hot. Star Colonel Telos shouted before he rammed the throttle to the mechanical stop. The catapults on the thrones kicked him loose and out over the dusts of Luna, headed face on for Daedalus and its nasty super weapon secret. Who ordered Nest onto the field? Century Commander Lightbringer asked after he heard the launch call. I'm out on my own, sir, Kingfisher answered. Isis and Hellion are still back on the ship. This is a one-man job, just as I did way back in the day under your orders. The Mjir can do this just as easily. Don't bother, boss man, Telos cut the Century Commander off. We both know the shells on the Mjir are our go-to-hell trump card. We don't need to waste strategic devices like that, when we need them to have an angle on their mainland. I've got this shit, and the Mjir will not be in position to safely fire for an hour. That gun will be ready to fire again in 20 minutes. Okay, you win, you crotchety old nuke jock, Gerald conceded. I'll lead you in and clear out some of the dust bunnies. You slay the hairball for good. I'm going to have to get real close to make sure it's done right, so they don't intercept the missile early, Kingfisher admitted. There's no room for a second shot. I don't expect I'll be coming back from this one. Gerald was silent for several seconds. One way to glory, old friend. Time to make it one last good ride, Kingfisher noted. AI, Kingfisher, you online? He requested on the C3 channel after a moment of considering options. I am active and recording, the Mjir's artificial intelligence entity answered. You know how this is going to end. I want to make them quake in fear for it. Play it loud on all their systems, and play a good one. Understood, the AI entity answered. After the first few seconds of guitar, Gerald laughed at his choice of song. I have the lead. It is time for the Archangel of Solace to ride again. A force of light, an angel, sent through time to destroy, avenging the Dark Ones, descending angelic force. Kingfisher echoed the first set of lyrics from the song Gerald had adopted as his psychological theme, The Hunter by Iced Earth. When combined with his Archangel of Solace new type illusion, which turned his new Ezeal into a massive six-winged angel of destruction inside the confines of enemy minds, it incited panic in more than 90% of enemies. Much as Gerald intended, 3 minutes of illusion and assault was enough to break the defenses, never mind those he killed in his assault pass. Okay, Kingfisher, I've plowed the road. The rest is yours. God's rest yet, nuke jock. Make sure the Logos douche nozzles get to join me in hell, and we'll call it even, Kingfisher requested. Nest 1, going live. AI, nuclear attack by Sabaton, please, he requested as his last song on the way out. You cheeky bastard, Gerald commented before Kingfisher locked the barrel assembly into the warhead system on the bazooka. Entering emergency release code and authorization, Kingfisher noted even while he did a side-slip maneuver to dodge around a Wyndham that was trying to close on him. Warhead unlocked, I'm going for it. This is Lightbringer, raid warning, raid warning, raid warning, antimatter weapons release at enemy base deadless. All forces take cover or clear the area. Raid warning acknowledged, Star Admiral Centura responded. May existence have mercy on their souls. Warned but did not heed. Kingfisher echoed the last lyric of the song he heard before he pulled the trigger. Hello boys. Now say hello to my lit. He never finished the taunt before the warhead detonated. The antimatter warhead was not aimed at the Requiem cannon itself. Star Colonel Telos expected that a particle cannon powerful enough to punch through a Phalanx-class ship from side to side had to be shielded by powerful magnetic systems, which would disrupt his weapon. Instead, he aimed the shell at the base facility surrounding the cannon, on the intention of using the blast wave to sunder the cannon and all the support facilities. The shell dug into the base at a shallow angle, buried itself 30 meters into the facilities, then detonated underground as Telos was approaching the cannon housing. 500 megatons of antimatter detonated 30 meters below the surface still created an impressive above-ground blast, if for no other reason than simple pure energy release. Kingfisher's physical Alice Gundam was effectively eradicated by the shockwave and debris, with bits of it to be found in the dusts of Luna for centuries to come. The major damage was done below the ground, where the translated blast wave sheared rock and minerals for 55 kilometers below the surface of Luna. Daedalus itself was literally annihilated by the antimatter release, leaving no survivors, no remnants, just a large, gaping blast crater that spanned roughly 3 times the size of the initial base as targeted. Debris from the base would be found in orbit many decades after the blast occurred. The problem with being the few and the brave is we become braver because we keep becoming fewer and fewer, Gerald Lightbringer said after the initial blast wave passed his machine. Command, Lightbringer reporting target destroyed. Star Colonel Telos is Kia. Nuclear weapons release secured. Confirm raid warning is secured. All forces task force Jokers wild, put M on safe and let M hang, Luna is ours. This time, there was no fleet-wide cheering. Ending the battle by nuclear blast was no big thing when facing a weapon of pure destruction such as Requiem. Ending it by losing a nuclear weapons hardass such as Kingfisher was a price the task force did not want to see paid. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 1030 hours UTC. Warship Mjir. Consolidation phase is well underway. We'll have Art Satchel and Ptolemy secured before the end of the day. We also have a good haul on campaigning supplies from both bases, as well as plenty of salvage for distribution, Galaxy Commander Malthus reported to the other senior officers. The bondsman from Art Satchel? Wayne asked after a moment. 90% of the base took the term of bond. These guys are hardcore Eurasians, more than they are hardcore Earth Alliance. Eurasia is not so overrun with BC scumdogs as the Atlantic forces are, and the Eurasians deeply resent Logos drawing them into a war that they obviously cannot win. Galaxy Commander Michael stopped to sigh. They want vengeance, and the only thing I can say at this point is take a number and get in line. Well, for now we consolidate. We'll hit Artemis in a couple days, and we'll drop any other targets of opportunity, but for now we need a breather. The land campaign comes next, and for that we will need to move in concert with allies. Speaking of targets of opportunity, Kalamira piped up at that point. I have a nice, fat, and juicy target that could make our lives a whole hell of a lot easier in coming weeks and months, she taunted the Star Admiral. I am listening. Wayne decided the bait was interesting enough. You have a counterpart on the EA side. He happened to be smart enough to jump ship when his paymasters started screwing some pooches. Wayne knew exactly what she was talking about at that point. He had seen the sensor reports of ships fleeing Luna, but decided the primary target needed to be screwed over first. Sold, but I'm not throwing a shit ton of assets at a retreating flotilla. Gerald, Wayne prompted his 2IC. Yo, Century Commander Lightbringer looked up from the tablet he was working on. You get to ride again, we've got a hot target of opportunity that needs to be trashed or captured. Take the Minerva and your bad self out to Pirate Point 1 and intercept with extreme prejudice. Gerald's bad self likes that plan, the Century Commander answered for himself in the third person. Captain Gladys, after you, he gestured to the door for the conference room. You first, Century Commander. I never trust a man who speaks of himself in the third, she answered kindly, which caused sniggers from more than a few of the other officers. You win. Gerald ducked out the open door, cut right to head toward the main corridor doors, and cut right again into the ventral corridor of the ship. Why the Minerva, though? If I may ask, that is, Talia Gladys asked. You may certainly ask, and the boss wants you guys doing some of the harder space intercept operations in prep for going boot to mud. Remember, only the Minerva, Dominion, and Thrones are atmosphere capable. That's going to make you very critical in our ground game, and probably ZAFT's ground game when they start up. And can we get support from your ships when ZAFT begins the ground campaign? Talia requested. Oh, you will get support. A mage never forgets an ally. 45 minutes later, departing lunar territory. Man, you guys really live on a short fuse, Marin commented to Gerald Lightbringer's radio channel. It's the name of our game. Like a coiled spring, compress the spring, wait for it, boing. Or, alternately, like a little angry red bird in a slingshot, waiting to be flung into destroyable objects for points. He chuckled at the look of dismay on Marin's face. Of course, like a real spring, a military that is constantly coiled to strike will wear itself out, eventually. So what's your shelf life? Or are you rated to survive a nuclear war? Shin asked in a smart-ass fashion. Several voices protested his question. Man, no sense of humor. Shin rebuked the others on the radio channel. My apologies, sir, Ray commented from the cockpit of his machine. Two things, Ray, Shin, Gerald prompted them. Sir. Ray barked immediately. What is it? Shin responded a little more crassly. 1. Never apologize when you are right or you voice your opinion. Apologies when you stand in your own defense is effectively weakness, and you can guess what weakness gets yourself in these parts, Gerald noted the first lesson. Okay, and number 2? Shin asked. Number 2, well, that one's a bit more complex. See, shelf life numbers are very deceptive, especially when discussing Twinkies and mobile armor pilots. See, both Twinkies and myself are well past our sell-by date, but I'm pretty sure both of the above have plenty of cream filling left. Okay, that can be totally misconstrued, Luna Maria complained in disgust. It is your mind that went for the gutter, not mine, Gerald said innocently. In my case, I was referring to brains, but if you want to go south of that, your call and same apropos applies. Who, Luna, getting hit on by the Century Commander of Mendel, nice catch, Marin Hawk commented to her sister. Nat, I'm pretty sure an old fart like the Century Commander wouldn't be chasing teens, Luna replied on the sly. Actually, I won't date anyone that can't challenge me in direct combat, Gerald said after a few moments of silence. It leaves slim pickings, as these things happen, of the ladies that can challenge me in direct combat. Few of them also fall under the category of someone I can tolerate without random impulses to choke the ever-living shit out of them. Something to do with ma pilot arrogance, the higher you go on the skill ladder, the steeper the arrogance curve. Coming from you, not hard to believe, Shin commented dryly. Any other wisdom? Oh great one. Yeah, if you don't have orders, now is a good time for a nap. Murphy's laws of combat, never run when you can walk, never walk when you can sit, never sit when you can lie down, never stay awake if you can get away with lying down. Sound advice, pilots, Captain Gladys answered. Can you fly your mobile armor when asleep? She asked Gerald. Pfft, the control computers in this thing take a vote on whether they like the control inputs I make. They can damn well autopilot to Pirate Point 1. Gerald is going silent. Shin had the puzzle question of the day, I wonder what kind of music a megalomaniacal mobile armor pilot listens to as a lullaby. X. April 9 CE 73, 1530 hours UTC. Warship off Anim, outer edge of Pirate Point 1, Lagrange Point 1, between the Moon and Terra. After they are through thrashing us, that space station will be completed and set into production, Rear Admiral Natarl Bajaruel commented to nobody in particular. It was a hallmark of the stress, the not knowing and the clear knowledge, that was beginning to eat at everyone's minds and cause random outbursts. They will make it impossible for Blue Cosmos to catch 'em all, and a world shall love them for it, Bondsman Janie I answered the rhetorical comment. The ships were passing the abandoned station Asgard, though it was obvious by the tidy environs they intended to resume work on it soon enough. What do you think, Janie I? All three, already? Commodore Higgins asked. All three, 4 hours ago, Commodore, Janie I estimated. Ptolemaeus by 0600, Art Satchel by 1000, brief consolidation, noon at the latest for victory on Luna. And you saw what happened to Daedalus just the same as I. Impressive pothole, the Rear Admiral noted. Not that I will lose sleep over the destruction of that project, such a laser would be very easily turned on Earth if someone planetside got uppity and decided to resist the Earth Alliance. Requiem was its name, Higgins commented dryly. Supposed to be the final song of the colonies. Looks like its first song was the final song for that cannon. Sensors, contact to stern, estimate range 800 kilometers. One warship, one mobile armor. On screen, Natarl ordered. Oh, well, looks like ZAFT and the Magi are already playing nice. This alliance is no longer just a wet dream in some staff officer's mind, I guess. Sensors, another contact here, the sensor operator noted. Unknown contact, large area magnetic distortion dead ahead, gaining in power rapidly. Janie I perked up at the second mention. How rapidly, sensor operator? Natarl looked over her shoulder to the guest seat that Janie I was in. Something. The bondsman nodded grimly. Answer the question, operator. It's powerful enough to blind our sensors, and should start causing problems with magnetic systems in the next minute, the operator answered roughly. He did not like the bondsman and readily showed it. Janie I closed his eyes, rapidly going over several things in his head. Rear Admiral, strongly recommend you move the ships away from the magnetic point, Janie I said quickly. That magnetic anomaly is the hypermagnetic exit signature of a jump ship or warship coming out of hyperspace from a cross-dimensional jump. And if you're within 50 kilometers of the centroid when the ship lands, the conflicting magnetic forces will shred the Ophanim. Natarl looked forward for a moment, then right to the map of her fleet's location and the now highlighted magnetic anomaly. 5 of her ships were in the danger zone, the rest could make it out alive with only moments to spare, if they began maneuvering immediately. Radio, have the Juno, Yukon, Montpelier, Carey, and Novgorod go to full thrust to clear the magnetic point. All other ships are to move away from it as fast as possible. Helm, hard to port, max the engines. Sound collision. X. Sir, why are we stopping here? Marin asked after a moment's puzzling over the matter. We're about to watch some fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. A most thrilling show full of death-begetting stunts and accidents. And it's all thanks to a chunk of real estate known as the Pirate Point. You mean, that magnetic field we're seeing, is a jump ship? Razier Burrell asked. No jump ship, kid, way too big. That is a warship, and it is loaded heavy. An arc of plasma formed among the space dust collecting more dust in the Pirate Point. And so it begins. Will they try to sink it on arrival? Luna asked. Try, and likely fail, provided their main guns are not bent out of usable shape to begin with. The magnetic force generated by a Phalanx class coming through can and will tear up smaller ships. Wait, what? Captain Gladys half shouted. I thought you couldn't call anyone. You are correct, we did not call this ship, Gerald Lightbringer noted with a soured tone. Someone must have come looking for us, or already knew where we were. Time to play the game of roulette, spin the wheel and see where it lands. The first major plasma flare occurred after a bare moment of silence. What causes those flares? Ray asked idly. The hypermagnetic forces in the area of the jump literally distort space. The varying gravity and magnetism turns the interstellar dust into brief flashes of plasma. You'll see a good shot of that when the ship fully emerges. The Century commander folded his arms over his chest and leaned back in the seat. Give it 20, 30 seconds by the field being generated. And the Earth Alliance ships. Luna Maria asked. Oh, we have a very special name for what will happen to them. The proper term is telefrag, where you kill something by teleporting into it, or in this case jumping into it. In point of fact, one of the Drake-class ships was briefly lashed by a plasma trail, which burned off some of the paint and left a hellish scorch mark but damaged not much else. 15 seconds, thereabouts. A much larger plasma flare revealed the full length of the object. Oh, shit, it's just as big as the Mjr, maybe larger, Shin commented. It is a sister to the old MO, kid. This is not a rowboat swinging by to pick someone up, they bringing the whole can. Gerald commented as the plasma flares increased in frequency and density. The final flare was a sight to behold, Marin figured. All at once, a bright halo of plasma emerged from the centroid of the jump point, expanding radially away from the ship it haloed, and as it moved it cooled to the point of dissipation. Left behind was the hulk of a Phalanx-class warship, and the scrap chunks of 3 Earth Alliance ships foolhardy enough to be too close to the arrival point. Just exactly as Gerald had described, the ship's arrival was lethal to anything nearby. Ships arrived. Getting IFF information now. The sensor operator on the Minerva declared. Con, sensors, ship has arrived. IFF information, confirmed. Hull Mike Hotel Whiskey 229-1, call sign Golden Phoenix. And she's full fucking loaded, Admiral Sutherland noted. The whole length of the ship was studded with the far smaller but visually significant Guild 2 class dropships. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now looking at the Reaper of the Earth Alliance, Bondsman Janie I noted. Those are combat deploy dropships, mostly for infantry forces. No monitors, the expectation is the existing ships would do that job. Just the big yellow bird, and over a legion of troops. Whoever loaded that ship is playing for keeps. Rear Admiral, we've lost contact with Juno, Novgorod, and Kerry. Montpelier reports they were caught close to the ship and twisted themselves apart before they blew. Classic telefrag, Janie I pointed out. Time and space are very unyielding, especially when it is time for a certain space to be occupied by an incoming jump ship or warship. Con, radio, listen to this bullshit. The radio operator flipped a switch on his console that put the signal out to the entire bridge. The first and most haunting indicator they were hearing something was some maniacal laughter on the radio channel. Is that Gerald Lightbringer? Admiral Sutherland asked over the sound of his laughing. Others on the bridge of the Ophanim considered that he had an excellent laugh for the prototypical evil genius or maniacal dictator. That is his mobile armor coming in with the Minerva, Rear Admiral Badgeruel noted. Conceited bastard. The radio system crackled after a moment, which made sense given what Natarl had read on the effects of interstellar and interdimensional jumping. Local magnetics could sometimes interfere with them after a jump. Good to see you still have a sense of humor, Century Commander Lightbringer, a wholly unfamiliar guy's voice commented in a sardonic tone. Simply enjoying my job, Division Commander Agrippa, Gerald answered heartily. Division Commander Agrippa? Here. Janie I asked. Oh shit, they're not just playing for keeps, they're playing for prestige kills here, the bondsman noted. He's some seriously bad news. Lightbringer continued on. I would like to welcome you to Cosmic Era Terra, where nobody is right because everyone can't stop fucking with each other, and I would like to award the Golden Phoenix 3 points for telefragging part of a fleet of tangos. Now, I can sense 2 other notable kindred souls on the bridge, but can't identify. To whom do I owe the pleasure? Your boss's boss's boss, a lady answered with a hint of cheer to voice. Been a while, Lightbringer. I hope you have been keeping it on the level. Gerald barked a short fit of laughter at the inside joke. Milady Atrebas, but only for certain definitions of the word level, the Century Commander answered heartily. Only one lady in the Empire with the last name Atrebas, and that is Empress Rini Atrebas, Janie I noted, though he knew it was for the consumption of the EA personnel. And who's our next contestant? Gerald requested. Be wary, Gerald, you know how my husband deals with certain illusions of impropriety, a surprisingly quiet voice answered the Century Commander. Whoa, shit, bondsman Janie I noted. If I'm remembering that voice right, that would be Master Executor Hotaru Tomo, the Princess of Silence. That doesn't sound good, Admiral Sutherland noted. It's not, Janie I confirmed. Executors are basically all of the old tales of mystics, gods, and wizards, wrapped up in one package and amplified into the gigatons range, then given the order to defend life and honor throughout the star empires. Master Executors are the best of the best, they get sent on all the really tough campaigns to make sure the job is done right the first time. With Master Executor Tomo here, the question is not will I lose but instead is when shall I lose, and how thoroughly, because when the Firefly of Silence is in a campaign, the OP for has already lost and the only thing that needs to be answered is how she does it. That's a bit hard to believe, one lady can change the whole war instantly. The sensor operator raged at the bondsman's explanation. You're not understanding the major detail here, which is perfectly reasonable. Executor Tomo is one of a trinity of Star League-affiliated persons who have the ability to read the past, the present, and the future just by understanding the history involved. Her sword, Ragnarok, reads and writes history as it deems necessary. And there is absolutely nothing you or I can do to escape that reality. Janei said with the finality of a death sentence. Thank you for the introduction, bondsman, Master Executor Tomo said after a short delay, which made it obvious someone was listening to the radio broadcast. For the record, you may want to make sure your radios are not set on guard broadcast when you are explaining to your allies what is about to go wrong. Oops, my bad, the radio operator said meekly. He had not realized he activated two-way radio commo as well as the incoming signal. The other two who fall under the bondsman's listing of persons who can understand the past and the future, both are ironically named Erich Hess, a blood heritage of German mercenaries. One is my husband and a final executor, higher rated than I am, and contributed a rifle to this campaign. The other Hess is better known as Sigma 1, the leader of an interdimensional mercenary force. He contributed several companies of expatriate mercs who volunteered for this job. And I contribute 55 galaxies to the war effort, or 2 legion formations by the numbers, Empress Atrebas noted. So, we've started our part of the campaign by way of a telefrag. Rear Admiral Bajaruel, how do you want this to end for what remains of your fleet? Stand by 1, Natarl answered before she hit her kill switch for the radio. All right, Admiral Sutherland, what do you say? No way we can outrun that kind of ship, and nowhere to hide from it. I thought dealing with 5 pissed-off mixed galaxies of enemy forces was bad, but now we're up to 60 galaxies of forces. That kind of force is not something the entire planet of Earth could resist, not for long, at least. Your recommendation, Janei? Take a term of bond, quickly, and don't think twice about it. If the Empress is offering you a chance to walk away alive, you can consider it a gold-plated opportunity, bondsman Janei said. The alternative, of course, is let the Golden Phoenix use this ship as target practice. Like hell I'll surrender to them. The Ophanim weapons officer half shouted. Your call. Just ask a Marine nicely to borrow one of their knives, I am sure the Marines will bid amongst themselves for the opportunity to provide you the blade necessary to remove yourself from the gene pool, bondsman Janei said in jest. Or I can remove you from the gene pool. The weapons officer drew a sidearm and leveled it at the bondsman. This is our world. Our blue and pure world. A single shot from a pistol somewhere else on the bridge caused everyone to jolt, but it was not from the weapons officer. Everyone could see him jolt slightly from the hit, but nobody could easily tell where he took the shot. A second shot rang out, this time the wound was visible in the center of the weapons officer's chest. The third round landed next to the second, and with it his body began spurting blood at a significant pace while it free-floated toward the rear bulkhead of the room. The Blue Cosmos supporter was clinically dead before his body made it to the rear wall of the bridge, where the radio officer compressed a shop cloth over the gunshot wounds and duct-taped the body to the wall so it would not bounce around the bridge or bleed all over the equipment. This was your world, Commodore Higgins said before he holstered his pistol, smoking barrel and all. Not anymore. Blue Cosmos has killed itself, by invoking the wrath of a foe far larger than they could ever imagine. Time to surrender, Natarl said. I wonder if they allow leniency in bondsman placement. XXX. April 9 CE 73, 2100 hours UTC. Warship Jupiter, in orbit around Luna. Star Admiral Centura had decided a bit of relaxation was in order after the bitch of a day he had suffered so far. Of course, definitions of relaxation differed from one officer to the next, so. The one standing mystery of the hour was what had arrived at the pirate point. Undoubtedly, Gerald had seen it coming and been ready to ambush whatever jumped in, but the question remained, who found them? AI, what is the estimate of forces available to respond to a Siberian landing? Wayne asked after a moment. Sir, at this time of year. The artificial intelligence entity asked indignantly. The nasty weather will cause more environmental casualties than the Earth Alliance could expect to reap. Good point, Wayne Reed sighed. Okay, the problem becomes we need a landing spot somewhere in Eurasia that we can sortie from, that has good airfields, and that isn't in ready reaction areas. You're looking in the wrong area, Jade noted. Here are a dozen airfields, all no less than 70 minutes from any base in mainland China. We could land and offload the entire galaxy of mechs before they can find both arse cheeks with appropriate hands. Good point again, Wayne groused in frustration at himself. This is a secondary operation, though, our primary objective remains the Diamond of North America. Wayne traced a small diamond in the heart of North American territory that was the first phase of his plans. And those plans just went into hyperdrive while you were busy looking for a hidden runway, Strategic Officer West said from the doorway to the stateroom. Wayne regarded his strategic officer for a moment, then decided a little bit of interrogation was in order. You're looking a bit chuffed. What is the news? What if I said you are about to increase your forces tenfold? She asked. You're dodging the question, Kalamira, Wayne noted. And, while I would love to increase my... Wayne let the sentence trail off, wondering why Calamira was now smiling. Okay, this is either a wildly bad joke or the party bus just dropped by. Which? AI, left side monitor, please. Calamira stepped into the room so the door would close. The news is starting to cycle around the ship, but best you see it for yourself. Calamira swiped the screen to a much wider magnification in one gesture, which demonstrated the space gap between Terra and Luna nicely. It also revealed something that Wayne wanted answered, and alternately did not want answered. Oh yeah, Star Admiral Centura said with a widening smile after the thought began sinking in. Oh hell yeah. And, that explains why you're so happy. The Golden Phoenix was the ride you were on before you capped that one maggot Star Admiral. Your team never left that ship, and I'll bet they didn't leave when this mission came up. Yeah, I finally get to reunite with my triangle. And, more to the point, you get to reunite with an old nemesis of yours, and we get a shitload of forces to do this job, Calamira gushed, which Wayne considered wildly unusual behavior for the otherwise even-keeled strategic officer. One stone kills whole flock of birds, film at 11, Wayne played the joke for points. Oh, damn, though, I don't have quarters suitable for the three of us, Calamira realized, then deflated. And I can't leave my post on this ship. Nor they on the big yellow bird, Wayne reminded her. Strategic Chinook are assigned to the Phalanx-class ships for a reason. On the other hand, close does count for you three, and this war will not last too long. Okay, time for some serious R&R, now, screw the planning. AI, listing of all forces in this task force Golden Roulette. The monitor converted from map to force bracket. 14 galaxies of armor forces, a nice spread from conventional ground armor to Gundams, 3 galaxies aerospace assets, and 38 galaxies various infantry forces. Combined with our somewhat depleted forces, you're talking 3 mid-size legions. That is an absolute fuckload of forces, Wayne said with shock to tone after he grasped the totality of what he was coming to command. I note the overall ops command is the Empress. Does she intend to take command here? I don't know, Calamira admitted. They'll be in range to talk here shortly. Wayne sat down and sighed. This is a day I have dreamed of, and silently dreaded just the same, he admitted. In millennia past, it was said of the Admiralty, they who turn their forces upon an enemy stronghold are master and fool all at once, the master of war, but the fool of politics and diplomacy. Today, we now have the forces to prove them right. And all I can think after seeing Mendel 2 destroyed is damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. Am I making sense? Calamira snorted at Wayne's questioning of his own policies. The Americans had a rather blunt definition for politics, in that they consider the etymology of the word to be poly-ergo, many of something, and ticks, or little annoying blood-sucking arachnids that are far more trouble than their weight would allude to. Hence, many blood-sucking monstrosities makes for politics. And that is why the old emperor eschewed politics in the traditional sense, for honor and life as we know and exercise it. And, by the way, the guy that wrote your quote about the Admiralty, Star Admiral Hansa Unotisky, graduated last in his class at the academy and made it to the top by finding gay officers and sucking their dicks for profit. Literally sucking their dicks, mind you. The present persons on the Admiralty board are more skilled than he was. You can probably guess why his most famous quote is all about pimping diplomacy over a righteous ass beating. Now that is a history lesson, Wayne said. Why didn't they teach that kind of stuff in school when I was in? Beats me, Calamira said in half-lie. She knew the overarching cause, but she did not know the underlying reason for it. I guess, then, time to get off the wussy side of the bench and get to real work. I did make it an official annihilation, so. Author's chapter afterward. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the War Wagon, which has summarily replaced the party bus on this handbasket tour of the shores of hell. First, I believe it is appropriate to mention that this is the first chapter in a sodding lot of warfare to come. Earth is a significant planet, and the Magi now have a significant amount of forces to drop on it, as well as a whole nother Phalanx-class ship to deploy naval bombardment. That reminds me, in coming sections you will get to see the effects of suborbital fire on a planet, in all their glory, majesty, and wanton destruction. Much as in prior chapters in my other stories, there shall be no sugarcoating the events to come. Stomachs may turn from what you read. Second, you read the numbers right on what the Empress brought with her. 55 galaxies of forces total. Remember in the first chapter of Flight JW, where I explained the rank structures. Consider that a century of forces, 3 or more galaxies, is considered a bit much for one planet in some cases, and legion formations, 3 or more centuries, are never used on one planet. Now, Wayne intends to drop all 3 legions on Terra, add piss and vinegar, stir vigorously, and let simmer for as long as it takes. For the Earth Alliance, survival will be considered optional and discouraged. This, as Executor Tomo intends, is deliberate, the reason for her intention shall be revealed in the next chapter. Now, some of you are wondering why you saw the destroy here before you saw the Zamzaza or the Gels GHE. Do not fear, those projects are farther along than the destroy systems and may still make a showing. The destroy was in such a wildly pathetic state of repute because its scheduled deploy was first quarter CE 74, present timing is, early, second quarter CE 73. As pointed out in the section, most of the destroy frames were not even complete, and the one machine the lieutenant took out was the one that could be reasonably expected to do battle, if temporarily. Of course, thanks to a certain die-hard point of Marines, the destroy did not last long before the armored Marines displayed the stunning power of a swarm attack. And then there is the Midget Brigade versus the Drake. Never fear, there is logic to my assertions on that battle. 1. The Drake was incapable of maneuver, which made it a perfect stationary and big target. Nothing like shooting at a 130-meter long sitting duck, after all. 2. The only notable weapon system the Drake has capable of targeting the battle armor was the forward deck gun. Oops. 3. And this falls back on the numbers game inherent to Battletech when governing seed forces, the armor on the Drake is thin. If a kin can expect to silence a Drake with the 76mm and not do anything fancy to ensure the kill, a Martel medium laser is more than adequate to the task. More to the point, since seed units are not engineered to resist energy weapons, exception, Archangel and Minerva, and some rare mobile suits, the damage from energy weapons is doubled. 5-point medium laser blasts become 10-point damage hawks, and each 10-point standard damage makes for 1-point capital, warship, damage. In theory, it is numerically possible for the same Storm Jaeger unit to destroy a stationary and disarmed Phalanx-class ship, but, assuming average gunnery, it would take the same 20 troopers roughly 800 BT turns, or some 2 hours 13 minutes of unharassed fire. And that is my major notes for the story for the day. On the writing front, I am on technical hiatus for the next 3 weeks, to finish preparations to resume Archangel's amazing adventures and to complete some prep tasks for my other stories. I will have a Helluva surprise for you all when the new year starts up on that note. Stay tuned, and enjoy this early Christmas present, for shit shall get real in the new year 2014. At this point, I need say nothing else. Next up, the Mjir and Golden Phoenix consolidate, while things are set into motion on Terra that shall drive matters well beyond the reasonable control of certain parties. Review replies. I have a new policy for review replies, some of my betas may do replies if they think it warranted. These will be in addition to my own musings. Zeben Nightwing, hope you had as much fun beta reading this one as I did writing it. Hellhound DOW, this is just the first hammering of what threatens to be a long and bloody war. On the Jade Falcons, stay tuned. The Falcons and the Art Satchel Bondsman may be working together. Koraganidar the Night Shadow, damn good the Emperor approves. Hope this first chapter on the long bloody road was up to your expectations. Phrase Remedge, hey, Zeben here. I've got to say I agree that it was a shame they didn't fit Omnimechs with space maneuvering packs, though those are both complex and expensive at the scale needed. However, the solution will show itself in due time. Also, on the Mad Minute, you are correct. The record, however, is not 38 shots, but 38 hits. From Stravog, I am not at all surprised that Nicholas may have dropped those bombs. While the clans raise him up on an altar, I consider that the man was probably not completely on the level. That's also why the Magi are not full-blown clan copies, because the old Emperor knew exactly what manner of nightmare administering and progressing with that would be. The U/US variant machines will start showing up probably in the third set of JW. Remember, that tech did not exist among the old world Magi, so I can't use it here without phasing it in properly. Drakensis, these things are as the dice commands, and as pointed out early in this chapter, the numbers game was against Mendel. Can't win 'em all. Hope this chapter adds more to the brutal fighting quotient. Fire Miner, nanomachines cannot be used to correct radiation poisoning by cleaning the radiation out, but they can be used to repair damage at a cellular level. Biggie 1447 and Anon, your point is very valid, but keep in mind that the Montgomery is a very old ship, designed before the days of having an entirely internal bridge. Newer ships and anything to be produced by Mendel shall not have that weakness. Richard 3976, thank you for the first review and welcome to the party. If at any time you have questions, feel free to PM me. I am always willing to clarify and point you toward source material. C0DY88, I hope this is clustered enough for you, amigo. Nihilos, thank you for the review. Good point on the SMLE magazine, but I note that it is indeed removable. I have one Enfield and several spare mags, though unloaded. The springs in the SMLE aren't designed for long-duration loaded storage. You are correct on the primary method of reloading, of which I have several dozen stripper clips for the Enfield. Helluva lot of firepower. On the consideration of AAA and MMC/JW being in the same timeline, yes and no. Yes, in that I consider all of my stories to be part of the same existence, but connected only in as far as I directly or indirectly show. No, in that the time frame of AAA is way separate from the time frame of JW or the MMC. It's a technical thing, and there will be more lesson on this matter as AAA and JW advance. Thank you all for the reviews. Adding fuel to the fire is always a good thing, and I love the smell of lit fuel in the morning, smiley face. The gripe sheet, there is one technical issue at hand with the warships, but the author would like to point out that the concept of an outside visible bridge held on in shipbuilding circles until just before the end of the Star Empire Wars, which post-dated all 7 of the Magi ships in deploy in the story. Ships produced after the Star Empire Wars have internal bridges more akin to a submarine than a traditional capital ship. As always, much thanks to my beta readers Necroblade, Takeshi, Zeben, and Mach. Footnotes. 1. The Summoner Omnimech has the inner sphere reporting name of Thor. So known for its lightning-fast striking ability and hard-hitting arsenal, especially the Prime and D variants which utilize significant autocannons. 2. Battletech game rules, coil guns/gauze rifles and variant weapons, when struck by a direct hit to the weapon, will explode in a fashion akin to an ammo explosion. This is representative of the charge power contained in the massive electrical systems used to power the weapon. TRO section, Woody described it, the Magi used it, now you see how it is built like a freaking brick outhouse. The Iron Golem stomps in today. Battlemech technical readout. Type/model, Iron Golem IGX-49A. Tech, Mixed Tech/3060. Config, Biped Battlemech. Rules, Level 3, Standard Design. Mass, 80 tons. Chassis, Arc Industrial Assault Endosteel, C. Power Plant, 320 Telstar XL Fusion, C. Walking speed, 43.2 km per hour. Maximum speed, 54.0 km per hour. Jump jets, none. Jump capacity, 0 meters. Armor type, Hessian Systems Hardcase W case hardened. Armament. 3 Holy Magic Tech Longhand ER Medium Lasers, C. 1 EMRG Captain Series Gauze Rifle, C. 1 Winters Max Fire LRM-10, C. 1 Winters Broadsword SRM-4, C. 1 Hessian Systems Commandant Improved C Superscript 3 CPU, is. Manufacturer, Arc V Industries. Location, Arc 54. Communications System, Hessian Systems Talkback. Targeting and Tracking System, Hessian Systems Dead IW. C3I. Overview. While most companies hauled back on their military programs during the Star League, a few pragmatic companies continued pushing the arts of mechanical warfare. Inevitably it would be the pragmatic ones proved correct by history, which made their continuing practice of the mechanized warfare arts just that much more valuable to the Magi. The Iron Golem siege mech was a product of one such project, and catapulted Arc Heavy Industries to overnight fame and prominence for assault mech manufacturing. With the orders coming in during the first months of the Quarter War, AHI cemented its position as one of the premier manufacturers of what the Magi needed for their Vengeance Grand Mal campaign. Capabilities. The Iron Golem was built from the outside in, unlike the common construction method of building a mech from the structure out or around a particular weapon system. Given the machine's focal point was armor, and more armor, cramming the necessary components into a designated shell became the engineering challenge. The initial engineering designation for the machine was 27 tons of hardened armor, no less. This challenge made for an extremely survivable platform, but became the challenge of determining how to balance such a massive amount of armor against the required engine and some manner of useful weapons load. Rather than spending massive amounts of capital to engineer and field a new build of hardened armor, ARC reached out to another major weapons manufacturer, Hessian Weapons Systems, and licensed their hardcase armor system to do the job. With the major ground-up engineering challenge off the table, creating the plating distribution became far simpler for the design team. The second challenge became the engine and structure. With the armor dictating the internal spaces, the first decision to be made revolved around how much engine could be spared. Given the prevailing attitude among the Empire's forces revolved around a minimum ground speed of 50 km per hour, the lightest engine that could be used while suffering the running speed reduction inherent to hardened armor would be a 320 rated engine. Several companies made bids on engines for the unit, including Hessian, but in the end the Telstar 320XL was chosen for the project. Sitting behind 13.5 tons of armor on the torso, the engine and body of the Iron Golem is better armored than many Omnimechs in their entirety. To hold the components in place, it was Init Ally planned that a reinforced structure would be used, but the primary structure had to be scrapped due to mass constraints. Using a reinforced structure would have left a total of 15 tons for weapons components, a wholly unacceptable figure for assault mechs in Magi parlance. Instead, the use of an endosteel skeleton manufactured at home by Arc Industries provided the necessary structure and left a total of 28 tons available for weapons, munitions, and heat sinks. Before any major weapons components were decided on, the electronics suites literally walked in the door to the manufacturing plant. Hessian Systems beat out the other companies to the bidding process by way of delivering a trial set of systems for Arc Industries to use on the prototype machine. So impressed with the electronics, the engineering team stenciled the camo and targeting systems in, as well as dropped in the Hessian Systems talkback C3I box that was quickly gaining credence among the Empire's forces for combined arms action. It would be several decades before any of Hessian's competition realized what had gone wrong, and other electronics manufacturers began following suit with other companies. Paradoxically, it would be the arsenal and cooling system that came last in the design process, but for good reason. With the production budget already being chewed up by outside vendors, the procurement department turned to a pair of lesser-known arms manufacturers who were willing to cut arc-heavy industries in at bargain bin prices on high-quality equipment. Winters Manufacturing turned out the LRM-10 and SRM-4 missile systems used in the left torso, from their Max-Fire LRM systems and Broadsword SRM systems lines, a fortuitous business decision given their ruggedness and reliability exceeded some other megacorporations' products. After the early frontline successes of the Iron Golem under very abusive conditions, the Magi Quartermaster Corps would begin heavy investment in Winters Manufacturing for OEM repair parts. The trio of medium lasers in the Iron Golem came from a similarly unheard of OEM weapons manufacturer that mostly marketed to small-time mercenary units. Holy Magic Tech Industries, a pretentiously named engineering firm with a penchant for quality optics products, provided the unique run of lasers from their Longhand series of lasers. With quality equal to the sine qua non manufacturer of laser weapons, Opti-free laser technology, and significantly lower price, ARC settled on their weapons and signed the contract without a second thought. One laser is in the left and right torsos, and the third is in the head to the left of the faceplate of the cockpit. This latter laser is double shielded and has a higher strength cooling jacket to prevent overheating the inside of the cockpit. The last weapon added to the machine was conversely the cheapest of the systems for ARC to acquire. Rather than bidding externally for the gauze rifle that makes the Iron Golem a long-range survivable powerhouse, ARC decided to clone the clan's EMRG Captain Series gauze rifle, as it was an open design technology and required no licensing fees or external per-case contracts. Though a bit bulkier than the newer Ziegen or Hessian Systems gauze rifles, the EMRG Captain fit snugly into the machine's right torso with 3 tons of ammo and no questions asked. If there was any one major design compromise to the Iron Golem, it would be the cramped internal systems. Initially, technicians who received the Iron Golem for repairs did not like the space constraints posed by the unique engineering process used. But once the Star League cobwebs were dusted off the Empire's armies and force lethality began increasing, it was found that less and less machines required internal repair because an attacking force often didn't survive long enough to cause that much damage to an Iron Golem. This eventually led to a certain level of fondness for the Iron Golem, in that Hessian hardcase armor was reasonably easy to repair or replace in the field. On the other hand, the engineers knew this machine would likely outlast its ammo reserves, so the 6 tons total ammo were slotted into easily loaded magazines that required only a quick unlatch of the 2 empty or partial magazines, and a cargo frame to reload them. During the height of the Quarter War, it became standard practice for a Star of Iron Golem mechs to eject their magazines roughly 500 meters away from the FARP station and walk into the loading bay with open hatches for a quick load. If a professional crew was on hand, the entire unload/reload process could be done in as little as 150 seconds. Battle history Initially, the first couple deployments of the Iron Golem were tactically rocky, but combatively excellent. Commanders who were not fully aware of the nature of this new beast tended to lump it in with standard Omni-Mech assault forces, which both put too much credence on mobility and firepower, and not enough stock into its defensive characteristics. Several officers derided its lack of mobility as a hindrance, until one arrogant star captain abandoned a pair of his Iron Golems and their pilots to conduct a fast assault campaign with more conventional Omni-Mech forces. While the other units were off gallivanting through enemy rear lines, the Iron Golems went searching for fresh meat of their own. When the star captain's raid went down the drain, his abandoned Iron Golems, which had thus far accounted for a lance of heavy mechs on their own in the interim, moved to the enemy front line and literally chopped an evacuation corridor for the remainder of their binary by way of destroying another heavy lance and damaging 2 medium lances. The remaining Dark Moon forces retreated and later told tales of seemingly indestructible Magi assault mechs on the move. This one battle became the case study for the effective employment of the Iron Golem, in siege actions against other heavy forces in concentration where mobility is less of a factor than survivability and firepower. The doctrine would be proved later in the same week as a full star of Iron Golems were turned on a static fortification and guarding company of mixed medium/heavy mechs, with 8 turret defense structures and 10 of the 12 mechs destroyed at the cost of only 1 Iron Golem. The Iron Golem would continue to serve throughout the remainder of the Star Empire Wars and into the future, a stalwart of direct siege actions wherever the Magi conducted battle. Continuous upgrades to electronics, weapons, and even the armor shell have rendered it a continual success story when used properly and in its intended role of heavy-hitting siege platform. Variance Because of the then unique engineering challenges and processes of the design, modifying the Iron Golem is an extremely dicey affair. For the length of the Carter War, the only common modification was a field mod to remove 1 ton of LRM ammo or 1 ton of gauze ammo and replace it with an extra medium laser, or, occasionally, a salvaged old world medium laser if no clan pattern medium lasers were available. Sometime after the end of the war, a B variant machine was released, which removed the SRM-4 launcher and associated ammo bin to replace it with another ER medium laser and an extra double heat sink, though this variant is more rare by far because of the special munitions capabilities of the SRM launcher outweighing the extra laser. Notable mechs and mech warriors Barnacle Betty Gook. Barnacle Betty served as a mercenary in the famed Sigma mercenaries for over 25 years, but gained her namesake in her rookie year on an unusual Sigma transdimensional contract. Hired by 1942 Britain to deal with the Nazi submarines in the French deep water port of La Rochelle, she decided she could do it with just one lance of mechs and hers in the lead, given her mech drafted less depth than the German warships that normally moored there. Her team was inserted into the ocean some miles west of the target zone, at the outermost edge of the Bay of Biscay and due south of Brest. The march to the target area took her team nearly 40 hours of dodging enemy mines and patrols, but when she arrived it was with total surprise. Despite fighting an enemy in the water, the Kriegsmarine was wildly unprepared to handle an attack from mercenary mechs, much less the monstrous iron golem that shrugged off German 88mm cannon fire with hardly a scratch of damage and was effectively impervious to lesser arms. Not only did her lance count a stunning coup of 14 German U-boats, they also scratched 9 patrol boats, 2 frigates, a destroyer, and crypta cruiser. The lance was recovered inland from La Rochelle by a waiting dropship and was spirited back to England where the team arrived to a hero's welcome. Deployment In common practice, the Magi will deploy the Iron Golem in homogeneous stars of siege-capable mechs, capitalizing on the inherent damage tolerance of the design for all it is worth. After the initial lessons of the platform, it is specifically not employed in the fast attack role, mainly because it is not designed for speed. A not uncommon configuration is a pair of Iron Golems for middle-of-the-road combat purposes, a Dondas assault mech for heavy close-in work, and either missile-based or cannon-based long-range combatants to take advantage of the 3 siege mechs closing up to short ranges. A crowd favorite of this tactic is the 2AC variant of the Atma weapon fire support mech, where the Dondas or Iron Golem can get in close and use its C3I to coordinate effective long-range firepower from the 8 Maupin's 4 Gauss rifles. Done properly and with skilled pilots, it is not unheard of for this combination of 2 IG, 1 Don, and 2 Atmas to eradicate an entire company of enemy mechs in less than 2 minutes with minimal or no losses to themselves. Type/model, Iron Golem IGX-49A. Mass, 80 tons. Construction options, fractional accounting. Equipment. Crits, mass. Int. Struct, 122 PTS Endosteel, C. 7, 4.00. Engine, 320 XL Fusion. 10, 11.25. Walking MP, 4. Running MP, 5. Jumping MP, 0. Heatsinks, 13 double, C, 26. 2, 3.00. Heatsink LOC, 1 RL. Gyro, 4, 4.00. Cockpit, Life Superintendent, Sensors, 5, 3.00. Actuators, L, SH and UA and LA and HR, SH and UA and LA and H, 16, 0.00. Armor Factor, 218, C, 0, 27.25. Internal Structure/Armor Value. Head, 3, 9. Center Torso, 25, 40. Center Torso, Rear 5. L/R Side Torso, 17, 27/27. L/R Side Torso, Rear 5/5. L/R Arm, 13, 24/24. L/R Leg, 17, 26/26. Weapons and Equipment. LOC, Heat, Ammo, Crits, Mass. 1 ER Medium Laser, C. RT, 5, 0, 1, 1.00. 1 Gauss Rifle, C. RT, 1, 24, 9, 15.00. Ammo Locations, 3 RT. 1 ER Medium Laser, C. LT, 5, 0, 1, 1.00. 1 LRM-10, C. LT, 4, 24, 3, 4.50. Ammo Locations, 2 LT. 1 SRM-4, C. LT, 3, 25, 2, 2.00. Ammo Locations, 1 LT. 1 Improved C Superscript 3 CPU, is CT, 0, 0, 2, 2.50. 1 ER Medium Laser, C. HD, 5, 0, 1, 1.00. Case 2 Equipment, C. 1, 0, 0, 0.50. Case 2 LOC, 1 LT. Totals. 23 heat. 64 criticals used. 80.00 tons mass. Crits and tons left, 14, 0.00. Calculated factors. Total cost, 20,027,191 C bills. Battle value, 2,120, plus 278 for C superscript 3. Cost per BV, 9,446.79. Weapon value, 5,556/5,556, ratio equals 2.62/2.62. Damage factors, SRDMG equals 43, MRDMG equals 28, LRDMG equals 11. Battle Force 2, MP, 4, Armor/Structure, 5/5. Damage PB/M/L, 6/5/2, Overheat, 0. Class, MA, Point Value, 21. Specials, C3I. Chapter 10, The Sound of a Nightmare. April 9 CE 73, 1130 hours Lima, UTC 5. Atlantic Federation, Old United States Territory, Highway 75 northbound, rest stop. Coordinates, 37 degrees 233.80 N, 84 degrees 547.44 W. Sorry, kid, not much that Mendel can do to pull your arse out of the fire today, the BC lead transporter noted. Orb, though very magnanimous, they are not going to get in on this one. That leaves you out in the cold, unless you want to go for the even more improbable scenarios like the USSA or Equatorial. No, thank you, Kira muttered. I think I'll just eat this and keep my peace. For Kira, there had been precisely one spot of hope for him since the shuttle was hijacked some 4 days ago. After Lakis had been separated from himself and loaded into a separate transport convoy, he had seen the very faint, flickering outline of a ghost climb into one of the cargo trucks and take position behind the freight inside. If that was the case, then at least Lakis would make it out of this nightmare alive. That much of a change from his personal dread scenario was enough to make his own fate bearable. Better himself than Lakis, such as it would be. So far as he could guess, the convoys had diverged somewhere north of Mexico City, with his escort bound for Nova Scotia, and Lakis bound for a safe house somewhere in Wyoming, so far as he could tell. Maybe not that far north, but certainly not with him. Effectively, the BC lead was right. There was no hope for him in this case, since Blue Cosmos still had the overwhelming advantage of numbers and firepower except against Mendel. Even if some of the EA internal rebel groups knew where he was, they could likely do little to help. On the other hand, at least they weren't feeding him dogshit sandwiches, which he thoroughly expected but was pleasantly surprised to not receive. There was something to be said for dealing with professionals. They treated him like a proper prisoner, but there would be little chance of escape. A salami sandwich and some Cheetos reminded him of his childhood on Luna, of lunchtime and recess during his days of lunar prep school. Not a bad memory by any stretch of the imagination, and certainly better than the thoughts running around in his head right now. Not a bad day for a long drive, the BC cargo truck driver noted. For Lakis, they only had 3 enclosed guards. Weather's supposed to be down below freezing up toward Maine, though. That'll complicate things. We'll live, the lead answered. Do we want to do the Old Penn Turnpike, or do we want to cut south of it, along 70 to 76? The driver asked. Screw 'em both, she said heartily. Either of those puts us trying to wrap around the hellhole formerly known as New York City. I say we shoot up to Cleveland and cut across the spine of New York, avoid the whole NYC mess entirely. Traffic even on the highways around the Big Apple is a nightmare. Okay, we run up 75 until we get to Cleveland, then across. His sentence was cut short by a classic nightmare of every soldier. A bullet struck him in the back while he was drinking milk from a carton, punched through his back and his front, and even blew through the carton of milk he was, briefly, holding. A second round struck the lead in the face, cratered part of her cheekbone, and splattered her skull and its innards all over the table behind her. The blood and brain matter caused a family picnic to abruptly end in screaming and terror, but to Kira it was a sign that something very bad was now going down. Kira's instant reaction was to dive under the table, in the hopes that whoever was doing the silent shooting was after BC and not just a horribly bad shot and trying to drop him. From where he was, he could see the remainder of the BC escort squad stand up and begin searching, weapons raised in the general firing direction, but there was no enemy combatant visible. A driver nearby the second BC truck went down from a sniper's hit, her chest splattered all over the side of a white minivan by the unseen and unheard shooter. Good fucking God! Where are they? I can't see 'em. I can't see 'em. Allow me to help, a lady's voice said to the remaining BC men. The change was not over long. Kira immediately saw the first flicker of a ghost cloak disappearing, confirming his earlier belief in Lakis right along, and then a fully armored Mendel ghost officer was visible to the entire world. Fuck me! The one BC sergeant still surviving shouted as he brought his weapon to bear on her. Much as Kira had seen in simulation after simulation, an infantryman's assault rifle was a piss-poor implement to face off against the massive assault shield of a Mendel armored infantryman, or in this case a Mendel ghost. He fired the entire 40-round magazine into the ghost, but the paint even survived intact on her defensive implement. The other 5 escort infantry tried doing the same, but against a different ghost. The second one gave them not a whit of hesitation. She brought up a large submachine gun and swept it from left to right on their table, trigger held until the bolt slammed forward with no round in the chamber. All told, Kira guessed the magazine emptied into them was on the order of 100 rounds, for the pile of brass on the ground was extensive and glittering in the sunlight of midday. Nice shooting, Tex, the ghost much closer to Kira said sardonically. Payback for Mendel too, the shooter said even as she reloaded the heavily suppressed submachine gun. And payback can be a roaring bitch on days that end in Y, is it not? No arguing that, the nearby ghost said. Kira Yamato, need a hand up. You didn't take any hits, right? The shooter ghost asked. Both were ladies, both he guessed older than him by a fair margin, and both had no shortage of weapons on their armor. I'm all right, Kira answered after a quick check to make sure no ricochet rounds hand struck him. Are they? Got 'em all, the nearby of the two said. Ghost Officer Xian, Mendel. We're here to extract you. And how? Kira asked, even after he used Xian's hand to pull himself to standing. We're in the middle of Kentucky in the old United States. How do we get out of here? We get out of Oi. The second ghost officer had her submachine gun up again, but this time pointed at a teenage girl nearby the bodies of the dead BC troops. If you pick up that rifle and turn it on us, you will be in the morgue tonight in pieces, you follow. Eep. She feigned innocence before she took the classic surrender pose. Don't shoot. I'm on your side. Anti-BC. Anti-BC? Grab one, clear it, and pull one of their'll bet, one, for ammo. The second ghost waved her on. Anyway, can you drive? Xian asked while she kept a wary eye on the girl and her boyfriend as they stripped the deceased for weapons and ammo. Much to the teen's declaration, they did pull the weapons and made a break for their vehicle with gear harnesses and rifles, what was salvageable. Yes, why? Kira responded after a moment. Good. Xian used a pen laser torch to cut his handcuffs off. You're the getaway driver, and the vehicle diriger is the same troop hauler they were dragging you north in, the second ghost noted. And them. He waved toward the deceased Blue Cosmos operators, now stripped of their arsenal. Screw 'em. They're too dead to do anything about our escape plan, Xian pointed out fairly. Grab her rifle and come on, the shooter ghost indicated the rifle carried by the BC lead, which Kira did pick up after a moment of hesitation. Curiously, the second ghost stopped at the supply truck, not the troop truck. After a moment of looking at the contents, she pulled down a shipping unit of MRE meals and shoved it into the back of the troop truck. We've got a haul ahead of us, so we'll need food. And fuel? Kira asked. This is an alcohol-fueled truck. You can prolong the gas tank by diluting the mix with water, but we don't intend to drive all the way there, the second officer noted. Name's Tara, by the way. Heard a lot about you, Kira. Damn good thing we were in a position to extract you. I'm not complaining, but my girlfriend was captured as well. We were separated, do you have any idea how we can rescue her? Kira asked before he opened the door to the driver's seat. We can work on that once we're at a safe location. If she is still alive, we can find her. Xian had turned her cloak back on, but Tara climbed up into the load bed of the truck while still visible. Get back on 75 and make the first possible U-turn to go south. We need to prevent an easy tail. Got it, Kira said before he started the engine up. Police, Xian said. I have this one. She raised her rifle up, rested it on the brace latch on her shield's edge, and sighted up. Before the patrolman in the car could put it in park or reach for the radio, she dropped a single shot through the window and into his chest. Tango down. Move out, Kira. I hear you. And thank you for the rescue. Don't thank me until your arse is tucked away at home, kid, Tara replied. The day is young, and we just pissed off every Blue Cosmos swinging dick this side of the Mississippi River. Eventually, they will find out what went wrong and they will start looking for us. XXX. April 9 CE 73 2145 hours Zulu. Crew Lounge, Warship Dominion, in stationary orbit at Lagrange Point 1. The hell of it is, sir, we now have another monitor to add to the mix, Ophanim, Stella said tritely to Shunny. The two of them had a dozen recon pictures laid out on a low table, examining the facilities pictured by the dropships Forrestal and Sailboat Reborn. The impromptu intelligence and planning session was being done on a sofa in the crew lounge, since both pilots were technically off duty. Ha, you don't sir me, girl, you could probably kick my ass in clothes, Shunny said with a smile. You are right, though. Now we have a third, and we have the crew to man both the Ophanim and the Gertie Lou. It will be fun, Stella said with unusual cheer for the otherwise quiet and thoughtful girl. And then there is the big yellow bird. And the old hammer, Shani said. We've got enough firepower to turn a lot of real estate into ash and crater. Won't matter though, because we need to rescue, not destroy the extended facilities. Okay, here's my list, Stella said, getting down to the substance of their meet in the crew lounge. I know of Lodania, Mountain Home, Chihuahua. You. Lodania, Gloucester, Mountain Home. I thought there might be one in Kiev, but I don't really remember the conversation well, Shani said. I asked Owl, he didn't know of any others. Sting said there may be one in Afghanistan, the Tora Bora tribal region, but he didn't know if that was an EA base or Logos extended. Clotho didn't know of any, and Oruga said he didn't know any more than what we already know. This can't be all of them, Shani said dejectedly. I wonder. Hey. Stella asked. I know we intend to do recon by fire, but what about asking the higher UPS on the Golden Phoenix if they can search? Shani, don't, Stella said. I know there are superiors, but I just. You're afraid asking them will invoke some form of wrath? Shani asked. We'll front it to Gerald first. We know he's not going to slay us for wanting this done completely, since he wants it done more than we do. Stella sipped at a strawberry slushie that was partially melted from inattention. So, we have 6 confirmed, 7 possible, and maybe more if the search comes up with more. How do we do this? We have 3 ships, now. 2 of us extended to a ship, and a complement of other forces, and we just go facility by facility, kill them all and rescue the extended drones, Shani answered coldly. The internal name inside the extended program for personnel was drones, though the Earth Alliance was slightly more forgiving with their title biological CPU. Either way, the terminology pointed to the expectation that the extended were expendable. The Magi thought otherwise, and a century commander of the Magi was willing to put some horsepower on the line to prevent those expenditures. Once we're done with the extended, we need to track down and capture or eliminate the members of Logos, Stella said. We capture them, we can have them publicly executed for their crimes. And there's a bounty on their heads. If the Archangel-class ships are allowed to do that, I would, Shani nodded thoughtfully. You know, we weren't supposed to live. We did live, in spite of it, Stella said with a hellish smile. We lived because a band of interdimensional hard asses showed us what it means to live fast and loud. Shani was not expecting anything more on that thought from Stella, but was significantly surprised by her next. When he reached down to an overhead picture of Mountain Home Extended Research Facility, he never got his hand on the picture before Stella wrapped him in a fierce embrace. Stella. Shani asked after a moment. We can't die, not until this is all over, she said. We weren't supposed to survive, according to our slaveholders. If we live, or worse, if we give the extendeds back their lives, Logos loses. I agree, Shani said. We're alive, and shortly, they won't be. After a moment, Shani wrapped his arm around Stella's shoulders and pulled her closer. Stella didn't notice a new entrant, but Shani saw a lady with pink hair and a guy wearing plain Jane Greys enter the lounge. Given that the Dominion was staffed by 35% ZAFT expatriates, he figured the pink hair was indicative of a coordinator crew member he hadn't seen so far, though the strange hair tufts she had in the fashion of twin tails with meatballs was an attention-getter. The guy he thought would be the Century Commander by build, but Gerald was on the Golden Phoenix, not on the Dominion right now. The 2 new entrants grabbed a coffee from the concession vendor and took seat at one of the restaurant tables. Shani decided he didn't want to disturb Stella or get her back on track, so he just stayed still. It was a good decision, all things considered. From the door opposite the room, Gerald Lightbringer entered less than a full minute after the 2 crew members were seated. When he approached their table, both stood up, but it was the guy in the plain Jane uniform that had Shani's attention. The 2, unknown guy, Century Commander, squared up to each other, took stands as if they were going to walk forward with rifles, and closed the gap. At the last moment, Gerald smiled heartily and the 2 reached across to shake hands in an exaggerated gesture. Damn good to see you, old friend, the unidentified guy said to Gerald. Damn glad to have you in for this one, Stan. It is by no stretch of the imagination a commando job, but you know the policy on overkill just as well as I. Lightbringer turned to the lady with the pink hair. Highness, thank you for sending relief, and once again, welcome to Cosmic Era Earth. Shani still did not move or say anything, sensing more than else that Stella was close to falling asleep in his arms. More to the point, he had no intention whatsoever of drawing attention to himself while the Empress of the Magi, the division commander of the Commandos, and his direct superior, Lightbringer, were in the room. Even if he didn't visually recognize them, the name Stan combined with a mid-20s looking lady with pink hair and a near-supermodel figure meant he was in the presence of multimage royalty. This one's on Hotaru, actually. She knew exactly where you landed, Stan drew up an Orbat to bring along, and I'm just joyriding for this campaign, the lady with the pink hair commented. Okay, I can see why Hotaru would know, but why would the Princess of Silence take any interest in this ragtag fleet of misfits, degenerates, and psychos? Gerald asked. It's a timing issue. Rini Atrebas began the explanation. She would reprise it later for the rest of the Mendel command staff, but Gerald would hear a slightly different version. And by extension so would Shunny, who would tell that version to the other extended pilots, which would create an echo in the coming history that would make things better for everyone in the future. XXX. April 10 CE 73, 0630 hours Zulu. Mendel Colony, Lagrange Point 4. Bit of a small colony, but an interesting find, Star Admiral Minako Sahalan said with clear approval. A home for denizens who are tired of being pissed on while being told it is raining, and those who either want serious adventure or just want to be left alone, Century Commander Lightbringer said. Well, to those pukes who piss on this land, it is time to introduce them to our kind of rain. A steel rain, Captain Joachim von Ursa said with a savage grin. Helm, bring it in smartly next to the Mjir and park it. Aye, Captain, the helmsman answered immediately. Eisensturm, Joachim said in his native language, German, still smiling. One thing not covered so far, Century Commander. Do we have allies, or is this a case of international pariah taking the next whiz in an ongoing pissing match? All of the above, Gerald answered. We do have allies down on the planet, namely the United States of South America, and if I do not miss my guess, we have a stealth ally in the Kingdom of Scandinavia. You already know about ZAFT, they're on our side this time around, and Durndal is enough of a schemer to make it worth our time. Orb is somewhat schizophrenic at the moment, with the resumption of hostilities they have gone very quiet. At a guess, they're going to sit this one out. How very Swiss of them, Minako Sahalan said dryly. In their defense, the national population of Orb is 45 million, and they got corncobbed by the Earth Alliance in the last round. They have less than 3 full clusters of mobile forces and maybe 2 galaxies tops of militia-grade forces. They can hold the Earth Alliance off their island chain, but not for long. In terms of doing anything useful this go-around, not likely. So, essentially, they make themselves look unimportant and unobtrusive, they don't get corncobbed again, Empress Atrebas said in summary. Were I in their position, I would be thinking along the same lines, though actively I'd be using special assets to do the world a few favors. Who knows? They might just get off the pot rather than sitting there crapping about it, Gerald said, though his voice bespoke little hope for such a scenario. Anyway, the two other major notables on planet are Equatorial and Oceania. Equatorial is probably going to go flat neutral when the shit and the fan collide. By the numbers, they really don't have a dog in this fight, and they don't have any animus toward us. And Oceania? Rini asked after a moment. Oceania, well, the Oceanian government has a hard-on for ZAFT. Where Durndal goes, so shall Adelaide. And my guess is ZAFT will officially throw in with us in the next day or two. Gerald folded his arms across his chest, staring out the front window into space. If I would have cheated, Mendel too would still be. Perish the thought, Empress Atrebas answered. I put you in the tech strikers for a reason, Gerald, and that came with certain restrictions that now apply more than ever. Not even Master Executor Tomo would have had the right to do what you think you should have done. This is a different land, and different rules govern it. Watch your step. Rini was not referring to physical territories, per se, but jurisdictions at and above the level of executors. Gerald had never been directly involved in pissing matches at the executor level, but he had heard about them. Such clashes tended to depopulate and render uninhabitable whole worlds, but were thankfully very rare. My liege, Gerald answered tersely. Is my original mission still operative? He asked after a few moments of considering it. Yes and no, Rini said pensively. Yes, the requirement is still in place. No, it will likely not be you doing the final coup de grace. I think, after the grievous insults and detriments laid upon the task force Jokers Wild, I believe they are become the perfect harbingers for the duty, don't you think? Gerald smiled after a moment of considering it, then began chuckling in a rather evil fashion. I believe I intended to bring them Jira along as the tip of the spear, a haft of many ships all equally disenfranchised and ready to do something about it, but if what you say is right, maybe the Jira will get its crack after all in a few eons. A good way to think about it, Minako said. We are committed, for us, there shall be no going back. There is only forward, unto glory, or unto the blade of an enemy's bayonet, only forward. We're not here to lose, Star Admiral, Rini said drolly. I know, Empress, but I always have to throw in a sop to Murphy. Poor bastard has been dead for tens of thousands of years, and his law still reigns supreme. Sensors, identified Nelson-class warship, contact designation Rodent 1, has reversed course and is now headed back to Station Artemis, the flight boss for the Golden Phoenix declared. Sensors, Captain von Ursa answered. Time until Redland and Absinthe intercept enemy fleet action headed to ZAFT territory. Intercept 6 hours, sir, the flight boss said after doing some rough match on the subject. Nothing to happen for at least that long, CC Lightbringer said. Wayne will certainly want to meet with everyone at the administration building. Do you have anything you need to wrap up here, Star Admiral? Joachim, everything good to go? Minako asked, since nothing came to mind of her own volition. Milady Sohailin. We've got this. Time to head in, see the new home, such as it is, Minako Sohailin said. Empress, will you be joining us? Definitely, she said. I have a few things to discuss with Star Admiral Centura. XXX. April 10 CE 73, 1400 hours Zulu. ZAFT Plant Armory 1, Lagrange Point 4. Good afternoon, soldiers of ZAFT, citizens of the plant nations, Chairman Durandal began his speech. Today, he was speaking from a raised platform at the ZAFT National Training Center in Armory 1, but the message would not be far from anything expected in any of the plants. The past 30 hours have seen some momentous changes in the battlescape that is evolving around us. The ZAFT Supreme Council is keeping abreast of these changes, and we would like to inform the populace of those major changes before we declare our intentions. Durandal swiped his comp tablet to the next page, where the highlights of Mendel's action were recorded and ready. First, as of noon Zulu time yesterday, the moon is now in the possession of Mendel. The two major Earth Alliance bases, Ptolemaeus and Artsachel, have been captured mostly or completely intact. Mendel has already begun setting up shop in both bases and intends to use them as staging and maintenance facilities for the coming naval actions. A quick cheer and longer clapping round came up from the ZAFT personnel for the victory. Durandal let it play out naturally, given the people were now rooting for the underdog with the severe attitude Mendel as they exacted vengeance for themselves and vengeance by proxy for ZAFT. A third Earth Alliance base on the moon was annihilated by antimatter strike, Daedalus base, because that base held a functioning supermassive anti-colony particle weapon that was initially intended to be used against the plants and Mendel. By forcing Blue Cosmos' hand on the moon, Star Admiral Centura was able to force them to use the particle beam against them as opposed to a colony. The damage to the ship was notable, but it is still in operation. Again, more clapping, but shorter than the first round. Even if completely justified and very fast death to those in the blast radius, the wholesale annihilation of a base was no celebratory matter. During the consolidation phase of Mendel's lunar conquests, an escape fleet was sighted headed toward L1 and thereafter to Earth. Mendel decided that this fleet needed to be stopped and captured or eliminated to prevent recovery of ships and personnel expected to be elite, the Earth Alliance best from their lunar facilities. Tasking for intercept was issued to Century Commander Lightbringer and ZAFT's Experimental Armaments Group Minerva. Our warship Minerva and the Century Commander departed lunar airspace 1115 Zulu, arrived at L1 roughly 1530 Zulu, and were in for a significant surprise. The footage you are about to see is from the warship Minerva's records of the events that unfolded at that time. He, like everyone else at the presentation, turned to the large projection screen present. For the remote viewers, the shot of Durandal was pipped while the main view switched over to a spectacular view of space which included a view of the Asgard shipyard station in the distance. The screen was of an enhanced take. The Earth Alliance fleet was highlighted in targeting brackets, showing that the ship was tracking and theoretically ready to fire on the Earth Alliance ships, regardless of how unsporting shooting a retreating foe would have been. The first indicator that something was about to go wrong was the fleet's abrupt turn away from their course, or in the case of 5 ships, a hard accelerate away from the center of the fleet. After a few moments, the Minerva's onboard systems targeted another object highlighted and listed as magnetic anomaly. Several seconds after that fateful listing, a plasma flare lit up space in that area. Many viewers of the spectacle instantly recognized it from the tales of the Magi, who said a plasma discharge preceded the arrival of a jump ship. Several more plasma flares emanated from the centroid of the anomaly, until at 1535 Zulu a full-size flare passed through the area and haloed the arrival of a massive warship, another Phalanx-class ship, but this one was full-loaded with dropships. Accordingly, this is not the only arrival, but the Golden Phoenix is the big one. We counted 4 emergence pulses from ships that arrived at the zenith jump point, signaling the arrival of 4 ships well outside the reach of the Earth Alliance. I have been informed by the Star Admiral that those ships are non-combatant transports, housing corporate parties and various adventurous civilians that came along for the journey. Their purpose is thus far unknown to ZAFT, but it is likely no detriment to anyone in the Earth sphere. Durandal shifted note page again. A week ago, Star Admiral Centura declared a trial of annihilation against the Earth Alliance and related parties Logos and Blue Cosmos. As of yesterday afternoon, he now has the forces necessary to ensure the job is done. Again, he turned to the projection screen, which lit up with the combined Orbat Task Force Joker's Wild and Task Force Golden Roulette. 60 galaxies of forces spread between 2 Phalanx-class ships, with escorts. That is, by the numbers, 3 Legion formations of the Magi, with a total projected combat manpower of 110,000 personnel and over 4,800 armor units, mobile suits, Gundams, battle mechs, and conventional ground armor. By the numbers, this does not sound like much in historical perspective. For example, the Battle of the Bulge in World War II involved over 600,000 troops on the Allies' side, and that was by far not the largest battle in the war. On the other hand, the Magi fight by a straightforward and lethal dictum of combat power multiplication that we've seen time and time again. The screen and remote viewers were treated to some fresh battle footage from the cockpit of a battle mech, looking out over Luna as fighters passed overhead and slammed ground targets and fortifications. The bomb strikes paled, though, when a line of cannon slugs walked across the ground, sending lunar stone spall and small clouds of dust into the air with each slug. There were some brief cheers from the ZAFT military personnel, seeing the threat of naval suborbital bombardment made real by Mendel, but those were short. Numerically, Mendel is outnumbered by the semi-official body count of Blue Cosmos, who declared themselves up to 200,000 strong around the globe. Count in the Earth Alliance regular military, and Mendel is easily outnumbered 6 to 1. On the other hand, this is a war dictated by multimage policy and technology. These are men and women who train to eliminate enemy forces in numbers exceeding 3 to 1 battle odds. Their warships are capable of systematically erasing entire regiments of forces off the face of the planet below us, and Star Admiral Centura has already proved he will use them for suborbital bombardment. The Earth Alliance has no air force worth talking about, and has no air defense artillery system that can positively threaten Mendel's aero fighters. The skies by default belong to Mendel. The only thing the Earth Alliance has going for them is the sanctity of their lands, and that is a thin veil to warriors who have vengeance in their hearts and multi-ton armored units protecting them. Again, the troops clapped long and hard, for both the battle footage from Luna and for the chairman's apropos of the coming engagement. When the Earth Alliance started this second bloody Valentine War, they did so by way of issuing a surrender ultimatum to both Mendel and ZAFT. Given both nations failed to adhere to the surrender, for obvious reasons, the Earth Alliance Senate declared war on us as well as Mendel. Accordingly, the planned Supreme Council has declared war on the Earth Alliance and associated parties. As we do not have the massive naval support options that Mendel has, it has been decided that we will offer our forces as contract bid to Mendel to augment their primarily mechanized armored infantry forces with our armor and mobile warfare forces. Though negotiations on that note are still ongoing, we have already received multiple positive indicators for going forward with such a plan. This time, Durandal could feel the cheering throughout the colony, much less throughout the plants. ZAFT was officially in it, and would not be fighting at cross-purpose with Mendel. The latter would be the great worry to many, that they were duplicating effort or possibly even encroaching against a trial of annihilation by a star empire, generally considered serious business for all involved players. With the contract bid in effect, should it be ratified, ZAFT would operate in consort with Mendel forces, and any territory primarily taken and held by ZAFT would be retained by ZAFT at the conclusion of hostilities. This war has only begun, Durandal cautioned his nation. We have a long ways to go, and I can almost guarantee that some of the things you will see on the newswires shall not be pleasant. This is a war with nearly no rulebook. Mendel has thrown out 95% of their combat restrictions for this campaign. You can expect you will see blood and bodies in large quantities. Keep in mind, though, Blue Cosmos are no manner of saint, and those who have harbored, abetted, and nurtured them are far from angelic of their own right. Blue Cosmos has declared itself the arbiter of life and death over a star empire. They are about to find out exactly how foolhardy it is to tell millions of planets that they are not allowed to live. ZAFT joins in Mendel's effort to make sure that message is heard loud and clear, not just by Blue Cosmos, but by any party yet to be born that would so much as think loud about denying the right to live. After 30 seconds of uproarious cheer, Durandal allowed himself a slight smile. He knew, with the will to defend their right to life to the utmost, that the ZAFT people were ready to begin on the journey to becoming a star empire of their own. XXX. April 10 CE 73, 1400 hours Zulu. 10th floor conference room, Mendel Administration Building, Mendel Colony, Lagrange Point 4. So, the broad strokes are as follows: Phase 1 is landing, Central United States, Central Asia, ZAFT in North Africa and Mideast, Combined Force in Europe. Phase 2, consolidate landing locations, deploy ground fronts, and smash any gophers that pop up in our vicinity. Phase 3, we move to take enemy key facilities and eliminate major fielded ground forces. Phase 4, move on and capture enemy capital cities. Phase 5 is occupation, normalization, and abjuration of surviving Blue Cosmos personnel. Solid, Division Commander Agrippa said. Ambitious, Empress Atrebas mildly disagreed with her subordinate. It plays to our strengths, Wayne answered. We have the technical advantages, and they have the bulk of their defenses facing the wrong way. They're expecting us to invade in limited terrain, peninsulas, or islands to force defensive engagements in our favor, and move inward from there. They expect that per our own battle histories. It is rare that Magi troops hit an enemy by going for the heart first, and that is where I intend to start. Fava beans and a nice Chianti included. DC Agrippa asked after a moment. The question confused Wayne momentarily, but caused a laughing fit from Century Commander Lightbringer. In all seriousness, I am not seeing any major fault with the plan. Ambition aside, the broad strokes will easily get the job done so long as your foe doesn't go full nuclear retard. If they do, we have 5 antimatter shells for the railguns on them, Jr., and the Earth Alliance has only 3 major capitals, Wayne reminded them. Moscow for the Eurasians, DC for the Atlantic, and Heaven's Base for the military. If they nuke their own civilians in an attempt to get to us, I will erase their taint from the face of the planet and file the paperwork. Good to know you're on board with the proper policies in this kind of poker game, Stan said with a nod. Any comments, Hataru? Empress Atrebas asked her longtime friend. No, nothing major to point out right now, everything seems to be good across the board, the Master Executor of Silence answered after a moment. Okay, then, time to make the reasons here known to you, Wayne Centura, Gerald Lightbringer. Rini Atrebas stood up from her seat and began pacing. Time for you to hear it straight up, for this whole scenario is a matter of timing. The battle that put them here, in the cosmic era, was literally the first battle of Ragnarok. What? Wayne half shouted, on his feet at that thought. How why? Do you think Loki's throngs are foolhardy enough to ignore the technology we have built? Or what Odin has done with Valhalla, making it a multi-purpose training ground for everything from sword swingers to omni-mech pilots? No, Loki is a vengeful bastard, but he is no tyro. He's seen the future of mobile warfare, and his mortal forces have embraced it to an unholy degree. Those mobile dolls you smashed and turned into easy salvage, that was a test bed for ways to kill off a Phalanx-class ship with a net zero expenditure of manpower. Welcome to Ragnarok, because you just put the good guys on the scoreboard, Hataru picked up where Rini left off. Now, with that thought ringing in your ears, push it to the back of your mind, Star Admiral. You may have won the Vanguard match, but you personally will never have to fight another battle in Ragnarok again. Her phrasing made the reasoning clear. How far back are we? Wayne asked after a moment of considering it. 32,774 years back from where you stood, Stan answered. Counting time differentials between the parallels, 72,429 years between now and when you shall be parallel to when you departed Magi space. Good gods, Wayne said after he took a seat. 7 eons from now, we will be parallel to when we left. Hi, Hataru said. As much as it would be wanton cruelty, you should easily understand why we did not consider extracting them above and beyond the premise of the territory you have built and now fight to defend. Executor, that is now blatantly obvious, Wayne said somewhat derisively. 7 eons unmolested by the other star empires, far out of everyone's sight, left alone and able to do the impossible. Other host nations with the balls to join us in the stars. All the technology of the star empires at our fingertips and more advances by the day. It is the perfect engineering job, done entirely by cosmic accident. You want us to become the shadow army of the living for the Battle of Ragnarok, Gerald said calmly. Indeed, Hataru answered. Ragnarok is a war that can be influenced by magic, but it cannot be won by magic. It can only be truly skewed in our favor by technology. The higher the tech, the better. You just saw the sine qua non of Loki's technologies, the mobile doll. If you can build mobile forces capable of putting down hundreds of mobile dolls per one allied machine, and if you can build up infantry forces capable of slaying thousands of enemy infantry or similar targets in series, then we might be able to ensure something survives. This is the Tao of winning Ragnarok, high technology to skew the odds, and numbers to level the field. And that makes us the next wave, Wayne completed the thought. So, we need to consider that if we go home, we fight in Ragnarok and we lose. If we stay here, we don't fight Ragnarok but we're basically building 72,000 years of history for that purpose. That is the long and short of it, Division Commander Agrippa answered. It's a bitch of a choice, but it's not as much of a bitch of a choice as it sounds on the face of it, Division Commander, Wayne countered. First, it's the exact same decision the old Emperor made long before we started using jump ships to move between the stars. Second, when faced with the choice of live long and prosper like a bandit, versus die in a pointless blaze of mediocrity, self-preservation instinct is going to win through. Third, when you consider that Hataru just gave us a method to win through, it's not a hard thing to tell a nation that they can survive an otherwise unwinnable future. I rest my case, Empress, Stanith said, which comment puzzled the Star Admiral for a moment until the Empress passed her subordinate a 50 bill note for a bet. Now, you going to say this was a bad idea? Not anymore, no, Rini said. Wayne, before we go any further on this discussion, you do understand that when we leave, you're the ranking officer, correct? Milady, I didn't figure you intending to hang around here, Wayne answered curtly. Well, there is really only one way to do this with proper authority, because in the interim of no contact, someone has to make all the hard calls. I think you know which end goes towards enemy, what do you think? Empress Atrebas asked the Star Admiral. I think I know which end is dangerous to life and limb, Wayne said in continuation of the joke. What is your plan, milady? Mendel cannot exist as a direct extension of the Empire, since there will be no direct contact. Hence why we brought along some of the best and brightest corporations, the best technical experts for the job. Mendel can, however, exist as an off-the-books protectorate of the Empire, in roughly the same fashion you have been, but a protectorate commanded at a more flexible level than you stand now. Ah, Gerald groused. 2-star admirals creates a conflict of command. So, someone gets frocked. Or, more specifically, everyone in Task Force Joker's Wild gets frocked 1 rank, Rini said. I cannot in good conscience simply issue a unit citation for all the crap you have gone through, Star Admiral. This is the kind of scenario that wasn't even written about during the Quarter War, and still you went out of your way to make sure Blue Cosmos bled hard and your people survived. So, under Emperor's authority pertaining to battlefield promotions and recognitions, I hereby order all persons Task Force Joker's Wild promoted 1 rank, effective immediately. That includes you, Wayne. Whose spot am I poaching? DC Cecilius. Wayne was referring to his effective commander, Gerard Cecilius, Division Commander Tech Strikers and the 4th in command of the Empire at large. NEG, Empress Atrebas answered immediately. Another thing that goes along with Emperor's privilege is the ability to create or move division commander positions. Theoretically I could have 1 senior and 4 subordinate DCS in each division, if I wanted. I can also add or remove divisions during times of war as needed. The commandos and the special operators both came into existence in such fashion, the commandos during the early phases of the Star Empire Wars, the special operators after the fall of the Star League and the beginning of the Quarter War. My grandfather did not like playing nice, and he had a distinct love of changing the rules on his less than honorable foes whenever he deemed advantageous. Ah, and thus, since we are now at a state of undeclared total war, 2 wars technically, you are invoking this premise to form a 6th division. Wayne summed up the plan. On paper, you will exist classified beyond even the level of the special operators, Division Commander Agrippa noted. In practice, you will be well out of sight and out of mind. All you need to do is adhere to the old laws, do what you must for your individual situation, and kick plenty of ass as needed and effectively unsupported. And that starts by the proving ground laid out for you, here, on Terra. Brevet Division Commander Wayne Centra, this is your trial of position. Empress Atrebas tapped on the comp tablet that had his broad strokes battle plan for the invasion. A successful outcome will not only ensure your survival, but cement your position as DC-6, the division commander of the Mendel Division, and it may win us the war Rangeric in the end. Do you accept this duty? Empress Atrebas, Wayne said after a few moments of considering it. When the options were on the table, there was no other option for him but to accept. Any other choice would lead to annihilation, either immediately or in the future. XXX. April 12 CE 73, 0130 hours Lima, UTC 7. Unidentified farmhouse, northeastern Colorado, old United States territory of the Atlantic Federation. Ah, bullshit, some joker in quarter must have pulled 2 MREs from this case and closed it back up, the trooper that was unloading the truck said. Fucking cheapskate punks, the elder guy that was receiving the boxes said. The Mexico City depot has 10 restaurants within pissing distance, and they still eat the field rations. Ghost Officer Benjamin Jones suppressed a giggle at their misdirected bitching. Blue Cosmos had sent plenty of supplies along for this ride, given the personnel were supposed to be off the grid so as to avoid detection until time to spring their nasty surprise on the world. They had interspersed the food and water all over the truck's load bed, making for easy pickings for the ghost among them, even to the point where they lost a whole case of water bottles to the ghost that he had used to refill the water Bowser in his armor and his fusion power pack so he could remain cloaked without recharging. The water bottles themselves were digested by the nanomachine hive built into the fusion pack, likely to be converted into more fuel. Plastics, technically, were large chains of hydrogen and carbon, and hydrogen is what feeds a fusion reactor, so. That's it, we'll file a complaint after we do Lacus and return to normal ops, the younger BC operator said. What do you think, old man? The elder BC operator hefted his dolly and started wheeling it toward the safe house. Good singer, born the wrong way. She lost this round of the genetic lottery. The ghost waited the obligatory 2-3 minutes after he heard the door close, then began his process of moving toward the back of the truck and to the ground. Even if he could not be seen or heard, the truck jostling could be. Just to be sure, he took an extra 2 minutes to completely dismount the alcohol-converted Deuce and a half truck, thus ensuring that any sentries would likely never hear him. Outside the truck, Benjamin did the first automatic thing of his routine: determine location. The cloudless sky gave him excellent star picture, which established his rough location as northeast Colorado in the old United States. That was fortuitous, being in Colorado put him not far from Missouri, and that happy state of affairs put him within spitting distance of refuge. The second part of his automatic routine was simpler: determine objective and mission constraints. His objective was loud and clear: Lacus had to walk away from this, and the Blue Cosmos pricks needed to not walk away. After that, escape, evasion, and extraction were the major selling points of the mission to come. For a ghost facing a self-crippling foe with no Shinik support, that mission would be simple. As soon as a ghost was 2 kilometers away from a target point, the chances of being found by manual search were less than 1 in 50,000. Blue Cosmos had better odds of hammering him with a random carpet bombing raid than they had of manually finding him once the E&E phase was on. Third part of the automatic checks, the objective area and entry/egress points, became the challenge that lasted 30 seconds. A quick walk around the perimeter of the building revealed a cellar access that the troops had opened to air out the musty wine cellar. Once he approached, it became obvious this was where they were keeping Lakis, what with her handcuffed to a chair in the center of the area. He could not enter immediately. The BC crew were handing in supplies for storage, but the last load of MREs and ammo did not take long to shuffle in before Benjamin saw his opportunity. 4 steps down, a turn, 4 more steps, and Benjamin had no difficulty finding an unused corner to rest in. This was what a ghost trained for: periods of waiting, periods of sheer terror, all for one perfect, glorious moment to severely fuck up as many enemies as possible while he or she executed his own objectives. In terms of operations, the enemy had made all the wrong security moves to protect against a ghost 6 tangos, and Benjamin figured he could easily kill them all in less time than most people would take to unzip their flies and haul out their wangs. The conversation in the room, on the other hand, was something else entirely. "Your friends in Mendel are getting frisky," the female lead for BC said with a smile. "Not my friends," Lakis said almost defensively. "Not friends to Orb, either. They play their own game, I try to avoid them whenever possible." "Okay, I'll give you that much," the lead answered. Benjamin figured her for someone who was physically and mentally suited to being a magazine supermodel, drop-dead gorgeous looks, personality reminiscent of the sound of glass breaking. Still, Wayne Centura just got promoted to division commander. Fat lot of good it will do him. "He's earned it, I guess," Lakis said with almost cold disinterest. "I don't know enough about them to know what it takes to be a division commander, all I know is that's the top achievable position." "Well, what do you know?" she asked after a moment. "Same as you, at a guess," Lakis said calmly. "They increased their forces 12-fold, mostly infantry, which means they're here to stay. They're really displeased with the nuclear attack. And they seem to favor coming right for the source of the problem. You probably know more than I do at this point." "Well, we'll see what kind of stomach these guys have when we put a gun to your head on international television," the lead said with an evil grin to effect. "Like hell you will, honey," Benjamin thought but did not say aloud. He had already made the leap of mindset that the BC lead would not survive, even if he let anyone else go from this misbegotten comedy. When she answered a speakerphone and told the caller her number, Benjamin had his method of disrupting their showtime. Bugging the landline phone system here to make the disruption, of course, would be a simple task for a ghost. XXX. April 12 CE 73, 1415 hours Lima, UTC 6. 1100 Beach Street, Rockford, Illinois, Old United States Territory, Atlantic Federation. "My mom doesn't know it yet, but hell with this piss and vinegar fuckstick stuff," the lone teenager in the bedroom said. "When Mendel rolls through, I'm playing it calm. She wants to throw herself at a wall of armored infantry, her deal, not mine." "What? Don't you? Don't say it, Jean," the teen on the phone said. "Yeah, I love my mom, but a million people throwing themselves off a cliff does not make them morally superior, it just means you need an accountant to keep track of the bodies. I'm not making myself 1,000,001, you know." "Sucks to be the guy cleaning up that mess," Jean answered coldly. "I know. Which is why I'm not going to get stomped on by their armored infantry. Lay low, watch how it unfolds, root for the winners, live happily ever after one way or the other," Katie said to her best friend on the phone. "When it kicks off, you want to come over for a television party?" "Yeah, should be in the next couple of days," Jean answered. "I'll hit the Quickie Mart and grab some beers and chips. The clerk will sell me some stuff out the back door." "I hope he doesn't expect your back door," Katie said with a soured tone. "Nah, all I have to do is show him my boobies." "Nothing to it," Jean answered. "Guys are such perverts, a little coaxing and you can get it all for next to nothing. Ain't it the truth, hey?" Katie stammered at the end of her thought process. "Hey, do you have Channel 9? "Yeah, why?" Jean asked. "You gotta see this shit," Katie said before she unmuted her television. "These recon photos from the Republic of East Asia are 3 days old, taken at night using low-light enhanced cameras. Seen here at this classified Earth Alliance base are mass graves," the picture highlighted 4 square pits with black bag-like objects in them. "When the Earth Alliance is done with its hired help, or when service is refused or challenged, the workers are slain in mass executions. You can see one such firing squad here, in the same picture, not 100 meters from the graves. It is believed that the workers being shot in this picture were the ones that dug the graves now being filled. So much for gratitude from the masters." "That is fucking sick," Jean said over the phone. "That's not surprising," Katie answered. Who is putting this video out? I don't know, Jean admitted. The picture zoomed out to a view of the entire planet, then highlighted the area of Panama. While the Earth Alliance and Blue Cosmos posture badly against the residents of space, the Earth Alliance jungle engineers have been busy preparing both defenses against reclamation of territory and an assault action against the United States of South America, yet another uninvolved party for the megalomaniacs to attack. These clearings here, and 3 clearings in the jungle were highlighted. Significant strip clearings given the whole of Panama was still in view, are the field bases of 3 Earth Alliance mechanized forces regiments. When the invasion goes up, their intention is to drive into USSA territory to hold an uninvolved nation ransom against the forces from space. Is this what you elected Chairman Reisman for, to attack defenseless parties? To slaughter your own citizens? To starve and depress whole continents to feed a war machine? This is Mendel. Katie asked Jean after a moment. Has to be. They're the only ones with the balls to invade our airwaves and put out something like this, the teen on the far end of the line said. Most telling of all, in the Atlantic Federation Old Territory of Kentucky, our reconnaissance units have found disturbing troop movements in multiple old American bases. Fort Hood, Fort Knox, Fort Benning, and NORAD have all mobilized military police units without attaching these formations to any other units. Normally, military police are used to direct forces, organize movement, and aid in the transport of supplies and wounded persons to or from the battlefield, when a MP unit is attached to a larger formation. Katie had to admit that Mendel's stock footage of MPs in action in combat was impressive. However, when MP formations are activated in non-combat areas, without being attached to units, the common trend throughout history is these formations are going to be used to quell civilians, suppress dissent, and if necessary to eliminate resistors to a tyrant's decrees. Given that the Earth Alliance is at war, Chairman Reisman now has the theoretical ability to declare martial law and use these infantry police formations against his own people. The stock footage of military-style troops facing off against protesters was stomach-turning in its brutality. That's fucking scary, Jean said. Better head to the Quickie Mart and soon, in case this shit comes our way, Katie said. Citizens of the Earth Alliance, is this what you want your nation to be? Thieves, muggers, tyrants, mass murders? You have the power to bring a stop to Chairman Reisman and his cohorts. Stand up for yourselves, and a world will recognize your legitimacy. Mendel stands with the honest, hard-working, and peaceful citizens of the Earth Alliance, but we cannot stand alone for you. This is Jade, signing off. Okay, for a propaganda piece, that was completely scary and logical, Katie said to Jean over the phone. I know. I'm going to hit the store, make sure I've got everything I'll need in case something bad happens. I hear that. See you later. Katie hung up her phone and stared at the blank television. We are the monsters we say we're fighting. That is scary. XXX. April 12 CE 73, 2330 hours Zulu. Seas northeast of Iceland. Looks like everyone is online, sir, the sonarman said. 10 kilometer spacing, with 2.5 overlap on either side, 20 subs against whatever is left in their inventory, I think we have this one. Alright, Kenny, time to earn your paycheck, Captain Leuides said with a smile. We've dropped 9 of the 12 boomers, 2, and scratched 4 hunter-killers while we were at it. Our Western Fleet has scratched 2 surface ships, 1 boomer, and 9 subs. The Earth Alliance only has another 20 subs in their inventory, most of those are Pac Fleet subs and highly unlikely to be over here. Our major worry now is their underwater mobile suits guarding Heaven's Base and the fleet bases at Faslane or Charleston. Works for me, the XO said. And, for those pukes, we have a little friend. Oh yes we do, Captain Leuides said. The Deep Forbidden and Forbidden Blue were protected against torpedoes by their trans-phase armor, even the large anti-sub torpedoes used by the Longboat and her sister ships. Energetic reactions were not defensible to trans-phase armor. In fact, Mendel planned on making extensive use of their Inferno and acid missile warheads for just exactly that purpose, to burn through trans-phase armor using otherwise readily available conventional munitions to supplement their energy weapons. Scandinavia had gone the same direction, but in a micro-torpedo package, using thermite torpedo-delivered limpet mines as their reagent to burn holes into the mobile suits, then a small explosive charge to remove the limpet mine and allow seawater into the body of the MS. Once the inside of a mobile suit was vented to the outside seascape, the lifespan of that machine could be measured in seconds. We have our go code, rig in the snorkel and set your depth 600 meters submerged, Captain Leuides ordered. Helm, your course is 2-1-0 true for the time being, forward speed 10 knots. Chief of the Watch, signal battle stations. Kenny returned to the small closet that passed for a sonar room. He had visited the United States Naval Warfare Museum in Washington, D.C., back before the Earth Alliance went full douchebag and started randomly killing coordinators at national newsworthy levels, and the sonar center in the Los Angeles class subs was quite a bit larger than the one on the Longboat class subs. On the other hand, Scandinavia had increased the sensitivity and range of sonar systems to an extensive degree over the old 688 boats, making his 2 sonar consoles more lethal than 2 or 3 Los Angeles subs combined. The Earth Alliance, in the absence of a credible naval threat, had allowed their submarine forces to slack off. Now, they were filling the gap with mobile suits, a cheap and low manpower stopgap that didn't impress the Scandinavians. This game was now on, so far as the Nordic operators were concerned. Time would give them complete control of the Northland. 2 hours later, now 145 nm to Iceland. Con, sonar, positive contact, 4 underwater mobile suits, acoustic signature does not match ZAFT machines. It's going to be forbidden blue units. Range estimate 9,000 meters, course 2-2-5, best bearing is northbound on these guys. They're not in a hurry to do anything, though. Depth? Captain Leuides asked after a moment to step up to the door of the sonar room. Sounds like 200 meters right now, they're running pretty shallow, sir, Cartman answered the captain's question immediately. Much like Kenny, he was a fan of South Park, and had a dead-on impression of Cartman's voice whenever he wanted to use it. They have a hard floor of 1,000 meters, though, Kenny said. And our hard floor is 3,500 meters, Maxwell said. We'll pop off a canister round and dive for the floor, make it impossible for them to catch us. His strategy was predicated on the concern of crush depths for his submarine versus the hull crush depth of the Forbidden series. Unlike a proper submarine, the Forbidden machines were not designed to handle water pressures of depths beyond 1,000 meters, due to pressure displacement limitations of the humanoid form. Thus, it was theoretically possible for Maxwell to take a shot, dive hard and fast, and simply scoot off in another direction unseen and unheard by the surface dwellers. Alternately, he could go full silent, slow fire on them, and wait for the results like a hole in the water, which sounded like a far better plan at the moment. The Forbidden machines had a decent sonar, but their ability to localize a quiet threat was really limited to a bubble of 5,000 meters around them in the same temperature gradient. Chief of the Watch, rigged ship for ultra-quiet. Attack Center, plot solution for 1 LCU. The chief pulled down the microphone handset and set it to 1 MC. All hands now hear this, rigged ship for ultra-quiet. Helm, cut speed to 2 knots forward. Weps, where is that firing solution? Maxwell asked after a moment. Solution is being calculated, now, the weapons lieutenant answered. On your screen, now, he pointed to one of the monitors nearby the captain's chair. Nice. Load tubes 1 to 4 with conventional torpedoes, tube 5 with the LCU, and tube 6 with a decoy. Open outer doors on 4, 5, 6 only when loaded. Loading the torpedo tubes became the present time eater in his attack plan. He had 2 torpedo teams loading the tubes, but each tube had to be loaded effectively individually. That alone cost him 90 seconds to get the 6 tubes into battery. All tubes loaded, sir, and firing solution is active. What are your orders? The XO asked. Ram tube 5, Maxwell ordered, which differed from normal torpedo firing in that there was no burst of high-pressure air to kick the torpedo out, so no launch sound would be heard by the opposition. The torpedo was shoved out by a hydraulic ram into the sea, and once it passed the end of the tube the motor would start and the torpedo would follow the firing solution movement course. The advent of torpedo ram deployment was a Scandinavian trick from the later parts of the Reconstruction War, to make things harder on the Americans in sub-to-sub combat. It worked. Con, sonar, the enemies went live when the torpedo passed 4,000 meters, sir. Time to intercept now 95 seconds. Run to the hills, motherfuckers. The Reaper is in town, and his scythe has your name on it, the lieutenant in control of Weps said. Getting a little bit personal, are we? Maxwell asked idly. I had a cousin on Mendel too. She was confirmed inside the civilian loading docks when the nuke went off a block away from her. No body found, no body expected. That blows, Kenny said, never having heard that tidbit about the rest of the crew. We'll reap some hard vengeance, Maxwell said. We have plenty of hoop-ass to go around. The torpedo-delivered limpet mines were only a fraction of the size of their large-bore counterparts. Scandinavia had been cranking out literally hundreds of the microtorpedoes in anticipation of this scenario, with special LCU cases, launching cluster unitary cases, to deploy 30 of the microtorpedoes per launch. The LCU would travel along as a standard torpedo would until it arrived at a target area, then it ejected the side panels on the torpedo body to expose the microtorpedoes and release them. 6 clusters of 5 torpedoes would eject from the case and begin homing in on any sonar targets in the area that were larger than a DSRV or UUV, and smaller than a normal submarine. This prevented the microtorpedoes from wasting themselves on the heavy double-hull construction of an enemy sub and stopped the inadvertent targeting of the Scandinavian SS Gaze. The microtorpedoes were engineered to have 65 knots of submerged speed for 10 knots travel distance, which would prevent all but the luckiest of mobile suit pilots from escaping their wrath. In this case, there was a little luck to be had amongst the latest of the Forbidden Blue Line, the Forbidden Vortex Gundam. Of the 30 torpedoes, 13 found their mark on enemy machines, including one machine that took only one. The one machine that suffered only one hit was smart enough to fast surface his Gundam. The other pilots freaked out when their machines started reporting armor damage and then breaches. Once opened up to seawater, the machines began compressing in on themselves and crushed on their sinking voyage to the sea floor. 3 down, 1 surfaced, Cartman reported. Okay, looks like he is headed back for the barn. This one is sanitized, sir. Good. Helm, resume 10 knots forward, keep your ears out for any other surprises. It would only be later that Captain Leuides found out his ship was credited with the first forbidden kills using the new microtorpedoes, the first kills in Scandinavia's Northland Sweep campaign, and the first kills in the first battle of the GIUK Gap, 3. They would also not be his last kills. XXX. April 13, CE 73, 0600 hours Zulu. Open space area, anti-spineward from L3, Artemis/Heliopolis. Con, sensors, 4 marks dead ahead, range 36 grids, the sensor officer said. Each grid amounted to roughly 50 kilometers, 4, so the enemy ships were 1,800 kilos off, or roughly 10 times their maximum effective firing range. Understood, Star Admiral Minako Sahalan said calmly. Helm, wake 'em and shake 'em. On it, her helmsman answered immediately. Tracking, lock. Firing 1. Chief Warrant Officer Eliza McNeil half shouted as she dropped the first hammer. Tracking 2, firing 2. She dispensed with a second shot roughly 10 seconds after the first, enough time for the Earth Alliance officers to understand what just screwed them, not enough time for them to do anything about the second hit. Reloading both guns with armor penetrators, Star Admiral. Won't need them, at least until we do ground targets or possibly on Artemis, Minako said. Sensors, count on remaining ships. 4, Captain. 3 Drakes and a Nelson, the flight boss answered. Helm, Con, secure railguns and take us in direct against their remainder. Weps, missiles and energy weapons only. I still want to save ammo for the ground targets, especially after the beating the Old Angel took in their defensive stand. Energy weapons and missiles, aye Star Admiral, the weapons controller answered. Second slug arrived with critical hit, both ships down. Sensors, Con, light 'em up, let us make sure they know who is their Reaper today. Sensors online, full space picture in 3 seconds. After the ghosts and spurious returns were filtered out of the sensor system, the screen lit up with a little over 30 more contacts, all mobile suits. Looks like we have some friends out there. Just 30? No significant threat, the point defense grid can destroy that with ease. Continue close, begin firing at optimum range for weapon systems, Captain Joachim ordered. Con, sensors, identified one enemy special machine, typed as GAD X-133 Sword Calamity. High-performance close-range butchering machine, the flight boss noted after reading through the list of identified contacts. Let the fire control system speak for us against it, Star Admiral Sahalan said derisively. Got it, the weapons control officer said. Point defense grid coming online now, all weapon systems will be active in 5. Naval particle and laser batteries on the Nelson. Port side and starboard side missile batteries to the respective Drakes. Got it. Time for some teleoperated love taps, the weapons controller officer said. Pass the commands down to the gun crews, people. Make it hurt. His fire arc controllers began issuing fire directives to the individual guns crews in their arcs, since every weapon section was involved in the fighting except the rear arc. Within seconds, the gun crews returned their fire plans to the attack center that matched their orders, and the gunners were released to dispense with the who pass at discretion. The challenge for the gunners became an issue of tracking the individual targets and putting over 100 guns worth of firepower onto 3 ships. For the lasers and the particle cannon gunners, this wasn't a huge deal, lasers operated at the speed of light, particle cannons only slightly slower but negligibly offset. The Golden Phoenix, though, was not an elite formation in the annals of Phalanx ships. She clipped the enemy with only one of her 2 heavy naval particle cannon bays, 3 cannons, and hit with all of her lasers except a single pair of 5.5 cm lasers that were inadvertently stopped by an AL Dagger L. When the last of the NL-35 bays found its mark, the ship had lost all the useful armor on the front facings and all of its structural integrity, including control systems, thrusters, and most of the forward and side-mounted weapons. The bridge and some of the crew spaces survived intact, but not by much. 5. The missile strikes were a bit different in timing, due mostly to the missiles being almost completely teleoperated missiles. Each teleoperated missile 15 Barracuda Light 6 White Shark Medium, 12 Killer Whale Heavy, and 5 Kraken Ultra Heavy missiles were aimed at each of the Drake warships to the sides of their fleet. Picket was guided by a Magi naval gunner in a rendition of Demolition Derby with large space naval torpedoes. The Golden Phoenix technically had another 8 launchers pointed in their general direction, though the AR-10 batteries were targeted on the nastiest of enemy mobile suits with Barracuda homing missiles for good measure. Only in 3 cases were missiles intercepted, one Aware's pilot with a lucky beam rifle hit and the machine cannons on the noses of the Drakes. 71 of the remaining 73 missiles struck true on their targeted warships from multiple angles, an attack pattern designed to prevent missile fratricide. 6. Long before the last of the missiles struck, the ships were combat disabled and mostly derelict from the barrage. With the end of the missiles, there was effectively nothing remaining of the ships worth immediately salvaging. Whoa, Captain Joachim von Ursig groused. I think we just made a rather loud statement. They may have heard your statement, Bondsman Vander von Kiste noted after the remaining Drake and the completely crippled Nelson launched surrender flares. Well, the Empress changed the rulebook for this engagement, so we give them one chance. She reached up to one of the Growler consoles on the overhead systems cluster, and dialed into the guard frequency. Defeated Earth Alliance warships and mobile suits, this is Star Admiral Minako Sahalan, Multimage Protectorate of Mendel. Your request for surrender is seen and shall be honored but only under our terms. Acknowledge my last. Star Admiral Sahalan, this is Captain Craig Gates, Earth Alliance Warship Halsey. I acknowledge your transmission. We request the right to collect survivors and return to Artemis. NEG, Star Admiral Sahalan rebuked him. Your terms of surrender are to stand down your warships and submit yourselves as bondsmen. Due to the thoroughly dishonorable actions of the Earth Alliance, no other arrangement will be honored. The decision is now in your hands. The decision, such as it was, took only 40 seconds. Star Admiral Sahalan, Captain Gates. Your terms of surrender are accepted. We will submit ourselves as bondsmen. The Star Admiral looked to the flight boss, who controlled launch and recovery operations on the ship. Flight control, prepare marine boarding parties. Minako brought the radio microphone up and clicked the button again. Captain Gates, disable your TDS and weapons systems, all mobile suits are to land on the remaining deck space of the ships for recovery, and pilots are to disembark their machines for pickup by marine boarding parties. Welcome to your new reality, Captain. XXX. April 13, CE 73, 1500 hours Zulu. Artemis Space Station, Lagrange Point 3. Rear Admiral Gerard Garcia had plenty of reason to sweat this day. The newly frocked Division Commander Mendel, formerly Star Admiral Wayne Centura, had reported some good news. The Empress had stepped down the trial of annihilation, the worst possible fate for anyone in front of Mendel's firepower, to a trial of abjuration, only slightly improved over the former. In practicality, what this meant was that any forces that did not surrender to the Magi would be killed, and any forces the Magi did not want to keep as bondsmen would be kicked out of the solar system to fates unknown. In all likelihood, what it really meant for his command would be the death of only 50% of his troops, as opposed to the 90 or 95% he initially estimated. It wasn't much of a consolation, but it beat the hell out of almost assured death. Given Mendel would want to have complete dominance of near space, Artemis had to be on their list. Control of the suborbital reaches was essential to any of their battle plans on the ground, and certainly for supporting the other nations that were getting frisky on the planet below all. ZAFT had their few enclaves and would now be making their moves. The USSA were butt pluggers for Mendel, and apparently Scandinavia was raising holy undersea hell with a speed and fury unrecognizable before this week. Of course, the great assholes of space, Mendel, would need clear skies so they could rain steel and fire down on the planet, so. 2 warship pickets had fallen already, as evidenced by the destruction of the 2 Agamemnon-class ships he had out and about, both with positive laser line communication links that suddenly and inexplicably went dead. No doubt, they had run afoul of them Jair and her sister ship, the Golden Phoenix, whose naval railguns literally massed more than the ships they were shooting at. It went without saying that the immense killing power of those ships would not be withstandable for long by anything in the Earth Alliance arsenal. Maybe ZAFT's Gondwana, maybe not. To point, those ships aren't coming home, right, sir? One of his system controllers asked. No, son, no they aren't, Garcia answered solemnly. Your girlfriend was on the Halsey, wasn't she? She was, torpedo crew, the same controller answered. There's only one way this can end, Gerald Garcia said solemnly. Someone has to die and get kicked out of this solar system. Either it's going to be Mendel, or it's going to be us. I'll leave the odds on who wins to the Vegas bookies or the bookies in the casino on them Jair, just as likely. Really? A casino on a warship? One of the control room ladies asked. It's there, Gerald Garcia acknowledged. One of my operators took a tour of the ship while it was in dock. The casino is real, and he lost 20 C-bills in blackjack while he was with the tour group. These guys live by a different rulebook. It's also a winning. The operator was interrupted by a mini-earthquake. What the hell was that? Rear Admiral. We've lost the eastern 3 umbrella emitters. Another blast occurred. 2 on the western side are down. A different controller noted. 3 seconds later, damn, they got another 2 on the eastern side. We've got double opens, sir. Rear Admiral Garcia simply laughed. When they said they could use the railguns at interplanetary distances, they weren't joking. We can't even see their ships, which means they're firing by lensing the shells through the Earth's gravity field to slingshot them into the right flight path. What do we do, sir? What's left of the umbrella is opening now, but it's not going to stop them for long. What are we going to do? Garcia simply held a passive mien even as another blast rattled the station. What can we do, warrant officer? We have one of the ships to the west, one to the east. What move do we make? He quizzed her ruthlessly. The controller hesitated for a second, with a glance first at the damage board, then the fleet board. Nothing, sir. We have no options. And that is the problem in 4 words. This is the Atlantic Federation's war, not ours. They kicked the tiger in the ass, it is their job to come up with a plan to deal with the tiger's teeth, and those plans don't involve us dying for their cause. Any objections? You know Blue Cosmos won't stand for you surrendering. A BC Chief Warrant Officer, political hack, noted. Kid, look around you, Rear Admiral Garcia said. Count the amount of pistols aimed at you right now. The Chief Warrant Officer did the math. 7, sir, 7 bodies that can be seen to after this war is won, in a decade or 2. Gerard's XO chuckled grimly. The naivete is strong in this one. Indeed, he actually thinks Mendel will put up with another decade of this shit, Garcia said before he resumed his seat. No, I think the Multimage Empire has tired of their shit, and this is where they pull the plug on the whole movement. A world has begged the cosmos for someone to end this nightmare, and that party is about to board this station. Peaceably, mind you, since I'm not in this to make a martyr out of myself. You're only thinking about your career, the BC warrant noted. My career? Bah, Garcia waved at him dismissively. My career died and has been on permanent life support since the incident with the Archangel. Dying hard may look good in the history books, but it won't be the Earth Alliance or Blue Cosmos writing those history books. He was briefly interrupted by another series of blasts on the western and eastern flanks of the station. There is nothing to gain here. Now, I wholeheartedly suggest you don't mention your position in Blue Cosmos when the Marines show up, you hear? I'll take 1 or 2 of them with me, he said defiantly. The BC warrant was caught looking in the wrong direction by one of the other warrants. He barely had time to feel the muzzle of a pistol against his deltoid, before the lady shot a single round down through his shoulder and into his heart. After a moment of watching the body float away, she holstered the pistol. 1 or the whole station, and I'm not taking the chance. I'm in here for the college program, not the blue and pure world. Nice shot, kid, the XO said before he used a console cord to tie down the body so it didn't float free. Radio, issue a surrender notice to Mendel before they cause any more damage to the station. XXX. April 14 CE 73, 0600 hours Lima, UTC 6. Unidentified location. Lord Gibril had made sure his personage was blacked out for the cameras. He did not want to be seen, given his secondary hostage, Kira Yamato, had been rescued by ghosts. If they were willing to expend effort on a rescue operation, that meant more ghosts were on planet and he didn't want to give them anything that they could use to track him down. Voice distortion was also a good measure in such cases, which his sound technician had applied a double pass distortion to it. Attention, citizens of Mendel, ZAFT, and Scandinavia. Your 3 nations are to be commended for your swift victories in space and at sea. The Earth Alliance will take several years to fully recover from the damage so far delivered, which is no small feat for 3 nations with a combined population of less than Europe. Gibril began his global speech. Despite the excellent victories in limited battle, you do not have the manpower necessary to begin a land campaign in Europe or North America, and I advise your nations to remember that going forward. Even the reinforcements brought by the Empress Atrebas are not sufficient to stand against the Earth Alliance. X. Main Conference Room, Orb Administration Building. Do you believe the balls on this son of a bitch? Lord Ezekiel Senvanaz asked nobody in particular. He has obviously never studied the Magi methods of war, and he incorrectly assumes that his entire population will stand against Mendel, Lady Rondomina Sahako said. I do not see how he could completely miss the obvious points in this one, Colonel Kisaka said heartily. Wayne doesn't have to take every inch of land, he just has to break the governments. I will not bore the people to sleep with the details of our extensive preparations to counter an obvious invasion attempt. I will simply say that we have 1 million troops in the field and ready to act. Not even your vaunted suborbital fire support can turn such a tide, Gibril said haughtily. He had no knowledge that he was echoing a rather famous Negaverse Dark Lord that had said the same thing to the Magi in millennia past, and she had paid dearly for such empty boasting. Someone is about to bleed for their arrogance, Kagalai decreed. X. Main Command Center, USS Manaus Garrison. Good luck on that one, amigo, Edward Harrelson said coldly. Kinda makes you wish a ghost would just show up and pop this hemorrhoid, so we don't have to listen to this seeping bullshit, the president said candidly. Here in the military bunker, he could speak freely without issue. And where the hell is Reisman? Doesn't he have a leash on this fruit bag? Probably the other way around, sir, the Secretary of Defense for the USSA answered. Logos effectively controls the politicians. I will have the war ended and call it a draw if 3 preconditions are met. If the parties refuse, I have a penalty for the world, a small penalty, but a rather poignant one. First, the Scandinavians are to stand down and return all their ships and subs to port. The Scandinavians will pay restitution to the Earth Alliance in response to their unprovoked destruction of our warships, mobile suits, and submarines. X. Royal Palace Main Conference Room, Equatorial Union. Our own defenses are coming along. The king asked his eldest son after a moment. We have a full battalion of the hovercraft in deploy. If anything comes looking, it will end badly for them, the prince assured his father. We do not have a position, but we will defend our sovereignty. Nobody shall challenge the Union, the king claimed. Second, the Zodiac Alliance shall stand down their naval forces and land bases. The plants will submit to international inspections for compliance with the Junius Treaty, but shall not suffer any further repercussions for their actions thus far taken. Like hell, ZAFT will stand up for that, the Crown Prince noted with a smile. It was fairly obvious that this was not good faith negotiation. Gibril was adding dynamite to a burning fire, a combination that would not bode well for anyone. X. Gundam Astray Blue Frame, Giga Float Rail Launcher Platform. I would ask if they are serious, but he is not, Elijah said. He's trying to enrage the other players, Kazahanaya declared. His penalty will be calculated to make this infinitely worse, even if he says it is small. Concur, Guy Murakumo noted with a soured expression. Mendel will certainly not comply with anything he asks. Third, Mendel must submit to occupation by the Earth Alliance, must turn over all captured facilities, and either stand down their forces or remove themselves from this star system. Such a dangerous party as the Multimage Star Empire, who has built a history on hostile takeovers of other, lesser nations, cannot be allowed to remain a functional party in the political environment on Earth. This requirement is non-negotiable, and the stand-down order includes the multiple teams of ghosts you have running around in the Atlantic Federation at this time. Oh yes, I know about the ghosts. Stand them down, Star Admiral, or the blood they shed shall be on your hands. Indeed, no chance of Mendel accepting that, Loretta Aya said with a frown. X. Bridge, Warship Jeever. AI, prepare to break into his channel and split-screen him versus me, Wayne said. I'm already inside his carrier loop, just depress your microphone when ready, the artificial intelligence entity said. Oh, this is gonna be good, Calamira West noted sardonically, in the neutral voice of female disdain that any guy could recognize. If these preconditions are met, the Earth Alliance will recognize a draw battle. Failure to do so will result in a penalty. The view briefly switched over to a picture of a girl handcuffed to a chair in a basement somewhere. Millions of viewers around the planet recognized it as Lakis Klein in the chair. I am sure you heads of state can recognize the person in the chair. She dies in 6 hours unless I have a declaration of intent to comply with my demands. Wayne brought his microphone up and depressed the talk button. Attention Lord Gibril of the Earth Alliance Industrial Collective Logos. Wayne paused for a moment, which was enough to show the world the surprised reaction of the darked-out man on the other side of the split screen. Oh yes, Gibril. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly where you are right now, and I know where your 5 other houses are, and the 2 bunkers you might consider using as fallback survival locations. I know all about you, the 3-inch bat you swing, the strange autoerotic asphyxiation thing you get a kick out of, and the whole I will kill an uninvolved pop star because I'm getting my ass beat in a war I started routine. You are one sick fuck, Gibril, and while you think you are clever hiding behind a dark-out graphic and a double-pass voice distortion system, you cannot escape the wrath of the Magi. Welcome to my world, Gibril. Welcome to my personal hell. A light clicked on in the room, obviously by choice of Gibril, revealing the man, the uniform, the horrid makeup job, and the cat. Coming from a man who hides behind 30,000 tons of armor, and who plans to rain death down on this world, you have plenty of room to talk, Centura. I am not hiding, Gibril. Any amateur stargazer with a telescope can see my warship orbiting the planet every 2 hours. I am winning, Gibril, not hiding. That you are holding a world hostage with the leftover nuclear arsenal of the United States, and holding a gun to the head of a little girl, you are simply demonstrating to the world the sheer impotence of the Earth Alliance. Empress Atrebus has already told me that I am to boot you off the planet, and no Magi officer would disobey such an order after seeing your pussy visage try to intimidate a world into silence, so allow me to offer you a suggestion. You may take your demands of Magi surrender, you are advised to cram them up your arse, sit down on them, and rotate counterclockwise 4 times or until you pass out from overstimulation. Do you read me, Gibril? 3 hours, Centura. Lakis dies, or your gambit ends. The decision is yours. This conversation is over. Gibril's feed cut, but Waynes remained and took over the primary view. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the Earth sphere, you heard it straight from the instigator himself. Because the psycho-schizo freak is not getting his way and cannot dominate the Earth sphere anymore, he's just going to kill a pop star and continue the war. Mendel will make all efforts possible to rescue Lakis, but the days of a world being held hostage at the whims of sociopaths have ended. This game of power and thrones has ended, for I intend to destroy the thrones in question by way of the naval autocannons on this ship. Those who shall not allow others to live in peace shall bring peace to the world by departing this world, one way or the hard way. These are my orders, and I shall execute them to the letter. Wayne paused for a moment to consider his next tack, then resumed. All Earth Alliance citizens are advised to prepare evacuation plans and / or personal supply caches of food, medicines, heat and light sources, and water. When the invasion begins, your access to critical supplies may be disrupted, having caches of your own may save your lives. We will do all in our power to prevent civilian disruptions, but war is chaotic at best. I can make no guarantees of avoiding collateral disruptions or casualties. If you are religious, I request prayers and / or offerings for Lakis Klein, and for the world as a whole. This campaign has only begun, and it shall be worse before it becomes better. Division Commander Wayne Centura, Multimage Protectorate of Mendel, signing off. XXX. April 14 CE 73, 0800 hours Lima, UTC 7. Unidentified location. Lakis had been silently baffled about the camera setup that was aimed at her, initially, but passed it off to some manner of videologue or presentation that otherwise involved her being a hostage. She ignored the camera, unwilling to give the perverts on the far side of it any satisfaction. 3 hours prior, Lakis had been put on notice that her execution was coming, and that it would be televised to the entire world to show just how heartless Mendel truly was. Lakis said nothing, given that she was pretty sure the trigger man for this execution was not a Mendel officer. Now, with the arrival of the entire BC operations group that was assigned to this task, 6 persons, she knew the hour was at hand. She had only struggled against it for the first 30 minutes, the handcuffs that bound her to the chair were double locked to prevent escape and prevent them from over-tightening on her wrists. The rest was resigned depression, knowing one would die at a set time, and that there was no option to avoid it. These thoughts ate at someone's soul. By the time the crew was ready to begin their presentation, she was resigned to her fate, but almost completely depressed by it just the same. The phone rang, to which the lead put it on speaker by rote. 231 Group. You have not completed the task yet, correct? Lord Gibril asked. No, sir, we were waiting for confirmation of non-compliance, the lead answered. Excellent. I want Mendel to wallow in their failure. I want the division commander to see the first of many innocents die, this one live in real color. When we go live, you will introduce yourself, give Mendel 30 seconds to make their final decision, and then you will execute her by pistol shot so the whole world can see her face. Clear. Clear, sir. Do I use a suppressor, or full noise? Suppressor, Gibril answered after a few seconds. Take your position, as soon as the camera record light flips on, begin. He hung up immediately afterward, intent to watch on the television in the coming minutes. X. I don't think Gibril is issuing idle threats, unless Mendel has already interfered in the loop. Colonel Kisaka asked Rondo Mina Sahaku. Not to my knowledge, Colonel, Mina answered coldly. By Haumea, I wish they would interfere, though. I don't want to field the civilian backlash from this one. The Blue Cosmos feed on several international stations had been on a countdown timer, counting down the time that Mendel and the other nations had to accede to BC demands. It had zeroed out some minutes ago, sitting at a blinking midnight prompt, meaning that war, and Lakis execution, could not be avoided. In all reality, it was expected. Lakis was famous, loved, but she was one lady at the threat of a whole world. Centura had said it best, the days of a sociopath holding a whole world hostage were over, and apparently every other nation so far involved agreed with him. The feed blacked out from the blue-on-white timer and screen, then came back to a live picture from the same basement that Lakis was held in. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the blue and pure world. I am Commander Michelle Jones, Blue Cosmos 231 Special Operations Cell. As Mendel has seen fit to ignore the demand to submit to proper authority, the elimination of coordinators wholesale shall resume right now, with Lakis Klein. Mendel has 30 seconds gratuity to make a final offer of surrender. X. Combat Information Center, Royal Palace of Scandinavia. Fucking sick bastards, the lot of them, the Crown Prince complained. She was a lovely one, but optimistic. She is rather broken now, retainer Karl Grimson noted to his ward, the prince. Prince Gustav nodded solemnly. He looked up to the other officers in the control room. Now hear this, ladies and gentlemen. If any man in this room thinks we are not justified in dropping Blue Cosmos into the grave they have dug for themselves, present yourselves immediately and retainer Grimson will slap the fail out of you for holding sympathy for these demons. A few of his operational personnel chuckled at the joke, but nobody stepped up. The prince took it as sign that his personnel were on board with the Star Admiral's decoration. Highness! Look! Movement on the right periphery. On the screen. A sharper-eyed lady said from the analysis pit. The hell is that? Some kind of spectral outlay. The prince cut himself off mid-sentence. Once the word spectral crossed his lips, he intrinsically knew what he was looking at. X. Giga float rail launcher platform. Not a good way to go, publicly executed like that. Probably tearing up her parents, seeing that, Elijah commented. Her father was gunned down by ZAFT hardliners toward the end of the war. Guy corrected the slight misstep by his teammate. Her only effective family is her boyfriend Kira Yamato, who was kidnapped but is now missing in action somewhere in the old United States territory. Still, a world will weep when that wench pulls the trigger, Loretta Aya said curtly. And I will be one of them. The phone rang on the feed coming from the basement. It rang a second time, when Commander Michelle Jones allowed herself a brief bit of visible frustration at the interruption. Another BC operator reached into the view and tapped a key on it, which put the phone on speaker so everyone could hear it. X. Undeclared location. Who the hell is calling them? Jibril asked as soon as the phone rang. He made sure it wasn't him, in case his phone was acting screwy. Not us, sir, his tech guru said. The phone crackled for a moment, then was assailed by a loud 3 seconds of guitar, obviously some part of a song. The lyrics started next. I am your inner fear, your kind refuse to hear, was the first part of the song's message. It continued even as the nightmare set in for the BC operators. They had been hacked, hard, on what should have been a secured line. I am the light, it continued, before the first visual indicator of something gone wrong happened. Live, on millions of television sets around the globe, a small puff of smoke on the right side of the room was followed in the next frame by the commander's right side of her head shredding out. The following frames showed the classic pink mist of blood flying in the general direction of the bullet's travel. For the commander's demise, there were no theatrics, no flopping around, nothing. She was standing one moment, her head shredded out, then the body collapsed to the floor with all the grace of a falling sack of potatoes. The grotesque sound of her drop was only magnified by the screech of someone else in the area, but it wasn't Lakis that had screamed. As far as the pink princess was concerned, she simply stared, wide-eyed, at the dropped body of her never-to-be executioner. Still, the song continued on the phone. I am the way, the next lyric shouted, before the trooper behind Lakis took several suppressed rounds in the chest, the silenced weapon used briefly audible above the music. Damn it! Jibril shouted when he realized what had happened. X. Warship Jr. But the fallacies of man are easy to embrace. The song continued unabated, as the entire bridge crew watched on, which segued into several seconds of wailing electric guitar, punctuated by several bursts of some kind of suppressed machine gun. Hot damn! Whoever that ghost is, he's fucking waxing the bastards. CWO Willie shouted from the helm station. 2 points for our side, Strategic Officer West declared. The shooting ended about the time the song arrived at the chorus, which was rather ironic a choice in song, probably deliberately on the part of the ghost. Mankind's dishonesty lays them to waste / I will divide, / I am the truth, and I walk alone, at which point a final burst of suppressed gunfire shredded the phone apart on live television. This one is on you, Jibril, for I am the truth, and I walk alone, a detached voice told the camera, a bare second before a Mendel armored infantryman appeared out the thin air between the camera and Lakis Klein. Next time you want someone dead, you don't fuck around about it on live television. Grossly unprofessional, melodramatic conduct. Then again, considering you are the foremost expert on wangst and bad makeup on television right now, this classic foobar might be par for the course. The ghost took the time to slip the submachine gun he was using in behind the back of his shield, then used a forearm heat knife to chop off the handcuffs from the part attached to the chair arms. The name's Benjamin Jones, Jibril. I want you to remember it and remember it well, because I am the ghost instructor who shall train the army of invisible assholes that will hunt you down to the ends of this miserable little planet. That is, if I don't do it myself. The ghost put the barrel of a silenced pistol to the lens of the camera. The camera was a rather expensive, high-quality studio piece, and was able to focus close enough to see the tooling marks on the end of the suppressor. Remember this view, wanker, because you will see it again in what remains of your life. The signal feed from the camera cut out a half-second later. And a whole world goes wild for the brutal rescue operation, Kalamira said. I wish you could hear this, Wayne. If there was any one thing that united a whole world in celebration, Benjamin capping off the BC commander was it. And a nation shall thank him for it, Wayne promised. Have Lightbringer start running plans to get them out of Dodge as soon as we begin the landing operations. If he has to go deep in, that may be what it takes. DC Central looked wide, to the flight control areas of the bridge. All right, people, we have 3 ghosts and 2 protected persons flapping in the wind right now. The only way we can ensure they survive is by giving the Earth Alliance a hard-on in a different direction. Prepare to make some noise. X. This is bullshit, Jibril raged. The self-styled lord of logos and industrial titan drop-kicked his cat across the room in expression of his frustration, though the cat landed on a couch and simply ran off to another room to avoid further airtime. Sir, what are your orders? His subordinate BC general asked. Find them, kill them, and make it public and bloody. I don't care how you do it, I don't care what you do it with, just make sure the bodies are recognizable when you are done, he said coldly. This bullshit has to end, or we will end up spending 2 decades after the end of this war simply re-establishing our credibility. We're damn near out of credibility thanks your bullshit makeup job, sir, the general thought but did not say. We're on it, sir. X. Come on, kid, can you stand? Ghost Instructor Jones asked the former hostage. I can, Lakis answered, though when she did stand up it was rather shaky. You're not going to be able to walk out of here, Benjamin judged. First things first, you will need supplies for the haul. This isn't going to be a trivial run home. Why? Lakis asked. Well, you don't want to hang around for the follow-on troops, do you? Benjamin asked in counter. No, why didn't you act sooner? Lakis asked with significant anger to voice. You've been here the whole time, but you only acted at the last possible. She seized up after Benjamin pulled his helmet. Lakis would not say it, but she was very much surprised to see a rather old guy in the armor, with a literally grey beard and mustache under the helmet, and more age lines in his face than her father had had on his own mien. This was no young trooper, he was an old hand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be angry for someone saving my life. You just came 5 seconds away from being executed, Benjamin said. You have a lot of emotion running rampant in your mind. Anger is certainly high on that list. Don't fight your emotions, don't suppress them, and sure as hell, don't internalize them or make them permanent. You'll warp your mind doing those things. Okay, Lakis agreed to the pertinent advice. The wench has the key to your handcuff remnants. Might want to get rid of those. Ghost Instructor Jones pointed to the commander. You escaped death, but you are still in the danger zone. Your first and foremost thought right now should be getting to safety. I will explain why I acted only at the last minute, here in a minute, but right now you need to prepare for a long hike to safety, kid. What do I need? Lakis asked. Food and water, for sure, but what else? Backpack to transport it, Benjamin pointed to a gear pack that one of the guards laid against the wall. Dump his useless stuff, keep the sleeping bag set, and food and water are in the cases on the western wall. Anything else I will need? Yeah, the cameraman has a pretty good survival knife. You're not likely to need it with me around, but just in case happens all too often in this line of work, Benjamin had unlocked his own shield and set it on the ground, as well as set down his metal square backpack box. Once he was away from the box, Lakis could tell it was really 3 boxes, 2 attached to a central box that attached to his armor. I'll dump what water we don't take for personal use into my fusion pack reservoir. Wait, fusion pack? Lakis asked. Yeah, that big box in the center is a self-contained fusion reactor in a backpack, Benjamin said. So long as I keep it filled with water or hydrocarbon fuel, I can run indefinitely or until I crap out from lack of water or food. And you stood here, waiting, silently and motionless, just to rescue me? Lakis asked. Actually, I have been with you since your shuttle left Copernicus, Benjamin admitted. Keep stocking your pack, MREs, and water. You challenged why I did not act sooner. I am a being of stealth, and there are 2 methods of stealth in existence, being unseen, and being unheard because louder noise is in the area. I remained by your side by being unseen, my intent was to rescue you by being unheard when the invasion fleet makes its noise, but Jibril forced my hand. Now, a world knows who we are and that we are fleeing. It is time to return to being unseen, and hopefully Division Commander Centaurum makes enough noise that we can be unheard. Oh, Lakis said, which brought things more into focus for her. Not only had this ghost been standing here, motionless, waiting for the perfect opportunity to rescue her, but he had technically been shanghaied just the same as Kira and Lakis had on that shuttle nearby the Battle of Mendel. Okay, I have 8 bottles of water, 6 MREs, that's 3 days of food and water. Not really, but since you won't be walking, it shouldn't be a big deal, Benjamin noted. I'll be doing all the legwork, so the onus for energy is on me. To point of fact, he had stuffed 2 cases of MREs into one side of the backpack, along with over a case of water bottles. Okay, I have to ask this honestly now, or it's going to eat me up trying to think about it. Why, when Mendel doesn't even like me? No, kid, a world loves you, and that includes Mendel. Just because someone above me doesn't like your policy theories does not lessen your inherent humanity, kid, and that is what this is all about. Now, since we have all our necessary supplies, and also since Blue Cosmos won't be over long in coming for us, it is time to de-ass this area with all due quickness. Benjamin folded down a jump seat on the inside of his shield, locked it in place, and swung out a footrest. Hop on, buckle in, and prepare for one of the bumpiest rides ever. Author's chapter afterward. First chapter back into the Joker's wild after my hiatus, and it is damn good to be doing the Naval and Mobile Forces strategic ass beating that is more or less denied me by my other stories. A little bit of everything here, for everyone. Got some personal time, some political work, another one of Durandal's famous speeches, naval work, and even covered ops bookending the chapter. First things first, the ghost ops at the beginning of the chapter and the end are the good, hard indicator to Blue Cosmos that they are penetrated by some serious players. Rescuing Kira Yamato was part luck, part typical ghost operation. Terra and Xian happened to be along the travel path for the tangos, so setting up an ambush was a no-brainer. For the record, the submachine gun used by Terra is the Rarinex RM3/XXII SMG. It fires a small, explosive round that can seriously shred body armor and even threaten early tank armor if used right. Against exposed personnel, it is hellish. Rescuing Lakis was a convergence of personnel and chance that worked to everyone's favor, except for BC. Because BC did not know they had a ghost in the shuttle, they never knew a ghost was planning on preventing them from executing a non-combatant. All Benjamin had to do was the usual ghostly invisible statue in plain sight routine to wait for the opportune moment, then drop the hammer and extract Lakis. In this case, what Benjamin told Lakis is true about the defined opportune moment. He intended to wait for the invasion to begin, which would have caused Lakis' escape to be lost in the noise of the planet being hammered by 2 legions of Magi troops, on the order of 70,000 veteran, armored troops and mobile units. What happened, instead? He made a very public and very loud statement by executing the executioners on live, uncensored, planet-wide television and thus embarrassed Blue Cosmos in their worst failure since its inception. Of course, insulting the head of logos on international television and giving him some phallic symbolism at the point of a suppressor barrel is only bonus points for Benjamin. The other major selling point of this chapter is the explanation of scale and purpose, as well as Wayne's promotion to division commander. Because Wayne is now the DC over a set-aside Magi Protectorate, his flexibility to make decisions is now far greater and he has the option to grow his Tumen forces, as large as he deems necessary. That said, with no further hope of support from the Empire proper, the game is now entirely on Mendel, and their held territory, to make the necessary advances. Another thing to consider is that because the Mendel division is not considered type-specific, infantry or technical units, for example, Wayne can expand and contract the forces in any branch as he sees fit. Pay attention to it, because decisions made now will echo in coming sets. The last thing is the naval battle around Iceland. Scandinavia may be mopping the floor with the otherwise unprepared Earth Alliance naval forces, don't expect the win streak to continue into perpetuity. The Earth Alliance may have taken a pike to the arse in their own home turf, but an old Cold War esoteric weapon system will make a showing to demonstrate some serious lethality. On the other hand, don't expect the Earth Alliance to stomp the Scandinavians flat, either. Next up, the invasion commences on Earth, Benjamin runs for safety, and Jibril has a full-on meltdown. Notice, as of this chapter, Inferno in Chicago will resume activity. For any readers of the mainline Joker's Wild, consider giving it a shot when I begin the revision. It will be closer to straight combat than the coming Joker's Wild chapters. Beta readers note. Hey readers, Zeben here. Just thought I should bring up the fact that all Lagrangian points referenced in these stories are the Earth-Moon system, and not the Sun-Earth points. Long notation for the points would be in the form of EML1 EML5 for the Earth-Moon system, and SEL1 SEL5 for the Sun-Earth points. Since we are only referencing the Earth-Moon system, we're using the simpler L1 L5 notations. Hope this brings a close to any possible confusion. We had some confusion on our end during the writing of this chapter. Stravog's addendum, the arrival of the Golden Phoenix is also included in this listing of being an EML1 jump, mainly due to a specially trained jump controller officer, called a Terra jumper. They specialize in inserting their ships into the Lagrange points around Terra, given that during the Star Empire Wars the cradle of humanity, in its infinite parallel repeats, was a hot commodity and very frequently fiercely fought over. Review replies, 9 reviews on the 9th chapter cycle. Huzzah! Zeben Nightwing, oh, just wait until you see the TONE I am about to produce. Fraser Mage, messages received, amigo. Such tricks will have to make a showing here shortly. Koraganitar the Night Shadow, what? You actually think this is some manner of curb stomp yet? Holy shit, son, just wait until you see the action in the next couple chapters and in Inferno in Chicago. I had some of my IIC readers gaping at just a single air campaign, smiley face, Fire Miner, no, never intended to go 50 chapters. Archangel's Amazing Adventures is the long-term story. As to Magi citizens renouncing their citizenship, it is allowed explicitly and recommended to anyone who isn't up to Magi personal standards, ergo, pacifist beyond themselves, separatist, or sides with Loki for the battles of Ragnarok. Treason only applies to those who would aid or abet an enemy of the Empire. Cody 88, and then there was more pain. Sejuuk, hey, Zeben here. Sorry to say that it's unlikely that TFJW will not likely be seen in those eras, but if you want something along those lines, you might consider checking out the story Archangel's Amazing Adventures. Not exactly Joker's Wild, but it's well enough along the lines. I hope you enjoy the stories. Nightwolf 1875, I have always wondered, why is it in Battletech that the good leaders are only in power when the shit hits the fan? In the calm eras, it seems the jackwagons rule the roost. Semper Victus, thanks for the review, amigo. Also, your posting recommendation did not come through, might I suggest you space it out and clear the punctuation? Like this, .com would be one way to do it. Name under construction, Luna and Gerald are an interesting case that will get even more interesting as the chapters go along. Keep in mind, though, Gerald's dating pre-REQ is a steep one, and there are no technical qualifiers in the cosmic era so far, draw battles, ergo Kira versus Gerald do not count. Thank you all. Damn good to have feedback, even on this oddball work. The gripe sheet. No gripes from the last chapter, Natch. Thanks to Zeben Nightwing, Necroblade, and Takeshi Yamato for keeping my prose straight. Footnotes. 1. Load-bearing equipment. 2. Remember, Scandinavia thinks there are 12 boomers, but the Earth Alliance only has 10. 3. Greenland, Iceland, United Kingdom Gap. In Cold War naval terminology, this was considered the critical battleground for maintaining control of the sea lanes of communication between America and Europe. If the Soviets were able to clear and bypass this defensive line, they could debauch into the North Atlantic and harass naval forces or shipping almost at whim. Individually, this might be considered a rather nonsensical goal, but when combined with a theoretical ground war in Europe, NATO versus Soviet bloc, the loss of the Atlantic SLOC could severely cripple NATO's ability to resupply. For the standard Aerotech space naval ranges are 1 hex equals 18 km. In Magi parlance, the range bracket is increased to 1 hex equals 50 km, to reflect the increases in sensor power, weapons power, and engine power over standard BT/AT forces. 5. Damage tracking. Nose armor, 0/25. FL armor, 0/23. FR armor, 0/23. SI, 0/75. Note, hits included 3 heavy NPPCs, 6 NL55s, and 8 NL35s, with 2 NL55s missing and 3 heavy NPPCs missing. Reminder, the damage totals are doubled for energy weapons against seed targets. 6. Honest hit roll of 98%, which comes out to 71 of 73 missiles. Table of Organization and Equipment, Multimage 6th Division, Mendel Division, as of JW2-10. Note, a goodly portion of the subunits are defined by type, but since the actual forces are in flux until the beginning chapters of IIC and the next couple chapters of JW2, I have listed only their formation type as a placeholder. Note 2, be advised that no formation listed below is homogeneous. If you see an entry for infantry, that means that Galaxy is primarily infantry or mechanized infantry, with a leavening of heavier assets, armor, aerospace, etc. A good rule of thumb is 1 Galaxy equals 5 clusters, where 3 or 4 of those clusters are the primary unit type. Overall Commanding Officer, Division Commander Wayne Centura, Multimage/Centura Blood Heritage. Unit Purpose, form the backbone forces, technological and infantry, for the War of Ragnarok, exist as separate protectorate to the Empire's core territory, defend life and honor in lands claimed to be Magi/Mendel territory. Unit Motto, Si vis pacem, Parabellum, Latin, if you want peace, prepare for war. Unit Anthem, Into the Fire, Artist, Sabaton. XXX. 1st Legion, the Old Guard. Commanding Officer, Legion Commander Gerald Lightbringer, Multimage/Lightbringer Blood Heritage. Warships, MHW 6428 Mjr, Phalanx Class. Monitors, LCAM-01XB Dominion, Archangel Class. Praetorian Century. 1st Praetorian Galaxy, Mjr Marine/Spec Ops. 2nd Praetorian Galaxy, Mjr Marine/Spec Ops. Special Mobility Galaxy, Aerospace/Mixed Mobile Forces. Special Defensive Galaxy, Spec Ops/Nest/Strategic. Samurai Century. 1st Samurai, Gundams. 2nd Samurai, Battle Mechs. 3rd Samurai, Infantry. 4th Samurai, Infantry. National Guard Century. Mjr Battle Mech Forces. Mjr Mobile Armor. Mjr Mobile Forces. Mjr Aerospace Forces. Genetics Program Century. 1st GARM Battle Mech Guards Galaxy. 5th GARM Mobile Forces Galaxy. 8th GARM Infantry Forces Galaxy. 10th GARM Infantry Forces Galaxy. Special Research Division, Century. Mad Scientists Galaxy, Mixed Mobile Forces. 33rd Development Group, Infantry. 82nd Airborne, Infantry. 555th Air Cavalry, Infantry. XXX. 2nd Legion, Starborn. Commanding Officer, Star Admiral Minako Sahalan, Multimage/Zan captured Sahalan Blood Heritage. Warship, MHW 2291 Golden Phoenix, Phalanx Class. Monitors, SCHM000 Gertie Lu Class, Ophanim, Archangel Class. Sound of Silence Century. Battle Mech. Infantry. 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 Black Sheep Century. Conventional Air. Infantry. 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 Ghost River Century. Mixed Mobile Forces. Infantry. 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 Riders on the Storm Century. Aerospace. Infantry. 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 Rose for Epona Century. Ground Armor. Infantry. 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 XXX. 3rd Legion, Terran Guard. Commanding Officer, Star Admiral Jin Kojima, Multimage/Earth Federation Defector Kojima Blood Heritage. Warships, none. Monitors, Hyperion, Redland, Sendai Class, Absinthe, Flame Eater Class, Vladivostok, Riga Class, Thrones, Archangel Class. Century of Stalwart Guards. MS. Infantry. 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 Century of American Guards. Battle Megs. Ground Armor. Infantry. 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 Century of European Guards. Mixed Mobile Forces/Aerospace. Ground Armor. Infantry. 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 Century of Asian Guards. MS. Infantry. 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 Chapter 11, Steel Rain. April 14 CE 73, 1000 hours Lima, UTC 7. Unidentified location, Colorado, Old United States Territory. Coordinates, 40°41 48.08 N, 104°9 48.84 W. Okay, here's the tricky part to any kind of an E&E scenario, Ghost Instruction Benjamin Jones said to his rescuee. Where to go when you've escaped the immediate danger zone? South America would be too far, correct? Lakis asked. Yes and no, Benjamin answered. Yes, a straight hike would be way too far at a walking pace. The war would probably be over before we made it to Mexico City, to be perfectly truthful, much less to the Panama Canal. Star Admiral ERM, Division Commander Centura isn't going to drag this one out. Okay, shorelines? How far are we from the Pacific Ocean? Also no go, Benjamin answered quietly. We'd have to cross the Rocky Mountains, which at this time of year are hit and miss snowed over. You'd freeze to death before we made Oregon. Rivers? Lakis asked, starting to run out of ideas. Definitely an option, especially if we can E&E long enough for the boss to put down some riverine or hover assets. Going by basic geolocation I've done over the past day, we're in Weld County, Colorado Territory, in the old United States area. If we head southeast, we'll stumble across the South Platte River soon enough. Can we really make it? Lakis asked. This isn't my first evade and escape, milady, Benjamin admitted. And a lot of those prior ENES were run against tangos far better equipped and trained to deal with ghosts than the Earth Alliance. Ah, she half-gaped after the ghost began his slow march south down the dusty old road that ran in front of the house. In terms of marching, Lakis admitted that Benjamin was not as fast as she had remembered seeing troops in old war films, but he wasn't exactly ambling along at an unmeasurable pace. It was a steady march, and the rhythm began setting into her bones as the ghost walked along the old dirt road. Sometime after the first intersection they turned it, Lakis fell asleep to the slow trudge of armor on road. 2 hours 15 minutes later. Where how? Lakis asked blearily, wondering why her ears were covered by something until she remembered that she was wearing a headset with microphone. Sleep well, kid? A voice asked her. Hey? Benjamin? Lakis asked. Was I asleep? Yeah, little over 2 hours, Ghost Instructor Jones answered. I decided not to wake you, seeing as how we have had some rather unsavory company for the past 90 minutes or so. Company? The Earth Alliance. In direct answer to her question, their position was overflown by a pair of transport helicopters, flying low and slow in an attempt to spot the unseen. Those. And some wheeled troop transports about an hour ago. QRF, looking to try to catch us napping at the farmhouse. Benjamin chuckled mirthlessly. What that I was on a solo infiltration operation, I could easily turn this area into a randomized death trap for these poor Earth Alliance sods, make them waste resources and manpower trying to find me instead of fighting the division commander. Still, even without firing a shot I'm doing the same thing. Another pair of helicopters flew over the area, though this pair was not troop transports, they were the much sleeker and armed attack helicopters. All this, for us? Lakis asked breathlessly. No, an old crotchety ghost such as myself doesn't rate this kind of ire, Benjamin admitted. Especially since the most I did was shoot up a BC Spec Ops cell. The way the Blueheads operate, who I killed is replaceable for a $1.95 in a song. No, these pukes are after you, which is why I'm doing this slow and steady to get us both out of here alive. Where are we? Lakis asked, indulging that part of her curiosity as a way to avoid the dread of thinking about being a hunted lady. Due south of the not-quite-a village of Kyoto, Colorado, heading for the just-barely-a village Raymer. Much as I guessed, we're in Weld County, Colorado. According to my mapping system, we have 1,087 kilometers to go to our destination, counting straight line as the crow flies travel. Oh, Lakis groused, given those names meant nearly nothing to her. Outside of a couple of the major cities in the Atlantic Federation territories, she knew nearly nothing about the geography of North America. Not for a lack of learning on her part, but a lack of interest about the subject in plant territories. That might take a while. I expect it will, we might be halfway there in 10 days or so, Benjamin admitted. As much as it will distort your perception of time, you may want to sleep while possible. This will be a long, boring march. Lakis was silently dreading his comment, but expected it just the same. You wouldn't happen to have anything to listen to, would you? Benjamin was silent for several paces before he answered. I listen to a randomized mix of everything from classical to punk to deep electronica to hardcore metal to pop, and everything in between. If you want to listen in, be prepared to hear it all and then some more. XXX. April 14, CE 73, 20:30 hours Zulu. Mobile Forces Hangar, Guild 2 Class Dropship Betty's Reclaimer Service. This is unusual, Luna half complained. I mean, why bother with the treads as a main weapon, when you have these? She waved toward a pair of Omnimechs in their cubicles, undergoing final equipment checks. Marin looked closely at the Omnimech her sister had been waving at. It was a Blood ASP Omnimech, larger than anything ZAFT turned out by a good degree, but not the largest piece of hardware in the Magi arsenal by far. I know that mech, the operator said after she realized the paint job was distinctive. She looked around for a moment, and found the pilot hanging out of the left torso magazine access hatch. Woody. Yo. You busy? Not really. The pilot shouted after he waved at the two ZAFT officers. Once clear of the ammo panels on his machine, he took one of the personnel/light freight elevators down to the ground. What were you doing? Luna asked quizzically. For all that she flew the ZAKU and had made a name for herself in it, she didn't do maintenance on it. ZAFT had dedicated mechanics for the MRO routines. Oh, just switching out my missile magazines. The Crimson Guard is going in ahead of this combined arms formation, and our job is to delay, obfuscate and harass any force that might try to close on the dropship while unloading. I'm putting tandem charge missiles in the short-range launchers, to cause more damage to MS, and Thunder LRMs in the -15 racks so I can deploy field-expedient minefields. Oh, Luna said in a half-squeak. Shihohan and Fuss had touched on the possibility of minefields when facing the Magi/Mendel forces, but Luna had brushed it off as nonsensical. What good would a minefield be against a mobile suit with 300 meters jumping range, she had asked in training courses long past. Now, with the possibility of field-deployed minefields, it didn't matter where the Magi set up initial minefields, they could reinforce or deploy new fields wherever they wanted. That prospect, minefields at whim, was rather frightening to Luna. Anyway, how goes? Woody took a seat on a crate of something it was placarded Explosives 1.1 which made it military field-grade explosives and arched his back to stretch it. Just looking around while the ships get into proper orbits, Marin admitted. Luna had a question for you. Go ahead, sis, Marin waved her on. Luna half hesitated, mainly on the scraggly nature of this mech warrior, though she could easily recognize him from the Battle of the Giga Float. The same mech they were standing near had scrapped down a lot of Blue Cosmos mercenaries. Why the tanks? Luna asked after she forced herself past her hesitation. Why not? Woody asked in counter. I mean, why wouldn't we use them? Well. And to silently finish her thought, she waved at the blood-red Blood ASP towering over them. Oh. Woody pointed to the Blood ASP in response. That is 29.4 million C-bills, and the tank in the cube next to it is 5.7 million C-bills. 3 of those tanks, competently piloted, can destroy my poor Blood ASP pretty easily. 4 of them with average crews can destroy the Blood ASP with no losses on their part. Not even the same cost, big difference in battle results. Really? Luna asked with clear skepticism to voice. One thing that had been pounded into her head during training was how pathetic the linear tank was, but these. No joke, Woody answered deadpan. That chunk of badass and tracks is a von Luckner IIM, the Gauss rifle variant. 4 of those tanks can ram a full ton of nickel-plated iron slugs into a single target in roughly 12 seconds. I don't know about ZAFT, but there ain't all that many pieces of walking armor that can absorb a full ton of supersonic steel who pass and remain battlefield functional. And that's just the main gun. The closer you get, the nastier it gets, and it usually has buddies. I'm not buying it, Luna said defiantly. The Earth Alliance and its predecessors have been building tanks for centuries, and they can't do a portion of what you're saying. Those beer cans. Woody snorted. Come in, over here. I'll show you. Woody jumped up from the explosives crate and headed over to the elevator. Luna was quick to follow, if for no reason than to see Woody flatten the tanks underfoot. Another sim run? Marin asked as the elevator headed up toward the cockpit. Yeah. You both should be able to fit in behind the seat, so you both can watch. When the elevator stopped, he walked up to the cockpit and hauled open the forward hatch. After you two. Luna stepped up first and looked inside. You first, Marin, she decided. No problem, the MS operator climbed in without any reservation and wormed her way in behind the seat. Am I standing on a case of grenades again? No, that is my fishing tackle box, Woody admitted. The grenades are on the other side, for when the fishing rod doesn't cut the mustard. You've done this before? Luna asked. Yeah, it's fun watching what it looks like to an Omni-Mech pilot, Marin admitted. Luna sighed and climbed in next to her sister, followed quickly by Woody who took the primary seat and connected his neurohelmet to the computer systems. Monkeys are not allowed to fling it, Woody said with a perfectly straight face. It was a different activation phrase from the last time Marin had been in his machine, due to security requirements for changing activation codes in the machines. What? Luna asked, wondering what the nonsensical phrase meant. Voice authorization confirmed. Welcome Mech Warrior Woody, the machine answered after a few moments. Computer, initiate training simulation, set training scenario Engelbart Plains armor match. Scale to single mech only. Simulation commencing, 3, 2, 1, now. The system declared as his screens lit up. Engelbart Plains is a moderate training round, and used to break new meat in on the challenges of anti-armor work. It's 1 mech per 5 tanks, with the cost factor still in the favor of the mech. And I don't expect to win. Where are they? Luna asked, looking over his control panel for a radar system. There, Woody pointed to a couple blips on the radar. Just over that ridge he paused as the mech simulated some hits with a jolt, since it wasn't completely locked down for this exercise. Damn LRMs, and a lot of MO shit, he swore when he saw the enemies physically. Simulator must have a sense of humor today. 3 von Luckner IIM, 2 Manticore IIM. Definitely ain't going to win this one. He answered the LRMs with his own LRMs, but hammering on them weapon for weapon was not stopping the tanks. They're not stopping, Luna gaped. Why? See? Hit a linear tank once, it lights up. Hit a Magi tank once, it lights you up. To point of fact, 2 of the 3 von Luckner spoke out against his ministrations, Gauss rifle slugs slamming into his mech with significant fury going by the jolt in the view screen image. Brace for it, Woody warned them as he lit off his other weapon systems, his Gauss rifle and collection of medium lasers. For all his own veterancy, and his pinpoint accuracy putting laser and slug into one of the Manticore IIM tanks, it still didn't stop. How holy hell! Luna half squeaked when Woody dumped both LRM-15 racks into the other Manticore IIM and achieved no notable result except some twisted metal hanging off the tank in question. How much abuse can one of those things take? I can hit these things in the front plate 4 times with the Gauss rifle and still not damage the internal structure or critical components behind that armor. That's usually the limit, though. Still, 4 solid hits against something shooting back against you? Good freaking luck. Shit, Woody broke off his thought with a swear. There goes my Gauss rifle. One of those von Luckner just got lucky. Luna simply gaped at what she was seeing. All 5 tanks were fighting hard, taking punishment above and beyond what her ZAKU could withstand, and returning accurate fire of their own with coil guns, large lasers, long-range and short-range missiles. The sheer throw weight from the enemy units was adding up quickly as every damage indicator on Woody's control panel steadily crept from green to yellow to red and then blacked out. The simulation continued a full 40 seconds past the point at which Woody lost his Gauss rifle. It was ended by one of the von Luckner IIM main battle tanks, where a burst of SRMs had entered Woody's right torso and cooked off the missile reloads inside. The explosion sundered his ammo reserves, which destroyed that half of his mech and left him without any effective weapon. Simulation ended, battle time 1 minute 32 seconds. Mech Warrior Woody, no kills against combined enemy force veteran armor crews. Machine Crimson 1 combat disabled, Mech Warrior ejected clean and expected captured by enemy force, the battle computer reported. Get the message, Milady Hawk? Woody asked of the pilot Hawk standing behind her. I hear you, Luna answered immediately. For a machine that was expected to rip up a ZAKU in common combat expectations, being disassembled by a small pack of tanks was not particularly embarrassing, but an object lesson worth remembering. Now, keep in mind, the von Luckner IIM is known among the Magi as a main battle tank. It's not the worst piece of armor on the field, and it's not the best. Lesson over, Woody said. You two up for hitting the sniper bar and grill. XXX. April 14th CE 73, 2100 hours Zulu. Mobile Forces Hangar, Warship Jr. Okay, you sold me. What exactly do I need to look at right now? Legion Commander Lightbringer requested of his subordinate. We got some mercs coming in, leftovers from Sigma mercenaries, but they have some real strange equipment that I don't recognize. I was wondering if you knew what it was. Wendy Barus, Angel 2, thumbed the door release button and stepped aside to allow her commanding officer to enter first. Okay, which units? Lightbringer asked before his gaze crossed a series of mobile suits with very unique equipment and modifications. Oh, you wouldn't happen to mean those guys? He waved a finger at the units in question. Of the other machines in the hangar, only one of those machines had anything out of the ordinary, a rare RX-78 GP-02F incendiary combat Gundam. Yes, that is who I mean. I know those guys, Gerald admitted after a few moments. I used to interface with the Sigma mercenaries forces, bit of a special project for the Empress. Those 6 rare machines belong to a subunit that is part of what is called the Sigma Network, affiliated units that are not strictly mercenary units like the actual Sigma group, but kind of ringer formations that are willing to work with the Sigma forces to earn a few bucks on the side. These guys, specifically, are part of the Anaheim Special Operations Group, essentially elite test pilots that are here with the small Anaheim Electronics contingent. Follow. You mean kind of like how Rayner's Raiders was an affiliate in the Sigma Network until James Rayner disbanded the unit some time ago? Wendy asked for clarification. Rayner's Raiders happened to be the most famous of the affiliates, and easily one of the most destructive that Sigma 1 occasionally called upon to do some really nasty jobs that required large amounts of firepower and battle cruisers. Oh yeah, same concept. So, what exactly is bugging you about these guys? Gerald asked after considering it. I recognize each of their machines, even the extremely rare pair that they have, Jagud Doga and Gundam Gerbera, but I've been looking at that rifle that they all have and I don't have a bloody clue what it is. Each of the 6 machines carried the exact same rifle. The only difference between the machines was the painting on the rifle and the machines themselves. The individual primary weapons to the machines, such as the beam Gatling for the Jagud Doga, the beam bazooka for the GP-02F/urban combat type, or the beam machine gun for the Golgug Jaeger, had been relegated to secondary weapons in contrast to the rifle each carried. The rifle in question was not small, easily longer than the mobile suits that carry it were tall, and it looked like it had an energy charging pack on the bottom. If it was some kind of ballistic weapon, why exactly would it need an energy pack? Those rifles are Sigma special. Sigma Allied manufacturing only makes about 3 dozen of those a year, and demand for them is apeshit high. It's a special rail sniper rifle based on the old prototype Star League heavy rail gun. It will throw a quarter-ton rail slug some 55 kilometers as its max range, provided the mobile suit in question can actually get that far of a line of sight. That is almost as bad as the old longbow armor sniper rifle, Wendy judged. The main difference, though, was that the longbow was designed for use by armored infantrymen and used antimatter as its main propellant. The weapon they were looking at was significantly lower technology, and a lot less prone to ammunition explosions that could cause significant damage to the terrain if anybody struck the longbow rifle rounds. Unless you are a master executor, the longbow is simply advertisement and sex appeal. Gerald scoffed at the thought of that ancient sniper rifle in use. These are a shit ton more practical and a lot less expensive to operate. Wendy nodded her understanding of the matter at hand, now that someone had explained to her what those rifles were. 6 machines, 2 technical Gundam machines, 2 variants of the venerable Golgug, the aforementioned Jagud Doga, and a Serpent to give them extended mobility, and you had a unit of 6 badass snipers that hailed from a special development group that was already on the universal do not fuck with list. That these guys also did the occasional contract work for Sigma mercenaries simply added to their street credit. Does anyone have production rights to that rifle? I can't say for sure, Gerald admitted. I know the original designer is long dead, that rifle was designed way back in the beginning days of the mercenary unit. I think his name was Jeff Evans if I remember correctly. Brilliant engineer and tinkerer. Only the good ones die young, it's the hard asses that live forever. Coming from you, that must be a serious compliment. Wendy giggled at the derisive snort that Gerald let fly with. I wonder, if Anaheim Electronics is involved, if they purchased the right to manufacture the rifle under license. I can think of a few creative uses for a rifle of that nature. If they did, it would be a serious coup. Manufacturing rights for that rifle have been very closely held by Sigma, to the point that they conducted a full-on assault operation against a Dark Moon manufacturing company to prevent its mass production and dissemination. 250 kilograms slug out to 55 kilometers, Wendy repeated. It must be the 50 caliber sniper rifle of the mobile suit world. At least they are on our side, Gerald admitted. There have been a couple times where I was on the wrong side of a Sigma mercenary sniper, and in both cases the only thing that saved my ass was luck. So where are we going to put these teams? Wendy asked. I think I will assign 2 machines to each of the Archangel-class ships. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 0015 hours Zulu. North Atlantic, near the GIUK Gap. Con, sonar, no contacts registered bearing 2-0-5. Starting to think we might have scared them out of the puddle. Sonar, con, acknowledged. Captain Leuides went back to reading over the transcripts of the latest political crossfire from above the waves. If there was nothing around for him to hunt, the least he could do would be to keep an eye on the political situation above in case he needed to start taking extraordinary actions as authorized by the king. If nothing else, the various dispatches and transcripts made for very entertaining reading material to the captain. One thing was for sure, there were some very interesting personalities running the show up top, and they weren't afraid to pull out all the stops in the personal attacks to get their point across. In particular, Star Admiral Wayne Centura's personal attack on Lord Gibril was only overshadowed by the necessity of giving such attack. Despite the absolutely nasty makeup job, this Lord Gibril knew enough about terrorist operations to actually make some real noise by holding a gun to the head of Lakis Klein. Despite the fact that it did not work in the end, it was still a very ballsy move for a terrorist trying to operate from the shadows. The Zodiac Alliance had not so far officially begun their combat operations, but Captain Leuides thoroughly expected to encounter a ZAFT Voskilov-class submarine or 2 in the coming days. If the Earth Alliance wanted to rage against the entire planet, the very least the rest of the planet could do would be to throw a party in their honor. The complete lack of reaction from the Emirate of Orb was completely unsurprising to the Scandinavian captain. Given the necessity of having 5 ruling families, the Emirate tend to suffer from a very deep-seated split personality disorder in political terms. One or more of the factions tended to support the Earth Alliance, at least one faction tended to side with ZAFT, and the actual present head of state tended to side with Mendel. It made for very confusing politics, very confusing position statements, or in this case a complete lack of a position. If anything, Captain Leuides expected that the small island nation would very likely sit this matter out, and simply wait to see who won and who paid the price. After the captain flipped the paperwork over to the next page, he made a rather unsavory discovery in his paperwork pile. Apparently, a certain radio officer had been using the official transmission bands to score himself some rather hardcore gay hentai pics. It wasn't that the captain really had anything to say about the pics, mainly given that decent porn material tended to crop up anywhere in a given fleet, he was more concerned about finding such pictures inside an official paperwork stack. Mildly unsettling, that. He figured he would not rip into the radio officer too badly, given it was probably an honest mistake of paperwork sorting while the ship was last up to periscope depth to communicate with the laser satellites. With the picture folded up and stuffed in a pocket, the captain stood up to go walk down to the radio room, but did not make it a full pace from his chair before the entire submarine jolted to some kind of impact. What the hell was that? The executive officer asked. Con, sonar, very hot noise in the water. The sonar operator shouted loud enough they could be heard in the command center without the use of one of the intercoms. The captain took 5 seconds to move from his desk to the sonar room. I know it was hot, what the hell was it? I don't know, sir, Kenny answered immediately. All I heard was a wide-bearing hot noise, a very loud rumbling, and a metric assload of what sounded like cavitation, from the north. It still sounds like there's a lot of disturbance still in the water, bubbles, or debris or something like that. What's really funny is, the disturbance is real wide. It's covering something like 5 or 6 degrees on my sonar receptor, it's not small and it's not localized. The captain was silent for several seconds, going over several considerations of what it could be. His initial thought was some kind of undersea seismic anomaly, but the sonar processing software would easily have understood that and reported it regardless how much noise it made. Given the jolt to the ship, it had to be some manner of explosive, but if it was a torpedo or depth charge the sonar troops would have picked it up before detonated. If it was some kind of new countermeasure being deployed by the Earth Alliance, it really did not make sense for them to start by deploying it in an area that they natively did not control to begin with. With those possibilities crossed off, that effectively left only historical weapons. Once settled on the older devices, he went through a basic checklist in his mind of what it could be. The obvious ones were crossed off. The marked torpedoes and mines were out of the list again for the consideration that any such device would have been detectable by the ship before it struck. Regular missiles were not an issue underwater, given that the submarine had to be surfaced before it can be targeted by anti-shipping missiles. Among anti-submarine weapons, that left depth charges, but here again it made no sense. The disturbance was too far away, too large, and way too much disturbance to be just a regular depth charge. After a few moments of considering it, his mind came back to the word regular in the phrase regular depth charge. Naval history books were clear that special depth charges with nuclear warheads did exist, however those devices never saw actual combat. On the other hand, he figured it not beyond the realm of possibility that the Earth Alliance would dredge up such banned weapons and put them to use, especially against a superior foe that they could not track. Nuclear depth charge, Captain Leuides said aloud. What, sir? Kenny asked after a few moments, staring at the captain in disbelief. Ancient Cold War weapon. Both sides had them, nobody ever used them. Nuclear depth charges, used to disrupt multiple submarines in a small area. The size of disturbance field tells me that whatever was detonated was fairly close to us, so now would be a damn good time to get out of here. That does not sound very friendly, sir, Kenny declared. No shit, Sonarman. Without further word, the captain was out into the command center of the ship and he looked every bit as worried as everybody else in the attack center looked confused. Helm, set your course 080 and depth 500 meters. Increase speed to flank. Attack center, discharge 4 noisemakers and set their depth to 150 meters. Chief of the watch, signal battle stations. Battle stations. Battle stations. Rigged ship for combat. The chief petty officer on watch ordered over the ship's intercom. Captain Leuides gave his crew 45 seconds to get into position and get everything locked down. In reality, it took the crew less than 30 seconds to get into positions and have all the pressure bulkhead sealed for damage control purposes. Once the ship was quiet, and the 4 noisemakers had been released, he decided an explanation as to why the ship was running home at a very high rate of speed was in order. The captain keyed the growler phone that he was holding, set to all ship intercom, and raised it to his mouth. Attention all hands, this is the captain. As per exigent circumstances protocols pertaining to the survivability of a Scandinavian warship, I have ordered the helm to turn course towards home, set our depth below common sonar detection ranges from surface contacts, and set full speed on the main propeller. The unusual jolt the ship just received some minutes ago, combined with wide area cavitation in the water in the area of that detonation, leaves me not much choice but to assume that the Earth Alliance is now using nuclear depth charges as a counter to our superior submarine tactics. Because our ships are more vital to the defense of the kingdom than the necessities of attacking Earth Alliance shipping, and because the Earth Alliance is very likely to hunt any amount of our subs with nuclear depth charges, I have decided to withdraw from the combat theater and return to port to assess further operations. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 0230 hours Zulu. Warship Golden Phoenix, Bridge. Con, Helm, we have achieved a stable counter-rotational orbit. Starboard side weapon systems are now in range to the planet's surface. Helm, Con, acknowledged. Star Admiral Sohailin considered what her next move would be, given that she was not under any specific orders to withhold fire from the planet's surface in deference to any other event going on. Wayne had discussed taking several orbital passes around the planet and using mixed suborbital fire to eliminate any land-based or aircraft-based nuclear armaments that could be identified from orbit. Sensors, Con, any further readings on that nuclear event in the area of Heaven's base? Star Admiral, computer thinks it has an estimate on the weapon used as a 1 megaton nuclear depth charge. Since the first explosion, we've detected 4 similar explosions in the area, all a minimum of 750 kilotons, at least 2 of them a megaton or larger. Delivery mode appears to be Earth Alliance anti-sub aircraft based out of Northampton Air Force Base, Great Britain. And we are just beginning to pass mainland China. Can we shift the warship far enough north to take a pass at Northampton? Minako asked after a moment of thinking about it. Aye, Star Admiral. I can have us in position to take the shot in roughly 35 minutes, the helmsman declared. Make it happen, helmsman. This is where we get to start our war, we get the start by grounding their anti-sub-nuclear bombers. This war is going to be defined by creative ways to render the enemy's nuclear forces unusable, Division Commander Stanith Agrippa commented dryly. It's always the young ones that want to use the biggest toys. And it's going to be the big boys that show the little punks why they don't mess with Daddy's big shotgun. Star Admiral Sohailin reached out to her command console and made a couple modifications to what was on the listing. Con, sensors, contact from the planet's surface. Reading multiple anti-ballistic missiles launched and tracking on the Golden Phoenix from an ABM battery in western China. Weapons, Con, deploy capital lasers and capital missiles as intercept against enemy ABM launches. Suborbital, Con, deploy broadside ballistic weapons and suborbital strike against ABM battery. Con, roger that, the weapons control officer answered immediately. Con, suborbital, acknowledge fire order. The weapons officer for suborbital attacks entered a series of commands on her console, though she came to one conclusion pretty quickly and it was not a pleasant one. Con, suborbital, permission to use the naval particle cannons in the suborbital strike as well. Weapons, do you need those particle cannons to intercept the missiles? NEG, they only have 4 missiles in the air so far. And these are big Chinese ABM brutes, not the smaller Russian ABM units. We can do these with the teleoperated missiles just as easily. Particle cannons are released. Fire as soon as you have a solution. Despite the overt threat to the ship from the ground forces, Star Admiral Sahalan was still not sweating being engaged. ABMs were designed to intercept ballistic missiles, which tended to be very soft targets in terms of damage resilience. In theory, an ABM missile would pose very little or no threat to a 5.8 million ton warship, though given the standing logic that the Earth Alliance was fishing for submarines using nuclear depth charges, it was not outside the realm of possibility that the Eurasian Federation would be fishing for space warships using nuclear-tipped ABM missiles. Assholes would be assholes, in as far as these things were counted. Firing naval lasers, the weapons operator reported. 1 hit, 2 hits, 2 missiles intercepted. Standing by until remaining ABMs go exo-atmospheric before I launch capital missiles. His logic was predicated on the thought that the capital missiles could not survive re-entry, and were very unlikely to hit if they tried. However, once the ABM missiles were outside the atmosphere, they were fair game to be intercepted by the anti-shipping missiles. Con. Sensors, 4 more missiles launched from same battery. Count 6 live contacts in the air. Suborbital, status of firing solution. Star Admiral Sahalan asked immediately. It doesn't look like they're giving up, so we may need to put some smack down on them. Computer is chewing on it right now, as soon as it green light. The suborbital officer slammed her fist down on the fire control button to release the guns to fire. The primary battle computer system had active control of the weapons grid, so as soon as released by the suborbital station, 12 300mm naval autocannons and 12 medium naval particle cannons fired in series from forward to the rear, all the guns aimed toward the planet below and specifically at a Chinese ABM battery that was now being used by the Eurasian Federation in an attempt to stave off the inevitable. From fire command to arrival of the first shots was only roughly 2 seconds. The naval particle cannons tended to be particularly fast to bring down large amounts of damage on lighter targets, but were not so effective at dealing with hardened targets such as bunkers or even some very large old-school surface naval warships. In this case, however, the naval particle cannons had been targeted on the ABM installation radar units and several non-readily identified buildings around the periphery of the facility, one of which included the primary and backup power generators. Technically, the naval particle cannons rendered the facility combat ineffective long before the ballistic autocannon rounds arrived. 11 seconds later, 10 salvos consisting of 4 300mm naval autocannon slugs per salvo arrived at the old ABM facility. A pair of naval autocannons had fired on a slightly offset trajectory. The slugs encountered unusual turbulence on the way down through the atmosphere, and missed the facility by some 5 kilometers. The 40 autocannons shells that did arrive on target proceeded to rip up the entire missile battery and support buildings, including the buried command center that was collapsed down into itself by the suborbital strikes on the ground above it. The only building on the facility that remained partially intact was the shower room, though fragmentation from several of the shells ripped through the walls and the Eurasian Federation personnel inside. No man lived to tell the tale of what went wrong. Con. Suborbital. Initial damage estimate shows 98% destruction in enemy facility. ABM battery is rendered combat ineffective. Should I conduct a follow-up strike? Negative, looks like we silenced those missiles. No need to kill the cockroaches at this time. Recommend you pre-plot a firing solution on the air base in England, and as we approach I want sensors to start looking for targets of opportunity that we can use our naval fire on to help reduce the amount of targets we'll have to deal with on the ground. Con. Suborbital, aye. The chief warrant officer on the suborbital panel turned back to his controls and began plotting fire solutions based on historical maps of the intended air base. The history books show that, when conducting campaigns involving an entire planet and the space around it, the party that holds the suborbital reaches has a decisive advantage. Last I checked, the Earth Alliance does not have any warships up here anymore. That might be a problem for them, Star Admiral Sahalan said to the division commander. Stanith simply smiled at her declaration. The only fair battle is a circle of equals. Anything else is subject to cheating, and last I checked it's only cheating if somebody reports it. And, since officially I am not here, I don't think I'll be reporting it. Well, since we are cheating without cheating, any pointers from the division commander of professional cheaters would be welcome, the Star Admiral said with a significant smile. XXX. April 14 CE 73, 2300 hours Lima, UTC 5. Colombian Forces Command, United States of South America. Listening Post 5. Listening Post 5, say again, repeat say again. The radio operator sitting immediately behind Harrelson shouted into her microphone. Multiple contacts, enemy air and artillery strikes confirmed north and west of my position. No troop movements detected at this time, they may just be softening us up before they send in the ground troops. This just in from posts 7, 9, and 10. Edward Harrelson received the dispatches and began reading them over, though he suspected he knew what they said already. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought they had this planned. A rather distinct note of sarcasm tinged the voice of the intelligence analyst. Makes perfect sense, at least to an Earth Alliance puke. Harrelson folded up the dispatches from the listening posts and set them down on his desk. As soon as our friends in the stars started threatening their ground positions, these guys cut loose with their wet dream campaign. Okay, sir, what's your take on this? The intel analysts asked. Speaking as a former professional asshole, ergo a former Earth Alliance officer, with everything lost in space and no way to prevent the Mendel forces from dropping serious firepower on the planet below them, I have a pretty clear reason to believe that the game is over for the Earth Alliance and its member states. At this point, any Earth Alliance officer would do his damnedest to make this painful for everybody involved, neutral parties, hostile parties, even the civilians under me might be taking some heat eventually. It's a combination of grand mal temper tantrum and scorched earth warfare policies. Kinda like Nazi Germany, at the end of the Europe campaign, where Hitler ordered the SS to burn it all to the ground so the Russians and the Americans wouldn't walk away with anything. More than that, this would have been like Hitler ordering the SS to burn down Central America, South America, Switzerland, as well as occupied Europe, basically just to be a flaming dickhead about it. And ironically, this real brain trust commander they have, Lord Gibril, he might just be going out to attempt to beat Hitler's kill count. So far it had not made the news wires, but seismic stations around the planet had recorded the unmistakable earthquake-style signature of nuclear weapons that were detonated underwater. If the Earth Alliance was willing to start their naval campaign by way of nuclear depth charges, there was no telling how many more nukes they were willing to throw as part of their temper tantrum campaign. I don't think it will matter, Edward put that thought to rest. If Mendel can get a ghost inside their decision loop to kill Lakis Klein, they probably already have a ghost inside Gibril's decision loop. That Walking Bad makeup job has got to be shitting his brains out trying to find the ghost that's already targeted him. I kinda wish we had a couple ghosts, if for no other reason than to spot for our artillery units. We already know where their main assembly points are, and we already have their static defenses sighted in with artillery units. As soon as we get authorization from High Command to cut loose, I want the linear artillery units to start throwing artillery back at their artillery and static defenses. You just got it, a different radio operator reported as she handed over a Priority 1 message to Ed Harrelson. Harrelson took several seconds to read over the message, then nearly 30 seconds to read it a second time and make sure he understood the wording properly. In matters such as this, a little nuance of grammar or wording could make all the difference in what he was or was not allowed to do, though in this case he had a fairly obvious wide-open authorization to end the threat and begin a draft plan. Radio 1, begin issuing retreat orders to the listening posts. We know what's coming, no sense leaving them flapping in the breeze. On it, sir. The number 1 radio operator turned back to her telephone set to begin issuing the orders. Radio 2, call up the artillery forces and tell them that we have been cut loose. The major in command of the artillery battalion will know exactly what to do. For now, Ed intended to rely on established plans, especially since he did not know if the enemy was already moving maneuver formations or if they were just softening his positions up with artillery. Will do, boss. Corporal Sanders bent to his field phone and dialed in the number for the artillery battalion in question. Radio 3, call the Special Project Unit, have Latifa and Joan readied for combat. When these guys begin their breakthrough, things are going to start getting very messy very quickly, and we will need our heavy hitters out front to flatline their assault. Looking forward to it, sir, the third radio operator announced. And I have the last, Harrelson said mostly to himself as he reached for his desk phone. After a quick 10-digit number, the phone began ringing. Colombian Corps Command, how may I route your call? The secretary/phone operator requested as soon as the call connected. Harrelson for General Kraus, Priority 1. Authenticate Kilo Uniform Yankee, please. Edward Harrelson had to refer to his codebook for the authentication call back. Given that he was not normally in the business of operating the radios himself, he had not memorized most of the administrative level authentication codes. Authentication call back is 0 Whiskey Bravo 4. Authentication accepted, the phone operator acknowledged the proper code. Patching you through to General Kraus now. The phone signal beeped 4 times before it went active again. This is Kraus, the general responded immediately. Harrelson at the intelligence center, Ed identified himself. I heard somebody is putting up some fireworks in your area. My static cruise missile batteries are active, where do you want me to put the missiles? Hold off on that thought, General. We do not know yet if this is a full attack or not, or even if this was something they planned. According to our observers, this is only part of their artillery forces and we don't have any movement in the enemy ground forces. Ed was quickly paging back and forth through notes they received so far, trying to make sense of what disconnected information he had. Given how their forces are reacting differently, either something is wrong in their chain of command or 2/3 of the forces are just not doing anything. Think a Bravo Charlie decided to go apeshit on his own after Mendel started firing on the planet. General Kraus asked after a moment of considering it. Given their uneven artillery plan and the lack of movement in their ground forces, starting to look that way. Think we should go ahead and initiate our plans? Harrelson asked for advice from the senior officer on deck. That would be our intention, our fault, their fault, nobody's fault, we are still going to jump the border and start dethroning BC. We planned for it, might as well make it a reality. I recommend we begin operations immediately. Harrison looked up to his various intelligence analysts in the room. Have any of their ground formations begun moving? No, sir, not as of 5 minutes ago. The senior intelligence analyst flipped pages on his own note tablet. If General Krause is taking suggestions for cruise missile targets, I think I might have the location of their command post. Well, get on the phone to the cruise missile battery commander and give him the location. And while you're at it, throw a couple missiles at the staging areas for their defensive ground forces. No sense leaving them untouched. Harrelson turned back to his phone, and by extension the general on the far side line. I have the team here getting ready to call up your cruise missile commander with a list of priority targets. If we are going to start, I suggest we go all out. Tanks, planes, rotors, the kitchen sink if one is available. I will make sure that the missile commander knows who to listen to for targets. The general acknowledged the possibility of a conflict of targeting priority. Soon as I get off the phone here, I'm going to get my men moving. We've been waiting for this. It is time to liberate Central America from these assholes. I'll be going out on the Sword Calamity to help support the Special Research Unit. Give me a radio call if you need assistance while I'm in the theater. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 0500 hours Zulu. Command Center, Warship Jr., in low orbit around Terra. Con, sensors, approaching firing funnel against North Dakota Missile Base. Suborbital, you are authorized to fire at will. I want those silos and missiles rendered inoperable or I want to know why. Division Commander Centura continued his work on his command panel, adjusting for structures and deployment timetables for the actual ground invasion forces. As much as the destruction of nuclear facilities and nuclear weapons was a priority and critical to the success of the invasion, effectively the entire action was in the hands of his suborbital officer. Way ahead of you, sir, Chief Warrant Officer Esmeralda Blake answered offhand, even as she was typing fire commands into her console. Over the centuries of practice, there had become a mechanistic precision to the art of invading a planet, and the Magi had mastered that art to a significant degree. With millions of worlds of experience, the Magi had developed a winning formula for putting troops on the ground safely and in sufficient order and amounts to resist any initial attempt to repel the invading party. And, while it could be considered a caveat that anybody could readily read and understand the general flow of battle, few enemy commanders either did so or were confident enough to actually avoid making the common decisions that Magi forces capitalized on in invading a planet. By the Magi playbook, the first step in taking a planet always involved the use of warships. Due to the sheer viciousness of Negaverse orbital defenses during the first and second phases of the Star Empire Wars, the Multimages had long ago abandoned unsupported invasion operations, instead always sweeping the way clear by using even a minor warship to draw fire and eliminate space defense stations. More to the point, having a warship available as a mobile fire support platform and staging platform for aerospace assets very easily turned the tide in the favor of the invading force, especially in situations where the enemy was heavily dug in and prepared to deal with regular artillery or ground-bound aerospace assets. Also due to past experiences, the Magi had learned the hard way that the first task for a warship when preparing the ground for an invasion was always to target and eliminate enemy strategic assets, nuclear missiles, chemical and biological weapons, stockpiles of nuclear material, major ammunition depots that were not slated for immediate capture, and major troop concentrations such as enemy garrisons or maneuver formations. More than one invasion by the forefathers of Mendel had literally been erased off the face of the planet they were attempting to invade simply by overlooking enemy ballistic missile systems. Nothing could ruin a good landing operation faster than having 5 megatons of HUPAS land on your formation partway through deploying out of your dropship. And thus the necessity of a fire call from low orbit against the old North American missile base in Minot, North Dakota. The warship Golden Phoenix had already passed south of Minot on their first orbit, taking fire passes at and destroying almost all of the missile silos in the old United States territories of Kansas and Nebraska. On a slightly more northern pass, the warship Jr. had deployed suborbital fire against naval and air force bases in the state of Washington, Idaho, Montana, and now in North Dakota, specifically targeting nuclear weapons bunkers in those locations to render those weapons unusable. Firing solution set, Minot, North Dakota Missile Base, deploying weapons in 3 seconds. As soon as she began releasing fire commands to the guns began lashing out with particles and slugs at the surface. In sufficient quantity, the particle cannons were ample to break through the armored top hat of the various silos, allowing other forms of damage to get in and cripple the missiles. The cannon slugs took a total of 12 seconds longer to arrive on target, but in damage comparison the 300mm naval autocannons were individually more powerful than 3 of the medium NPPC that were mounted in the same area as the autocannons. With the 300mm in action, 12 cannons on each side of them, each individual cannon was able to completely sunder one of the ancient concrete missile silos, or if not a direct hit then at least enough to render it unusable. The missiles contained within were not particularly shock resistant, and the sheer abuse of having half a ton of ordnance land on the silo or nearby at a speed well in excess of Mach 9 was easily ample to render her missile unusable or at least dangerous enough to prevent an attempt to fire. Preparing targeting systems, firing run number 2, Esmeralda Blake declared. 14 silo sets are rendered unusable in that attack. Continue as before, we have a lot more missile silos to eliminate. Wayne did not seem entirely concerned with the prospect of missing a missile or two, given that aero fighters were reasonably effective at eliminating missiles in high orbit before they could tip over and release their payload. Also, the individual command centers for the missile silos were considered a high priority target, and the elimination of the command center rendered all subordinate missiles unusable. It was technically overkill, but Wayne wanted to make sure that the missiles were not recoverable. 14 down, 136 to go. Inside 20 seconds, she had firing solutions laid in on another 14 missiles. For a 15-minute window, you're cutting it a bit close, Empress Atrabas commented with a raised eyebrow. What we don't get, Dominion will. They'll be doing a polar insertion into southern Canada and northern America. As they pass through towards rescuing the Ghost and the Singer, they can take a pass at what's left of the missile base. The division commander handed off to the Empress a note tablet with it is intended for structures and landings. If you are seeing anything I'm not, milady, I'd like to hear about it. So far, everything is going better than expected. By Wayne's own estimation, the enemy ABM sites were supposed to have caused a lot more damage than they had. With the destruction of most of those defenses in the past 2 hours, resistance from the planet to low orbit had been near zero. A few enterprising missile cruisers from the Atlantic Federation had tried using themselves as mobile ABM platforms, but were quickly dissuaded with a couple bursts of naval particle cannon. I hate it when people say that, even my superiors. It means something, somewhere, is about to go wrong. Especially when the superiors say it, Rini agreed with her newest division commander. Seriously though, nothing is out of the ordinary here. Everybody's gone back and forth through these plans, and thousands of years of experience have not been able to find anything particularly wrong. I guess we'll just have to put it to the test, see if the Earth Alliance has any surprises up their sleeve. Activity on the bridge stopped briefly when the second salvo of naval fire reached out for the planet below. Eyes remained fixed to the individual telemetry camera monitors, watching with rapt attention as cannon slugs streaked towards the planet's surface below them. In years to come, the shelling of the Minot North Dakota missile base from orbit would become both the single most celebrated military action in 100 years and the single most reviled use of military superiority, depending on who was asked their opinion about it. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 0700 hours Lima, UTC 7. South of Raymer, Colorado, Old United States Territory. Coordinates, 40°32 16.56 N, 103°50 25.26 W. While ghosts tended to hunt best at night, and move fastest at night, it had been discovered early on that transporting a protectee at night was not a wise move. While they were still technically invisible, the heat given off by a cloaked but exposed body created enough of a thermal gradient that the use of infrared cameras could detect the protectee. This had resulted in more than one botched rescue operation, until a ghost hunter unit had been captured by the Magi and divulged this piece of trivia. In so doing, the Negaverse had created the single largest shift in ghost methodology since the formation was founded before the Star Empire Wars. By operating a rescue mission at day, the heat given off by the protectee often blended into the daylight clutter and thermal gradients, and generally hostile forces were prevented from using IR viewers to search with due to solar warming. With no amplification, enemies had to fall back to searching visually, a failed policy against a ghost, searching by contact, roughly as likely as finding an undocumented gold mine in Europe after the Industrial Revolution, or carpet bombing a suspected area. And they choose door number 2, Benjamin said mostly to himself after he had a good look at the enemy formation sweeping through the unplanted fields. Say what? Lakis asked quickly after a moment, given the comment was properly heard but not readily understandable. 3 ways for a non-Chinix force to find a ghost, visually, by contact, or by carpet bombing. Looks like they are searching for us to attempt to force us to touch one their units and reveal our position. Lakis was silent for 20 seconds, considering what to do about it. Do we get out of their way? Not enough time to get south of their formation. We wait in this building, see if they attempt to bypass or attempt to search. Benjamin pressed himself into a corner of the abandoned farmhouse's great room, so as to minimize the likelihood of contact with an enemy that didn't know all the tricks of searching for a ghost. True to Benjamin's estimate, the enemy infantry that was searching in a line sweep pattern did a completely professional entry of the house and cleared it, room by room, hidden space by hidden space, and even double-checked certain rooms that appeared to have sustained occupancy recently. Benjamin and Lakis had taken care to make sure that the house looked like it had been resident to vagabonds in recent months, but nothing that would suggest occupancy within the past week. After the troops were convinced the house was clear, top to bottom, they exit out the west side of the house and continued their line search. No Earth Alliance trooper approached within 2 meters of Benjamin or Lakis, which meant there was no chance of hearing the pop star breathing or any manner of movement sound from Benjamin. Give them 5 minutes, then we move out. Still have a long way to haul and a short time to get there. I think today I'm going to put down perhaps 13 or 14 hours of march, rather than 10 as I did yesterday. Is it always this close? Lakis asked after a few minutes. Some days yes, some days no. Depends on how smart and how aggressive an enemy is. 3 more minutes elapsed, then Benjamin began the move. The hard part was always keeping an even pace, enough speed to make actual progress but not enough speed to chance disturbing the terrain and leave a trail that could be picked up by following units. With no further contact in their area, Benjamin decided to relax into his automatic marching pace and allow his mind to cruise in the confines of his music playlist. Lakis would not immediately admit it, but she frequently did just exactly the same, especially given the wildly varying nature of the music that Benjamin listened to made for a very interesting introduction to forms of music that the international pop star was only marginally versed in. And very little of it metal music. 6 hours later, north of the Costello Reservoir. Given there was no particular reason for her to stay awake, Lakis had drifted off to sleep somewhere around 9 am, and snapped herself awake again just slightly after lunch. In this case though, she woke up to the sound of a very unusual mix of moderate drums, synthesizer music, and something that sounded like tribal drums in the haze of her waking up. Even still, she had to admit the rhythm was definitely catchy, and the opening lyrics of "'Cause when you look into my eyes, you can see there is no disguise / don't be afraid to need someone, you don't have to be alone," reminded her a lot of some of the music that she was planning on writing in her spare time at the orphanage. "What song is this?" she asked partway through one of the longer instrumental sessions, which was comprised mostly of percussion and synthesizer, though still rather catchy without being too overwhelming. Song's name is Inspiration, artist is Ian Van Dahl, and this version is specifically the Peter Lutz remix. Benjamin sighed heartily. I find this version to be a lot smoother than the original. It's not overwhelming, unlike a lot of techno music. An old friend of mine once told me that the easiest way to properly understand electronic music is simply to let your mind go, don't focus on anything, and just listen to the song as a whole rather than focusing on something that would annoy you. It makes a lot of difference when you are in the right mindset. Lakis took a few moments to consider the advice from the old ghost, and decided putting it to the test would be a good idea to verify if she could do it or not. Do you have a stronger song that I could test on after this one? I do. Benjamin used his neural interface control to scroll the playlist to a random section far down the list from Ian Van Dahl. Ironically, the first track that he recognized as electronica had a very appropriate title. I have the next selected. Song's title is Strong, artist is Stellar Project featuring Emily Norenberg. I've had people tell me the song turns them off because the main synthesizer instrumental can sound oddly annoying. I absolutely love the vocals and the lyrics, and the background harmonic is definitely an interesting part. When the song began, Lakis immediately understood what he was referring to with the possibly annoying synthesizer work. Lakis being Lakis, however, she was a person that natively could not hate in the classic sense, and even the annoyance faded into the experience as she put into practice what Benjamin recommended. To such a degree did she displace her focus, that the song played through its 5 minutes and change before she properly realized that she had simply absorbed it. The next song in the playlist was much faster, much harder synthesizer work, something she immediately recognized as a product of 1980s United States rock. Figuring out the name of the song was simple enough in the chorus, since it spoke repeatedly about mighty wings, and once she dropped her focus to nothing related to the song she was staring out over the reservoir nearby, she found that even such rock as she would never have before been caught dead listening to, she had no problem listening to now. It was a weird thing, she silently admitted, that being in a crisis situation could change your opinion on the most trivial of prior decisions. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 2000 hours UTC. Taklamakan Desert, Old Chinese Territory, Eurasian Federation. Kurds, 38 degree 50 25.80 N, 81 degrees 5 9.19 E. Reaper Element, Reaper Command, the star captain in command of Reaper Trinera gave his other pilots a wake-up call. For those of you who have served in the Empire's military and yet never seen the home world of humanity, I welcome you to the skies above the cradle of humanity. For those of you who've been here before, welcome home. It is an honor to finally see the cradle, Reaper 22 said with reverence. Take a good look at it from up here, because for the next several weeks you'll be down in the mud or slightly above it. There's been some questions as to what peninsulas and islands we are to start our campaign on, but I can tell you for certain now that's not how this game is going to be run. I am uploading the landing point information to your computers now. Take a good hard look at the map, and get to know the major terrain formations in the area because we are not playing on a small strip of land today. We're landing out in the middle of their roasting ass desert, we are completely inverting the playbook today. We're putting a legion of forces down in the middle of the Taklamakan Desert? Are we freaking serious about this? There isn't a damn thing out here we're talking about except sand and mountains. Reaper 30 audibly scoffed at the premise of putting down such a massive force in otherwise worthless terrain. This is a different war, Reaper element. This is not our usual strike and liberate campaign, we are here to take territory and hold territory, and in the process we will use every advantage we have to eliminate the enemies by attrition. We are here to bleed Blue Cosmos and their Earth Alliance benefactors. To win, we need to make it as bloody as humanly possible. The old playbook was not written for such campaigns. Even as he spoke, Reaper element began the process of entering the atmosphere, an action which forced the pilots to take their mind off the natural beauty of the planet below them and focus it back on their flying. Reaper command, this is hard case, no identified enemy major resistance in landing zone. Continue your speech when you pass the ionosphere. X. Hard case, this is Nifty Dolphin, first wave dropships have begun landing entry. 10 minutes to the ground. Century Commander Carlos Michaels picked up his microphone and keyed the talk button. Hard case acknowledges your traffic. As soon as you get your teams on the ground, get your engineering units out to start laying runway. Decisive air power and clean landing and takeoff is going to be an absolute requirement to this campaign. Fighting across these mountains, he who has the best mobility is going to win. The initial landing, what would technically be called a beachhead if this was a shore invasion, was always the critical part of any manner of naval invasion, be it from space or across the seas. In this case, however, it was also pathetically uncontested to the point of being an administrative action, not really any form of combat maneuver. With the outright destruction of enemy ABM batteries and a goodly portion of their leftover surface-to-air missile systems that once guarded the People's Republic of China, the Eurasian Federation literally lacked the necessary resources or weapons systems to threaten the dropships and fighters as they entered the atmosphere. Of course, this matter was not so much about the landing as it was the actual combat to come. The lessons of wars in the past had taught the Magi the necessary steps to put troops on a ground with little or no resistance. It was always the phase after the troops landed where matters were decided. Command, sensors, reporting second brace of dropships have entered the atmosphere. All ships appear to be on course for their designated landing zones. No major enemy weapon systems have been detected in the landing area or within firing range to our landing descent course. What weapon systems are you seeing? Carlos asked offhand, wondering exactly what the Eurasians had offer in this case. They have some warship radars in the Indian Ocean, and Reaper element reports they keep getting hit and miss signals from several surface-to-air missile systems, but nothing major. We took our time and made sure we destroyed all the ABM systems and their major ground-based SAM systems, so I think we're safe for now. Don't think, keep a lookout. It only takes one puke with a nuclear-tipped surface-to-air missile to ruin our day permanently. X. Commodore Freeman, we are now beginning Stage 1 re-entry. All landing support systems are active, armor temperature is holding steady. Upgraded cooling grid appears to be doing the job. Here's to hoping it holds, the Chief Maintenance Controller reported. All right guys, this run is for the boss and for the boss disciples. And for those sad souls that are in the possession of the Earth Alliance extended program. As soon as we're done securing the landing zone, we go mobile on a frag operation to go clean out some of the extended facilities. Once we begin, we have to hit him hard and fast, or they might try destroying evidence. We'll get them cleaned out, sir, his new executive officer answered. Hell, sir, you ask nicely and we would help you charge the gates of hell with a bucket of spit. The radio operator made an adjustment to his console, though after a moment he slipped his headphones off and hung them over the edge of his chair rail. Passing through the ionosphere. Can't hear shit if it was banging off the antenna right now. And so our campaign begins, Captain Freeman says with a smile. Offenheim and Dominion have their own series of facilities to capture. We just have to make sure that, along the way, we're helping the rest of the invasion. Engineering, reporting hull temperature is presently below nominal re-entry. All systems operating above expectations. A couple adjustments to his console helped improve the cooling effect of the new high-power heat sinks installed. Re-entry time expectation 8 minutes 30 seconds. Helm, alter course to achieve area landing at the northern part of the drop zone. Until the rest the ships have landed and we have ample security forces out, we'll use the Thrones as a sentry along the northern highway. Commodore Freeman was referring to the old G217 highway that eventually led straight to a large industrial center that was used primarily as population housing and fuel refining. Altering course now, the helmsman answered, since changing the landing zone in that fashion would effectively mean changing the descent trajectory only a half degree at this distance. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 2100 hours UTC. Arkhangelsk Province, Old Russian Territory, Eurasian Federation. Kurds, 63°48 31.56 N, 36°57 21.37 E. Command, this is Weasel Zipper 6, atmosphere entry has been achieved. Ejecting ordnance heat shields at this time. To survive the nasty temperature of re-entry without cooking off, the 20 tons of ordnance carried by the Fireball Aero fighters had been fitted with cellular heat shields that protected them from extreme overheating. In this fashion, the fighters could be launched from the warships in orbit, enter the atmosphere with a full combat load, and deploy their weapons to ground targets without the hazard of those weapons cooking off partway through re-entry. The heat shields were not normally left on the craft, due to the complete bollocks job they tended to do to aerodynamic control of the craft during flight. Weasel Zipper Element, Flight Control, confirm target area is clear for landing. The unit's old hand had the appropriate answer there. Command, Zipper 11, no contacts minimum 2 to 0 km radius landing zone center. Second star moving east to verify urban centers. Even if there were no actual forces in the direct vicinity of the landing zone, there was still threats at hand. Some of the heaviest and nastiest surface-to-air missile systems ever engineered and put into combat service had originated in the geopolitical territory that the Eurasians knew as Old Russia. More than once in the past, those same SAM systems had been used against the Magi with alarming success. They were, after all, very big missiles. Roger that, Zipper 11. Good hunting, the flight controller for his unit responded. All right, boys, 5 kilometers spacing between points, snap to heading 055, 10,000 meters above ground, lock your ECMs active and crank those radars up the full wattage. If it so much as farts in our area of control, I want to know what it had for dinner, Star Commander Lewis Thompson ordered of his subordinate pilots. Got your wing, sir, Pilot Officer Emilio Velasquez answered after a moment. Not seeing anything in the immediate vicinity, you think the enemy has some leftovers like what the mercs in Indonesia encountered. Those were older Krotal missile systems and Shilka self-propelled guns. In all reality, weapons like that would be hard-pressed to threaten light transport choppers like what we use. I'm more worried about their heavy SAM systems like the S-300 and S-400 major SAM systems, you know, the ones that could double over as anti-ballistic missile systems? Even if those things don't use modern or advanced explosives, something that big hitting one of our fighters is going to cause a hell of a lot of damage. Yeah, I read you, about like getting hit by a flying telephone pole with a rocket strapped to it. No matter how you add the numbers up, that's some bad news to play with. 11.1, reporting formation is online with search radars active. So far so clean. You think we've gone to throw a party, boss, and that the Earth Alliance is not going to show up to the festivities? Pilot Officer Velasquez asked. If you want to be specific, they could be real smart and throw their hands up and surrender before the shooting begins. That said, I'm not expecting them to be smart. If they have assets in the area, give them a few minutes to wake it and shake it, then they'll use them on us. No sooner than the Star Commander finished his sentence than his radar warning system began throwing messages. Speaking of the devil, sir, Zipper 14 said heartily. And your predictions are a bitch, sir. Tracking radar identified as S-300 PMU tracking radar array. Radar signals are well above tracking values, he knows we are here. Another day, another crisis. 17.18, track down that son of a bitch and go sniper, 2, on them. 15.16, you two are the designated frag bait for this one. Rest of formation will hold back while you guys bait him and smoke him. 15 acknowledges orders, the said pilot responded. 16, check left, he said before the pilot rolled his aircraft left towards a northern compass heading. By making it look like the mere act of turning a search radar on was a threat, he hoped to fool the enemy missile battery commander into pulling the trigger and thereby revealing his position to the rest of the unit. To make the rest of the formation fall in line with the illusion, the other pilot elements split up into their customary two-man teams and began maneuvering almost at random to help solidify the illusion. Never mind that the missile itself could be construed as an actual threat, the purpose of this exercise was to create the expectation in the enemy's ranks that it actually was a crippling threat, when most fireball pilots expected to survive such a hit. The illusion paid off. As soon as the formation broke up and began maneuvering, all their radar receivers began detecting the rather distinctive emanations of the missile guidance radar. The S-300 system used several different radar sets, one for early warning, another for tracking, and a third radar or actual missile guidance. The missile itself did all the dirty work, but it still had to have some kind of a baseline signal to get within vicinity of the aircraft in question. Birds in flight. Bird is in flight. Count 1, count 2 missiles. 15 and 16 had begun maneuvering immediately, though it did not take them long to realize that they weren't the targets. That missile is not on us. Oh shit, that missile is on the lead dropship. I hope their close-in weapon system grid is active, or this could get real painful real fast for that ship. It would take another 10 seconds for the first question to be answered, that the missile never made it to the dropship. 2 good bursts of laser AMS destroyed the missile's warhead at range and prevented it from even touching the ship in a notable fashion. This is 17, proceeding to engage with cluster bombs. Boss, 15, I see a second set of SAM tracks and trucks to southeast. Looks like a second battery that may be trying to feed off the radars from the first battery. 15, 11, engage at discretion. Render that battery inoperable. Pilots 15 and 16 broke right, bringing their altitude down to 5,000 meters above ground, and switched off their radars to prevent the enemy getting an easy position fix on them. Without a clear tracking picture, the second battery could do nothing more than fire on the dropships as they continued their descent. The second battery lofted 4 SAMs immediately, followed by a pair, then another pair, spread between 2 dropships in the lead wave. SAM stovepipes coming up. Intercept those. The star captain shouted. On it, sir. Zipper 22 answered the call to action with a pair of AAMs from his light weapons arsenal. One of the SC Sidewinder missiles failed to guide properly, the other missile detonated alongside the SAM he targeted. The tandem charge ABF/continuous rod warheads loosed a pair of explosive forged cutting rings of tungsten into the side of the missile body. The pair of continuous rod segments were both able to completely sever the SAM just behind the 330 pounds explosive warhead, and the now decapitated SAM rocket engine continued on course but completely missed the dropship. Got this one, Velasquez answered coldly as his medium pulse lasers tracked and subsequently blew 2 scorches through the guidance section of the missile. Without the all-important computer controls, the missile continued straight until it ran out of rocket propellant and simply collapsed into the forests below. Got a 2 fur, Zipper 9 said after she had done his handiwork. Her first hits were a pair of large lasers to one missile, an explosive cook-off once the lasers penetrated to the rocket engine. The second round was by way of the paired medium pulse lasers and single medium laser in the nose of her fighter, ample damage to cook off the warhead in the SAM. 2 more of the older S-300 modernized missiles were intercepted by the point defense weapons on the dropships, but 2 got through. There was something of a sense of unreality to it, Star Commander Thompson admitted to himself. You saw the SAM slam into the side of the dropship, you heard the foul language of the affected dropship's crew, but the ship just kept going. It roughly equated to a reality from the movies the Star Commander loved watching, be it shooting a zombie in the chest with a pistol, you could hammer on it all day, you're still going to be dinner for the undead before sunset. And the enemy just wasn't smart enough to shoot for the head. Zipper 12, Magnum, 2, on first SAM site, time to impact 5 seconds, the Star Commander's wingman reported, since the order to maneuver disrupted the initial attack plan. Zipper 15, drop 4, he reported as the fighter lined up on the second SAM battery and loosed 4 500-kilo bombs, 2 of which were cluster bombs. He pulled up off the target as the enemy battery loosed a revenge shot at his fighter. Aw shit. Picked one up. Going ballistic. Even with the destruction of the main SAM radar system, the missile was already on terminal active radar guidance, a characteristic of the latter S-300 PMU-4 missiles of the 2040s, and continued its pursuit of the large and easily seen Fireball Arrow fighter. Go motherfucker go! Zipper 18 half shouted. Going guns on the first site tell, 3, trucks. I will thank you not to call me a motherfucker while I'm being chased by a kamikaze telephone pole. Zipper 15 complained as he continued up, until he exceeded the missile's operational ceiling, where it could continue accelerating flight, but could not maneuver because the fins did not have enough air to guide against. Once he passed 45 km AGL, the pilot banked his fighter around and back down toward the ground, while the missile tried to steer on him and simply kept going up until it ran out of fuel. Welcome back to the upper atmosphere, Zipper 15. Heard you had some Eurasians trying to ram a telephone pole up your arse. Need a hand with that? The flight controller on the Golden Phoenix asked. Negative, flight control, I think we got this one, 15 said as he began his descent back to the unit formation. Control, Zipper 11, reporting primary enemy SAM site has been scratched, the Star Commander reported after Zipper 13 dropped 5 cluster bombs on the spread-out SAM trucks. Total 11 launches, 2 hits on 2 dropships. No major problems. Weasel Zippers, flight control, good show. Remain on station while dropships begin their landing procedures. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 2200 hours UTC. Heavens Base, Iceland, Earth Alliance territory. This just in from Moscow, sir. One of the SAM batteries in the Arkhangelsk province reported contact with a large group of dropships, reported missiles fired, then went off the air all inside the space of 4 minutes. No updates. Holy fucking shit, Rear Admiral Brian Gupton said. Since Sutherland had been dethroned and subsequently captured by Mendel, he was now the reigning officer on deck. Unfortunately, he knew he was well out of his depth when playing against Mendel, and he was also taciturn enough to be unwilling to admit it. Sir, that's Heartland Eurasia and Europe. North America is next, Captain Fedden pointed out. Right, the overpromoted section chief, Gupton, answered. All North American forces on alert, have our Midwest forces in train and prepare to cover the open plains. It's obvious they're not hitting the islands or peninsulas, which is against their own doctrine, so they're landing in open territory away from major forces. Makes sense, Captain Fedden agreed. If there was any such place in America, the open plains states west of the Mississippi River was it. Anywhere from Texas to Montana would fit the bill on their pattern so far. Observation, how long until the Mjir is in position to deploy their forces? Should be launching now, sir. They're doing cleanup suborbital attacks on Eurasian military bases. Got it, Captain Fedden answered. The launch cycle for their dropships is 30 minutes, plus 12 for entry, so that will give us a final indicator of where they intend to hit us. So, they deploy no less than 42 minutes out of the target window. I hope they are punctual about it, the Rear Admiral hoped aloud. Sir, we have a problem. Observation Iceland has reported that the Mjira is launching both dropships and their escorts, as well as something else, smaller objects, look vaguely aerodynamic. We have video, main screen. All eyes went to the new video footage on the main screen. From several ports on the side of the massive warship, small objects began exiting at regular intervals, as well as the same pods from some of the dropships. What the hell are those? Gupton asked nobody in particular. Those are atmospheric entry pods. They're dropping some heavy gear before they put the dropships on the ground. Rear Admiral, observation is now reporting that the dropships have separated but are thrusting to slow down. They're not, repeat, not dropping in immediately. Okay, I'm confused now, Rear Admiral Gupton said. What are they intending now? Combat drop, Captain Fedden said. Those pods are waiting battle mechs and mobile suits. They intend to land in some kind of heavy populated or defended area. But, where? Gupton asked. Washington? New York? Chicago? What? OBS, have any of those machines begun dropping? Fedden asked. Negative, they're just holding inertia with the dropships and warship standby. Correction, observation is reporting first 30 machines are on the way down now. The operator that was receiving the take from observation sounded extremely frightened by the prospect of a combat drop. ZAFT had done the same thing in years past, and the results were startlingly effective. Her town in southern Eurasia has been flattened by a ZAFT orbital drop, thus her fears. Track those pods, I want to know where they are going. Initial course, expectation of landing is, the Great Lakes area. The operator asked herself, questioning what her systems were telling her. Great Lakes? Captain Fedden asked. Oh, shit. Fuck us sideways. What? What's so bad about that? There's nothing of importance in that area. Rear Admiral Gupton half wailed. And that's the point. No major forces in the area, no major facilities worth guarding, all our sizable formations are 2 or 3 states away at the best. If they are landing in, say, Chicago, it would take us days to shift more than a brigade of forces into their theater. Oh, shit, and the landing forces are to ensure that the garrison technical units we have don't interfere with the dropships putting down. Rear Admiral. Second landing force is coming down in Indianapolis. They're hitting multiple locations. A different observation operator reported. Talk to me, Fedden. What the hell are they thinking? Rear Admiral Gupton asked. I don't know, this is completely against Magi policy for invading a planet, Captain Fedden answered. They're breaking all of their own rules. They're not dropping into limiting terrain. They're dropping into cities. They're using suborbital bombardment to hit forces as well as strategic assets. It's almost like they're playing completely against type. Damn, I wish I had Badgeruel or Sutherland here for pointers, Rear Admiral Gupton complained. I wish we had Sutherland or Badgeruel here for actual command purposes, Captain Fedden thought but did not speak aloud. Saying something as sensible and honest as that in the command center of the Earth Alliance forces was a sure way to end his career, and better than 50-50 odds he would be shot for it. Well, sir, we could always ask Mendel for them back, Captain Fedden said facetiously. Or we can worry about the problem in front of us, he continued in a more obviously serious manner. Hell with the personnel. How? I'm not seeing options here, Captain. We just don't have enough forces to repel them before they take hold. They broke all the rules, and we've lost, Captain Fedden said dejectedly. Captain Fedden, more descent points for their forces, clusters are headed to St. Louis, Missouri, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's 5 cities, all with no more than a brigade total of reinforcements. The operator handed him a folder with numbers and estimated drop locations. First units should be entering the atmosphere in the next 10 minutes. Fighters are entering the atmosphere in 5. Game's over, Fedden groused. What? Rear Admiral Gupton asked. Game's over, he repeated. Mendel is now officially playing for keeps. And they're going to have our asses for breakfast. I can't do this, Rear Admiral Gupton half growled mostly to himself. I can't take this, he repeated several times more, evidencing the fact that he was starting to suffer a mental breakdown. Admiral. Fedden asked. Rear Admiral, I have Chairman Reisman on line 1, and an operator held a phone out to him. I can't take this, the Rear Admiral said as he turned away from the phone, then looked to the world map of Earth Alliance forces. He simply stared at it for 30 seconds, looking over the collection of red dots that now represented destroyed bases or formations. 24 hours prior, the only notable dots were the team that was holding Lakes and the bridge outside of Chicago. Now, the world was streaked with red in some places, where the blood of Earth Alliance troops was probably still seeping into the ground. I can't take this anymore, Rear Admiral Gupton said as his right hand went to his sidearm. No! Captain Fedden shouted. Everyone in the room blanched after the inevitable gunshot, though thankfully nobody was in the path of the debris from his self-inflicted headshot. Jesus Christ! Fedden looked away after a few moments, then slammed the console of radios next to him. Now what? The lead operator asked, nobody in particular, still holding a live phone with Chairman Reisman on the line. Give me the phone. Captain Fedden brought the receiver to his head. Chairman Reisman, Captain Keith Fedden, Intelligence Division. I take it you just heard that? Yes, son, I did, the chairman said in a wearied tone. We've had two here at the Capitol. I don't have anyone ranking right now that isn't already compromised or out in the field. You're it for now. Can you do it? Captain Fedden gulped against the indirect order he just received. This was the kind of scenario that was mostly heard of coming out of Soviet Russia long in the past, where an officer would commit suicide and a subordinate would jump up to the position. In this case, though, they weren't fighting the Nazis, they were fighting an empire that had slain the Nazis and the Imperial Japanese more than once in its past, as well as various communist governments and nastier parties over the millennia of its existence. Even if he took command, he knew the Earth Alliance had no real hope of winning. I'll do what I can, Chairman, but I have no expectation of defeating Mendel even in part. Chairman Reisman sighed. My security personnel are telling me the same thing, Captain. I don't expect you'll win, but I want to see them bleed as much as possible. I think I can make them hurt. Keith Fedden judged that at least that position was within his grasp. Very well. I am field promoting you to Admiral as of right now. Get your command center cleaned up, then make something happen. I am heading to Bunker 221 in southern Mississippi, I will be out of touch for a while. Safe trip, sir. Heaven's base is out, Fedden set down the phone receiver in the cradle. He would not realize until later that day that the order to promote him to Admiral would be the last order that Reisman ever gave. All right, 2 MPs, remove Gupton's body and take it down to medical. Sir. 2 of the door guards moved forward and began the process of removing the deceased Rear Admiral. All right, people, listen up. We're about to get corncobbed by Mendel. We can't stop them from dropping in, and we won't be able to stop them from digging in. What we can do, though, is make their stay in North America and Europe very painful. He had already made the mental leap of faith to write off Central Eurasia as a lost cause, since all terrain factors favored Mendel. Europe and North America were a wildly different set of stories, though. We need immediate response forces, and we need a staging location for a heavy force to be assembled. XXX. April 15 CE 73, 1600 hours Lima, UTC 7. Rural Weld County, Colorado Territory, Old United States Province of the Atlantic Federation. How did they localize us again? Ghost Officer Benjamin Jones asked after a few moments of looking around at the troops who were trying to hound him into the hunter-killer assets of the search party. I don't know. Lakes asked, bewildered that the enemy troops they had let march by in hours past were now trying to track them down again. We keep moving, Benjamin said, before he turned south to take a side road away from their axis of advance. Can they hear us? Not likely, not at this range. Keep your voice down, though, Benjamin cautioned. At a regular walking pace, his armor was mostly silenced due to the anti-grav systems and special contact plates that reduced friction and impact noise. Lakes sighed quietly, looking into the blue sky. After a few moments, she squinted to try to help her focus on an object well above her. Are those fighters? Where? Lakes pointed to the sky. Oh yes, fighters. Wish I could communicate with them, but the enemy has LNT-4 helicopters in the area, so that would be bad for us. XXX. Warship Jr. Oh yes, fighters. Wish I could communicate with them, but the enemy has LNT helicopters in the area, so that would be bad for us, Calamira West could hear from Benjamin's thoughts. Per orders from Division Commander Centura, the rescue of Lakes Klein and Kira Yamato was a high-priority mission. The Dominion was the ship tasked to it, but the rest of the Tumen would have to help make it a reality. That included the strategic Chinook, who was listening to them to help determine what kind of support was needed. After a few moments considering it, Calamira West picked up a radio microphone and dialed her console map into the area of the escape and evasion. It took her a few seconds to determine what fighters were in the area, but... Hornet Element, Strategic Officer West, stand to for frag orders, she prompted the pilots in the area. Command, Hornet 0, send your traffic, the star captain of the Trinary answered immediately. Hornet, requesting immediate frag order to sweep and clear all Earth Alliance forces north of the South Platte River and east-west bounded by County Road 18 and County Road 29. I am uploading a frag box to your units now, Calamira drew out a box that was roughly 17 kilometers wide, east-west, and 42 kilometers long, north-south, then uploaded it to Hornet Element. How copy, Hornet? Hornet has good copy, 15 pairs to sting the enemy are rolling in now. Enemy ECM, Element, and Recon assets are to be considered high priority. Good hunting, Hornet. Calamira let go of the microphone and set it back in the cradle. X. Did someone answer our prayers? Lakis asked after the fighters began their turn in on their area, including some missile launches at targets outside of the area that the Ghost and Rescuee were in. Not prayers, thoughts, Benjamin said. We're being listened to from on high. Calamira West, Lakis said flatly. Yeah, and she realized that we could use a hand. To point of fact, one of the first flyovers of the massive fireball arrow fighters was a pair with large rapid-fire cannons that sprayed down the APC and troops that were trying to close in on the Ghost. Oh wow, Charlie variant fireballs. That's some serious shred, boys. 60mm Gatlings, one under each wing, designed to rip up infantry and light armor. Couldn't ask for better on this close support run. Despite the hellish dump of ordnance from the pair of fighters nearby, the bulk of the aero fighters were geared up mostly for anti-armor or anti-air work, with bombs and some missiles available for anti-infantry work. This was evidenced by their ability to destroy APCs, helicopters, and aircraft with extreme ease, but dealing with the individual infantry was not so easy. Not many of those variants. No, Charlie is a lesser-used version of the fireball weapons. The A, G and D variants are the most common, followed by Prime, B, E, and D2, and I guess you could say F and C variants bring up the rear in official gun setups. Of course, any pilot that flies for more than 2 years usually has their own pref for weapons spreads. Why so much? Can't one fighter do it all? Lakis asked after a few moments of watching the fireballs crisscross the sky with F-7D Spearhead fighters now joining the fray. One fighter is doing it all. The difference is each fighter has internal framework to simply change the weapons out in a modular fashion. Oh, that isn't really clear, Lakis said, but she filed it away for future reference. X. Hey, guys, we have a friendly down there. Hornet 7 half shouted. I just sensed a ghost on the ground. Damn good. Hornet 0 shouted. That ghost is Jonasy, with Lakis Klein in tow. No wonder we got fragged a quarter way across the country to an area with no notable targets. Yet, when 25 and 26 shot up that infantry fighting vehicle, they rescued the ghost. All right, 7, keep us apprised of where they are. We'll avoid dropping a bomb on them. Even in such a happenstance, Jonasy would probably survive. Lakis probably would not. Got them. Avoid State Highway 71 just south of Snyder. They're going for the bridge across the South Platte. Roger that, Hornet 0 acknowledged. Hornet Element, I want all AEW, Element, and Recon units hammered into scrap and bloody red paste. After that, we go until we're Winchester, 5, or Bingo, 6, whichever happens first, follow. Hi. 30 voices shouted in response to Hornet 0's orders. Command. Tracking radars. Type Avenger Light SAM systems. Hornet 16 reported. Ignore them. The light SAMs used by the Avenger SAM are not capable of downing a fireball. 2 missiles came up, locked onto the super hot exhaust of a nearby fireball, but both impacts did little more than scratch the paint and damage armor plates. Okay, if they're that stupid, take them out of the equation. 0, this is 7, Ghost Ben Jones is crossing the bridge now. All we need to do is distract them some more. Do it, Hornet 0 answered. Good luck, Jones. You'll need it. He looked up and about at some of the F-7D craft in the area, singling a couple out for air-to-air missiles. All right, people, start killing them north to south. We want to make it look like the Ghost is running northbound. Author's chapter afterward. And herein begins the actual invasion of the planet. First off, I want to start my notes out with a little bit of a technological discussion. I'm going to start this note section by, sadly, taking a big old piss on the Gundam franchise. As much as I hate to have to admit it, I must make mention that the arsenal of the Gundam shows is by technicality wildly inferior to real-life weapon systems. This is especially true in air combat and anti-air combat. In the annals of Gundam Seed, there are some dedicated anti-air cannon or gun systems, but for the most part the Seed series pretty much pisses away the past 50 years worth of surface-to-air missile developments. Quite frankly, the expected best a surface-to-air missile would do in Seed is roughly the equivalent of the old Nike SAM system, which by the numbers was lucky to be in the right time zone for its terminal intercept phase. With modern surface-to-air missiles such as the United States Navy Standard Missile System or the Russian Federation S-400 missile system, it would be quite literally possible for the Russians to flatline an enemy air force that originated in the Seed timeline with little to no expectation of casualties on their side. Even discounting most radar systems by way of the neutron jammer system, the lethality of modern surface-to-air missiles is far in excess of the pithy anti-air work that you see in the anime series. Given that I tend to write a lot closer to reality than simply sticking to Gundam Seed principles and equipment, I am dredging up some of the newer and older weapon systems in use around the world, and using those to bolster the absolutely piss-poor military forces in use on Earth. Do not get me wrong, this is not a case of me trying to even the playing field against the Magi, mainly because I do not believe in fair fighting. This is simply attaching some semblance of reality to the anime that presents some pretty good technologies but completely ignores extant weapon systems and realities to push those technologies as absolute. Going strictly by default stock arsenals would be like asking a class of 6th graders armed with popsicle sticks to attempt to knock over the army of, say, the People's Republic of China. By the numbers, it would be theoretically possible for the 6th graders to win, if all the stars in the heavens aligned properly and all manner of luck and fortune bequeathed solely unto the 6th graders, but in realistic expectation my money would be on the Chinese. The disparity in tactics and technologies and weapon systems is so grossly different that I simply cannot ignore this with any expectation of presenting a more realistic story. Besides, by throwing in more and more proper weapon systems, you get to see quite a bit more battles and carnage along the way. 2 bonuses for the price of 1, I'd say. Now that is out of the way, on to the meat of the chapter. This is where you see the individual campaigns beginning, 1 campaign in North America, 1 campaign in Europe, 1 campaign in the middle of Asia, and some pretty good blasting and bashing and down in Central America, which will be followed by some various ass beating in the Caribbean. Somehow, I foresee bikinis and beach babes and white sand beaches in the future for the South Americans, but as with anything I tend to plan, I have this feeling that it's not going to be a bed of roses for the involved parties. Call that a gut instinct on the author's part. The middle of Asia, specifically the middle of one big-ass desert, is probably going to be the calmest of the operational theaters, at least in terms of scale of battles. With a lot more territory to work against and with enemy forces being terrain limited, expect skirmishes on the Far Eastern Front to be fast and brutal. There will be some more extended campaigning in the vicinity of some of the cities, but that is to be expected. Europe is going to be a serious bitch for everybody involved. On the plus side, Mendel has their backs anchored by way of the Kingdom of Scandinavia. On the downside, Europe has always been fairly densely populated, fairly rough terrain, very heavily forested, and there will be a lot of military force concentrated in small areas to attempt to counter the Magi forces arrayed against them. On the other hand, the forced close quarters of terrain and forest trees might actually work to the advantage of the invading party. Armored infantry tend to be very efficient at butchering enemy armor and mobile assets, especially in close. Using forests as screening to get close to those assets is a known viable tactic, especially since large swaths of forest tend to very easily conceal troop movements. The invasion of North America is going to be the hardest one of all for the Magi. The exception being the base of Alaska. With very rare exception, the North American theater was almost completely untouched by the war effort the first time around. With little to no civilian damages sustained and with large concentrations of troops, the Atlantic Federation is mostly well prepared to repel a legion of enemy forces. The caveat to that consideration, though, is that those forces are postured in the wrong directions, sitting in the wrong encampments, and mostly in the wrong place to do defensive operations against troops that are busy landing at this time. The question now becomes how quickly and how efficiently can the Earth Alliance forces shift larger formations into the invasion area and deploy them efficiently against entrenched defenses in the hope of dislodging Mendel and booting them off planet. Initiative in this case goes to Mendel, for their extremely unorthodox invasion plan, but the consideration of initiative only lasts for a short while. What happens after that is what really defines the winner and loser. And then there is the Ghost and the Singer. 2 persons on the run from Blue Cosmos hunters in the middle of Colorado, over 1,000 kilometers away from friendly territory. Something is allowing the Blue Cosmos troops to track the Ghost. The question becomes what is tracking them and how is it dealt with. As will be demonstrated in chapters to come, it is not electronic tracking that is being used against the Ghost. Of course, a rescue operation has already been laid in to pick her up, but that operation is going to start by picking up the other half Kira Yamato and then shift over to Colorado, which technically by Mendel's battle plan will be unsecured territory for some time. Running one of the Archangel-class ships up into that area on a rescue mission is going to be a very risky proposition to begin with. On the other hand, the sheer noise factor and public relations victory that would come from rescuing Lakis Klein would very likely well outweigh any risks taken by such a warship, and then there is the factor of honor as seen by Mendel. Lakis Klein went out of her way to save lives during the First War, and Magi forces tend to honor that. Even if the Magi institutionally do not agree with her policies, they will honor her prior actions. The Earth Alliance got their digs in this chapter, one very large one being the early section with the submarine warfare. By effectively scaring the Scandinavians out of the puddle, for at least a brief respite they now have unrestricted run of the oceans around Iceland. For what it is worth, though, don't expect that some freedom of movement under the waves will make a huge difference in the land campaigns, with most of their resources tied up locally already by the ground invasions, and with major mobility options restricted because the submarines have limited carrying capacity, further naval effects from undersea forces will be minimized. Sailing their little boats around on the surface of the ocean is effectively a losing proposition, even if they are defended against Scandinavian submarines, surface naval assets are subject to suborbital fire from Mendel's space warships. If suborbital cannon fire from one of the Phalanx-class warships can effectively rubble a nuclear missile silo, there is little doubt that the same cannon as applied to a surface naval warship is going to put that warship down on the bottom of the sea as a freshly minted coral reef. At this point, this is where the renewed inferno in Chicago begins. With the invasion now well underway, it is time for the major ground campaigns to start taking hold. This is where the fate of nations is written. This is where history shall be written. And I promise to you, this will be a very bloody history. Next up, with the command to invade, a long line of fierce fighting is put into motion. The fates of nations shall change in coming chapters, lives will be saved, lives will be lost, and not even the author has a proper clue who will survive. The dice will be making many choices in paragraphs to come. Review replies, 10 reviews for the number 10 chapter of Flight and, oddly enough, the last chapter I did of this work was February. Been a while, so thank you all. Dom Rhine, the ship's jester may make a showing in this story sometime through, but more likely, you will see new jokers in the coming sets. As to AAA crossing with some of my other stories, well, classified. Sorry about that. Clever Kilva, in AAA, Star Trek and Babylon are already in the pool as random possibles. Traveler I have never heard of, and Star Trek is on my author's shitlist. Unafraid, and this kind of journey will be hit and miss, due to the campaigning to come, but they might get back together, smiley face. Fire Minor, naval battles are over for now, but there may be more in chapters to come and definitely will be many more naval scraps in sets to come. DFA is on the list of stories to update in the next couple passes. Had to move JW2 forward for the next of DFA to not be spoilerific. C0DY88, no Gibral action in this chappie, but he will get some serious bad omens in the next chapter, smiley face. Hellhound Tao answer, Benjamin succeeded in that feat of anger dumping, smiley face. The dogs of war are on the run now, amigo. Any opinion appreciated, smiley face. As to Gerald, Rini, and Stan in the same room as the extendeds, they noticed but figured the two were asleep, and in all reality it didn't much matter if what they heard made some rounds. In fact, Hataru wanted it to be heard, so she didn't alter any of the events directly. You'll see the echoes of that plan in one of the last chapters of the set. Sejuuk, the rescue operations will mostly be covered in Dilemma of Flay Ulster. Stand by for it. It's not so much saving the gear as it is simply capturing the facilities that produce it. You will see a lot of captures involved. Oh, on the thoughts of going to new universes, allay your fears. In 72,000 years of storyline, the Mendel forces will be going places that are excessively different from the Gundam timelines, and recursively back into Gundam just the same. I have a lot of writing to go still, smiley face. Gulping, a non-repeater Guy Murakumo will be taking up some action in this story, and especially in the side stories, to come, smiley face. Flawless Cowboy 2552, not a direct relation of the Auditoret, but there have been some assassins inside the Magi Commandos, and there will be a lot of them in this story as well. Holy Dragoon, well, time for you to sink your teeth into some more story action, and laugh a little bit more, smiley face. Thank you all for the reviews. This is what manner of gasoline I want to see on the fire, smiley face. The gripe sheet. No gripes from the prior chapter. Much thanks to Zeben Nightwing, Takeshi Yamato, and Necroblade for keeping it straight. Footnotes. 1. Cavitation is where short, rapid movements underwater create a sound that can be picked up by sonar systems. This is typically caused by moving too fast and forming bubbles in the water, which can be heard popping by sonar operators. 2. Sniper is the NATO brevity code for an order to fire an anti-radar missile at a target, usually at either a SAM system or at a warship with a SAM radar array. 3. Magnum is the NATO brevity code for HARM, anti-radar missiles, fired at enemy SAM systems. In Magi use, this is usually followed by expected time to impact. 4. Transporter/erector/launcher. Everything a SAM system needs except the initial radar track on the target, which is usually provided by an external radar system. 5. Electronic intelligence units. Units outfitted with special receivers and systems to detect and localize unidentified enemy electronic communications. 6. Winchester is the NATO brevity code for out of ammo. This can still apply to Magi Aero fighters, if they run their external stores dry, their internal ammo magazines empty, and all they have left is a couple minor lasers. 6. Bingo is the NATO brevity code for out of fuel to the point there is just enough to make it back to base safely. Chapter 12, Sledgehammer from the Heavens. April 16 CE 73, 0000 hours UTC. Taklamakan Desert, Old Chinese Territory, Eurasian Federation. Kurds, 38 degree 50 25.80 N, 81 degrees 5 9.19 E. The initial landing had gone uncontested, mainly because the heavy suborbital bombardment had rendered destroyed any and all SAM systems capable of threatening a dropship. With the major Republic of East Asia and Eurasian forces positioned in the wrong hours and oriented in all the wrong directions, the drop operation in the middle of the desert was a strategic surprise to the Earth Alliance. The trick, for the Mendel forces, now became exploiting that surprise for everything it was worth. Century Commander, do we have any actual threats in the area? Star Commodore Freeman asked the area commander. NEG, nothing close enough that we can't posture forces to hammer them flat, CC Carlos Michaels answered the semi-independent warship officer. You're worried about the kids in the extended facilities. Freeman nodded twice. The longer we jack off here at the jump-off point, the greater the likelihood Blue Cosmos will sterilize the facilities. By which, he meant kill all involved personnel and destroy evidence. That is a major concern, CC Michaels acknowledged. What's your plan for going mobile? Do Tora Bora, Lodania, then circle back through the Eurasian AO to Kiev, Freeman laid out his plan. Most direct plan possible, Carlos Michaels gauged. Okay, my recommendation, fly it low and slow from here to the Hindu Kush Mountains, then run through the crags down to Tora Bora to do their facility. That will prevent all but the dumbest Earth Alliance MS pilots from trying to get to you. Good to go. Hell yes sir, Freeman said. Run east across Helmand province on a beeline for Lodania. NEG, you do that, they'll know exactly where you are headed. Shoot the gap between Kandahar and Quetta and down into the Gulf of Oman, then make some noise on their shipping, give them a boner pointed in the wrong direction. You know sir, it might be considered a gross misuse of ordnance to hammer on their little toy boats with my big strapping guns, Freeman joked. So, sink some shipping, cut across the Arabian Peninsula, run northbound through the desert areas, then cut left at Jordan for my destination, the Star Commodore laid out the second part of his plan. That's the intent. Getting up to Kiev in old Ukraine is going to be the big bitch. After we scratched the static ABM facilities, most of the mobile SAM sites grew a brain and turned off their radars, which prevented us from fragging them down to wreckage and bloody chunks. By the time you get north of Turkey, you may very well be ass-deep in ATA threats. Contrary to some rather hilarious pieces of fiction, mobile suits and atmospheric assault warships were by no means immune to SAM missiles, nor were SAM systems as comically ineffective in reality as they were in said fiction. The S-300 complex of missile systems had over 150 km range, 4G acceleration from the launch tube, and something on the order of 2 4G turn ability. No manned craft, even Magi craft, could turn and burn against such a maneuverable and speedy enemy with a prayer of success. It was theoretically possible to straight-line outrun or outclimb a S-300 missile in a Fireball Aero fighter or anything faster, but the pilot had to have his shit in gear at launch time or he would be wearing said SAM missile up his arse before he could put the throttle all the way down. No known mobile suit had the necessary speed or maneuverability to compete with a S-300, S-400, or S-500 ATA missile, and later revisions of missiles were smart enough to even catch a mobile suit that grounded itself in an attempt to confuse the missile during terminal guidance. Ugh, didn't think about that, Freeman groused. Even for such a hardened ship as an Archangel class, enough SAM strikes and we're going to be on the ground whether we like it or not. Technically Kiev is closer to the European AO, but it was assigned to my ship because the 3 facilities in Eurasia are farther west of Kiev. It's going to be a hard thing to fly into a shitstorm like that, Freeman, but if we're serious about getting it done, we may have to have a monitor do a park and stomp over the area and just drill any SAM system that lights off. The Star Commodore shook his head warily. Freaking waste of manpower to do something like that over a mission like this. We'll do it anyways, Century Commander Michaels said. These kids deserve a way out. Our job to find them and provide the way out. Aye, Century Commander, Freeman said. When we pass Turkey on leg 3, I'll request the monitor support. Good hunting, Freeman. Michaels is out. The radio link to the command dropship cut. You'll need it, CC Michaels said to a blank monitor. Century Commander, deploy instructions are ready for the forces, Star Colonel Kirill Jonas Wallace said. So, where does Star Admiral Kojima have us running today? Carlos received the clipboard that was offered to him by his adjutant. Reading over the operational concept only took about 30 seconds for the Century Commander. Okay, he's looking to make this a 2-prong ass-beating fiesta. One team is going to swing northeast and then hook south into the Chinese plains areas. The other team is going to debouch into the Tibetan Plateau and draw fire along the Himalayas from the Earth Alliance's garrison forces in India and Nepal. Nepal? Gurkha territory? Star Colonel Wallace asked. The same, Michael said. You can allay your fears, Star Colonel. When Her Majesty's Great Britain went tits up and was folded into the growing Atlantic Collective, the prototype of the Atlantic Federation, the Gurkhas refused to switch allegiance. When the Eurasians tried forcing their hand, they went rebel. Nepal has been a quasi-neutral state officially, half-assed part of the Republic of East Asia, but in reality the Gurkhas have been chopping the Earth Alliance dunderheads into shark chum for going on 5 decades now. Damn, SCNL Wallace gaped. There's a reason why the British East India Company never fully defeated them, and why later the British Empire brought them in as semi-mercenary troops. If we play the card right, we could end up having Gurkha allies supporting us as we sweep down into the subcontinent. Kirill nodded with a savage smile. He would reprise that smile many times in the coming days, when the Century Commander's maneuvering came to fruition. XXX. April 16 CE 73, 0100 hours UTC. Arkhangelsk Province, former Russian territory, Eurasian Federation. Kurds, 63°48 31.56 N, 36°57 21.37 E. In the Eurasian Federation landing zone, things were not so simple as they were in the Republic of East Asia. With the advanced warning from the SAM site that fired on the landing dropships, the Eurasian forces were able to better begin moving on the located forces. This did not change the fact that they were technically strategically surprised, but it did get them moving faster than their Republic of East Asia counterparts. Additionally, garrison forces in the nearby city of Arkhangelsk were able to move out and briefly engage landing forces from the beachhead operation, thereby proving to command that Mendel forces had landed and were taking up position to begin a full-scale invasion. Technically there was little doubt of this, but the command officers that were convinced 3 days ago that Mendel still would not invade now knew better. With that realization, came the inevitable, an attempt to stall or dislodge the beachhead. Sabre 27 to command, possible enemy activity southeastern sector. Mech Commander Leader Grayson switched all her radios over to the primary unit frequency. All forces, command, enemy forces detected southeast sector. Clear the channels, all units stand to for an imminent contact. Grayson set her third radio over to the frequency for Sabre unit. Sabre 27, command, move to waypoint Romeo and begin sweep of sector. Do not, repeat, do not engage enemy forces alone. If you have line of sight to major enemy installations or force groups, declare an artillery strike. Sabre 27 acknowledges your last. Moving now. Sabre unit, a unit comprised entirely of Apache IIMR-3 heavy attack helicopters, had been formed as a reflexive response to a mercenary unit that had taken a less than respected design and exploited it for every penny they could squeeze out the airframes. The Apache platform had some use throughout the Meiji Tumen, but it was not until the rather infamous Sigma mercenaries had put whole squadrons of the helicopter in flight and used them almost exclusively to complete some contracts with zero losses and total enemy wipeouts, that Meiji force commanders actually began seeing the value of the unit. Within 50 years of the Apache IIMR-3 platform first being seen in combat under the mercenaries, production of the airframe had quintupled at Boeing Federated and orders were backlogged 3 years for Meiji units to receive their helos. The main draw of the Meiji revision to the old Apache airframe was its immense variability and large external stores payload they could carry without losing any airspeed. Rated to carry up to 7 tons of mixed ordnance on its external pylons, the Apache upgrade platform was easily capable of destroying as much as a battalion of enemy armor per chopper with little or no hazard to the crew. When operating with a mixed arsenal, it was very easily capable of eliminating an entire mechanized battalion from a position of safety or by getting in close and attacking hard and fast. The massive fusion engine that it carried propelled it to just slightly less than the speed of its great ancestor the AW-64D Apache, but gave it a literal global operating range on a single fuel tank. Sabre 27 took roughly 2 minutes to move southwest to Point Romeo, then began tree-hopping westward in an attempt to peg the left flank of the enemy formation. The method was simple: get down almost to the ground, snuggle up to a tree bank that was between the helicopter and the enemy formation, and slowly rise up until the mast mount radar system was above the tree line and could see past it. A careful pilot could evade detection by an enemy formation that wasn't particularly looking for attack helicopters, though a smart enemy would have electronic countermeasures or at least would have radar detectors available to attempt to spot any hostile radars. If no enemy formation was found, the pilot would jump up over the trees and move to the next tree bank and commit the same process to attempt to spot for any other enemies. A 2-helicopter element could easily sweep several hundred kilometers of ground in an hour using this tactic, all the while staying out of line of sight or line of fire to most enemies that were not specifically looking for them. Command, Sabre 27, I have Sparkle on 4 unidentified mobile suits inside the southeast sector. Tango bearing roughly north-northwest. No hazard to aircrew at this time, requesting authorization for shoot. For Mech Commander Leader Grayson, issuing a shoot order in this case was not as easy a call as it would seem. For sure, she had no doubt that Sabre 27 could very easily eliminate all 4 mobile suits before any of them had a clue what went wrong. On the other hand, the Earth Alliance showed no sign whatsoever of having any clue that the Meiji intended to deploy attack helicopters in large quantity in this theater. From a strategic standpoint, it would be wiser to use artillery or aerospace assets to strike down the enemy mobile suits. From a tactical standpoint, it would be far faster and just as lethal to use Sabre 27 to do the kill. In the end, the strategic side won this contest. Sabre 27, command, negative shoot authorization. Continue to sparkle enemy for artillery strike, save those missiles for the real tank hunting here tomorrow. You'll have plenty of meat to chew on at that time, over. Command, Sabre, Roger your last. Targets are painted. Send in the big guns, the helicopter pilot in the distance replied. For the mech commander, the process for calling artillery was quite a bit different from the old days of radioing your commands to the fire direction center. Because mobile army battles were short, fast, and very vicious, commands were very often relayed from inside a command system, rather than by radio unless the requesting unit was out in the field and didn't have a command console. Using the radar picture from Sabre 27, Grayson did a field gun check on the target area and determined that she had a flight time of 30 seconds for her artillery to reach the area. With that in mind, she selected the smallest gun that she expected would be able to effectively eradicate the enemy mobile suits in one strike, which turned out to be the Arrow 4 artillery missile system. To make sure the job was done right, Grayson gave the order to fire 2 high-explosive missiles and 2 area cluster munition shells. A brief second as she paused to verify that all of her commands were in order, then she pressed the release fire command button to get the artillery on the way. 5 seconds later, after the fire direction center had selected the appropriate artillery unit to deliver the strike, 2 missiles were launched within a second of each other, followed by 2 more missiles at almost exactly the same time 5 seconds later. Sabre 27, Command, be advised 4 artillery missiles inbound Tango location. Please stand by for artillery damage assessment. Command, Sabre, good copy your last. I have eyes on and I'm enjoying the show. One major advantage of being a mech commander was that Grayson had access to the dropship's specialized millimeter wave radar for tracking inbound and outbound artillery shells. In this case, she tended to see outbound artillery strikes, in this case the Arrow 4 missiles, and simply waited for the results since there was no particular need for a follow-up strike on the sortie. If by some chance the strikes did not eliminate the enemy scout party, the helicopter that was watching them could finish the job. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 0 seconds. The 4 artillery missiles disappeared off the radar screen after they slammed down into the ground. Command, Sabre, be advised, 2 boomers and 2 firecrackers on the ground. Radar inspection shows 4 machines downed, visual inspection. Confirmed, 4 tangos down and not moving. 2 of these machines are pretty badly shredded, one of them might be salvageable. I show no other tangos this area at this time. Sabre, Command, resume your patrol station as normal. This one is done, Grayson said. She took a moment to stretch and flex the stress out of her shoulders. If something had gone wrong in shooting up this scout party, it could have resulted in personnel losses or more of a compromise to the formation. Be at ease, Mech Commander. This one was fairly easy. As you said, tomorrow we will have some serious meat to chew on, Century Commander Rico said with some cheer to voice. It is only natural they would try to prod our perimeter, but we shall not give them the satisfaction. Playing nice with these punks ended when they applied a nuclear weapon to the Mendel 2 colony. You will get plenty of opportunities to unleash the rotor heads in coming days. Mech Commander Grayson muted her microphone and slipped her headset off. Sir, why did they assign so many attack helicopters to this formation? It is a repeat of the original NATO doctrine for dealing with Warsaw Pact armor. Keep in mind that the players have changed and the date range is off the old calendar, but terrain and the circumstances are roughly the same as the old 1980s Cold War era. It would only be proper of us to play by the old 1980s rules while using our own toys for the job, would it not? XXX. April 16, CE 73, 0100 hours UTC. Skies above Tupelo, Missouri, Old United States Territory, Atlantic Federation. Coords, 34 degree 1952.82 N, 88 degree 3820.08 W. While most of the Atlantic Federation territory had become an impromptu no-fly zone to due mostly in part to Mendel's near immediate possession of the airspace, not all air traffic had simply landed at emergency airports. More worrisome than flights already in the air, some traffic had taken off while the invasion was beginning. Some of these could be chalked up to existing flight plans or craft that were in process of taking off, though a few contacts should have known better. Regardless of status, each aerial contact had to be verified and visually inspected by the aerospace assets. One such inspection operation would very quickly go down in infamy amongst Blue Cosmos. Skygrasper, Flight Control, be advised we have unidentified craft area of Mississippi-Tennessee border, unidentified craft have refused all contact. Intercept and verify. In showing of how quickly things were advancing, Test Pilot Specialist VNRA had not had time to register a unique call sign. Instead, he had simply taken on the name of the aircraft that he was using at this time, the new and significantly radical design Skygrasper IIM. Unlike most Magi fighters, the new design weighed less than 50 tons as a dry weight. The armor on the unit was considered sub-PAR for its size, and in its own weight bracket the engine power was not particularly impressive. The flip side of this consideration, though, made the fighter extremely appealing to the new Mendel brass. Each fighter carried a large stock of weapons, could mount 2 striker packs for the strike Gundam or for its own use, and most important of all, for an extended military infrastructure, each fighter cost less than a fifth of a new Fireball Arrow fighter. From a financial and material standpoint, it was theoretically possible to outfit an entire trinary with the new Skygrasper IIM Aerofighters for less than the cost of a full star of Fireball Aerofighters. Flight control, Skygrasper, headed southbound at high velocity. Test pilot specialist Vihen Ra rolled hard left to bring his craft south and ran his throttle forward to high cruise speed. A quick look at the radar screen showed the enemies in question around 200 kilometers off his nose, which meant he had some 10 or 12 minutes flight time to intercept the moving aircraft. Given the necessities of intercepting and warning off civilian aircraft still in the air during the middle of an invasion, Vihen set his radio system to the general guard frequency and applied full power to his radio. Attention, unidentified aircraft contacts in the vicinity of the Mississippi border. Attention, unidentified aircraft contacts, this is Mendel Skygrasper IIM Aerofighter. You are ordered to immediately set transponder and identify yourself, or you will face immediate intercept and possible shoot-down. Acknowledge this transmission on standard guard frequency within 90 seconds or you will be considered hostile. In 60 seconds, it became reasonably obvious that the unidentified craft had heard his transmission. The large body aircraft at the center of their formation began descending altitude and increasing speed. The 6 remaining smaller aircraft broke off from escorting the large body and turned in on the Skygrasper IIM to intercept. Skygrasper, flight control, be advised Tango aircraft have turned on intercept course. You have incoming. Before Vihen Ra could open his mouth to acknowledge, someone else entered the radio channel. Skygrasper, this is strategic, Kalamira West reporting. Be advised enemy high-value target is on that transport aircraft. You are authorized to conduct an immediate shootdown on enemy high-value target. Strategic, Skygrasper, please advise nature of high-value target. There was no response on the channel for 10 seconds. Skygrasper, be advised high-value target is Chairman Reisman of the Atlantic Federation. The same Chairman Reisman who authorized the nuclear strike on the Mendel II colony. Intercept and prosecute Tango with extreme prejudice. Skygrasper copies all and will comply immediately. Payback is a bitch, and I'm about to drop her off at the party. The Skygrasper IIM began the dance by way of cheating. The enemy aircraft, F-7D Spearhead conventional fighters, had a hard altitude maximum of 37,000 feet. The missiles carried on the Spearhead fighters could theoretically be fired at a target above that altitude up to 50,000 feet, however going any higher than that compromised the missile's ability to guide on a target. In contrast, the Skygrasper IIM had no problem leaving the atmosphere and flying to the moon, if the pilot had enough fuel to make it there in a timely manner. To bypass the enemy fighter screen, Vihen Ra simply hauled back on his flight stick, brought his fighter nearly vertical to the ground, and flew upwards for several seconds until he was outside the missile guidance envelope for the enemy fighters. Once he did that, he leveled off and increased his engine power to maximum to take advantage of the thin atmosphere at 95,000 feet. After burning off a quarter ton of fuel total, he nosed his fighter down on an intercept course to take out the transport, having passed overhead of the enemy fighters with no resistance. This is Skygrasper IIM calling Earth Alliance 1 on guard frequency. Chairman Reisman, I know you can hear me, so I'll be short. You've earned this day, you've earned this reward, and I am the Reaper here to deliver your ration of vengeance. The task force Joker's Wild says sayonara scumbag, and you have 10 seconds to stick your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. Firing missiles now. To make sure the job was done properly, Vihen Ra released and fired 3 AMRAAM IIM missiles at the transport craft. Initially the 3 missiles launched in active radar homing mode, though 4 seconds after launch the enemy aircraft kicked on electronic countermeasures and noisemakers to prevent easy tracking. Herein, the hard 3 millennia of warfare that the Magi had suffered at the hands of the old Negaverse came into play. The super-intelligent missiles realized they were being jammed, switched over to home on ECM tracking mode, and immediately bored in on the loudest electronic countermeasure in the area. It would not be until the next war with Blue Cosmos that they even realized that Magi missile technology could home in on enemy jamming systems. From 30,000 feet above the target, Vihen Ra had the luxury of watching all 3 missiles strike the body of the aircraft. The sight of the transport craft falling apart in the sky reminded him a lot of video footage of old B-17 bombers during World War II, as the wings separated from the aircraft and it simply folded in on itself before it began descending to the ground. For certain, such catastrophic damage was lethal and he had no expectation of enemy survival. Command, Skygrasper, 3 missile strikes confirmed enemy transport craft. Now intercepting enemy escort fighters. Skygrasper, flight control, good shoot. We confirm enemy aircraft going down, 5 seconds to impact. No visible parachutes or escape pods. He's gone. Commence intercept enemy fighter screen, then return to patrol station. We will have plenty of action before the end of the day. Test pilot specialist Vihen Ra smiled briefly as what remained of the enemy transport craft slammed into the ground and caused an immediate fireball in the vicinity. One less genocidal maniac in existence, he said on the guard frequency as he reefed his aircraft into a rolling turn towards the back of the enemy fighter screen. Rather than waste rather expensive and slightly rare missiles on intercepting small fry such as Spearhead fighters, Vihen switched his weapon systems over to automatic gun tracking and selected the beam rifles that were part of the AL Striker packs attached to his Aero fighter. Much like the initial Skygrasper design, the Skygrasper IIM was able to carry the same Striker packs that were designed for the old Strike Gundam. Unlike the original fighter, the new Mendel version was designed to carry 2 Striker packs at one time. 2 of the enemy fighters tried climbing and turning rapidly to get away from an enemy that was already above them. 2 of the fighters tried descending to gain airspeed, though even this plan had limitations due to their airframes. Curiously, 2 of the fighters simply continued flying forward without any major amount of maneuvering. A moment before Vihen-Ra engaged the first of those fighters with 2 beam rifle shots, the pilot ejected before his craft had taken any damage, apparently convinced that he was not going to survive. Skygrasper, this is Fighter Escort, please show mercy. I will show you the exact same mercy that you showed the Mendel 2 colony. Vihen-Ra yawed his fighter to the left and banked upward slightly, still descending on top of the enemy formation, to bring his gun sights in line with the next enemy craft. This time, the pilot ejected right into the beam rifle fire from the Skygrasper IIM, which cooked the pilot and the aircraft. As Vihen-Ra switched over to cannons, he smiled heartily. Oceania may have had the heart for dogfighting, but Mendel had both heart and the aircraft to make it effective. XXX. April 16, CE 73, 0215 hours UTC. Heavens Base, Iceland, Atlantic Federation Territory. Responses in from the Mississippi bunker. Chairman Reisman's plane never made it to the airport. One of the Spearhead fighters did make it to the airport, reported they were attacked by an experimental Mendel Aero fighter. The pilot reported that the Mendel Aero fighter deliberately attacked Reisman's transport. We have to assume that National Command Authority is deceased. Thank you, Operator, Admiral Fedden replied. If they deliberately intercepted Earth Alliance 1, then it is safe to say that at least some elements of the enemy task force are not too thrilled to be playing by reduced rules of engagement. Striking down a head of state is generally considered a very uncivil action. At least they're not holding him hostage, Major Barrister replied. Edward Barrister was part of the Earth Alliance Signals Corps, the communications and intelligence arm of the Earth Alliance Armed Forces. Where Admiral Fedden was intelligence generation and analysis, Signals was primarily responsible for making sure that the intelligence was properly disseminated around the armed forces. As far as I can analyze how they're thinking, trying to take a hostage or prisoner in this case would have no value. They want blood, not leverage. And as of a week ago, I really can't blame them. Admiral Fedden took a quick look at the strategic overview map running on the large screen in the room. We have to give these bastards points for speed. They've already landed the bulk of their forces in theater, something that would have taken the Earth Alliance 2 weeks or more, and by all reports they're already consolidating their positions. Colonel Killian scratched at her left temple. This is all textbook to the Mendel Pukes, she said. Their tradition of warfare requires them to land quickly, consolidate quickly, repel counterattacks quickly, and begin a near-immediate offense to put an enemy planetary garrison off balance. To these hardened warriors, this is exactly the same shit on a different planet, nothing more and nothing less. From the Colonel, Admiral Fedden took her assessment as a very learned opinion. Colonel Sally Killian was renowned throughout the Earth Alliance as the archetype for the term battle axe. In 8 years of service to the Atlantic Federation, she had risen through the ranks from corporal to colonel, was one of the first persons to volunteer as a Earth Alliance mobile suit pilot, and had literally earned her way into her rank through merit of combat. It was often said that she didn't simply break through the glass floor, she destroyed the glass floor with a demolition charge and then used some leftover glass shards to cut the throats of anybody that tried stopping her ascension up the ladder. Admiral Fedden decided that she was exactly the right person he needed advising him on matters pertaining to a force of hard-ass warriors. So far, his decision was paying dividends. 3 total legions of heavy forces. Conventional wisdom says that such an amount of force would be impossible for all but another star empire to crush. Under those constraints, let's set aside conventional wisdom and think about unconventional solutions. What can we do to fuck their ozone in such a way that they have to pack their shit up and get off this planet? The only thing that comes to mind is nuclear arms, Major Barrister reported. Radiological weapons are simply an annoyance to a group with nanomachines, biological weapons may be ineffective, chemical weapons would be an annoyance given Mendel widely issues chemical warfare gear, and our conventional forces are about to get their asses kicked up one side and down the other. Nuclear weapons, Admiral Fedden replied. Damn it all to hell, this is not how I trained to or wanted to fight a war. Well, sir, at this point you really only have 2 options. Either we go in all guns blazing, and that includes our nuclear weapons section, or we give up and take it in the ass. These punks did not come down from space to play nice, they're here to win. They intend to win in spite of everything we can throw at them. And when you get down to brass tacks and hard numbers, everything we throw at them is nowhere near enough to even begin stopping them. They literally have more mobile suits and battle mechs deployed in these 3 invasion fronts than the Earth Alliance has ever manufactured mobile suits total, including stuff that ZAFT destroyed in the last war. We lost this war from a logistic standpoint at the exact moment in time that the warship Golden Phoenix dropped in on us. Now this licks the booty, Major Barrister replied. I hope you're not offering, this is a wholly inappropriate time for that. Settle down you two, or take the unresolved sexual tension to a different room. We have business to deal with here. Admiral Fedden changed the primary map screen over to a zoomed-in view of the Taklamakan Desert Theater. In terms of sheer exposure, the Taklamakan Theater is Mendel's wide-open front. With no shores, no cities, no mountains, and no rivers to mitigate movements, an attacking force can make very good speed in an attempt to engage the Mendel forces here in the desert. On the flip side, no terrain features in the area means that they will see us coming a long way off, and they will be waiting for us when we arrive. More to the point, wide-open expanses like this are perfect for artillery, naval bombardment, and airstrikes, three methods of attack that Mendel has shown a very good aptitude for using. Can I have some recommendations? The only viable option I'm seeing is to simply ignore them for now. As much as I hate to say it, the Republic of East Asia is effectively in a state of open rebellion, we don't have any forces in the area that can help them, and their own forces can't help themselves. The smartest solution for the Southeast Asia theater would be to simply ignore it. Major Bannister scratched a couple entries off the notepad sitting in front of them. Colonel, are you seeing something else? I concur with the Major, sir. We have no options, and anything we try would reduce forces in the other two theaters. I recommend we let them blow beans and bullets in an effectively useless theater while we worry about the bigger fish to fry. Sounds like we were all thinking on the same wavelength. Officially, we will have to let the East Asians try to hack it on their own. For now, the Earth Alliance will focus specifically on Eurasia and North America. Admiral Fedden changed the map over to the landing zone in northern Russia. Russian forest tundra area. If we're going to use conventional or mobile forces in this area, we have to be careful and slow about it. The forest of this area provides excellent ambush locations, cover from fire, concealment for infantry and traps, and will bog down both ours and their movements. Applies to us, applies to them, Colonel Killian said. More to the point, once we have a clear idea how they are moving, we can put in delay and trap measures in line with their advance. They have to come to us, we can make the trip a rocky one. Good point, Major Barrister said. Landmines dispersed at random intervals along their path will go a long way to frustrating them. Remember, this is Mendel we're talking about. They have the mobility to bypass our major plans like that, and the wherewithal to try to read them ahead of us, the Admiral said. Oh, fuck yeah, Kalamira, Major Barrister growled. This entire planning session is probably compromised. Same time. Warship Jr. Yep, Major, I hear your thoughts, and no, I will not have sexual intercourse with farm animals, Kalamira told the ceiling of her quarters. She could have easily told the Major the same thing by way of her telepathy, but decided that slapping them in the face with her skill set would serve no purpose here. She did, however, intend to toy with Jibril something fierce in the coming day, so. The crux of their planning session had boiled down to one major line dropped by the Colonel. From a logistics standpoint, they lost the war at the time the Golden Phoenix arrived. It would take a literal strategic miracle for the Earth Alliance to recover from having 3 legions of enemy forces drop into their innards, and so far no enemy formation was coughing up the necessary miracle. The other consideration, nuking the Mendel forces off the face of the planet, was a loser concept on 2 fronts. Mendel had already destroyed most of the nuclear arsenal by way of suborbital bombardment, and Wayne was one of those division commanders not afraid to push the little yellow button with nuclear symbols on it. For all her faults, even Colonel Killian knew she was advocating for a losing scenario by using tactical or strategic nuclear arms on Mendel. The one question that remained outstanding, who would come up with the most efficient plan to squander the Earth Alliance forces in a futile attempt to stem the vengeance of the Mendel forces. XXX. April 16, CE 73, 0400 hours UTC. Des Moines, Iowa, Old United States Territory, Atlantic Federation. In the space of 4 hours, 4 galaxies of personnel had landed in Des Moines. The way into the Chicago theater was now effectively guarded from both sides. Indianapolis in the east held the gate from the main heavy divisions on the east coast, and St. Louis or Des Moines restricted travel on the western front. Anything trying to move north from the deep south area was easy prey for the orbiting warships, so that route was effectively blocked. All that remained was to see where the enemy dropped his chips first. After the initial combat drop, the first priorities had been moving out the heavy forces to defensible locations. The dominating feature in Des Moines was the river, though given the city and the roads around it, the river could only be considered a stopgap defensive bulwark. Magi forces would not deliberately use a city as a defensive position except as a last resort. With the city being somewhat flat for a river valley city, that left focusing the defense on major avenues of movement, the old United States interstate highway system. 3 dominating roads made up the incoming highways: the 80 from the west, the 35 from the north and south, and the 235 that cut through the heart of the city. The lesser US 65 highway that formed something of a ring road to the south and east of the metro area also played into the planning. The final consideration in Des Moines was the international airport, ergo ground zero for the invasion forces of the Garm century. 2 clusters of battle mechs and a cluster of armored infantry were stationed at the 8035-235 interchange, the one location that all 3 roads converged and any enemy force without GPS or radio navigation would have to pass through to disperse. Another cluster of battle mechs and armored infantry were stationed to the interchange of Interstate 35 and Iowa 5, which guarded the southern flank against an encroachment. 14 cluster, battle mechs, was assigned to the 35 interstate outside Ankeny in the north, which would provide hard defense against a northern assault that tried to bypass Milwaukee. The 5th cluster of battle mechs was assigned to the airport as a reserve unit, in case reinforcements were needed before the breakout phase. Garm Century comprised 4 galaxies, 1 battle mech galaxy, 1 mobile forces galaxy, mixed aerospace and mobile suit, 2 infantry galaxies. The mobile suits, 3 clusters total, were issued out 2 on the line and 1 reserve, to fill in the gaps and cover the southern exposure. Accompanying infantry joined each cluster in the field, to ensure that the mobile forces were not simply overwhelmed by hordes of Earth Alliance infantry. Aero fighters, on the other hand, required landing and takeoff space, which meant the 2 airports, Des Moines International in the south and Ankeny in the north, with 2 clusters south and 1 north respectively. Each cluster of aero fighters comprised 150 craft, which was far more than either airport had ramp space, though the Fireball aero fighters had been designed to take advantage of dirt ramp space and ground support equipment could easily follow. The groundskeepers on both airports would wake up to a profanity-laced day on the demolition of their well-manicured grass, but none of them would begrudge the Mendel forces the parking space for hammering on the Earth Alliance. The entire 10th Garm Infantry Forces Galaxy, mechanized infantry, was dispersed into the city and suburbs at the star level to maintain order and ferret out blue cosmos cells in the area. At 2200 Lima, 1, on the 5th, when most persons were asleep, the actual dispersion of the forces was mostly administrative. Few persons properly realized that the war had even started, and of those who were actually awake none were fool enough to challenge the Mendel armored infantry. Most of the aware civilians in the city were welcoming of the new command authority in town, and those who disapproved or were frightened were allowed ready evacuation from town. All that remained was the other players to come to the party. X. Baseplate, referee, I confirm the players are on the field. What are your orders? Referee, baseplate, recon the dugout. Repeat, recon the dugout. Do not expose yourself to enemy batters. Baseplate is out. Sergeant Sanders set down the field phone and switched it off. All right, boys, time to go have a look at the dugout. The location code word dugout was in reference to the Des Moines airport. Does baseplate have any bloody idea what kind of forces we have between here and the international airport? One of the recon corporals asked. The sergeant dropped aside the field phone and kicked it off the side of the road to keep it out of the way of oncoming vehicles. Given the order package they'd just been issued, it was highly unlikely that field phone would survive if they brought it along, and since it was a wired device it had no value inside a moving scout car. I don't think baseplate gives a damn about our lives. I'm reasonably sure they also don't expect us to survive. Or, alternately, they do expect us to survive, and they are thinking that the Mendel forces are idiots, which is so grossly false that somebody should be slapped for even breathing that. Well, ain't this sweeter than shit, the recon squad's heavy weapons specialist complained. I always wanted to die for a bunch of racist fascists. Why don't we just save everybody the trouble, drive up the road with a white flag and surrender to their front line? I'd much rather shovel latrines for Mendel than die for these racist wagons in blue cosmos. The squad sergeant simply stared at the heavy weapons specialist for 20 seconds, wordlessly. Coming from the hands-down biggest redneck in the 33rd Earth Alliance Heavy Regiment, his declaration was 3 parts shock factor and 5 parts slap in the face to blue cosmos. I think we'll humor this request. All in favor of making a scout run on the international airport, raise your hands. Only one person, the sociopathic lead driver, raised his hand. All in favor of surrendering preemptively to Mendel's front line before they blow us to hell and back, raise your hand. Everybody in the team, including the prior sociopath, raise their hand. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, we are all traitorous bastards. But at least we will be alive traitorous bastards by the end of the day. Can't say the same for the rest of the dumb shits coming down the pike. X. Star Colonel, this is Left Eye. I think I'm seeing some strange activity on that Earth Alliance scout car. Talk to me, Left Eye. The troops appear to have erected a Bangalore torpedo, attached what appears to be a white hammock to it, and a pair of underwear below that. Second vehicle's done the same. Hold your fire, allow them to approach. It appears they may be attempting to surrender. Or they want to issue defiance to us before their forces break their teeth on our front line. One or the other. Roger that, Star Colonel. I will have my infantry detachment stop them and question them. XXX. April 16 CE 73, 0600 hours Lima, UTC 5. Outside Chepo, Panama, on the Pan America Highway. Coords, 9 degree 1040.01 N, 79 degrees 527.78 W, coords are for the school mentioned below. Look at this insane shit, Edward's right-hand man said. Insane shit, all of it. Damned Earth Alliance, assholes one and all of them. If I couldn't attribute this to being stupid, I'd have to say it was scorched earth. And that is why the rest of the world is all taking turns beating the shit out of them. The arm of Colonel Harrison's Gundam jerked its thumb over his shoulder at the town they just passed. La Margarita suffered the same fate by the passing troops. Houses demolished, accidentally or negligently. Persons run over, families buried in their own collapsing structures, businesses looted or destroyed, the one fuel station in 60 kilometers set on fire. If these troops are vying for the Asshole of the Year awards, they're certainly in the top 5. So what we do with these dumb shits once we find them? A chief warrant officer asked. If we get to them before Mendel does, well, I think we know what to do with them. War criminals, every last one of the shits, Rico said. Today is a damn good day to be on the warpath, one of the battalion commanders said. And if they get to Mendel lines first? The regiment intelligence officer asked. If, on the off chance that they make it to Mendel lines before we catch their 6, then the absolute best they can hope for this is a lifetime of scrubbing toilets. Last I checked, Mendel's not exactly in a forgiving mood. A force rapidly heading north into one of their flanks is very likely to be erased off the map by suborbital bombardment. Colonel Harrison looked south into the town that he was passing with his Gundam. Guys, something is not right here. I think you are correct, sir, something is most certainly not right here. Rico pointed into the city, and specifically at the municipal building in the downtown area. Somebody was standing on top of the rotunda and using a reflective object or mirror plate to signal the troops as they passed by. Do we investigate? The regiment logistics officer asked. If we are being signaled, that tells me there's trouble. We definitely investigate. Send a company of infantry with mobile suit support, and have the artillery forces stop and set up only the mobile howitzers. We'll save the towed artillery batteries for any major threats. We are on it, sir. X. A company of infantry comes out to roughly 180 troops. The infantry attached to the 4th South American Regiment, Edward Harrelson's regiment, was all mechanized or motorized. In this case, D Company, 4th South American, was all equipped with a locally manufactured APC based on existing Mendel and Magi technologies. Courtesy of the Project Assistance with the Southern Cross Main Battle Tank, the industrial base of the United States of South America, with a little further assistance for Mendel, was perfectly able to create a new armored personnel carrier design. The Gauge Urban Assault Armored Personnel Carrier was designed to fit an entire platoon of troops inside its 45-ton wheeled hull, and protect them from everything short of repeated hits from a beam rifle. The armor on the unit was sufficient to shrug off at least 2 strikes of the linear tank main cannon, and it could very easily return fire with the same LRM-10 launcher used on the Southern Cross. For work in close and against enemy infantry, the unit was equipped with a pair of 4-tube short-range missile launchers and a total of 5 light machine guns. Of course, bringing a platoon of fresh troops into the battlefield and an extra ton of supplies for those troops to resupply on the fly was more than enough advantage to overwhelm Earth Alliance troops in most battle scenarios. The addition of the firepower and defensive measures of the armored personnel carrier simply allowed the United States of South America to defeat the enemy infantry faster. Driving through downtown Chepo, the troops quickly learned that having friends nearby, in the form of a large armored personnel carrier, was simply the best solution to a very claustrophobic situation. This isn't good, where is everyone? Private Jimenez asked as the dismounted troops walked dispersed down the roads in the vicinity of their APC. The whole place is like a fucking ghost town, Sergeant Wayland groused. There, teenage lady, eastern side of the road. The lady waved for the troops to approach, of which 3 infantrymen did cautiously. She was holding something that looked suspiciously like a hand grenade, and she was crying. Grenade, her right hand. Be careful, the sergeant ordered. Señorita, why are you holding a grenade? Private Jimenez asked. She sobbed, holding it to her leg tightly. It was forced on me by the retreating Atlantic soldiers, she sobbed out. Madre de Dios, Jimenez said. That's sick as fuck. Did you see where they left the pin? No, she said. Jimenez looked down the side of the building and saw a dumpster. Perfect, that trash bin should contain the fragments. Sandoval, prop open the lids, I have an idea. Oh fuck, Sandoval said, but still opened it up and braced the lids. Señorita, I'm going to slowly take the grenade from you so the fuse stays intact. Just hold it there against your leg, I'll do the rest, Jimenez said. Please, God please be careful, the teenager said. Jimenez knelt down next to the girl's side and started the process by placing his 2 hands next to the young lady's hand. He slowly closed his grip up until her hand was cradled in place, then he used both thumbs to slowly spread her fingers off the spoon while his thumbs retained the pressure. After he had a full grip on the fuse lever, spoon, he began pushing her hand off the grenade, slowly, until only he had possession of the grenade. I have it. Jesu Cristo, Jimenez, you are one ballsy son of a bitch, Sergeant Wayland said. Everyone clear away from the alley. Clear away. Miss, over here, Wayland moved her several meters past the corner of the building. All right, Jimenez, do it whenever you're ready, he ordered. Just about, Sarge, Jimenez said as he approached the corner. Once in place, he took a quick gauge of the distance and prepared to underhand throw the grenade. Frag out! He shouted before he threw the grenade toward the dumpster and ducked back around the corner. The grenade ran on a long fuse, 7 seconds, then detonated. Everyone in the vicinity had their ears plugged or covered, so no hearing damage occurred. The girl sobbed once after the detonation, then collapsed to her knees, repeating the phrase "Thank you Jesus" for some seconds. Sergeant Wayland took a knee next to the girl. Señorita, why did they do this to you? He asked. They wanted me to stay in place. They said the grenade would detonate if I moved down the block more than 4 houses, or if I dropped it. They also placed traps in my house so I couldn't enter, she said in a rush. Where is everyone? Jimenez asked. They took everyone to the school, they executed a couple coordinators, the police, and the mayor. Then they locked everyone in the school building and wired all the doors and windows, she gasped out between sobs. Assholes of the year, the colonel said, Sergeant Wayland said. So far, they're living down to that title. He picked up his radio handset and dialed it to their command frequency. Command, Recon 4, be advised I have made contact with a civilian. She reports that the town has been evacuated to the primary school, where the remainder civilians were secured inside and the building's windows and doors were all wired with traps. How copy? Recon 4, Command, good copy. We have EOD personnel on the move to hostage location. Command, Recon 4, be advised that we also have possible traps in a civilian structure here in town at my position. We will need EOD or Spec Ops to clear this one before we continue. Affirmative. Troops are on the way. X. Approaching the Chepo Primary School. Stop the vehicle here, Warrant Officer Karin Loviater said. She was the daughter of Scandinavian immigrants to the USSA, and had been in middle school when the USSA was invaded by the Earth Alliance. She had gone full rebel when Harrelson was leading the forces to stomp and boot the enemy, and signed up for EOD after her extensive experience disarming mines for the rebellion. Her surname, the name of the Finnish goddess of pain, served as both a humorous point for her, and a warning to anyone in her unit. Go it on foot? Master Sergeant Bees asked. No choice, there are 4 claymore mines in the road ahead, Karin said. Son of a bitch, the Master Sergeant complained. That I am, no sons yet though, Karin said as she slipped out of the passenger seat of their missile truck. The USSA had quickly found themselves in a conundrum. Since their rebellion against the Earth Alliance, they had thousands of the missile truck units that were wholly ineffective against mobile suits, and no way to resupply their laser-guided missiles. They also had several production lines for the trucks, and didn't really want to retool all of them. So, the USSA had cranked up the production on the ripped-off Iron-on weapons SRM-4 launcher in response to the armaments shortage. Each truck received an armor upgrade, 1 SRM-4 launcher, an engine upgrade, and a ton of ammo in a case cell, cellular ammunition storage equipment, to protect the lives of the personnel in the vehicle in case of an ammunition explosion. The net result of the upgrade series was increased vehicle life, triple the vehicle lethality, and the USSA wasn't left cleaning the Earth Alliance's dirty laundry for them. Karin closed the passenger door for the missile truck and slowly creeped forward, dragging her EOD toolkit with her while very carefully scanning the area for traps or devices. She had called the claymores properly, they were planted out in the open in a go-the-fuck-away pattern aimed at dissuading anyone except a professional. On the other hand, the dumbasses that had set the chain up had properly daisy-chained the 5 mines, one more than she had initially seen, together, but the fuses on the tripwire detonators had not had the pins removed and were harmless. To deal with this trap, Karin simply cut the tripwires and reeled them back to the mines, where she disassembled the entire chain and rendered harmless. Fucking amateur hour, she said after she dropped the stack of claymores on the hood of the EOD missile truck. Unlike standard missile truck refits, the EOD trucks carried only 12 missile salvos, slightly less than a half-ton of missiles, but also incorporated a 520-kilo cargo capacity built into the back of the vehicle and accessible from exterior hatches. No anti-tamper devices, and the fuses on the tripwires were not even armed. Whoever set this up was only quarter-ass half-monkey balls trained in demo. More claymores for us, girl, Lenny Dees said as he collected the mines and moved them to storage. I'm going to move for the school main doors. If intel is right, we have some devices waiting for us, Warrant Officer Loviater said. Well, the bastards have achieved their goal. This one has definitely delayed us, Master Sergeant Bees complained. Well, they don't have anywhere to run. They go north, Mendel flattens them, they hang south, we flatten them. Either way, they're fucked and the goddess of pain will have some fun with them, Karen said as she approached the bus unload area. Well, fuck me sideways, the Master Sergeant said, a line he picked up from some of the Mendel demolitions engineers he had trained with last year. Is that what I think it is? Oh hell yes it is, Karen said. That is 20 pounds of plastic attached to a RM7 detonator trap. Okay then, the Master Sergeant said. What's the rule book for the RM7 look like? 10 meters assured trip, 20 meters possible trip, battery life is 60 hours before the device safety detonates on power down. RM7 controllers have an exposed board, RM7A controllers have a hidden board, and both can be disabled by a very unorthodox method. Shoot a certain part of the controller board, the detonator trap stops working. Hey! Corporal Lenny Dees groused. Lenny, you have an old AR-7 survival rifle, right? Hoop that out, I can do this, Karen said. Are you sure? Lenny asked. Oh yes, my instructor in EOD school showed me this one. The RM7 is favored by the EA, but it has a weakness. If you destroy the timing chip on the motherboard, the processor locks up and it can't execute its detonation routines. Once the processor locks up, you put 2 rounds in the processor, then 2 rounds in the eye and wait for the unit to shut down. Then you can take it apart at leisure. Oh, wow, Lenny said as he began assembling the AR-7 for survival rifle for her. Okay, ready. What do you need? A moment of silence, Karen said as she slowly lowered to the ground and took a prone position with the rifle aimed at the large device on the front door to the school. After 10 seconds, she snapped off the shot into the control board, which caused a chip in the center of the board to break and fall apart. Got one. Hold on. 2 more shots, then 2 more shots and the processor spidered into plastic and metal chunks. Now we wait for the motion detector light to disarm. How long? 30 seconds or so. The light on the bottom of the motion detector faded out slowly as Karen disarmed and disassembled the Henry AR-7 survival rifle to return to Lenny. By the time she stood up, the light was blank. Befitting her namesake's poise, Karen simply strolled up to the device and disconnected the main controller from the explosive charge behind it. She tossed aside the ruined board, pulled the detonators out of the explosive bricks, and simply pulled the bricks off the door that they were attached to. School's out for summer, Warrant Officer Loviater said as she hauled the door open. XXX. April 16 CE 73, 1200 hours UTC. Taklamakan Desert Southern Areas, nearby Provincial Road S165. Coords, 37°58 16.95 N, 82°43 7.35 E, Coords are for enemy starting position. Star Admiral Jin Kojima had rearranged the galaxies under his 4 centuries to take advantage of terrain. Where the northeastern force was operating on mostly flat plains terrain when headed out toward the Chinese coastal areas, the better bet for such areas was ground armor, tanks, wheeled assault vehicles, hover and WIGE units. In situations where flat or moderate hill terrain was dominant, mobile suits and battle mechs were more of a liability than an asset, given their taller profile made them easier targets for competent gunners. Ground armor, which was most of the time less than half the altitude of an equivalent mobile suit, had the same mobility and less of a cross-section to be shot at, as well as higher armor density per cross-section to increase survivability from enemy abuse. The inverse applied to the southern route. The Tibetan Plateau was a strange mix of mountains and valleys, flatlands and ridgelines, bordered on the north by a sweeping incline of mountains and bordered on the south by the imposing Himalaya Mountains where mainland Asia encountered and resisted the impact of the Indian subcontinent. From a geographic standpoint, tanks could work if the driver had enough balls, but the better bet was mobile suit and battle mechs. Standing armor had an inherent advantage on mountainous terrain, in that it was easier for a battle mech to traverse craggy and uneven mountainsides than tracked or wheeled ground vehicles, though even that had limitations. The operational plan was to avoid fighting the crags as much as possible, to traverse river valleys, mountain crevasse, and flatlands as much as possible for the southbound leg of the trip. Roads would be used when possible, but sparingly if an enemy force was in the area. South of the Nepal border, though, the only option was to use the roadways to traverse the Himalaya southern face and debouch into the Nepalese lowlands to liberate them from the Earth Alliance. South of Nepal, the Earth Alliance had over 1 million men and women under arms in the former nation of India. And Carlos Michael's orders were to disrupt, degrade, or destroy those formations, to prevent them from trucking north into the Tibetan Plateau or west into Old Burma, Thailand, or Vietnam. Of course, getting to Nepal was a campaign of its own. The journey of 80 kilometers begins with a single scrap, Century Commander Michael said after the sensor picture from the recon units firmed up into a soft contact. The enemy had been found and confirmed, but no shots had yet been exchanged. Looks like we have some enemies raring for a fight, boss, Star Colonel Wallace said coldly. What do you think? Humor them with a spanking. It is what we are here for, Michael said after he reviewed the map picture. Well, can't accuse the enemy of being completely stupid. We're out of range for artillery support from the dropships, and the next monitor that will fly over our AO isn't due for 6 hours. Guess we need to play this one on our terms, rather than doing it as a team scrap. This is going to be a bitch, boss. The desert areas around here barely vary in altitude by more than 10 meters. I would be bloody surprised if they haven't seen us already. Roger that, Carlos said. This is the one area on our intended route where engaging us by ground makes more sense than anywhere else on the route. Issue orders, break off Delta cluster of mechs to engage them head-on, hammer them flat and sweep them aside. As ordered, sir. Wallace looked up from the map. Comms, deploy the Desert Foxes cluster of the 777th due east into the enemy formation's front. They are to close, engage hard, eliminate all threats, and return to the corridor for refit and repair. X. All Fox commands, this is Fox 0, Star Colonel Linus Waltz Norensk 3 prompted his subordinate star captains. Century Commander Michaels has given us the pleasure of scrapping out the enemy flanking force that is having trouble finding its way across the desert. Time to get in the shit, people, we've got faces to wreck and not all day to do it in. I want Grey Fox and Island Fox forward, Swift Fox and Kit Fox, 2, on the right flank for an envelopment, with Red Fox and Sichuran Fox back as a reserve. Good to go. Red 0 acknowledges. Grey 0, surging forward. Island 0, moving up. Swift Fox, beer pong time. Kit Fox 0, roger orders. Sichuran 0, party in the rear, roger that. Linus nodded to his command panel with a smile unseen by his troops. The unit had been thrown together from the degenerates of the medium and heavy stars of 36 other galaxies of forces that had given up troops to the effort here with the task force Jokers wild. Slackers, degenerates, ne'er-do-wells, miscreants, their official jackets, 3, had called them. Many had been passed over for promotion, some cases repeatedly, and often inexplicably. In combat on the dusts of Luna, the Desert Foxes cluster had acquitted itself well, trashing 3 battalions of enemy mobile suits and multiple defensive strongpoints outside Ptolemais with the loss of only 2 machines, both of which were salvaged and recommissioned. It had quickly become apparent to everyone in the Desert Foxes chain of command, the personnel that comprised the cluster had been shit upon by their former commanders and deprived of their just rank and status, likely due to favoritism in their command sections. When formed up into a cohesive unit of miscreants, they were every bit as lethal as their jackets and OPEVALs had sworn they were incapable of being. Desert Foxes cluster, much as its namesake, was comprised of smaller, more agile machines than the norm, with pilots that took to the mindset of the fox, stalk and ambush, flank and ferret out, sneak into a position of advantage and bite hard when the time was right. Comprised of 60% medium mechs, with another 20% light mechs and the remainder in heavy chassis, the Desert Foxes could cover a lot of ground and bring a terrible amount of firepower from directions that most Earth Alliance forces would never see coming. A favored machine amongst the reinforced, 6 trinary, cluster was the BSW XC2G Bushwhacker and its Mendel-produced sister BSW XS2 Bushwhacker. Heavily upgraded from the original Federated Commonwealth medium mech, the XC2G version carried a Gauss rifle as its primary weapon and significantly upgraded the missiles and laser to better versions. The Sigma version upgraded the original autocannon to a Clan LBX model that acted as a 120mm shotgun, downchecked the ER large laser to a pair of ER medium lasers, and revamped the missiles completely into a combination of mech mortars and SRMs for long-range and short-range punch respectively. Both machines retained small ballistic weapons for shredding any enemy infantry that dared to threaten the battle mechs bearing down on them. A different version of the Sigma line of Bushwhackers, the BSW XS3, replaced the 120mm autocannon with a 30mm GAU-8 Avenger rotary Gatling cannon and gave it 2,500 rounds of ammo, though the Magi did not purchase any of this version for their own use. Close rate between the forces is 60 km an hour, sir. We'll be in range in 15 minutes, Kit Fox 0 reported. Expected and welcomed, Star Colonel Norensk said. We have the advantage in armor but a disadvantage in altitude. We will have to begin engaging from long range as quickly as possible to overwhelm their front lines. There was no expectation of enemy incompetence here. ZAFT may have been able to prey on the enemy naivete or lack of skills during the First War, but Mendel maintained no such illusions this time around. The enemy had nearly 2 years to improve their training standards and equipment reliability. The ready assumption was that Mendel's only advantage now was hardware and veterancy, not training. We will hit them head on at the same time Swift and Kit hit them on the right flank, Island 0 said. 15 minutes later. Iron Horse 6, this is Stallion 6, recon screen reports possible contact enemy battle mechs. Force appears to be mostly medium and light machines, not heavy or assault units. This is highly unexpected, Earth Alliance Lieutenant Colonel Emil Rorson said. I would have expected them to put heavy assets in our way to prevent us from hammering through. Why would they engage with only light assets? Maybe the entire formation is light assets. His XO pointed out. Major Tina Burns was someone that the lieutenant colonel suffered only because she was the daughter of his superior officer, Lieutenant General Frankfurt Min. In terms of logical application, looks, military skills, or discipline, she was better suited to a job as a receptionist or clothing model, not a duty posting in the Republic of East Asia military. Against type for the Magi, Rorson groused, given it wasn't the first time he had said that to her. Wait, medium and light forces. Flanking action. Comms, get Thoroughbred 6 on the line. Lieutenant Colonel, Thoroughbred Command is off the air, they're not responding to any calls, the radio officer said. Are we under attack already? No, the first attack against Thoroughbred is already over, the Lieutenant Colonel complained. They're coming here next. Entire battalion stops and reverses momentum, try to draw them backwards. Have all vehicles spread out and start finding hull-down defensive locations. The entire world flashed blue-white for Lieutenant Colonel Rorson. Intellectually he could recognize the searing heat and particle effects of a PPC that tore a hole in the command truck, but it was a hollow reed to a man who just watched the bulk of his command staff die in a single hellish attack. His vision was toast, the particle beam had seared his corneas, making it impossible to see clearly, and the thunderous kinetic blast of the weapon's impact had deafened him temporarily, probably permanently. What he could feel of his body, he could tell he was wearing a lot of fragmentation and probably a goodly amount of second-degree and third-degree burns. Before the world flashed white a second time and he fell unconscious, he could hear a muffled scream from somewhere else in the command vehicle. X. Command, 4 Delta 12, 4, reports enemy command truck destroyed. Took 2 strikes of ER particle cannon to accomplish, but it is done, Mech Warrior Lisa reported as her machine stomped past the burning and disemboweled command truck. Past the truck, she continued marching northeast while her torso aimed toward the east-southeast so she could engage the enemy anti-air section with laser fire. Her machine, the AGM-1A Agamemnon, was slightly more than half the weight of an awesome assault mech, and followed the pattern of the AWS-8Q with an ER-PPC in the right arm and a large pulse laser in the left and right torso sections. An older BSW XC-1G bushwhacker passed behind Lisa and moved north-northwest, his focus on busting armor. Ass end of some westbound tanks, 1,100 meters to the northwest. Firing now. The first tank his crosshairs passed over was a gimme, with the ER large laser in the bushwhacker's nose making it an easy kill. 240 megajoules of laser power easily scorched through the rear deck armor of the linear tank and into the all-important crew compartment. Likewise, number 2 was an easy scratch, a shot from the Gauss rifle slammed into the rear engine compartment of the next tank in the line and rendered it disabled. Target 3 was a bit different, Tikus lofted both LRM-10 launchers at it to make sure the kill was good, and the result was an exploded propane electric drive system that brought the entire formation to a halt. I believe I have their attention, Mech Warrior Tikus Lee Grendel barely breathed after the remainder of the enemy company stopped and began traversing their Impwang. Good, they shall know their Reaper, Star Commander Nicholas said with savage humor to voice. One of the stopped machines received a Gauss slug from his AR-5G1 Armalite battle mech, a second received 2 ER medium and a medium pulse laser, for slightly more than double damage over the ER large laser on the bushwhacker, 485 megajoules total versus 240 MJ. Nearby the second down tank, an enemy APC was offloading troops, so the Star Commander gave them both barrels of AP Gauss rifle, a Gauss machine gun with over 900 meters range and a battle mech mounting. By the time the desert dust settled, the inside of the APC was little more than a continuous bloody smear. Now we are talking, Mech Warrior Helga said as an enemy linear cannon round passed by her machine. She responded to the stupidly easy shot by large pulse laser, which cooked through the side armor of the turret and into the main gun housing. The tank lit up cherry red from the electrical discharge of the linear gun capacitors, signaling its demise. She missed a second shot, this one into a separate linear tank, though the gunner did not miss his return fire. The enemy cannon slug tore into the left torso armor and sheared more than half of the left torso protection completely off the old Falchion Omni mech she was driving. Bah! Minor damage. As the second star of 4 Delta came online and began firing into the technically surrounded enemy force, their fire stopped just as quickly. All along the enemy lines, hatches had come open and tank crewmen were surrendering. Command, 4 Delta 11 reporting enemy surrender, Star Commander Nicholas said. 4 Delta, this is 777 Command, be advised we have infantry en route to take prisoners. Good job, people. Have any damage repaired by the mobile field bases and return to the line at first available. XXX. April 16 CE 73, 1300 hours UTC. Arkhangelsk Operations Theater, Old Russia, Eurasian Federation. Kurds, 63 degree 41 30.18 N, 36 degree 52 20.50 E. Flight Control, Star Admiral Minako Sahalan, touchdown in 10 seconds. Where is my rendezvous? Minako asked by radio. Our guest is presently waiting outside dropship Forrestal. You are cleared to hangar at said dropship. I'll have the Marines escort the guests to speak to you inside. The unreality of the matter was apparently not lost on the flight control operator. Minako could hear it in his voice. he was thoroughly not expecting the meeting that was about to take place, but like any good Magi officer he was flexible enough to operate as these things rolled along. In Star Admiral Sahalin's case, this was simply a change of timing, not a hugely unexpected issue. It was obvious that the Kingdom of Scandinavia was operating on at least 2 levels, and this meeting was to be expected given the proximity of the landing zone to the border of Scandinavia. More to the point, having been grossly used and then tossed aside by the Earth Alliance in the prior war, the Scandinavians were very likely itching for a bit of payback. Sahalin copies all, the Star Admiral reported just before her machine touched down. Unlike most mobile suits, the Wing Zero Gundam did not require atmospheric shielding to enter the atmosphere, and in most cases could maneuver in the same fashion as a fighter to enter atmospheres or clear hostile contacts in the skies before it landed. In all reality, it was a rare machine, not because of any difficulty in producing it but in a difficulty of finding pilots capable of handling the psychological strain of using the Zero system. Some of the best mobile suit and mobile armor pilots in the Empire literally could not handle using Zero without suffering a mental breakdown or temporary psychosis. Once on the ground, Minako followed the wand gestures of a ground controller for taxiing towards the declared dropship, and had to obey a stop order as a cargo train moved past on the ground, loaded with 30 tons of armor plate and ordnance destined from a supply dropship over to the flight line. Once clear of the explosive hauler, she continued her march towards the dropship and was granted immediate access to enter and directed by another marshaller to where she should rack her mobile suit for temporary storage. In complete counter to her age, once her machine was stowed, the Star Admiral gave a brief demonstration of her agility by way of dropping down from her cockpit to the knee guard on her Gundam and then to the top of her machine's foot. From there, it was a short hop to the deck of the dropship. Over by the entrance, Star Admiral. The Marine in question gestured to a different door than the Star Admiral had entered, where 4 more armored Marines were standing guard on one young man and a far older, far more grim-appearing gentleman. The approach was short, but rather telling to the Star Admiral. In this case, however, the opening was on their side. The insignia of a Star Admiral? You must be Star Admiral Sahalin, the commander of the new Phalanx-class warship. I am Prince Carl Gustav, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Scandinavia. Despite his royal rank, the prince came to attention and saluted smartly, the same as his retainer did. Star Admiral Sahalin came to attention and gave a short, curt bow. Thank you, Your Eminence. Welcome to the liberation of Terra, welcome to the execution of honor. Now, I believe you requested this meeting, so I yield the deck to you. There is not a huge amount to say at this point, so I'll be brief and blunt about it. The prince began the conversation. The Kingdom of Scandinavia hereby offers its assistance in eliminating the Earth Alliance, and while we do not request any form of kill bounty or compensation, we would like to request the right to take certain territories that, while not strictly speaking territories prior held by the kingdom, border it and would provide strategic profit to the kingdom. Any such assistance is certainly welcome, and in the taking of territory not traditionally kingdom lands, Mendel intrinsically has no objections. We are willing to entertain requests, and certainly willing to entertain offers pertaining to elimination of the Earth Alliance. What is the kingdom proposing? The Star Admiral returned the field to the Crown Prince. The area of Murmansk, the islands north of the Eurasian area of operations, and involved territories from Riga to St. Petersburg to Onega. This may seem like a large amount of territory, especially given that we will not be able to provide you a huge amount of support on the ground, but we will do what we can to aid in eliminating this threat. If anything, the voice of the Crown Prince betrayed an apologetic mindset. From that, Star Admiral Sahalin could easily tell that the prince wanted to do more, but his nation's military force was not sufficient to play this game in the same fashion that a Star Empire was capable. In this, Minako could not fault him. The army that one had to fight a war usually was not the army one wanted to fight that war with. In this case, the Task Force Golden Roulette was the roaring exception, having a force engineered by a master executor and staffed by the Multimage Commando forces. The combined task force had the army that it wanted and far more. The other local forces, not so much. Well bargained and done, Star Admiral Sahalin answered. I was expecting at least that much, and as these things happen we are not particularly married to our landing zone this time except as a landing zone. If your father determines that the kingdom is capable of holding more, I am willing to work out arrangements. A man that stands with us in the face of the ultimate dishonor shall himself be honored for his conduct and his loyalty. All the more so that the Scandinavians are taking a terrible risk here, invoking the wrath of a nuclear-armed and clearly omnicidal party such as the Earth Alliance. The risk does not matter to me. If someone doesn't reach out and slap these maniacs down, eventually we will all be killed for it. Well, Prince, if your men need air support, suborbital fire support, or helping hands on the ground, give us a shout by radio and we shall be there. The Magi defend their own, citizen, ally, or unexpected comrades. The Star Admiral had no idea that with 2 sentences she had just begun the forging of an alliance that would last for millennia to come. XXX. April 16 CE 73, 1530 hours UTC. Arkhangelsk Operations Theater, Old Russia, Eurasian Federation. Coords, 63°41 30.18 N, 36°52 20.50 E. Warship Minerva, Eurasian Theater Flight Control, descend to 2-5-1000 feet and set your course 270 for approach. Weasel Zipper Fighter Trinary shall escort you into the theater. Be advised, we have engaged and destroyed multiple surface-to-air missile sites. If you detect enemy radar systems, call them out so the Weasel Zippers can engage and destroy. How copy? The flight controller requested. Minerva copies all traffic. Commander Trine acknowledged the radio orders. While the warship Minerva was technically not part of the Mendel task force, it was both common courtesy and common wisdom for the assault ship to operate with and play by the rules as designated by the local flight control. They generally had a better idea what was going on, and were very likely to make sure that friendly fire incidents were minimized or eliminated. 20 minutes to the landing zone, Mobile Suit Operator Hawk determined from the ship's movement speed, course, and distance that had to travel. Fighter Trinary has formed up on us, count 30 aircraft. Warship Minerva, Weasel Zipper 0, welcome to the party. We have escort until you arrive at the landing zone. Just like flight control said, this area is lousy with enemy SAM systems. We are loaded heavy for radar intercept and elimination, so if you see them, call them out. It's what we're here for. Understood, Zipper 0. Thanks for having us along, Captain Gladys responded to the star captain in command of the fighter Trinary. She had no clue where the name Weasel Zipper came from, but 30 of the Magi's best aero fighters, the Fireball Aero Fighter, were very nice friends have along for the ride. So, Captain, do we have any idea where Mendel's going to put us? Arthur Trine asked after a few moments of silence on the radio. No idea, so far. I don't know enough about Star Admiral Sahalan to know what she's thinking right now. On the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped us right in the soup. This isn't a war is being fought with restraint on either side. After what they did to the Mendel II colony, after what they did to Onogora Island, I don't intend to show any restraint. Shinosuke folded his arms over his chest, practically defying anybody on the bridge to challenge his position. Nobody rose to the bait, which was a little bit surprising to the pilot. We are in the right place. The Eurasians took a massive beating in the last war, but they've had plenty of time to rebuild. It has mostly been the Atlantic Federation that has been driving the Shadow War and the terrorist attacks. The Eurasians and the East Asians have mostly stayed out of this until now. If anything, Razier Burrell sounded almost as defiant as Shin did. Zipper 0, Minerva, have there been any mobile suit incursions into the area yet? Marin asked. Milady, our hunter-killer hellos have eliminated about a company worth of enemy recon teams, Zipper 0 answered. In this terrain, we have the advantage. The forests slow down ground units and provide screening for helicopters and ambush teams. Makes perfect sense, Talia said. If they rush into a forest, the residents of the forest can smash them before the unit commander knows what he has blundered into, she completed the thought. Wouldn't the same thing apply to us, Captain? Luna Maria asked after a moment of considering the forest areas on the map of the surrounding terrain. It would, if we weren't going to be under the expert quarterbacking of the Magi strategic commanders, Talia answered. Our orders are to serve with the Mendel forces, not to assist them separately. We help in the initial stages until ZAFT landing forces are in place, then we execute a coup de main strike across Europe. Shin choked on the plan. Coup de main? Europe? We're actually going to hold the place. Yes, Talia said. It has been negotiated. Mendel will help clear and garrison Europe. After it is pacified it becomes ZAFT territory only. With our backs anchored by the Scandinavians, our flank held by the Mendel forces, and allies in Oceania and South America, we are easily poised to become the possible front-runner in the coming space races. This is... Ray started, but cut himself off. Is this Chairman Durandal's plan? Actually, Chairman Durandal, myself, and Isaac Jowl determined the course, Talia answered. Every nation will assist in dismantling the Earth Alliance, and every nation will assist in the rebuilding and organization efforts to ensure another Earth Alliance does not rise from the ashes. And we get Ray was cut off by a warning buzzer on the bridge. Con, sensors, enemy search radar has tracked us from the north. The buzzer sounded again. Search radar has shifted to tracking, missiles in the air. Battle stations. Marin, relay to the Weasel Zippers, we have incoming. Weapons, snapshot. Snapshot, aye. The operator on the weapons panel dialed in a rough coordinate of the launching platforms and radar, then immediately hammered out missile fire commands on those coordinates. Within 5 seconds of the order, missiles were in the air and on course. It was a lesson learned in the National Training Center and ruthlessly trained by Talia into her crew. The Earth Alliance wasn't stupid, and they would use quick ambush attacks to try to catch the atmospheric assault ships off guard. Mendel could see them coming, usually, which gave them an advantage, but ZAFT had much work to do on sensor systems and had to rely on pure reaction speed. A snapshot was basically dialing in a rough coordinate of the enemy and firing a counter barrage. It cost the ship nothing in the long run, and should the worst happen, it meant they possibly would have company in hell shortly after the incident concluded. 8 missiles away, the weapons officer reported. Weasel Zipper, Minerva, missiles in the air. Marin reported. At least 2 are locked on us, Zipper 0 said. I have a star headed in that direction. Good missile counter-fire, we'll finish up. Marin watched the engagement unfold on radar, with missiles headed outbound and missiles inbound. 2 of the 4 missiles were indeed targeted on the Minerva, but 2 began maneuvering on the fighters. CIWS online, ready to intercept. Incoming, 5 seconds, Arthur commented as the CIWS guns lit off on the starboard side to intercept the missiles. 3 seconds, 1, now. One of the missiles was knocked out at a safe distance, but the other was not intercepted. It slammed into the ship behind midships, where the whole ship jolted sharply and echoed to the sound of the explosion against the hull. Damage control, fire in corridor C30, it cracked a fuel bunker. Get all damage control parties to that impact point, Talia ordered. The radio crackled. Zipper 4. Ejecting. One of the Fireball pilots shouted after his machine took 2 of the S-300 PMU-4 SAM missiles in the left wing. 4 ejected clean, he's on the way down to the ground. Zipper 0 said. Remainder Zipper element, finish off what the Minerva started. Talia picked up her growler phone and set it to radio out on the flight control frequency. Flight control, Minerva, reporting emergency. Go ahead, Minerva, the flight controller requested. Minerva struck by SAM missile. Damage and fire in one of our starboard fuel bunkers, damage control parties are working on it now. Requesting fire control assistance once on the ground, Talia declared. Acknowledged, ARFF, 5, crews will be standing by. You are cleared direct approach LZ at 2-0-5, best speed. Acknowledged, Minerva is out. Talia hung up the phone. Not how I envisioned this starting. Author's chapter afterward. Now that the teams are on the field, the game shall begin in earnest. There really isn't a huge amount to say about this chapter. It is mostly just staging and preparation for the coming chapters, and the way the forces will handle the coming challenges shall get extremely creative in coming battles. The only huge deal is the shootdown of Chairman Reisman. By doing so, Mendel has effectively slapped the entire Earth Alliance in the jaw with a 2x4. Pay attention to the pilot, he will make severe noise in the side story Inferno in Chicago, and he will also make quite a bit of noise for the rest of the set. Much thanks to Fraser Remage for the character Vihenra and the Skygrasper IIM design. They will become mainstays in stories to come. On the writing front, I am headed for some rocky times due to personal obligations. I won't say much, but I am doing what I can. I will try to keep the chapters coming, but no guarantees. Nothing much else to say. Next up, the Earth Alliance puts its brutality on full show in the next couple days of campaigning, and Mendel proves how hard its resolve truly is. Review replies, 8 reviews since the last chapter. 8. That is awesome and thank you all. Fraser Remage, I think I did, but I think I won't anymore, smiley face, Hellhound Dao, typo was corrected immediately. Thanks. As to the upgrades for the rail sniper rifle, those will have to wait for another set of the Joker's Wild, probably set 3 or set 4. You are right, though, once knowledge of those weapons becomes common, there will be free-flowing bowels at the mere mention of them, smiley face, Fire Miner, the military bands question, ERM, yes with caveat. There are Magi military bands, but there are more than a few unconventional ones as well. As to the missile and ADA systems, the enemy has not yet deployed their best, and the S-300 systems are already racking up body counts. Stay tuned for more. Holy Dragoon, if Ashinik tried hitting on Mendel forces, and Kalamira caught a whiff of it, you could bet that there would be a rain of fire for it. As to your reactor question, are you referring to fusion or fission reactors? Akalin, hope you're back to standard computer sometime soon, using X360 for surfing isn't all that cooperative. As to the typos, I think I have everything corrected as needed. Thanks. Flawless Cowboy 2552, Blind Guardian has now been added to the Mendel and Sigma playlists. Thank you. Hate to say this, but I don't know where you're getting that a MS is better armed or armored than an aero fighter. The weapons pods on a Fireball are 40 tons, not including external stores, and the 20 tons of multi-threat armor should hold its own against pretty much anything short of a warship. Mobile suits are mobile, and while some have heavy armor or weapons, those are the rarities on the field. And, as Magi forces are fond of pointing out, speed or mobility is not armor and will not save a pilot from a terminal case of lead poisoning. Not for long, at least. You are right on the assassins, but Benjamin won't be the main driver of the Brotherhood of Assassins in Mendel. It will be someone else already in the story. Redemption Warrior, Terminal doesn't exist in this line due to storyline shifts. Lakis' attempt to try to stave off a war was a bit hopeless from the word go, but the effort was both formidable and honorable. Redemption Warrior, 2 thanks on the premise of the reality in the warfare. You are right, the core of a giant mecha show is, for obvious reasons, giant mecha. The Multimage Chronicles storyline that has spawned the Joker's Wild as a spin-off/secondary history line was planned, and I am writing it brutally realistic about these things. As this chapter shows, there is a place and time for every weapon system, and Mendel will exploit that for every inch of ground they can take with them. StarCraft is a bit of an oddball and out thing in the MMC, but ghosts are a mainstay since the old emperor brought the ghost technology to the Magi from his exile by the gods. Kira and Lakis have a bit of a stranger fate than just joining the war. I think I'll hold that card close until I'm ready to play it. Thank you all for the reviews. I am truly glad to be generating debate and critical thinking amongst my readers. That alone makes it worth it. Keep 'em coming. The gripe sheet. Some problems were spotted and pointed out by Akalin and Hellhound Dao. Much thanks to Takeshi Yamato, One Village Idiot, Necroblade, and Zeben Nightwing for cleaning up most of the trouble. Footnotes. 1 Lima time is referring to local time adjusted for time zone. Oftentimes this is abbreviated just L, such as 1600L. 2 Kit Fox in this case is referring to the name of the trinary, not the name of the clan light/scout mech Kit Fox, reporting name Euler in the inner sphere. 3 Jackets refers to a person's military records and reports. 4 Delta 12 is a shorthand for the pilot's unit assignment 4th trinary, Delta Cluster, point 12. This can also be amplified by putting the galaxy identifier behind the shorthand, in this case the 777th galaxy. 5 Airport ramp firefighters, fire control specialists who are trained specifically in fighting aviation and dropship fires on the ground. Weapon systems analysis. S-300 PMU-4 series surface-to-air missile system, NATO reporting family name SA-20 Gargoyle. Note, the S-300 PMU-4 is based off an existing weapon system, a theoretical upgrade to the S-300 series of missile systems that would happen sometime after present time but before the change to the CE calendar. A SA-20 system always consists of minimum 2 vehicles, a command vehicle and a TEL vehicle, transporter, erector, launcher. Without the CNC vehicle, the SAMs have only terminal range guidance, 12 km, and cannot be used for high altitude or anti-ballistic intercepts. In common practice, the SA-20 battery will consist of 1 CNC vehicle, 1 radar truck, 4 telephones, and 2 support vehicles for carrying reloads or loading the telephones. Infantry or light armor will usually be deployed nearby to provide defense against ground forces. Batteries of SAM telephones can be combined and controlled from a single CNC vehicle, up to 24 total telephones per command vehicle. The TEL units do not need to be CO-located to function, the maximum spread from the command post vehicle is 40 km. Radar vehicles do need to be close enough for cable connections to the command post vehicle, typically no more than 500 meters distance. Command and control, radar functions. All actual weapons systems aspects are controlled from the command post vehicle. With the loss of the CP, the SAM systems lose nearly all their functionality. In cases of fixed defense systems, such as in a base, the command post function can be taken over by an equivalent control system in the base facilities. The radar systems commonly in use by the S-300 PMU-4 allow a search radius of roughly 350 km, well in excess of the maximum missile deployment radius, 200 km plus 40 km for spaced telephones from the CP. These radars consist of an electronically steered radar billboard, a terminal guidance radar subsystem, and a low-altitude search radar for detecting low-flying craft or cruise missiles. Effective range of the radar systems are reduced by ECM systems, but the newer PMU-4 radars can burn through a lot of ECM systems and outside interference with up to 2 megawatts of beam power. The radar systems on the ground and in the missile are also highly resistant to countermeasures, radar augmenters, decoys, chaff pods, similar. From acquisition of a craft, the radar system takes no more than 2 seconds to shift to guidance lock mode. Each radar set in the battery can track up to 300 contacts and can target for guidance up to 60 missiles. A command post can daisy chain up to 4 radar sets per camp, which allows them to track 1,200 air contacts and guide up to 240 missiles at a time. Multiple missiles may also be targeted on the same guidance point, or missiles may be spread around multiple targets, depending on the needs of the battery commander. When launching missiles, the S-300 PMU-4 can launch 1 missile per second up to the maximum of missiles in flight. There is a limitation to the TEL launch rate, however, in that each TEL can fire only 1 missile per 4 seconds. So long as 4 telephones or more are slaved to 1 CP, the 1 missile per second fire rate is the maximum. Transporter, erector, launcher systems. Each TEL vehicle is a single-frame large transport truck, an upgraded version of the Soviet-era MAZ-7910 8-wheel transport truck. Each vehicle weighs in around 12,400 kilograms fully loaded, slightly more than 12 tons. The S-300 PMU-4 missile complex includes 4 general-purpose SAM missiles per TEL, with a maximum fire rate of 1 missile per 4 seconds. Fully loaded, the vehicle's overland road speed is in the vicinity of 50 km per hour, and over non-road terrain the maximum safe speed is 35 km per hour. A SAM-TEL system is not a full-up ready-to-go system, unlike short-range tactical SAM systems such as the SA-19 Grizzon Mobile SAM unit, Russian name 9K22 Tunguska. The TEL units transport, erect, raise to firing position, and fire the missiles, but they have to be stopped and set up to do so. The S-300 PMU-4 system is designed with a quick response to action in mind, with a setup time of 2 minutes from beginning to firing status. In the case of the S-300 family of missiles, the launch tubes are stowed horizontal in transport, and positioned vertical for a ballistic launch. S-300 missile systems are designed for cold launch tube operation, meaning that the missile does not blast out of its own exhaust plume when launching. Instead, the backblast from the missile is directed radially away from the TEL truck and generally behind the truck. As such, it is not considered wise to be near the back of a S-300 truck when the missiles are positioned for launch, and most operators require a safety exclusion zone behind the launcher. Missiles. Much like the tangentially related S-400 missile system, the S-300 PMU-4 has multiple missiles to use for its intercept options. Though telephones can usually mix missiles on the same platform, it is commonly considered bad form from a logistics standpoint and is not normally practiced. The primary missile in use on the S-300 PMU-4 platform is the 5V-55W2 modernized general-purpose missile. Of the PMU-4 family, the 55W2 is not excellent in any one metric, but is an all-around solid weapon system for general-purpose SAM intercepts. Weighing in at just over a ton per missile, the 55W2 is capable of reaching out to 175 km in an altitude of 25 km, and will bring a 150 kg ABF/CR, annular blast fragmentation/continuous rod, warhead to the target at slightly more than Mach 4 delivery speed. Due to range and altitude limitations, this missile has only very limited ability to perform ABM intercepts. For high-volume short-range intercept requirements, the PMU-4 launchers can call upon the 9M83ML4 short-range missile. Based on the older and out-of-production SA-12 Gladiator, S-300V/Anti-300 missiles, the 9M83ML4 missiles have only 100 km of range and a top altitude of 20 km, but the ML4 variant of the old Gladiator system is very maneuverable, easily capable of pulling 4-2G turns during terminal guidance. Other SAMs can't outmaneuver the ML4. For certain, anything human-piloted is not capable of outturning it, though as with the other S-300 missile systems, a clever pilot in an exo-atmospheric fighter can outrun it in straight-line flight. The major draw for the 9M83ML4 is the reduced weight and space per missile at 2/3 of the diameter and half the mass of the other S-300 missiles. The PMU-4 telephones can carry up to 10 of the short-range missiles in one load. Due to its short range and low altitude max, the 83ML4 missiles are not rated for ballistic intercepts. At the opposite end of the scale, the 48N6G4 is the ultimate expression of the phrase "reach out and touch someone." Relying on the best solid-fuel rocket motor available, the G4 interceptor can reach out to 330 km and up to 37.5 km altitude, making it an excellent theater anti-ballistic weapon system. Carrying the standard 150 kg ABF/CR warhead, and programmed to first attempt a kinetic kill on a target, the G4 missile will attempt to kamikaze itself into a target, and barring that will detonate in close proximity to shred it apart. The one downside of the missile's engineering is that it does not have the super maneuverability of the shorter distance missiles. With only 19 gs cross-range maneuverability, it could be fooled by a fast maneuvering non-human contact, but anything manned the pilot could not survive the necessary gs to try to get clear. Final analysis. Updated SA-20 systems are still considered a significant threat to mobile army forces in the air. With weapons ranges that require cruise missiles or naval weapons to counter, a well-placed SAM battery can be a serious hazard to passing aerofighters or mobile suits. As no known piloted mobile suit or Gundam can outperform the top-tier S-300 missile systems, and no aerofighter can outturn the missile, being caught and close to a launcher that lights off unexpectedly is a significant hazard to man and machine.